The child picked it up. It was Zhao Laoshi who picked it up. This news was extremely important to the Gu family and his son, so Gu Jianjun immediately asked again. Good thing. The landlord knew everything when he arrived. He told Gu Jianjun that Zhao Laoshi only found out about this by accident when he rented a shop for the first time. 3 years ago, when Zhao Laoshi first came to rent a shop, he brought his wife and Zhao Tongtong with him. At first, the landlord just casually asked who this female doll was. Unexpectedly, Zhao Laoshi and his wife answered at the same time, but the answers were completely inconsistent. One said she was their daughter. One said she was their granddaughter. The landlord was surprised at the time and asked in detail before Zhao Laoshi explained. They picked up the child and raised her as their daughter. However, they were old and didn't know whether to tell the outside world that she was their daughter or granddaughter, so they made this joke. This explanation makes sense. The landlord didn't think much of it. Picking up children is nothing new. After all, in the early years, family planning was very strict, and some families favored sons over daughters, throwing away girls after they were born, insisting on having a boy. Those who were picked up were lucky enough to survive. Some are so miserable that they are even stuffed into waste paper boxes and thrown away on the side of the road. Countless people died of cold and starvation, and it was not uncommon for some to be eaten by wild cats and dogs. But a trivial matter that seemed normal to the landlord, but to Gu Xiao and his son, this news was extremely important. After bidding farewell to the landlord, the father and son were extremely excited all the way home. They were picked up. That child was picked up, which means that it is probably your Aunt Zhang's child Rongrong. Let's go to Xiaoxi village now. No, I'll call your Aunt Zhang now and ask her to come over. Let's go and have a look together then. With that, Gu Jianjun took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. Before the call was put through, he was stopped by Gu Xiao. Dad, you can't make this call now. What? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Gu Xiao shook his head and gave his own answer. This? Gu Jianjun hesitated for a moment. Of course he knew what Gu Xiao meant. In fact, during this period, they never told Aunt Zhang about this matter. This is also the reason. After all, it had been so many years since the child had been lost, and there had been no news, so her life could be tolerable, and Aunt Zhang could accept this fact in her heart. But if a hope suddenly comes, in the end the hope is shattered. That was a blow that was hard for anyone to accept. It can even be said that it is tearing open the wound and adding a pinch of salt again. But if what you said is true, that Zhao Tongtong is very similar to your sister Rongrong, and has a Zhoxian accent, and even has 12 toes. The possibility of this person being your sister Rongrong is very high. It will definitely be easier to tell if I call you Aunt Zhang, right? Gu Jianjun said hesitantly. I can only say it's a coincidence, but I can't say it's a high probability. Gu Xiao shook his head. Also, I think it might be better if I can tell Aunt Zhang after I'm sure. Is the probability high? Indeed, the probability does seem very high. Whether it's the similarity of the eyebrows, the accent, or the 2 extra toes, it seems to be more and more certain. Zhao Tongtong is Zhou Rong. But really? Not really. In this world, there are many people who look alike, not to mention similar eyebrows and eyes. As for accents and toes, they're actually not that uncommon. What's more, the traffickers who were arrested made it clear that the people have been sent to other provinces. So how could they show up here instead? This is simply unreasonable. Moreover, the more promising it seems, the more likely it is to be disappointing. Gu Xiao seemed to be saying not to tell Aunt Zhang in advance, but in fact he was also reminding Gu Jianjun to try not to have too high hopes. Gu Jianjun was in a very dangerous state during this period. Gu Xiao was also afraid. When bad news comes, can Gu Jianjun hold on? This okay. Gu Jianjun finally stopped insisting. Then let's go directly to Xiaoxi village now and see for ourselves whether that girl is really your sister Rongrong. Gu Xiao did not refuse. At that moment, Gu Jianjun borrowed a van and took Gu Xiao straight to Xiaoxi village, which was located in the mountainous area in the outer suburbs. Dad, you have to buy a car. Borrowing a car all the time is not an option. Gu Xiao suggested on the way. Gu Jianjun replied, Actually, during the Chinese New Year, I thought about buying a car during the Chinese New Year, but I was too busy and didn't have time. Wait a minute. When this matter is over, I will find an opportunity to buy a car. It will be more convenient. Next, the two men talked a lot. It includes Gu Xiu's studies, Gourmet Mike's business, and even interesting stories from when Gu Jianjun was working in the factory. It looks calm and calm. But in fact, when the destination was getting closer and closer, the two of them were already nervous. After the car passed through an extremely vast farmland road, the car began to enter a rugged mountain road. Although Xiaoxi village is said to belong to Hutong village and is not far away in a straight line, in fact, the actual distance is very far because of the difficult mountain road. The van bumped on the road for more than an hour before finally arriving at a village at the foot of the mountain. Xiaoxi village is here. The spring festival has just passed, and the coldness of winter has not dissipated. Xiaoxi village in the mountains looks particularly cold. The village is very poor. This can be seen from the houses in the villages. In many rural areas today, there are almost no red brick houses. Most of them are tile-roofed houses. There are even thatched houses made of thatched adobe. I don't know if it was because the weather was too cold or something else happened, but the van walked all the way but didn't see a single person on the road. Good thing. Just when Gu Jianjun's van was approaching the village committee, finally met someone. It was a woman wearing a headscarf. The woman's body was extremely thin. It would be an understatement to say she was as skinny as a stick, and she was fetching water from the well. Hello. Gu Jianjun stopped the car and popped his head. Can I ask how to get to Zhao Laosher's house? The woman was obviously startled, and the bucket in her hand fell into the well. Then she hurriedly turned back and looked at Gu Jianjun in the car and Gu Xiu sitting in the back. Before, the woman had her back to the two of them and couldn't see her face clearly, but now she turned around and realized it. This woman is actually very beautiful. His eyebrows are picturesque, and his facial features are regular. Unfortunately, it seemed that she had been working for a long time and had poor nutrition. The woman's face had no luster, and her eyes were lifeless. Hello, could you please tell me how to get to Zhao Laosher's house? Gu Jianjun was not impressed by the beauty of the woman in front of him, but he still did not forget his original intention. But he didn't expect that his words seemed to remind the woman, and the woman not only didn't answer. On the contrary, she turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that by the time Gu Jianjun could react, the woman had already slipped into an alley and disappeared. What's going on? I'm just asking for directions. Is it necessary to run like this? Do I look like a bad guy? Gu Jianjun looked confused and even doubted whether his appearance was a bit too scary. Gu Xiu also looked confused. Fortunately, at this moment, an old man appeared out of nowhere and approached the two people's car. Young man, are you looking for Zhao Laosher? This sudden sound startled both father and son. Look back. I saw an old woman about 60 or 70 years old, with bound feet and a headscarf, who was beside the car at some point. I don't know where it came from. However, although the old man was elusive, the expression on his face was particularly kind and kind. I just heard you asking about Zhao Laosher. Do you have anything to do with him? Auntie, do you know where Zhao Laosher's home is? Our village is so big, of course I know that. The old woman nodded, but before Gu Jianjun asked, the old woman said again, but you have to tell me what you want to do with him? Otherwise, what if you're a bad person? While speaking, the old woman glanced at Gu Xiu. There was some indescribable meaning in his eyes. Oh, that's it. Annie, do you know that the child from Zhao Laosher's family was picked up? I think the child may be one of my sisters, and I want to come and see. Gu Jianjun said honestly. After all, this is all in the village. There is nothing to hide. Just tell the truth and ask. Even Gu Xiu on the side could not help but frown, but his father had said what he said and did not stop him at the moment, but looked around from time to time. Zhao Laosher's child? Are you talking about Zhao Tong? The old woman's expression froze, and she asked strangely, how do you say she picked it up? Oh, we heard. Grandma. We heard what others said. Before Gu Jianjun could speak, Gu Xiu spoke first. That person said he was drinking with Grandpa Zhao. Once he got drunk, he asked Grandpa Zhao why the child didn't look like him at all, and Grandpa Zhao said he picked the child up. So he asked around. Gu Jianjun was a little strange. I don't quite understand why Gu Xiu lied, but it doesn't matter after all. still nodded. However, the old woman's expression softened, as if she was thinking about something. Seeing Gu Jianjun looking at her, she shook her head. I also said, where did you hear it from? Can this person count if he is drunk? Zhao Tongtong is Zhao Laosher's granddaughter. Ah, Gu Jianjun was confused. Do you know why I'm so sure? Because I was the one who delivered Zhao Tongtong. When the baby was first born, he didn't cry. Many people were frightened at that time. Later, we invited a goddess to do the magic. Unexpectedly, he started crying soon. TSK, that sound was so loud, I felt like the roof was about to collapse. It's a pity that her mother died not long after the child was born. Lao Zhao's son went to work angrily, leaving Lao Zhao and his wife to take care of him. As for the child not looking like Lao Zhao, it's true. But the child is very similar to his mother. According to what was said on TV, he should have inherited the mother's genes. The old woman shook her head and answered. It was even explained in great detail, even what happened when she delivered the baby. But when Gu Jianjun heard her words, his heart sank. Didn't you pick it up? Is it biological? Doesn't this mean that Zhao Tongtong and Zhou Rong really have nothing to do with each other? Grandma, why does Sister Zhao Tongtong's accent have a Zhou County accent? Gu Xiu blinked and asked. The old woman was stunned. What accent? Gu Jianjun also quickly asked. Zhouxian accent. That child is not Jiangzhou accent. She has a Zhouxian accent. Oh. Maybe she learned it from her mother. The old woman answered casually. But Gu Xiu tilted his head. But Grandma, didn't you say that Zhao Tongtong's mother died not long after giving birth to her? How can she still learn to speak? The old woman looked a little unnatural, but she immediately replied. The child's mother is gone, but there are also uncles and grandparents. Speaking of which, when the child was just born, he went to her grandmother's house for a long time. I didn't bring him back until he was 5 years old. As you know, that was the time when I was learning to speak. It's normal to pick up accents from other places. With this series of coincidences was almost solved. At least, Gu Jianjun was completely disappointed in his heart. But after all, he came, and he still asked, Aunt, can you please lead the way so we can go and see the child with our own eyes? What's the matter? Come on, it's not easy for you to drive. There are small roads everywhere here, so you can't go there by car. The old woman seemed very generous and nodded immediately. Gu Jianjun didn't hesitate, parked the car directly on the side of the road, and followed the old woman towards the village. There was some silence on the road. Unlike him, Gu Xiu seemed very talkative. Grandma, why is there no one in your village? Isn't it popular now to go to the city to work? Everyone has gone to the city to work, and there are only some old people left in the village. What about the children? Why are there not even children? In my father's hometown village, there are children everywhere at this time. Oh, isn't this a holiday? Most of the children have gone to other places with their parents. They have no future in our small village. Grandma, the village is full of old people. Don't we all have to do farm work? What do we eat? The children have gone to work. Just send money back. For an old man like me, do you still expect to work in the fields? We can't do it long ago. But we're here. Before Gu Xiu could ask further questions, the old woman stopped at the door of a thatched house. This is Zhao Laosher's house. It's strange. It seems like no one is here. As she said that, the old woman walked up to the door, knocked a few times, and shouted a few times. Her voice was quite loud. But it's a pity. No one agreed. Weird. Could it be that you went to the child's grandma's house? The old woman muttered, then leaned towards the window and looked in. After a while, he shook his head at the two of them and said, It seems that you came by bad luck. They must have gone to the child's grandmother's house. I met Zhao Laosher yesterday, and he said that he was going to the child's grandmother's house in the past few days. Now it seems that they should go today, or you should come back another day. I'm afraid that's the only way. Gu Jianjun shook his head, a little disappointed. Gu Xiu, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, Dad, I need to pee. If you want to pee, go pee. Why are you shouting so loudly? Gu Jianjun rolled his eyes. Gu Xiu chuckled. Don't I have a need to pee? Go. Dad, you have to wait for me. Gu Xiu said, turned around, and slipped to the other side of the house. Gu Jianjun didn't think much about it. Within a few minutes, Gu Xiu came back. Gu Jianjun had nothing to say and took Gu Xiu back to the van. Young people, I understand that you are worried about losing your child, but Zhao Tongtong is indeed the biological child of the old Zhao family. Don't be too disappointed. The old woman comforted her in front of the van. Gu Jianjun shook his head, took out 20 yuan from his arms, and handed it over. Thank you, Aunt, for bothering you. Oh, how can I ask for your money? It's okay, Aunt, just keep it. Please take us all the way. It's not much money, so you can buy some meat. Young people nowadays are so kind. Seeing the old woman accept the money, Gu Jianjun shook his head and took Gu Xiu to the van. But when she was about to leave, the old woman asked, "Young man, will you wait a few days before coming back?" Gu Jianjun hesitated a little. After all, although he didn't see anyone, he understood the situation pretty much. But it doesn't seem good to just give up. But when Gu Jianjun was struggling, Gu Xiu suddenly shook his head. I'm not coming. Grandma, you have already delivered the baby yourself. Why are you here? Isn't this making trouble for others? Our teacher said that when there is nothing wrong, we must not make trouble for others. When Gu Jianjun heard this, he thought about it, and he nodded immediately. Well, we won't come. Well, I also said that if you come again, I will invite you to my house for a meal next time. The old woman was a little regretful. Grandma, we can go now. Gu Xiu blinked. The old woman's face suddenly stiffened. Fortunately, Gu Jianjun patted him on the head. What are you fooling around with? I'm hungry for bread. Wouldn't it make things worse if I went to someone else's house to eat? As he said, Gu Jianjun apologized and said, the child is immature. Thank you for your kindness. Let's leave now. The old woman nodded, watched the van leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Gu Xiu, who was always staring at the rearview mirror and taking in all the expressions on the old woman's face, looked innocent in his eyes. In an instant, he became serious. On the road, Gu Jianjun drove the van, but his mood was completely different from when he arrived. The apprehension and anxiety disappeared. Instead, there was a look of regret on his face. After all, we found the wrong person. But at this moment, Gu Xiu on the side suddenly said coldly, Dad, call Aunt Zhang. Gu Jianjun was stunned, a little confused. What are you doing? Let Aunt Zhang come and identify whether Zhao Tongtong is Sister Zhou Rong. These words made Gu Jianjun confused, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Isn't this? You sure you are not? Why did you ask Aunt Zhang to do it? How are you sure? Gu Xiu asked. Didn't the old man make it very clear before? Gu Jianjun wondered. She delivered the baby herself. Can this be false? Is what she said true? Gu Xiu shook his head. I think she was lying from the beginning. Lying? Gu Jianjun was stunned. He didn't expect this possibility. To be honest, all they heard were what the old woman said. I believe everything he said. But what if what she said was false? But soon, Gu Jianjun shook his head and frowned. We don't know this old man. We have never met him. Why are you lying to us for no reason? What good can it do to lie to us? Lying to us for no reason does not do any good. But if you really tell us the truth, what harm will it do to her? What? Gu Jianjun was puzzled. What harm can we do if we recognize our relatives? Gu Xiu shook his head, feeling helpless. Dad, how can I say that you're now a small boss with an annual income of hundreds of thousands or even millions? So why are your observation skills so poor? Gu Jianjun. It's very difficult for me as a son to be like this. After all, if you're too stupid, I won't be able to guide you. Gu Jianjun. Chua, is this kid scolding me? It must be, right? Regardless of whether it's true or not, we have to fight. However, just when Gu Jianjun was about to take action and teach this brat a lesson, Gu Xiu suddenly said, Dad, didn't you notice that the house we went to before was not Zhao Laosher's house at all? What? Gu Jianjun was stunned. How was that possible? Zhao Laosher is an old couple, and there is Zhao Tongtong. There are 3 people living in the family. Sister Zhao Tongtong is still so old. Why is there only one bed in the house? There's only one bed? How did you know? Gu Jianjun was surprised. Although the window is closed and newspapers are posted, you can still see the situation inside the house through the gap. Dad, didn't you also look inside? Didn't you find it? I didn't look carefully at the time. Gu Jianjun scratched his head in embarrassment. He did look through the crack of the window to see what was going on inside. But at that time, he just felt that the home was very simple with not much furniture. Just a bed, a stove, a dining table, and an old-fashioned wooden cabinet. Think about it now. There doesn't seem to be a second bed. Perhaps sleeping on the floor? Gu Jianjun replied, when I was a child, many people had floor beds at home or one bed for the whole family. Okay, you can sleep on the floor, but Dad, haven't you noticed that all the clothes in the house belong to women, and they belong to older women? Is this really? Gu Shou rolled his eyes. Dad, I'm worried about your observation ability. You kid, just say it if you have anything to say. Gu Jianjun was already a little embarrassed. Zhao Laoshi is a man. It is obvious that there are no things of his in the house, but there are only women's clothes in the house, and they are obviously a woman's clothes, so that shows. That house should be a place for a woman living alone. Gu Jianjun frowned. This time, he had to doubt it. What made him even more suspicious was what Gu Shou said next. Actually, there are a lot of weird things. There are actually other children and women in the village. I could feel someone peeking at us along the way we walked. When you put it like that, I feel the same way. Gu Jianjun nodded, but I didn't see anyone else. That's because they are all hiding behind doors or windows. Maybe you are an adult and they are guarding you, but not me. Gu Shou said, I saw with my own eyes that several children peeked at me through the windows. What does this mean? Gu Jianjun was a little dizzy. Have you ever thought about why they are hiding from us? Gu Shou asked, and without waiting for Gu Jianjun's answer, he said again. The old man said that most of the children in the village went to the city to find their parents, and few stayed in the village. But it is obvious that there are many children in the village. You can say that there is nothing strange about those children, but Dad, have you ever thought about it? I can't stay at home during the holidays. In any village, everyone must go out to play at this time instead of hiding at home. It looks like those children are deliberately avoiding us. As he said this, Gu Jianjun felt a chill coming from his back. It even feels a bit chilly. What the hell? Son, did your teacher ever say anything about supernatural phenomena? Gu Shou wondered. What supernatural phenomena? Ghost village. Gu Jianjun lowered his voice, looking like he was still frightened. Gu Shou, I have to say, Comrade Gu is really a smart person. Did you pull out the ghost village for me? Dad, promise me that we will be firm atheists, okay? Gu Shou felt helpless. A cough. Gu Jianjun was a little embarrassed. After all, facing his own son. But he looked like a coward, more or less embarrassed. Then what are you going to say? That old man can't lie to us about everything. You won't say that he lied to us about everything that happened, right? Hey, I can't tell you are quite smart, Dad. Gu Shou smiled. Go, are you laughing at me? Or are you laughing at me? Gu Jianjun's forehead darkened. The old man has said it in such detail. Can it be true? The details are indeed true. At least it proves that the old man may have indeed delivered the child. But it is very possible that he has not delivered Zhao Tong. Gu Shou said firmly. But Gu Jianjun was surprised. Why? What is the most special thing about Zhao Tong? Gu Shou asked. The most special thing. Gu Jianjun thought for a while. 2 extra toes? That's right. Gu Shou nodded. Since the old man can recall the birth details so carefully, why did he miss the 2 extra toes? This kind of thing is indeed not uncommon, but it is definitely not uncommon, right? Dad, tell me, is it normal for a person who can remember the birth more than 10 years ago to forget the most special thing? This indeed. Gu Jianjun suddenly reacted in his heart. If Gu Shou hadn't reminded him, he really hadn't noticed this. But with Gu Shou's reminder, there are really problems everywhere. Whether it was delivering babies, or things about the village, or even the door of the house where they were taken, it was obvious that there was something wrong. This old man is lying. But why did she lie? We haven't even met before. Why did she lie to us like this when we met for the first time? Gu Jianjun still couldn't understand. It's nonsense that people are inherently kind at first, but they shouldn't be so resistant to strangers, right? Deliberately misleading and deceiving. But Gushio shook his head. The specific reason will only be known if they tell the truth. Dad, you'd better call the police and notify Aunt Zhang. Call the police? Gu Jianjun was startled. You must call the police. This place is very dangerous. Gu Shio nodded seriously. I don't know if this village is a ghost village. But believe me, this village. There must be a ghost. That afternoon, Gu Shio set off from Jiangxing again. But the difference was that the car he drove this time was not the van Gu Jianjun borrowed, but a handsome and stylish Land Rover Freelander. In addition to Gu Jianjun and his son, there were two other people in the car. Brother Shi, please come with me. From the passenger seat, Gu Jianjun spoke apologetically towards the driver's seat. Hey, if you have any trouble, don't worry. Our relationship is just a quick trip. It's a trivial matter. The driver was Shi Chunlai. Thank you. Thank you so much. Aunt Zhang, sitting in the back seat, was thanking her repeatedly at this moment, with excitement written on her face. When she received the call from Gu Jianjun, Aunt Zhang didn't even have time to pack her things. Even Zhou Hao asked someone to take care of her, so she took the car directly to Jiangcheng. Gu Jianjun's original plan was to leave tomorrow. But Aunt Zhang cared about her daughter, and after repeated requests, Gu Jianjun could only leave that afternoon. Hey, what are you thinking? Thank you. We are all fellow villagers. Finding your daughter is the most important thing. The rest will fall into place. Shi Chunlai laughed, waved his hand, and said, Yes, Sister Zhang. The most important thing now is to confirm the child. Gu Jianjun also nodded. Well, I won't say it anymore, but what I remember in my heart is that you are all my benefactors. Aunt Zhang nodded, and then inevitably became nervous. I just don't know if that child is Rong. Seeing Aunt Zhang's helpless look, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but sigh, but he still cheered up. Sister Zhang, don't worry. We will find out later when we get to the village and meet the person in person. If you're worried then, we can also do a medical paternity test. But Sister Zhang, you still have to be mentally prepared because I'm not sure that the girl is Rong. I can only say that it is possible. So, no matter what the result is, you still have to hold on to it later, you know? Yes, I know. Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly, but started to cry as she spoke. It's been so many years, I'm just too excited. My poor Rong. In response, several people in the car sighed. Shi Chunlai was fine. Gu Jianjun really felt it. After all, he also lost a relative. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was a little gloomy. Dad, did you call the police? Gu Xiao, who was sitting in the back seat and remained silent, asked at this moment. No. Gu Jianjun shook his head. After all, we don't know yet whether Zhao Tongtong is your sister Rong, so even calling the police is useless. Besides, even if the child was really picked up by Zhao Laoshi, the police can't handle it. Didn't you call the police? Gu Xiao frowned, a little dissatisfied, but Dad is not afraid. Will it be dangerous if we go later? Danger? Gu Jianjun was stunned and smiled. What danger can there be? We just recognize a child, and nothing will happen. We will ask the village chief for help later, and just find Zhao Laoshi's family and meet him. What can happen? This is the truth. After all, you're just going to recognize a relative. Is it possible that if you go to recognize a relative, others will beat you? That doesn't make sense. Besides, didn't I call your Uncle Shi? Your Uncle Shi has seen many big scenes. With him here, everything will be fine. Yes, Xiao Xiao, if you are afraid, just follow me later. Shi Chunlai, who was driving, also laughed. Obviously, neither of the adults thought anything could happen. But only Gu Xiao couldn't help but frown. But I still felt a little worried. He always feels things are not that simple. Is it here? Jianjun, tell me, could it be Rong? As the destination approached, Aunt Zhang became increasingly frustrated and repeated questions she had already asked several times along the way. Gu Jianjun understood her thoughts and was not angry. Instead, he continued to comfort her gently. But there was also some drumming in my heart. To be honest, I did think it was very possible before, but now it's time to do it. But he was inevitably a little unsure. After all, to be honest, He has never met the girl named Zhao Tongtong that his son mentioned. Haven't even seen him. But he confusedly called Aunt Zhang over. Even Gu Jianjun himself felt a little bereft. He turned to look at his son, but I saw my son holding the phone and pressing it back and forth. I didn't know if he was playing Snake on the phone. Brat, please don't hurt me. Finally, when it got dark, the car arrived at the entrance of Xiaoxi village hidden in the foothills, but the village was completely dark. It's a bit weird. Why is this place so dark? Sure, Chunlai was a little surprised. Maybe it's because there's no power on. Gu Jianjun answered after thinking for a while. Even if there's no power, you should light a candle. It's so dark. Could you be doing something bad? Sure, Chunlai muttered. After checking the direction, I turned the car into the village, turned on the car's headlights, and drove slowly into the village. It's strange. Where are the people? Well, I just drove in, I could still see people. Why are the people gone when the car drives in? After driving all the way, Sure Chunlai discovered the problem. But he was very courageous. When he arrived at the door of a house, he jumped out of the car and started knocking on the door. Is there anyone? Where's the person? I shouted twice, but no one answered. Sure Chunlai didn't give up and knocked on 2 more doors, but found nothing. This made Sure Chunlai a little depressed. What a shabby place. Where have all the people gone? Lao Gu, you were here at noon today. Do you know the location of the village committee? Let's go to the village committee and have a look. Well, I didn't go today, but I should be able to get there along this road. Gu Jianjun answered awkwardly. Come take a trip today. I originally planned to go to the village committee, but I was deceived by the old woman halfway and didn't go. Okay, usually the village committee is on this cement road. I'll look along the road. The car started again. When passing the alley where he turned today, Gu Jianjun turned his head and looked into the alley. But it's black and there's nothing there. Not long after, a small 3-story building appeared in front of it. The sign hanging at the door read Xiaoxi Village Committee. This is the right place. But unfortunately, it was also dark inside. Apparently, the village committee was off work. Sure Chun came and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. What should we do now? Aunt Zhang was anxious. Sure Chunlai said, Don't worry. There must be someone in such a big village. As he said that, Sure Chunlai rushed into an alley. This sudden scene shocked several people. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a cry of pain, Sure Chunlai was seen walking out carrying a person. Mater, sneaky, what are you going to do? Everyone looked back, and Gu Jianjun was stunned at that time. Old man. The person caught by Sure Chunlai turned out to be the one he had just seen at noon today. The old woman who even deceived them. Hey, you are the next generation. I thought I was some bad guy. The old woman shouted at that time. Let your people release me. Are you going to beat me up? You are so sneaky and like a thief. Don't you deserve it? Sure Chunlai curled his lips, but still let him go, and said, Take us to find Zhao Laosher. By the way, the mayor of your village will also take us to find him. This, the old woman smiled bitterly, looked at Gu Jianjun, and said, Hunter, didn't we watch today? Zhao Laosher took the child to her grandmother's house. How could he come back so soon? What about the village chief? Sure Chunlai curled his lips. He had already heard about what happened to Gu Jianjun and his son today, so naturally he would not be fooled. Village chief. The old woman looked hesitant and replied helplessly, I am the village chief. Are you the village chief? This time, it was everyone's turn to be confused, and Gu Jianjun even looked like he had seen a ghost. The village chief is not a high-ranking official. Is it possible that I have to pretend to be someone else? The old woman was unhappy. I still have the key here, and there is my information in the village committee. Do you want to see it? Of course. The old woman was obviously dissatisfied, but she still opened the door of the village committee in front of everyone and took them into the village chief's office. Be it from documents or identification, everyone can tell that this old woman is the real deal, the mayor of Xiaoxi village. Why were you following us sneakily just now? Sure Chunlai frowned. I've been knocking on the door for a long time. You are the village chief. Why are you hiding and watching? Who knows if you are bad people? I'm an old man who is half buried in the ground. What should I do if you do something bad? Besides, you don't look like a good person. This, Shi Chunlai scratched his big head and became a little angry. That's not the case in your village. It's pitch dark and there is electricity. Why doesn't anyone in the village turn on the lights? This is indeed strange. The village committee turned on the lights after everyone came in. It was obvious that Xiaoxi village had electricity, but as a result, almost no one turned on the lights along the way. But in response to this question, the old woman just rolled her eyes. Our village is full of old people, and they don't have much money to make. They like to save electricity and not turn on the lights. Can you handle it? This answer, even Shi Chunlai could only give a thumbs up after being speechless. Awesome. Okay. Now you know my identity. Why are you here? We are looking for Zhao Laoshi. Zhao Laoshi? You just came here at noon today. Didn't I take you to their house to see them? They said they were not there. So what are you doing here now? This. Gu Jianjun was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Old man, I'm the child's mother. I lost the child 5 years ago and have always wanted to find the child. Now that I have a chance, I just want to see the child. Can you help me see the child? Aunt Zhang spoke at this time, her face full of pleading, grabbing the old woman and saying, I beg you, okay? I just want to see you and let me die. Okay. Hey, your child is lost. What are you looking for here? The old woman frowned. Didn't I make it very clear today at noon that I personally delivered Zhao Tongtong? Is this still false? That's someone else's child. Your child is lost. You're going to look for the child somewhere else. What's going on here? Besides, didn't I take my descendants to see her today? Zhao Laoshi's family is not at home. Even if you go, you won't meet anyone. Being scolded like this, Aunt Zhang's eyes suddenly turned red again, and her words were incoherent. But, I just want to see the child, my Ron. Grandma, you said today that you delivered Zhao Tongtong. Do you remember the situation when he was born? Gu Xiu asked. Remember, didn't I say today that when she was born, she couldn't cry at first? Is there anything else besides this? Others? What else can be done to give birth to a child? For example, are the fingers 10? The fingers are not 10, the old woman said. Suddenly thinking of something, she blinked. Look at my memory, I forgot. Zhao Tongtong has 2 more fingers. 2 more fingers, are you sure? Of course I'm sure of this. I told the mother of the child I delivered that this child was different from ordinary people, with a pair of slaps. Oh, that's it. Gu Xiu smiled and glanced at Gu Jianjun. Gu Jianjun also understood, but I heard that Zhao Tongtong doesn't have 2 extra fingers, but extra toes. Wow, what? The old woman was obviously panicked, and her eyes rolled straight, but she quickly calmed down. Then I may have remembered it wrong. It should be 2 more toes. After all, I am old. Sometimes my memory is not good. But as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Gu Xiu shook his head again. No. Dad, you obviously have 3 extra toes, but you can't even remember it correctly? Yes, there are indeed 3 extra toes. Gu Jianjun nodded, staring at the old woman. Old man, do you still remember which foot has 7 toes? My left foot? No, it should be the right foot, the old woman asked tentatively. But soon, the old woman reacted. What are you doing? Anyway, I delivered the child myself. Isn't it normal that I can't remember it now? Besides, you asked so many questions about what you were going to do. Do you not believe me? I'm the village chief of Xiaoxi village. Why am I lying to you as a village chief? Did I try to trick you? The old woman seemed very angry, and her voice was much louder. Gu Jianjun frowned and was about to say something. But that's it. There was a sudden loud noise outside. Bang! The sound was very loud, and several people in the village committee could hear it clearly. Shi Chunlai reacted the fastest. He glanced out the window for the first time, and then made a blanch sound. He turned around and rushed towards the door. Gu Xiu was also surprised. He looked out the window and saw a scene that surprised him. A woman was holding a brick and smashing it at Shi Chunlai's car window. This force was so powerful that it sank. Numerous cracks appeared on the car window glass on the spot, but the woman did not stop and once again raised the stone and smashed it against the car window. Stay here and don't wander around. I'll go help. Gu Jianjun also noticed this scene, told him, and rushed out the door. But the good thing is, before Shi Chunlai rushed downstairs, Gushio saw two men rushing to the car before them and holding the woman down. Awoo! The woman roared, but she seemed to have a problem with her voice and couldn't speak clearly. She just struggled desperately. The two men were not polite at all. Without saying a word, they slapped her in the face. One of them even grabbed the woman's hair, pulled her hard, and dragged her into the darkness again. When Shi Chunlai went downstairs and walked around to the car, another man stopped him. "Brother, I'm sorry. My mother-in-law has a problem with her head. She suddenly went crazy and smashed the glass of your car." Calm down. I will pay. You can tell me how much it will be. I will never default on it." "Maid is unlucky." Shi Chunlai got angry. "There is a madman in the family. Can't you take care of it?" Yes, brother's right. This woman often goes crazy. I usually stay locked at home, but today she sneaked out when I wasn't paying attention. You see what she did? Please calm down." The man was polite. It is said that you should not hit someone with a smiling face. Although Shi Chunlai was very angry, but the other party was polite and serious, he could only wave his hand. Okay. If there's a madman at home, then lock it up and let it out day by day. Fortunately, the car is smashed, but what if someone is hurt? Before he could finish his words, a scream suddenly came. Terrible and terrifying. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, but the place where the screams came from was completely dark. Nothing could be seen. Fortunately, not long after, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a man. Gushio could see clearly that he was the man who pulled the woman's hair away. But at this time, in his stomach, there was a bamboo stick inserted. Xiao Wu, this horrifying scene just appeared in front of everyone. Next to Gushio, there was an old woman who was with him in the village committee office. He already exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, the old man with small feet rushed out without any hesitation. Extremely anxious, the group of people below were also shocked at this time. The man who was still saying nice things to Shi Chunlai rushed forward and helped the injured man. "Xiao Wu, how are you? How could this happen?" "Brother, it's that stinky bitch, it's that bitch. My stomach hurts." The man named Xiao Wu held his stomach and looked pale. "Will I die?" No, definitely not." The man hurriedly comforted him, but he was at a loss. Obviously, this sudden scene made him not know what to do for a while. Shi Chunlai on the side reacted quickly and took out the phone immediately. I'm calling an ambulance now. Why is there no signal in this shabby place like this?" "There's a fart signal." The man recovered, turned around angrily, and shouted to the back. "What are you doing standing still? Come help and send us to the hospital." The next second, I saw a group of people walking out of the darkness behind one after another, rushing out to help. Not to mention, there are quite a few people there. But what's strange is that most of them are men, and I don't know if there are not many women in this village. And this group of people suddenly appeared. But Shi Chunlai and Gu Jianjun were startled. They couldn't help but look at other dark places. Among them, Shi Chunlai quietly stepped aside. "Lower your head to the ground." He touched the stick and hid it behind his back. Gushio, who saw this scene upstairs, nodded immediately. As expected of an old man, his sense of smell is still very keen. But when he saw Gu Jianjun, not only did he not make any preparations, he even took the initiative to step forward, scolded a man who was trying to pull out the bamboo stick, and helped direct the first aid. Gushio couldn't help but shook his head. This stupid dad. However, at this moment, An Zhang, who was standing on top like Gushio, suddenly pointed at the chaotic crowd and shouted loudly, "Rong Rong, Ron Rong, Rong Rong, Mom is here. Mom is here to pick you up. Rong Rong." Gushio followed An Zhang's gaze and saw it at a glance. Among the crowd, Zhao Tong Tong seemed to be going up to help. The old woman had indeed lied. Zhao Tong Tong didn't leave at all. After all, it was only a 3-story building. Aunt Zhang's words, which she shouted with all her strength, spread immediately and even attracted the attention of many people. Nature. It also attracted the attention of Zhao Tong Tong downstairs. She was almost reflexive. He raised his head and looked upstairs. When he saw Aunt Zhang at the window, Zhao Tong Tong's eyes were a little confused at first. But then, her eyes widened suddenly. She jumped up, and waved wildly at Aunt Zhang. "Mom! Mom!" The moment their eyes met, the mother and daughter, who had not seen each other for many years, still recognized each other at a glance. Although Zhou Rong lost 5 years. But when she lost it, she was already 11 years old and already had memories of it. No more words are needed. No more testing is needed. Just one glance among the crowd is enough to recognize one's relatives. "It's Rong Rong. It's really Rong Rong. My poor Rong Rong Wu. Mom is here for you." Aunt Zhang cried with joy. Without any hesitation, she turned around and rushed out the door, wanting to hug her daughter as soon as possible. But when Aunt Zhang just left, there was already a commotion in the crowd below. Several men. A woman was walking out of the shadows. It was the woman who just smashed the window of Shi Chunlai's car. She was also the woman who stabbed Xiao Wu with a bamboo stick. She was caught. Although she was struggling desperately, it was obviously impossible for her to break free with her thin arms and legs, and there were 4 or 5 men holding her around. He could only make a whining sound, his eyes full of fear and help. But it's a pity. Cars were smashed and people were injured. Apparently, no one was going to save her. "Bitch!" The old woman who had already gone downstairs rushed towards the woman as soon as she saw her, punching and kicking her, while cursing angrily. "You bitch, you dare to hurt my son. You are going against heaven. Thankfully my son still keeps you. You ungrateful bitch. You dare to hurt people. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Bitch!" Although this old woman is older, she even has her feet bound. But the attack was extremely heavy. After a while, injuries were left one after another on the woman's body. What's even more surprising is that, as if she wasn't relieved after just being beaten like this, the old woman actually took out a pair of scissors from her arms. I don't know how she carries this thing with her. Holding the scissors, the old woman's face flashed with viciousness. "Bitch, if you dare to hurt my son, I will make you understand the rules today." As he said that, he stabbed the woman in the face in front of everyone. These scissors are the old-fashioned big iron scissors, and they're going to go down now. Not to mention disfigurement. I was afraid that someone would die on the spot. "Stop." Fortunately, Gu Jianjun reacted quickly. He grabbed the old woman and avoided a fatal move. But after all, he didn't strike in time, and the scissors still left a bloody mark on the woman's face. But the old woman who was stopped by Gu Jianjun was obviously not satisfied with the result. Like going crazy, lift the scissors again and wave them again. And he didn't know where he got the strength, so Gu Jianjun was a little unable to stop him. In desperation, Gu Jianjun could only shout to the other people standing around him, "If you don't come here to help, someone will die." But, unexpectedly, the people around him were reminded by Gu Jianjun. Not only did he not step forward to help, instead, he quietly took a few steps back. Bleach! Even Gu Jianjun couldn't help but curse. "I'm here to help you." Fortunately, at this moment, Shi Chunlai had already rushed over. Together, the two of them finally snatched the scissors from the old woman's hand. However, during this robbery, Gu Jianjun received a cut on his arm. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, but blood still dripped from the wound, which looked very oozing. "Let me go, let me go. You will die a good death." The old woman was still struggling and kept cursing, saying whatever was unpleasant. However, Shi Chunlai was strong enough and held the old woman firmly, so that she can no longer hurt others. Gu Jianjun casually wiped the blood on his arm, pulled the woman aside, and then said, "Old man, don't be impulsive. Calm down. It's important to save people now. We call the police and let the police handle it. You can't hurt people indiscriminately. The police will decide how to deal with it. If you hurt someone, the nature will be different. This is a normal advice." But for some reason, when he said the word "call the police," the eyes of everyone around him suddenly changed. When he looked at them, he felt a bit bloodthirsty. At the same time, behind Gu Jianjun, the woman he was protecting also said 3 words in an unclear voice. "Help. Help. Rong Rong. Rong Rong, where are you? Mom is down. Rong Rong, come find Mom. Mom is here. Rong Rong, my Rong Rong." At this moment, Aunt Zhang's cry came. Gu Jianjun's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't think much about the help the woman behind him said. He just hurriedly helped Aunt Zhang and comforted her. But Aunt Zhang had obviously collapsed and collapsed on the ground, just shaking her head and chanting, "Gone, gone. I just saw it upstairs. She is Rong Rong. She is my Rong Rong." But as soon as I came down from upstairs, Rong Rong disappeared. Bad guy. It must be a bad guy who took Rong Rong away again. It must be a bad guy. My poor Rong Rong. Mother doesn't want to lose you anymore. Gu Jianjun suddenly frowned. He was so busy rescuing people that he didn't notice whether there were any clues about Zhou Rong. But he saw Aunt Zhang looking so sad. He immediately raised his head and looked upstairs. At a glance, he saw that his son Gu Xiu was still standing by the window upstairs of the village committee. Seeing him, he actually waved towards him. It seemed like he was being told to go back upstairs. What is this kid doing? Don't you know there's already a mess down there? Shaking his head, Gu Jianjun ignored his son. Look at Aunt Zhang, and then at Xiao Wu, who is covering his wound and is okay for the time being. Finally, he looked at the old woman who had calmed down. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Jianjun finally turned to look at the woman behind him. Just this glance made Gu Jianjun stunned. He hadn't been observing it himself just now, but he hadn't noticed it until he took a closer look. This woman, he has seen it. At noon today, when he and Gu Xiu came to the village for the first time, they met the woman fetching water by the wellhead. But the difference is, when I met this woman at noon today, she seemed to be extremely afraid of him, turned around, and ran away. But this time, the woman noticed his gaze. Not only was she not afraid, but she was full of excitement, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But it's a pity. She was mute and could only make whining sounds, but could not speak a word. This made the woman even more anxious, so she simply stepped forward and grabbed Gu Jianjun, her eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. Is she asking me for help? Gu Jianjun understood the meaning and tried to keep his voice gentle. Don't worry, this old man was just too anxious for a moment. She has calmed down now. She will not hurt you again. But he didn't expect it. When these words came out, the woman became even more anxious. She shook her head and grabbed Gu Jianjun's hand, but she pulled it harder. No matter how strong his nerves were, Gu Jianjun felt something was wrong at this time. This woman is obviously from a village, but instead of asking others for help, you turn to yourself, a stranger? This isn't right. What's even more strange is that the woman actually used her broken voice and muttered, "Help! Help!" Moreover, as if she knew that she couldn't speak, the woman simply squatted on the ground and dipped the blood on her face. Right on the ground with your finger. And what she wrote was the same, "Help." No matter how slow his reaction was, Gu Jianjun realized that he seemed to have guessed her meaning wrongly. But what does she mean? Is it domestic violence and you want to escape? This is possible. Rong Rong. At this moment, Aunt Zhang, who was in despair, suddenly shouted and then rushed out of the crowd. Gu Jianjun was startled and followed immediately without any hesitation. What surprised him was that he was so fast, and the woman behind him actually ran over with him, as if she would never leave him. But this time, this is not the time to think about this, because he saw that Aunt Zhang had rushed into an alley, and fearing that something might happen to Aunt Zhang, Gu Jianjun naturally rushed after her. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the alley, Gu Jianjun saw it. At the corner in front, there was an old man, dragging a girl out, while Aunt Zhang was chasing after her. However, the terrain was unfamiliar, so Aunt Zhang instantly fell to the ground. She fell to the ground for several meters before stopping. Gu Jianjun hurriedly stepped forward, intending to help Aunt Zhang up. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang didn't want his help, but pushed her. Jianjun, it's Rong Rong. Rong Rong was taken away by the bad guys. Please, please help me. Don't worry, Sister Zhang. Gu Jianjun nodded, and without hesitation, he gave up on Aunt Zhang, ran as fast as he could, and chased after the two figures. But obviously, such a chase is unfair. In this dark alley, the ground was uneven and there were obstacles somewhere, so Gu Jianjun had to slow down. But this time, no one could be seen after a while. Fortunately, there were two people opposite, and one of them was still struggling and making noises from time to time, which gave Gu Jianjun a chance. Follow the sound and continue chasing. Soon, Gu Jianjun came to a dead-end road, surrounded by several courtyards with closed doors. The sound stops here. Gu Jianjun immediately slowed down and tentatively walked around the entrances of several courtyards, but without success. He wanted to give it a try. I pushed them casually, but I didn't expect it. The door was actually pushed open. Gu Jianjun rushed in quickly, but when he saw the scene inside, he stayed where he was. This is an ordinary farmyard. The yard was spotless, but there was a strong smell of urine that made people nauseous. Gu Jianjun followed the smell of urine and looked at it. In the corner of the yard, there were a large number of dog cages, just like the iron cages used to house Tibetan Mastiffs at Shurchun Lai's house. The thick steel bars leave no doubt about the sturdiness of the cage. But the most frightening thing is that the people in this dog cage are not ferocious dogs or wild beasts, but people, a living person, a living woman. Inside each iron cage, there is a woman with unkempt hair and dirty face. Everyone is dressed in rags, and some don't even have a hair on, because the cage space is limited. They could only curl up and lie in the cage, as if they were afraid of something. There was no sound from beginning to end. But because of Gu Jianjun's arrival, these women were startled, and they hurriedly hid deep in the cage, as if they were afraid that Gu Jianjun would hurt them. What's going on? Gu Jianjun felt chilly. Even if he was an adult, he was still frightened when he encountered this scene. At this moment, there was a sound in the house. Gu Jianjun could only give up on these women at the moment and turn towards the main room. Creak, accompanied by the heavy sound of the hall. The scene in the room unfolded before Gu Jianjun's eyes. There are also women in the house, but the difference is that all the women in the room are naked. They're either kneeling or lying on the ground. Without exception, their necks were all tied with chains. They were no longer human beings, but walking zombies. Some of them even twisted around to please Gu Jianjun when they saw him coming in. These people, just like a group of dogs being kept in captivity. At this moment, Gu Jianjun felt a chill coming from the soles of his feet and into his heart. Cold sweat on the back. It even appeared in an instant. Hell! This is hell. At this moment, Gu Jianjun suddenly thought of what his son said earlier today. This village, there is a ghost. This scene in front of you will cause great discomfort even if you are an adult. At this moment, Gu Jianjun suddenly understood. Why? No one comes out of this village in broad daylight. Why don't you turn on the lights at night? Why did the old woman who claimed to be the village chief deceive herself? Why? When those villagers heard that he was going to call the police, they suddenly looked like that. And why? That mute woman keeps trying to save her life. This village is a hell. A true purgatory on earth. Bang! At this moment, a strange sound came. Gu Jianjun looked back and saw that the gate of the yard where he was closed from the outside. Oops! Gu Jianjun reacted suddenly and hurriedly stepped forward to pull, only to find that the door was motionless. It was obviously locked from the outside. Gu Jianjun suddenly became anxious, because he thought that this village actually hid such a secret. Doesn't that mean my group of people may be in danger? Gu Xiao, you may also be in danger. Must go out. Gu Jianjun looked around the four corners of the yard and immediately looked at the iron cage in the corner. The woman inside was looking at him in fear. Those gazes gave people a tingling feeling. It made Gu Jianjun, for no apparent reason, think of his wife, who had been missing for 5 years. But soon, Gu Jianjun shook his head and got rid of these thoughts. I can't care about that at this time. He quickly came to the iron cage in 3 steps and 2 steps and climbed up along the iron cage. This position was just enough to grab the top of the wall. He looked down at the cages at his feet. He actually wanted to help open the cages, but unfortunately, these cages were covered with thick iron locks. If I have a chance, I will come to save you. Be careful. Without saying a word, Gu Jianjun climbed up the wall, looked at the ground a long way away, took a deep breath, and then jumped down. Crack! By chance, a raised stone on the ground caused Gu Jianjun to fall to the ground on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a heartbreaking pain hit. Gu Jianjun tried to stand up, but the pain from his ankle made him break out in a cold sweat. My feet are sprained. At this time, Aunt Zhang's screams could be heard not far away. Gu Jianjun was immediately anxious. Although the pain in his ankle was unbearable, he could only endure the injury on his foot and stood up with gritted teeth. He hurried towards where Aunt Zhang was. Not long after, Gu Jianjun saw Aunt Zhang fighting with an old man. That old man was obviously Zhao Laoshi. Zhao Laoshi was carrying Zhao Tongtong on his shoulders, but the girl didn't know what happened. She had her eyes closed and was motionless. She seemed to be in a coma, not far away from the two people pulling each other. The woman who smashed the car before was currently squatting in the corner with her head in her arms, at a loss. This look reminded Gu Jianjun of the group of women locked in iron cages he had seen before. Their expressions were exactly the same as this woman's. Hey! Gu Jianjun stopped thinking and shouted. Zhao Laoshi was immediately startled. Seeing Gu Jianjun chasing after him, he was obviously panicked. Aunt Zhang took the opportunity and grabbed Zhao Tongtong on Zhao Laoshi's shoulder. Pull hard. He snatched it from Zhao Laoshi. Zhao Laoshi wanted to turn around and snatch it back, but how could Aunt Zhang let the child leave again? He held on to his child tightly and refused to let go. Zhao Laoshi was immediately annoyed, but seeing Gu Jianjun getting closer and closer, after weighing the situation, the old man finally did not dare to stay any longer. He just took a deep look at Zhao Tongtong, who was still unaware of his personnel, and then flashed. Go into the alley on the side. Disappeared. Seeing this scene, Gu Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. His current condition was very bad. He was covered in mud, the blood on his arms had not stopped, and his feet were also injured. When it comes to fighting, it's a bit of a stretch. However, Gu Jianjun also knew that the situation was urgent. He immediately helped up Aunt Zhang, who was holding Zhao Tongtong in panic, and said, Sister Zhang, the child is okay. Hide quickly. Is everything okay? Aunt Zhang was worried. But why can't she wake up? She must have been drugged. Sister Zhang, don't worry. Just let the doctor take a look when the time comes. Sister Zhang, listen to me. This place is very dangerous, and this village is full of human traffickers. Take the child and find a place to hide it. Hide it here, hide it in this house, and lock the door. You must not be caught. Do you understand? Gu Jianjun opened a nearby courtyard door. No one was inside, and he immediately gave a serious explanation. After finding her daughter, Aunt Zhang had gradually regained her sanity. After hearing what Gu Jianjun said, he nodded immediately. Gu Jianjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Take your phone with you and call the police. But then, Gu Jianjun thought that there was no signal in this village, but he still held out hope. You try your best. If it doesn't work, just find an opportunity to leave quietly when no one is around. Remember, don't look for us. I'm going to find Gu Xiao and Brother Shernao. Be careful. Seeing Aunt Zhang nod again, Gu Jianjun didn't say much. He just helped her pull up the door and gave another warning. Then he turned around, go towards the village committee. But just as he was about to leave, the door opened again, and the woman who smashed the car suddenly stretched out a hand to hold him, without waiting for Gu Jianjun to say anything. The woman handed over a pair of scissors. These are the scissors that the old woman used to commit the murder. Unexpectedly, I don't know when this woman picked it up and kept it hidden on her body. Thank you. Hurry up and hide. Escape if you can. After another instruction, Gu Jianjun didn't hesitate. He grabbed the scissors and walked quickly towards the village committee. My heart is full of anxiety. On the way, Gu Jianjun felt worried. Sure, Chunlai and Gu Xiao should still be kept in the dark. But don't let anything happen. But he was afraid of what would happen. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of the village committee. Bang! The sound was not far away, and Gu Jianjun could hear it clearly. It was a bit like the sound of a gun. But hearing it clearly made Gu Jianjun's scalp numb even more. Soul gun. Something happened. Without any hesitation, Gu Jianjun sped up again. His heart was about to beat at this moment, and even the pain in his feet seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, Gu Jianjun had only one thought. Gu Xiao. But nothing happens. Fortunately, the village itself was not that big. Gu Jianjun ran at full speed, and soon he could see the only village committee with lights on in the village. But the situation here actually left Gu Jianjun in a daze. At the door of the village committee, Shi Chunlai was holding a gun and confronting the old woman who claimed to be the village head. "Old man, we didn't mean to offend. We just wanted to find the child to recognize our relatives. Now it seems that we have indeed found the wrong place. The child is not here at all. Haha, we made a big mistake. Look, this is just a misunderstanding. There is no need to take action, right? How about you tell everyone and we will leave now? Let's keep our distance. How about it?" The situation at the scene was actually not too good. Shi Chunlai and Gu Xiu were hiding in the village committee, but the door lock of the village committee was broken, which was broken by the villagers before. Fortunately, Shi Chunlai had a gun in his hand and pointed it at the door. Staring at everyone, outside the village committee, the villagers had already surrounded the gate, but just now Shi Chunlai fired a shot into the sky to intimidate people. For the time being, I just surrounded the door and didn't rush in. The two sides are negotiating. The old woman has a high status in the village and has obviously seen many big scenes. She is not afraid of being pointed at a gun. She is trying to smile. "Young man, what do you think you are going to do? We have something to talk about, and we don't need to touch anyone, right? What age are we in now? It's not good to use knives or guns." "I don't think so either." Shi Chunlai laughed, then shook his head. "But old man, do you think that if I lose my gun now, my bones will be eaten by your people in a matter of minutes? Look at what you said. You're looking for your children. We will live our lives. And according to what you said, water in the well does not offend the river. Then what did you do just now, old man? What did you start? Didn't I say I asked you to go have a sip of tea? Instead, you started to beat my people. Didn't you start first? Drinking tea?" Shi Chunlai sneered. "Old man, although I, old sure, am not as old as you, I have seen some ups and downs. That tea of yours. I'm afraid I have my life to go, but I don't have my life to drink it." The old woman's face stiffened, and she made a gesture towards the two people around her. There were two young people beside him. They got understanding at this time and immediately retreated quietly. The old woman said again, "Young man, you can't talk nonsense. We, a small village that received poverty subsidies every year, dare to hurt people. Listen to me, put down the gun. If you have anything to say, let's talk it over. There is no need to do anything. Put down the gun." Shi Ching Song laughed. "No, this thing can not only kill birds, but sometimes save lives. If you put it down, can I still live?" At this point, Shi Chunlai raised the barrel of the gun and pointed it at the wall. "That's right. You two guys climbing on the wall, I advise you not to climb around. When I was a soldier, my marksmanship was the best in our company. I can guarantee that the second shot will not go into the sky." As soon as these words came out, the two young men who had quietly retreated and planned to climb in through the walls on both sides. He suddenly froze. "I underestimated you." The old woman also looked livid, with a sharp flash in her eyes. "Tell me, what do you want? Tell your people to step back and let us go." Shi Chunlai spoke without hesitation. When Gu Jianjun and Aunt Zhang rushed out before, Shi Chunlai failed to follow them. Instead, he quietly went to the car. After all, he was in a martial arts world, so he was very wary and always felt that something was not quite right. And it was this vigilance that saved him. Because not long after Gu Jianjun and Aunt Zhang chased him out, a villager sneaked up behind him and planned to take action against Shi Chunlai. There were no warning signs at the time. It was Gu Xiu from upstairs who shouted, causing Shi Chunlai to react. At that time, Shi Chunlai didn't even think about the reason. He took out the gun he had hidden in the car and hid in the village committee. Unexpectedly, the village committee's big lock couldn't stop him at all. At the last moment, it was Shi Chunlai who fired a shot into the air, which resulted in the current situation. To be honest, until now, Shi Chunlai didn't know what the problem was, let alone what was going on in this village. However, there's no need to understand. He just needs to know that this place is not safe. "Leave." The old woman chuckled and said, "Young man, you can leave at any time. You can just drive away now. I won't stop you. As for asking everyone to step back, that's no problem." But just as the old woman finished speaking, a villager on the side suddenly said, "Aunt Tian, we can't let them go. Zhao Laoshi has disappeared. Now that he's gone, if they call the police later, we'll all be dead." "Idiot!" The old woman cursed secretly. But I also know that when the villagers chose to take action against Shi Chunlai because of too much pressure, this matter cannot be fooled easily, and he stopped acting at the moment. Young man, when I let you go, you have to stay here. Look, the children are not happy to let you go. Listen to me. Put down the gun. I will keep you safe. Otherwise, if there are so many of us, if we rush in together, how many people do you think the gun in your hand can hit? I only have one gun, but I can guarantee that the first one who comes in will never survive. Shi Chunlai snorted. These words are quite intimidating. After all, no one wants to be the one who stands out. But unfortunately, when Shi Chun came, the old woman was more aggressive than him. You shot. That's a good feeling. I'm right here, old lady. If you can't hit me. Anyway, I'm quite old, and I'm not afraid of death, he said. He actually took the first step and walked towards the door. He really looked like he had had enough. The villagers behind her, led by the old woman, also stepped forward one after another, and many of them even had weapons in their hands. Chopping knives, sickles, hoes, that sort of thing. Shi Chunlai was also worried. The most fearful thing at this time is this situation. If someone is really not afraid of death and takes the lead, then his soul-breaking gun will be powerless. While he was hesitating whether to jump the old woman first, Gu Xiu on the side suddenly pointed outside the crowd. Dad! My dad is back! Hey, he brought the police with him. As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. Many of the villagers with weapons in their hands were so frightened that they dropped their things and were a loss. Shi Chunlai was also a little confused, but looked into the distance. Where are the figures? But at this moment, Gu Xiu came down from nowhere and was right next to him. Uncle Shi, come with me. Go. In an instant, Shi Chunlai reacted and gave a thumbs up. Little guy, you are so clever. Without hesitation, he followed Gu Xiu to the corner of the village committee. Unexpectedly, there was a hole in the corner of the wall, and the little guy slipped out in a flash. Shi Chunlai didn't hesitate and hurriedly got in. When they just got out of the village committee, the villagers outside also reacted and immediately shouted and chased after him. Shi Chunlai's scalp felt a little numb. But Gu Xiu pulled him again. Don't be stunned. Come with me. With that said, Gu Xiu got into an alley first. Shi Chunlai hurriedly followed, but after running for a while, he realized that Gu Xiu seemed to know the route of this place very well. I remember clearly where there are alleys and where I can walk. In other people's villages, I was left behind and unable to catch up. This is outrageous. Even Shi Chunlai couldn't help but wonder, could this be the ability of a genius? Thinking about his own Shi Qing song, he would probably wet his pants if he encountered this situation. Don't talk about running away with yourself. But in fact, Gu Xiu was not watching a show upstairs for so long, but hard work. Memorizing the route in the village was thanks to the fact that there was a land plan drawing in the office, and Gu Xiu memorized it hard. Naturally, it can't be compared with the locals. But under the dark lights, there is no problem in hiding. Soon after going in circles, the two of them got into an abandoned pigsty and hid. Shi Chunlai was a little worried. I just don't know. How are your dad and the others? Don't worry, my dad is hiding, just over there at the village committee. Gu Xiu said. He was upstairs before and saw Gu Jianjun sneaking back. He also hinted to Gu Jianjun not to act rashly. That's good. Although Lao Gu is naive sometimes, he is also a smart man. Shi Chunlai nodded. Next, we still have to find a chance to run out. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out even if we wait until dawn. It's dark now, so we can still hide. But when daybreak came, I couldn't hide even if I wanted to. Gu Xiu shook his head and interrupted his thoughts. It's impossible. The road out of the village must be guarded now. The people in the village will definitely not let us leave. Why? Shi Chunlai was a little depressed. Are these people crazy? They just come to the village and want to kill us. Gu Xiu shook his head. He was not a god, so he naturally didn't know what Gu Jianjun had seen. He was able to do this just because he was suspicious of this place. We'll wait for the police to come. Gu Xiu replied. Police? Shi Chunlai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's useless. There is no signal in this village. I thought about calling the police before, but the call couldn't be reached at all. But Gu Xiu smiled. Don't worry, the police will probably arrive in a while. Did you call the police? Sure Chunlai suddenly became energetic and full of surprises. No. Sure Chunlai's face froze, but before he could ask, Gu Xiu blinked. But on the way here, I sent him a text message. If I don't reply to him within an hour, I will call the police immediately. Counting the time, I should have called the police before. And this thing? Sure Chunlai felt happy and immediately praised Gu Xiu for his intelligence. Only Gu Xiu smiled bitterly. How smart is this? If you are really smart, you shouldn't be so foolish as to be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. When he came to this village for the first time today, Gu Xiu noticed that there was something wrong with this village and even thought about asking Gu Jianjun to call the police. But Gu Jianjun was right. There was no basis for it, and it was impossible for people to waste police resources for no reason. So in the end, Gu Xiu did not insist on calling the police. But who would have thought that this could happen? Fortunately, when he came to the village for the first time, Gu Xiu found that there was no signal here. So just to be on the safe side, he specially sent Luo Xiong a text message on the way to the village for the second time. This is the last line of insurance. Now it seems that this insurance is correct, but I don't know. When will the police arrive? What followed was a long wait. The two of them hid in the pig pen and waited for half an hour. There were people passing by all the time, and it could be heard from their conversation that the whole village was currently searching for them, and the roads out of the village were also heavily guarded. This was Gu Xiu's prediction that was accurate. Fortunately, the good news is that until now, although the village has carried out large-scale mobilization, there's been no harvest so far. They didn't find anyone. Gu Xiu and Gu Xiu were excited, but they did not dare to speak and were still waiting patiently. After another half hour, the search activity began to decrease. Shi Chunlai quietly slipped out to take a look at the situation and found that the search in the village was still continuing, but concentrated near the village entrance. It seems that they thought we were hiding at the entrance of the village and trying to sneak out. Shi Chunlai breathed a sigh of relief. Our place is dark under the lamp. It is indeed dark under the lamp. Gu Xiu deliberately led him in a circle before, and finally quietly touched the place near the village committee. But when Gu Xiu heard this, he didn't relax. Instead, he frowned. Concentrated at the entrance of the village? Something's wrong. In an instant, Gu Xiu thought of something. What's wrong? Since they can't find us, they won't just give up. Instead, they should search more carefully. But now that so much time has passed, they didn't repeat the search, but concentrated on the entrance of the village. That only means that someone showed traces near the entrance of the village and was even caught. Gu Xiu said with an ugly expression. What? Shi Chunlai's expression suddenly changed. What you said makes sense. I'll go to the entrance of the village to check the situation. You and I. Gu Xiu wanted to follow, but Shi Chunlai shook his head directly. Don't come with me. It's better for me to run alone. You hide here. Gu Xiu frowned, but he also understood that Shi Chun was right and nodded immediately. Shi Chunlai left quickly. But not long after, Shi Chunlai came back again, bringing bad news. Your Aunt Zhang was caught. I heard that she planned to sneak out to call the police, but she happened to be caught by the people blocking the entrance to the village. This, Gu Xiu frowned, and at this moment, the village radio suddenly heard a sound, and the old woman's voice came from the radio. Those who are still hiding, stop hiding. We have captured your people. Come to the village committee now, or I will chop them into pieces in 5 minutes. It's okay if you don't come. You're just a bunch of rats. You can't escape. In Xiaoxi village, you will never escape. This time it was obviously not a scam, because you can clearly hear Aunt Zhang's angry scolding next to her. There was even a tearing sound. But with a slap, the broadcast ended. After the broadcast ended, Shi Chunlai raised his eyebrows immediately. Oh no, your dad's stupid young man will definitely go up to save people. Obviously, Shi Chunlai also understood Gu Jianjun's character very well. Gu Xiu was equally helpless. He looked at the time. Because he didn't know the police's attitude, he couldn't tell when the police would arrive. But now the other party only gives 5 minutes. What to be done? I'll go. Shi Chunlai stood up immediately, without giving Gu Xiu a chance to speak. I'm going to buy time. You just keep hiding and come out when you hear the alarm. After saying that, seeing that Gu Xiu was still refusing, Sure Chunlai rubbed his head and said with a smile, "You kid, don't act like a hero at this time. Your life is at stake. Do you understand? Besides, you Uncle Sure and I have never seen anything in the world, and among the pork ribs in the village, I can knock one of them down with one punch, so you can rest assured." Seeing Gu Xiu agree, Sure Chunlai breathed a sigh of relief and tightened the gun in his hand. Drilled out again. But when he was about to leave, Sure Chunlai added, "Gu Xiu, you are smart and will definitely be promising in the future. If something happens to me, Uncle Sure, I will help you in the future and take care of my two little stones." Hey, what am I talking about? Okay, you hide it and don't come out until you hear the alarm bell. After that, Sure Chunlai stepped away. After Sure Chunlai left, Gu Xiu also slipped out immediately. However, he did not choose to go to the village committee, but walked in another direction. In his hand, holding the lighter that fell from Sure Chunlai's pocket, sitting back and waiting for death was never what Gu Xiu liked to do. On the other side, Xiaoxi village committee, when Sure Chunlai came here quietly with a gun, he immediately saw the tied up Aunt Zhang. Her face was covered with scars, her whole body was tied tightly, and even her mouth was taped up with transparent tape. The old woman was holding a kitchen knife and sitting in front of Aunt Zhang, sharpening the knife. The scene was extremely captivating. While sharpening the knife, the old woman lowered her head and said, "We just want to live. Why do you have to come and force us? Xiaoxi village is so poor that everyone can't survive. At first, we could barely make ends meet by hunting, but then you stopped hunting and you didn't even want to marry a woman. We don't even have a woman in Xiaoxi village. Not even a woman. You are trying to make us extinct. You want us to destroy the village. We just want to make some money, survive, and continue the family line. What's wrong? There are so many people who have lost their children and women. Why do they come to us?" At this point, the old woman stopped talking. "Knife. It's sharpened." The old woman stood up slowly and turned to look at Aunt Zhang, with resentment on her wrinkled face. "It's time. It's time to send you on your way. The time has come. It's time to send you on your way." When she said this, the old woman's eyes were full of viciousness, and even the look she looked at Aunt Zhang was inhumane at all. It seemed she saw it. Not a living person. It's a lamb that has been tied up. Lamb to the slaughter. When she was young, she must have been a powerful executioner. The kitchen knife in her hand was directly pressed into Aunt Zhang's throat. But not the throat, but the arteries in the neck. If this knife goes down, it's hard to save the gods. But fortunately, the old woman had just finished holding the knife and was about to cut Aunt Zhang's throat. A roar sounded. "Stop!" A smile suddenly appeared on the old woman's face. Looking sideways, he saw Gu Jianjun limping out from the shadows. So good at kung fu. The blood on Gu Jianjun's arm had solidified, and his arm looked red. Horrifying. His complexion was even more pale, bloodless, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. In this season, when the temperature is not yet warmed up, such sweating is obviously painful. However, his eyes were extremely firm, and he stared at the old woman. "If you do this, you will harm the whole village." "Ha! You will harm the whole village?" The old woman sneered. "If I didn't do this, Xiaoxi village would have been gone long ago. If you can't hunt, you could do other things. Why do you have to be a human trafficker?" Gu Jianjun looked gloomy. When the word human trafficker came out of his mouth, Gu Jianjun almost gritted his teeth and said it. And these 3 words made many people in the village understand. I'm telling you, they must have discovered something. Fortunately, they didn't let them go. They know our secret. If we let them go, we would be doomed. Kill them. We can't let them go. Yes, we can't leave them alive. The moment the disguise was taken off, this ordinary-looking small mountain village finally revealed its most ferocious scene. In hell, no one is innocent, the old woman hummed. Anyway, some people don't want children, and many even throw them on the roadside. We help them give their children a chance to live. What's wrong? Are you giving your children a chance to live? You're making profits for yourself by robbing other people's children. Gu Jianjun looked cold. What's wrong with profit-making? How else can we live? But have you ever thought about what happens to a family that has lost its family? None of my business. The old woman curled her lips and said, "Young man, this is a cannibalistic world. Either you die or I live. If you can't live anymore, what else do you want others to do? Can you care?" Gu Jianjun shook his head. "But you are a human being. Is it that important to be a human or a ghost?" The old woman shook her head and smiled. "Okay, you'll be your good person, and I'll be my evil ghost. In the future, when you go to the underworld and you want to seek revenge from me, I will take care of you, old lady. But now," after saying that, the old woman waved her hand, and several villagers stepped forward and controlled Gu Jianjun in an instant. Gu Jianjun did not resist. In other words, he simply did not have the strength to resist, so he allowed the villagers to tie him up. However, when he was pulled to Aunt Zhang's side, Gu Jianjun moved slightly and got closer to Aunt Zhang. No one paid much attention to this scene. "Have you found the man with the gun and the child?" Someone threw himself into the trap, which made the old woman very happy and turn around to ask. "But it's a pity." Her answer was a shake of the head. "There are only 20 or 30 people in the village. It is really not easy to find 2 people hiding in this dark situation. The man with the gun is a thief, and that kid is also very clever. He can't find anything normal. But since they don't come, then you have to pay a price." The old woman laughed evilly, and then moved her eyes on Gu Jianjun and Aunt Zhang. Finally, the old woman seemed to have come up with some brilliant idea and pointed at Gu. "Jianjun, remove his legs. That kid is quite smart, but I don't know, he is unfilial." As soon as these words came out, 2 villagers walked out. In hand, each hold an axe. He walked slowly towards Gu Jianjun, feeling full of pressure. Gu Jianjun just stood there blankly, without even frowning. He didn't know whether he had given up resisting or was frightened. But where no one saw it, Gu Jianjun was desperately cutting the rope on his body with scissors. From the corner of his eye, he looked at the old woman standing not far in front of him from time to time. He really didn't come prepared. But now that he has come out, he is not unprepared. It is his plan to capture the thief first. If he rushes in arrogantly, there will definitely be no good ending. But if he used some other method to catch people by surprise, that's not necessarily the case. Now, the plan is going smoothly. Next, wait for others to relax their vigilance, and you will naturally succeed. But when Gu Jianjun was prepared, in the shadows on the other side, Shi Chunlai was holding the shotgun, and the muzzle of the gun kept shaking back and forth from the old woman and the man with the axe. This gun was an old-fashioned shotgun stuffed with steel balls. It had a limited range. He was not sure whether the flying steel balls would hurt Gu Jianjun, but obviously, he had to make a decision quickly. In the end, Shi Chunlai still pointed his gun at the axeman, and he had to come out, or at least delay it. However, everyone present obviously didn't know about the 2 people's plan, and no one will know, because before the 2 of them took action, a flash of fire suddenly appeared not far away. Immediately afterwards, flames shot into the sky. "It's on fire! Ah, it's on fire! It's on fire!" Someone noticed it immediately, looked into the distance, and found that not far away, several houses were already bursting into flames. After being stunned for a moment, someone was the first to react. "Put out the fire! Put out the fire! Put out the fire! It's my house that's burning! Put out the fire quickly! Put out the fire quickly! All my belongings are at home! Quick, 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 buckets! Where are the buckets? Go put out the fire!" The scene instantly became chaotic. One of the men carrying an axe immediately dropped the axe in his hand, turned around, and rushed towards the fire. What's burning is his house. Others did not dare to be careless. There were no red brick houses in this village. Most of them were adobe thatched houses. With such a big fire, if you are not careful, it may set the whole village on fire. And what made everyone even more panicked was, it's not just one place that's on fire, there are other places. It's burning over there too. It's on fire in the back too. It's burning at the entrance of the village too. Quickly put out the fire. Go put out the fire quickly. Don't be stunned. Chaos. Completely. The whole village was in complete chaos. No one thought that the village that was fine just now would be burned down at this moment. And what no one expected was even more so. The ignition points were in multiple places, almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, in this chaos, the crowd gathered and the village committee dispersed, and the only ones left were the man who apologized to Shi Qing's song at the beginning and the village elder woman. In fact, the man also planned to run to put out the fire, but he was stopped by the old woman. Xiaowen, don't be fooled. Mom, but our house is also on fire. If it burns, it will burn. If the house is burned, it will be rebuilt at worst. These people must not be let go, the old woman said in a loud voice. The man hesitated, but finally stayed where he was. The old woman, with a pale face at this time, slowly walked up to Gu Jianjun and said, "What a good idea. It's really a good idea." But, as she said that, the old woman took out a woodcutter from her arms and said, "You must die today." As she said that, the old woman suddenly raised the woodcutter, but at this moment, Gu Jianjun rolled on the spot and avoided this crazy knife. Then he grabbed the old woman's calf and dragged her to the ground. The old woman obviously didn't expect that Gu Jianjun would untie the rope, and she was in a panic for a moment. Fortunately, she still kept her eldest son here. The man named Xiaowen rushed up immediately and punched and kicked Gu Jianjun. Shi Chunlai, who was still aiming from a distance, finally put down the shotgun when he saw the three people struggling together. Jump up and join the battle. For people, 3 men and 1 old man, had a complete scuffle in front of the village committee door. At the beginning, Shi Chunlai thought that as 2 adults, he would be able to defeat an old man and a young man, but he never expected it. The man named Xiaowen was frighteningly strong. Gu Jianjun, on the other hand, was already injured and could hardly do anything except get beaten. When he joined the team fight, he couldn't tell the winner. The 4 of them just started fighting each other. By the end of the fight, they didn't even know who their opponent was. Fortunately, when I was confused, a pleasant alarm bell sounded to my ears from a short distance away. Gu Xiu, said the police. Coming. The next day, when Gu Jianjun opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the hanging infusion tube and the standard white ceiling of the hospital. He wanted to look around, but before he could turn his head, pain quickly hit him all over his body. It's like a song that was put into the liveliest part, paused for a long time, and then started playing again. From the head, to the arms, to the waist, and finally to the ankles. There is no place that does not hurt. The sour feeling made Gu Jianjun, who always regarded himself as a macho man, couldn't help but groan. Hey, Dad, are you awake? Fortunately, at this painful moment, Gu Jianjun saw his son sticking his head out. Seeing this familiar face, Gu Jianjun's empty heart suddenly returned to his stomach. My son is fine. He's still alive. This proves that everything is fine. As soon as this breath came out, Gu Jianjun felt dizzy and even a little dizzy. But at this moment, his boy suddenly clicked his tongue and said, Dad, a man, no matter how painful it is, you have to endure it. You said this when you spanked me last time. Why does it not work here? Gu Jianjun was stunned and immediately became angry and glared at his boy angrily. This brat, you don't care about me, but you come here to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge? People do things? Daddy, why are you staring at me like that? Am I wrong? However, Gu Xiu was not afraid of Gu Jianjun on the hospital bed at all. He even raised his face provocatively and said, If you can, try slapping me. But unfortunately, it was a sick person after all, so Gu Xiu easily dodged it. What's even more annoying is, this kid got the advantage and behaved well, and came to the end of the bed. Come on, Dad. Don't you like kicking me the most? Try kicking me. Wait for me. Gu Jianjun tried it, but the result was that he still didn't kick, which made him angry. I even thought about it in my heart. After going back, I must let this kid peel off his skin. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu, who had been wildly provocative before, now rushed towards the door of the ward with excitement. While running, he shouted, Doctor, doctor, my dad's awake. I just tried it, and my dad can still move his hands and feet, and he can even curse. To be honest, when he heard this, Gu Jianjun's anger suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. This brat, still so solid. Soon, a doctor in a white coat came and looked at pupils and measured blood pressure. After an examination, he came to the conclusion, although the injuries are serious, they are basically skin trauma. The head was hit, and it's a bit cerebral and needs rest. There's also an ankle injury that will take a while. Doctor, will there be any sequelae? Gushio was still a little worried. Don't worry, there are no side effects. You just need to rest well during this period. After all, you hurt your head. Try to sleep on your side. After saying a few more precautions, the doctor left. Gushio approached him again. Dad, you are so fierce. Gangun, I get a headache when I see you. Gu Jianjun cursed angrily. I wanted to rub my head, but found that there should be stitches on my head. He couldn't remember clearly what was going on at that time. The only thing he knew was that he kept dodging or suddenly hitting him with his elbow. In fact, Gu Jianjun also wanted to ask about what happened next. For example, in the case of Shi Chunlai and Aunt Zhang, unfortunately, their heads were too dizzy and they fell asleep after a while. When I woke up again, the lights were on in the ward. Jianjun, wake up. This time the person sitting next to him was Zhang Zuoyan. Compared to Gu Xiao, who was angry with me, when he woke up, Zhang Zuoyan would not do that and carefully helped Gu Jianjun up. He was given water and asked where he felt uncomfortable. It's okay, Sister Zhang. It's much better than before, and my head is not so dizzy. Gu Jianjun said, That's good. Aunt Zhang suddenly burst into tears of joy. Fortunately, you're okay. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in this life. Sister Zhang, it's not as serious as you said. Not to mention that I'm fine, right? Gu Jianjun smiled, and then asked, Sister Zhang, where is your Rong? Rong has been found. He has been found. Now he is living with Brother Shi at his house with Zhou Hao and Gu Xiao. I will guard him tonight. Aunt Zhang replied hastily, her face full of joy. In her account, Gu Jianjun also learned what happened later that night. Not long after their scuffle, the police came, and for some unknown reason, armed police were dispatched directly into the village with live ammunition. It was them who separated Gu Jianjun and others who were completely stunned. The most seriously injured person is the village chief. The second most serious injury is you. Brother Shi is also injured, but not seriously because he holds a gun and is under investigation, so we can't see him for the time being. After hearing this, Gu Jianjun made a sound. Brother Shi, don't worry. Gu Xiao has found a lawyer. He said that this kind of thing is nothing these days, and the gun is not very lethal. By then, he will probably be detained for a few days, educated and criticized, and then he will be fine after paying the fee and taking the gun away. Aunt Zhang's words made Gu Jianjun relax. He had been worried about this. But think about it. A few decades ago, this kind of local gun was really nothing. It was only in the 1990s that everyone began to collect guns, but in fact, many people still hide them privately. This kind of thing, in this era, it is really not uncommon, especially in some small cities and towns. Face this situation. Generally speaking, as long as you're not hurting someone with a gun, violating laws and disciplines, or endangering society, you will basically focus on criticism and education. Think about it. Shi Chunlai's gun didn't have much firepower, and it really didn't hurt anyone. He just needed to communicate well and find a way out. It's really not a big deal. What happened next? Relaxed, Gu Jianjun asked about the follow-up. In fact, the follow-up is nothing special. The armed police with live ammunition appeared on the stage. With such a terrifying force, Xiaoxi village could be described as devastating in front of them. In less than half an hour, 25 of the 32 people in Xiaoxi village were caught on the spot. There were 6 more, and they were later caught one after another. However, they were not present when the arrest was made because they all followed the ambulance back directly. Gu Jianjun underwent suture treatment that night. Is there another one who ran away? Although Gu Jianjun injured his head, fortunately, he had no problem with math. Yes, there is another one who ran away. Zhang Zuoyan was a little angry. It's Zhao Laoshi who abducted our Rong. He ran away first and has not been caught yet. Gu Jianjun comforted. It will be fine once the child is found. I believe the police will make the bad guys pay the price. Yes, the bad guys must pay the price. Zhang Zuoyan nodded and smiled. Last night, Xiaoxi village was completely wiped out, and their trafficking in women and children was also discovered. I heard that Jiang Cheng set up a task force that night. I don't know the status of the case yet. But one thing is certain. This matter, it's a big deal. This kidnapping case in Xiaoxi village is indeed a big deal. After all, the armed police with live ammunition also discovered a yard where Gu Jianjun entered by mistake after searching the village. When they see, a total of 41 trafficked women were kept in iron cages like animals and played with at will. The nature of this matter is destined to be extremely bad. After all, these abducted women basically have a certain mental state. Something went wrong. In addition to these women, there are more than 20 children. Although they're not as miserable as the women, most of them are not easy. This incident can even be regarded as the most vicious case of abduction of women and children in the new century. Immediately, it attracted a lot of attention. It was even said that the higher-ups paid personal attention to it and even spoke directly. This case must be taken seriously. In the next few days, there were no media reports on this trafficking case that shocked the country because it was still in the investigation stage. However, this can be seen from the fact that news broadcasts and related reports began to frequently show concern about the trafficking of women and children. When the Xiaoxi village abduction and trafficking case was finalized, a huge storm is about to come. In other words, the storm has already begun, but ordinary people don't know it yet. And in the next few days, Gu Jianjun is very busy. In addition to continuing to receive medical treatment and recovery, I also received several police transcripts along the way. Most of the time, Gu Jianjun was receiving condolences. In the beginning, it was just acquaintances, fellow villagers, friends, business partners, etc. This could only be regarded as a visit, but it will be different later. The first person to express condolences was Jiang Cheng's second-in-command, who came with reporters. In addition to telling Gu Jianjun to take a good rest and recuperate, he also kept praising him as the people's hero. Gu Jianjun was so frightened at that time that he struggled to get up from the bed. Flattered. But soon, when big bosses from all walks of life arrived one after another and countless media swarmed in, Gu Jianjun calmed down a lot. I even started to worry. What to do with so many fruit baskets? In short, when Gu Jianjun was hospitalized for a week and was able to go home to rest. In Gu Jianjun's identity, he not only has the title of a gourmet food shop owner, but also has the title of a brave hero. This is not a claim, but he was serious, received awards and certificates for his bravery, and even appeared on TV stations and newspapers. The only thing that made Gu Jianjun unhappy was, when being interviewed by the media, Gu Jianjun wanted to stand in front of the camera, but the reporters asked him to sit in a wheelchair. Even the bandage on the head cannot be removed. Of course, this is a minor issue. In addition to Gu Jianjun, Shi Chunlai also received the honorable title of bravery for justice. However, he had violated discipline after all, and was not interviewed much. He went home after 3 days of treatment and forced criticism and education. Compared to Gu Jianjun, it's a lot more low-key. On the day he was discharged from the hospital, Shi Chunlai held a family dinner at his home, and Gu Jianjun was taken directly to Shi Chunlai's home. The three families of Shi, Gu, and Zhang gathered together. It's fun. The reason why it is said to be the Zhang family is because both Zhou Hao and Zhou Rong have changed their surnames to Zhang Zuolian, which means that from now on, they have nothing to do with Zhou Dicai, who is still in prison. The adults ate, drank, and talked about grown-up things, while the children also had their own circles. After this experience, Shi Qingsong had already admired Gu Xiu to the point of admiration. Brother Xiu, you are so awesome. You can actually light up the whole village. If it were me, I would definitely not be as powerful as you. Only you? Are you the only one who is qualified to compare with my brother Xiu? Sure. Jian didn't give any face at all. Brother, if you are there, you will probably wet your pants with fear on the spot. What did you say, stinky girl? I'm so unbearable. Isn't that right? Hey, you damn girl. You'd better not let me catch you in the future. You can still catch me with your head. Sure, Jian curled her lips with disdain. But you'd better be careful, or I'll tell Dad that you secretly signed the transcript yourself. You. Shi Qing-song was immediately angry, but in the end he smiled awkwardly. Everything my sister said is right. Compared with this pair of living treasures, the siblings Zhang Hao and Zhang Rong are relatively less adventurous. After all, they have had too many hard times and have to be more mature than their peers since childhood. However, when facing Gu Xiu, no matter how mature he is still a child. Even Zhang Rong couldn't help but praise, Xiao Xiu is really amazing. The road in Xiaoxi village is very winding. If a stranger goes to the village for a few days, he will get lost accidentally, but Xiao Xiu can remember the road in the village and can hide. No, my brother Xiu is invincible. Shi Qing-song laughed. Try your best to pick up what Zhang Rong said. Fortunately, the word dog licking has not yet appeared, otherwise his current state would be a bit like that. Zhang Hao had never been to Xiaoxi village, so he didn't feel anything. At this moment, he was just very curious and asked, Brother Xiu, I just want to know how you lit the fire later. I heard that several places were on fire at the same time. Can you really fly? Of course not. Gu Xiu shook his head and smiled. But there are other children in the village. Yes, other children. This can be considered luck. In fact, what Gu Xiu thought about at first was simply setting fire. Because he wanted to attract people and keep distance, he deliberately chose another direction. But his purpose is just to light a fire and attract attention. He didn't want to cause casualties. So before lighting the fire, I quietly took a look inside. This sight made Gu Xiu discover the place where the traffickers kept the children. Most of these children had been abducted recently, waiting to be sold. Unlike the women who closed the iron cages with chains, the children were not so strict. Gu Xiu just knocked off the lock on the door and let them all out. Let the child go. Gu Xiu encouraged a few older children to light the fire separately. This resulted in the chaos of multiple fires happening at the same time. It can be said, luck was a very important factor. After all, if Gu Xiu lit a fire by himself, he would be caught if he lit one or two places at most. But it would be different if the children were all separated. The entire Xiaoxi village villagers could only run around trying to make ends meet. Gu Jianjun and Shi Chunlai both took generals. Gu Xiu's contribution to this matter was not small, so naturally there was no way there would be no movement. Although I didn't get the courage to do justice. But the school has already sent a notice that a citywide primary and secondary school medal meeting will be held for him soon to set him up as a role model for primary and secondary school students. It will start when school starts in March. The education department even plans to launch a proposition composition contest with participants from all primary and secondary schools in the province. There is only one topic. Our little hero, Gu Xiu. Of course, whether it is a TV report or an official announcement from the education department, it is still internal news for the time being. Even the interview has ended, but it has not been leaked to the outside world yet. Because, along with the rigorous investigation of Xiaoxi village, a huge industrial chain was slowly unearthed. Police plan. Completely capture this ugly industrial chain and then make a public announcement. Therefore, these halos of glory are currently only known to oneself. Neither Gu Jianjun nor Shi Chunlai refused. In particular, when they heard more and more ugly news about Xiaoxi village from Zhang Rong, they began to chain up the human traffickers. It is even more full of malice. In fact, as soon as Zhang Rong came back, someone wanted to ask her about her experience in the past 5 years. But after all, the child had just come back and still needed to adapt and calm down. So the questioning was not carried out immediately. But after a few days of contact with a family of 3, Zhang Rong's mood gradually stabilized. And finally, I started to talk about the past 5 years. 5 years ago, it was late spring and summer solstice. Zhou Datsai went to play cards as usual, but because he lost and had no money, he asked his daughter to help him go back and get the money. Zhang Rong is the same as Zhang Hao. He has been full of fear of his father since he was a child, and naturally he does not dare to refuse his father's request. After walking out of the chess and card room, Zhang Rong walked directly towards home. But on the way, she met an old woman with a foreign accent who asked for directions. Zhang Rong naturally helped, but the old man seemed to be old and his brain was not working well. Zhang Rong told him how to get there several times, but the old man still didn't understand. Finally, she asked Zhang Rong to lead her the way. At that time, Zhang Rong was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl who was still in elementary school. She was innocent, kind, and pure. Naturally, he didn't know it was a trap and agreed without thinking. But how could she know? That old man is a human trafficker. Before reaching the destination, the old man suddenly pointed to a van on the side of the road. Let Zhang Rong take her there. Zhang Rong didn't doubt that he was there and didn't even think much about it. But when she brought the old man to the van, she grabbed him with both hands. Pull her to the car. Of course, Zhang Rong struggled desperately, but it was obviously impossible for a little girl to break free. She was quite smart and shouted for help immediately, loudly, hoping to catch the attention of passers-by. She succeeded. The attention of passers-by was quickly attracted, but to Zhang Rong's despair, the traffickers had obviously been prepared for this situation. The old man who asked her for help in the first place slapped her and told the attracted passers-by, Zhang Rong is her granddaughter who ran away from home secretly because she didn't want to study. Their whole family came here just to take their children back. With this said, the doubts of passers-by were also eliminated. Some people even told Zhang Rong that children should study hard so that they can become successful in the future. Finally, the van left under the watchful eyes of many people. Zhang Rong, who was in the car, was also desperate. The van that captured Zhang Rong did not leave Zhou County directly, but stopped at a bungalow on the outskirts of Zhou County, and Zhang Rong was locked inside. She didn't realize it until she entered. There were actually quite a few people inside, mostly children and a few women. In this way, they were imprisoned in the square for 2 days. Someone wanted to run along the way, but unfortunately, there is no way to escape. The escapees were quickly caught and beaten severely. They could only huddle in a corner and wait for their fate. Everyone was scared at that time, but we didn't dare to cry, because whoever cried would starve and be beaten. There was a little brother who was very young and kept crying. Later, he was picked up by a trafficker and smashed to the ground. From then on, he didn't dare to cry anymore. The trafficker said that he was stunned by the beating and planned to take him to another place and throw him on the street to beg. Speaking of this, there was still fear in Zhang Rong's eyes. Aunt Zhang burst into tears at that time. She hugged her daughter and cried until she couldn't stop crying. She kept saying things like, "Mom, I'm sorry for the child suffering." Others were the same, feeling moved in their hearts. This is still a child, but he has to go through a terrifying experience that many adults cannot bear. Gu Jianjun was also silent. After he came back, he did not tell anyone in detail about the terrible hell he saw in the courtyard of Xiaoxi village. But he knows. Zhang Rong was lucky enough to survive. "Mom, please stop crying. Rong has never blamed you." Zhang Rong looked particularly mature and thoughtfully helped her mother wipe away her tears. Speaking of which, I can only blame myself for being young and naive. Besides, haven't I always been good? Zhang Zuolian forced a smile, but her smile was full of heartache. Zhang Rong is now 16 or 17 years old, but already the childlike innocence and brilliance that a child of this age should have has long since disappeared. On the contrary, this child behaves extremely mature and sensible. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. After all, sensibleness and premature maturity are often accompanied by pain. Nothing really happened to me. I haven't even encountered any danger in so many years. Zhang Rong smiled sweetly and turned to look at Gu Jianjun. "Thank you to Aunt Ya. If it weren't for Aunt Ya, something might have happened to me." Aunt Ya. The appearance of these two words immediately attracted Gu Jianjun's attention. Even Gu Xiao, who had been silent all this time, looked up at Zhang Rong. "Aunt Ya." This is Zhang Rong's name for Gu Xiao's mother. Rong, you. Have you really met your Aunt Ya? Aunt Zhang was also surprised and stared at her daughter. "Of course I have." Zhang Rong nodded, and then asked strangely, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Aunt Ya in the past few days. Has Aunt Ya not come back?" "What? Return?" Everyone was stunned, and Gu Jianjun couldn't help but ask, Rong, what do you mean by this? Wasn't your Aunt Ya taken away by the traffickers with you?" "What? Why do you think your aunt you should be back? Gu Jianjun couldn't help but be surprised. Ever since his wife disappeared, he had never stopped thinking about that woman. But it's a pity. There has been no news about his wife. It's like he has completely disappeared from the world. But now, could it be that there is something going on here? Zhang Rong was also a little surprised, frowned and thought hard, but hesitated for a moment, and continued. After I was locked up, the traffickers sent many people one after another. Everyone cried miserably when they first came in. But when the last car of people came down at night, there was one person who didn't shed a single tear. That person is Aunt Ye. I recognized Aunt Ye immediately at that time. Although I had not met her a few times, I had always had a deep influence on Aunt Ye, so I rushed over to look for Aunt Ye. But Aunt Ye pushed me away at that time and said that I must have recognized the wrong person. What? Everyone was a little puzzled. What is going on? Jianju, my brothers and sisters are so smart. Sure, Chunlai on the side couldn't help but admire. Seeing everyone's surprise, Sure Chunlai immediately explained. This kind of human traffickers are a group of extremely vicious people, and they are also very vigilant people. Likewise, they're also very good at taking advantage of people's psychology. Although people have been abducted, if you want the abducted people to obey, you have to find some excuse. If the human traffickers know that the younger siblings are related to Rong Rong, then the human traffickers will definitely use the relationship between the two parties to threaten them. In that case, the situation will only become more dangerous. Hiss! Everyone suddenly gasped. If Gu Xiu's mother also thought of this, then this woman is indeed a smart person. Zhang Chunlian nodded excitedly. Yes, Sister Ye has been smart since she was a child. She must have thought of this. Zhang Rong also nodded. Aunt Ye did think of this. I didn't understand it at first. I cried and made trouble. I even suspected that she was with the human traffickers. But Aunt Ye just shook her head and said nothing. She waited until night, when everyone was asleep at dawn. Aunt Ye quietly woke me up and told me this. Moreover, in the next few days, Aunt, you taught me not to cry or make trouble, and to behave as well as possible. According to Aunt Ye, I was never beaten, even in Xiaoxi village later. I also followed what Aunt Ye taught me, and tried to be non-hostile, so I was able to come to Jiangxing to study. The time I was with Aunt Ye, she taught me a lot. According to Zhang Rong's account, they stayed in Jiangxing for 3 days. And during those 3 days, every day, Gu Xiu's mother continued to instill various ways of survival into Zhang Rong and taught her how to hide her true thoughts, how to protect yourself in times of danger, and all other means. When everyone was exclaiming at this woman's intelligence, Gu Jianjun had already burst into tears and became a tearful man. Xia, even Gu Xiu, as a reborn guest. At this time, I was also heartbroken. However, the two men did not interrupt Zhang Rong's story, but listened silently to her dangerous experience. 3 days in Jiangxing. Every day, the human trafficker organization brings back many new abducted women and children. She saw a lot of human tragedies in those 3 days. She saw a woman being forcibly dragged out. When she came back, she was disheveled and looked miserable. She also saw a child whose hands and feet were broken on the spot, put into a van and taken away early. Even, someone died right inside their house. But the traffickers just dragged the bodies out in the middle of the night, dug a hole, and buried the people. Those 3 days were also hell. During those 3 days, although Gu Xiu's mother did not show that she knew Zhang Rong, she always tried to protect Zhang Rong. When Aunt Ye was being dragged out, a person also saw Aunt Ye and wanted to drag Aunt Ye out. Aunt Ye didn't struggle and just said something. She was still there for the first time. If she sold it, she could sell it for a big price. I didn't know what it meant at the beginning, but what I didn't expect was that after Aunt Ye said this, the traffickers never touched Aunt Ye again. Many people thought that Aunt Ye was very powerful and begged Aunt Ye to help them, but I saw that in fact at that time, Aunt Ye was shaking with fear. I even noticed that she actually glanced at the corner from time to time at that time. Later I asked Aunt Ye, and Aunt Ye just smiled. She told me that sometimes some things are more important than life. Everyone was silent. Even Shi Chunlai couldn't help but glance at Gu Jianjun. That is a strange woman. What happened next? Gu Jianjun asked. Later, we were also taken away. Zhang Rong continued. 3 days after being captured, the people locked up in their room were all tied up, stuffed into wooden boxes, and then carried to the car and taken away. What we are going to is the provincial capital. Zhang Rong couldn't tell the specific location. The only thing they knew was that the place was in the wilderness, and there were no homes around it. There's only a pond, and they were locked up in a large house. That was an abandoned pig farm. After Rong Rong and the others were abducted, 1 year later, the traffickers were arrested. That place is a stronghold of the traffickers, and all the people abducted by them will gather there. Then contact the buyers and sell them all. Gu Jianjun said painfully. This is definitely not a good memory, and even for Gu Jianjun, it is a memory that he does not want to recall. Aunt Zhang also covered her face and cried. That place is similar to Xiaoxi village, even scarier. The ones that sell there are pretty good and will be transferred immediately for handover. But the ones that can't be sold will either stay in the pond forever, or leave some body parts behind and eventually sell them in batches to those begging organizations. Everyone suddenly felt chills down their spines. Even a well-informed person like Shi Chunlai couldn't help but curse at this moment. A bunch of beasts. When you go to that place, if you can't sell, you will be beaten and scolded, because they think that if you can't sell, it will be a waste of food there. Zhang Rong was silent for a moment and continued, I went to see someone the day I arrived, but they didn't like me, so they shook their heads and chose another little brother. In the next few days, I met several more people, but no one wanted me. I was so scared at that time because a trafficker told me that if I couldn't sell it in a few days, my legs would be broken and I would be asked to go with the beggars. I was so scared at the time that I cried all day long. Anki kept comforting me and told me how to make others like me. She told me to be as well-behaved as possible and to be able to serve tea and water. But I was too scared at that time and couldn't do anything. I felt the trafficker's patience was disappearing. When she said this, Zhang Zuolian was already nervously holding on to her daughter. Even if you know, her daughter is now healthy, but Zhang Zuolian is still very scared, and even her heart is hanging. This is actually quite weird. When her daughter first disappeared, she wished that no one wanted her and the traffickers would give her back to her. But when she understood this, she was afraid that no one would want her daughter. Good thing. Zhang Rong's next words made Aunt Zhang breathe a long sigh of relief. During that time, Zhang Rong was really scared to the extreme. After all, she couldn't sell it, and she might lose her hands and feet at any time and become a beggar on the street collecting money for others. This is an absolute nightmare. And just when Zhang Rong was worried to the extreme, a piece of good news came. She is Gu Xiu's mother. It turned out that she was sold by a trafficker to another trafficker who bought a group of people, including Zhang Rong. When the news came out, Zhang Rong understood immediately that it was Aunt Ye who was helping her. Compared with Zhang Rong, who is not popular, Aunt Ye is particularly popular. Even when she first arrived at the abandoned pig pen in the pond, she was offered a price to buy her, but Aunt Ye told the trafficker she deserves a higher price. Later, the trafficker actually believed it, and Aunt Ye stayed in the abandoned pig pen. Fortunately, Gu Xiu's mother was always there. Nothing happened to Zhang Rongcai. Even, in the end, he chose to do everything in his power to protect the daughter of his old friend. The third time, Zhang Rong and Gu Xiu's mother were stuffed into the truck and began to leave the province. When they heard this, Gu Jianjun and Aunt Zhang pricked up their ears, full of nerves, waiting for the next information, because the information they found from the police only ended here. They left the province. No news. Living up to expectations, Zhang Rong's memories continued. The journey was very long this time. We were in the cargo box of the truck, and we didn't know what was going on outside. But the car was shaking hard at the time. Aunt Ye told me that we were probably walking on a mountainous road and asked us to conserve our strength. But the car was shaking so much that many people got motion sickness. I vomited so much that I felt weak all over. I even thought I was going to die. But this time the car stopped. It was noisy outside, like a quarrel. We didn't know what was going on. I just felt scared. Aunt Ye was very happy at the time. She said she must have encountered a road bully and organized us to knock on the car together. Many people did not dare to do this at the time, but Antje told us that this was our only chance to live, the only chance to escape. At this point, Zhang Rong's voice paused slightly. What Aunt Zhang said is absolutely right. That time was indeed our only chance to escape, because we really escaped. Escaped. When they heard these 3 words, everyone present could not help but feel a burst of ecstasy in their hearts. Because according to what Zhang Rong said, it was actually not a good thing that they were bought by the new traffickers, because all the new traffickers wanted were women. Although I didn't know what I was going to do, I realized after thinking about it that it was definitely not a good thing. But at the same time, everyone couldn't help but wonder. Since Zhang Rong said they escaped, why did Zhang Rong fall into the hands of Xiaoxi village in the end? And Gu Xiu's mother is still missing. What is going on here? Actually, everyone knows this. After all, Roadhog is definitely not a bad guy. Although we were all tied up at the time, we were not completely unable to move. Antje asked us to make noise, but when no one moved, Antje hit the car with her head. At that time, I imitated Antje, and that was our only way. Later, more and more people joined us. This method really worked. Soon, we heard someone outside asking what was in the car. The driver said it was an animal, but Antje quickly shouted. People outside understood immediately, and someone opened the car door at that time. Speaking of this, Zhang Rong paused briefly. Even after so many years, she was still deeply impressed by the memory of that time. When we saw the car door being opened and light shining in, everyone in the car laughed, and I wanted to jump up with joy, because at that time, I felt that we were saved and I could go home. But just when I was happiest, Aunt Zhang quietly told me, "Follow her closely." Everyone was shocked. Obviously, Gu Xiu's mother also understood that Roadhog was probably not a good person. Just out of the tiger's mouth, into the wolf's den again. As Zhang Rong spoke, the situation at that time gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. The driver who was driving did encounter a road bully. This is something that still exists in the last century and even in this era. To put it bluntly, it's just buying money from the road. The villagers gathered a group of people, armed with weapons and clubs, set up roadblocks, and demanded money from passing vehicles. Many drivers who drove large trucks in that era encountered this kind of thing. Generally speaking, you can only settle the matter by giving money honestly. No money. It is not uncommon to be beaten and robbed of money, or even murdered. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. Even calling the police will not work. Even if people die, most of them are unjust cases. After all, these road bullies can hide in the mountains and forests before the police arrive. They are very mobile and have no evidence or witnesses. There is no way to do anything to them. Originally, the driver should have planned to give him money, but the commotion in the carriage made the road bullies change their minds. Someone opened the carriage and found the women packed inside like cargo. At that time, they got interested. The driver wanted to resist and even planned to drive away. However, he failed. The road bullies are not so friendly towards these human traffickers. The driver was beaten severely on the spot, and all the money he had with him was dazzled. Even the gasoline in the tank. Take them all away, too. As for the women in the carriage who were about to be transported away, the road bullies did not hesitate. All accepted. Yes, Shiner. Those who can be road bullies are certainly not considered good people. They may not be as ruthless as human traffickers, but they obviously cannot be good people. What's more, there was a car full of abducted women. Most of the road bullies are basically villagers from nearby villages who have no serious business, and many of them are even bachelors. Such a group of women are simply pie from the sky. Of course you can't let it go. On the spot, the women were driven out of the car. After that, he was led directly into the jungle by the road bullies and walked on the mountain road for most of the day. When it was almost dark, finally arrived at the destination. The road bullies did not take them directly to the village, but placed the women in an abandoned forest farm in the mountains. It could be seen that it should be regarded as a secret stronghold of the road bullies. While we were on the road, those people started touching the ants. Everyone was very scared. Even on the road, the ants were scolding Antje, blaming Antje for harming them. I remember that some people said that if it weren't for Antje, They might have escaped, but because of Antya, they might have died in the mountains. While on the road, some people even hit Antya with stones. But Antya didn't say anything. She just protected me tightly and kept telling me not to be afraid. She even said that if she wants to do something later, don't imitate her. When Zhang Rong said this, everyone was silent. Really, Gu Xiu's mother's idea of letting everyone attract Roadhog finally got rid of the human traffickers and the hell they were about to face. But again, also fell into a new quagmire. But it seems like Gu Xiu's mother has something on her mind. When this idea came to her mind, Zhang Rong had already spoken again. When we arrived in the village, some people wanted to rob someone. The aunties were crying at the time, but they didn't dare to resist, so they could only follow the people away. At that time, a person wanted to bully Antya, so he took her to a small shack, but Antya seemed to be crazy. She would rather die than be dragged away. In the end, she even grabbed a tree and banged her head against the tree. I was so scared that I cried, because Antya's head was covered with blood and looked very scary. Even the others were frightened. Zhang Rong's eyes were still frightened, and Gu Jianjun clenched his fists tightly. What happened next? Then there was too much noise, and someone who seemed to be in charge came forward. It was he who stopped everyone, and Antya stopped hitting the tree. That person seemed to be very curious about Antya, and chatted with Antya for a while under the tree. I couldn't hear clearly because they were too far away, but after the conversation, the person told those people not to bully us. They also gave us food and a place to live. And in the next few days, no one really bullied us, except not letting us leave. We can move around freely there, and even sit together and chat, and the food is very good. How did this happen? Everyone was a little surprised. Roadhogs are not rules-based, not even the roadhogs of the last century. It's normal to have blood on your hands. How could he be convinced by Gu Xiu's mother in just a few words? Don't ask me. In fact, not only me, but also the aunts who were with us don't understand why Antya was able to convince that person. Zhang Rong saw everyone's doubts and shook her head. On the first night we lived there, everyone was so scared that no one dared to sleep. Some aunts even thought that Antya was in the same group with those people. They even beat Antya and forced her to question her. Fortunately, when people outside came in, Antya was not injured. In the next few days, everyone also discovered that there was good food and drink there, and no one would come in and harass us at night, so we gradually got used to it. Even later, the men there would even take the initiative to help us with things and talk and laugh with everyone. Everyone felt that those people regarded us as friends. It went like this for 7 or 8 days. Some aunts even said that the men had promised to send them home in a few days. Everyone was very happy. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. It's strange that these road bullies suddenly changed their temper, and even said that they would send the women who were abducted by human traffickers home. Is this possible? I'm afraid there is no such possibility at all. Sure enough, Zhang Rong said, but when everyone was relaxing, Antya told me that those people are bad. People, if you have a chance, run away immediately and never stop. I didn't understand at the time, but I believed what Antya said, so I was always prepared and ready to escape at any time. On the 8th day we lived there, at night, Antya was called out by the man named Nong Ge. That known brother would occasionally call Antya out to chat. He usually just sat and chatted by the bonfire on the other side. No one thought much about it. Unlike this time, Antya came back after a while. She asked us to pack up and run. But everyone was very surprised. Some people asked Antya if something had happened. Antya just shook her head and told everyone that those people were not good people and could not stay any longer. They had to run away quickly. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 people, including me, who wanted to escape. The other aunts were unwilling to leave and told Antya not to bother, saying that the men would send them back in a few days. I still remember clearly the look in Antya's eyes at that time. She didn't say anything. She just packed her things and glanced at those people. It was like looking at a group of fools. We didn't bring much. After all, there was nothing there. We just brought some food and drink, so it didn't take long. We were ready to go. We lived in a big wooden house. The night we first arrived, some people wanted to escape because there were people watching around. This time, although there were people watching, they were more relaxed. It was only then that I discovered that Aunt Ye had understood the surrounding situation clearly. Not long after she took us away, she took us into the mountains. At that time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But before we could relax, there was a lot of noise in the place where we lived before, and the light of a flashlight shone from time to time. Zhang Rong had some anger on her face. It was those ants. They didn't leave when we left, but when we left, they went to complain to those men. After that, they even followed those men to catch us. Apparently, to this day, Zhang Rong is still resentful towards the women who betrayed them. Aunt Zhang naturally started scolding next to her. But obviously, this is a thing of the past, and no matter how harsh the scolding is, it will not help. The only thing they could do was listen to what Zhang Rong had to say next. Next, it's a jungle chase. Zhang Rong was young at that time and didn't know what to do in the panic. Even later, Aunt Ye basically picked her up and ran away. At that time, we ran in the mountains for 2 days. The other 2 aunts who came out with us before were all lost. I don't know where we were. I only know that I was very tired at that time. When I woke up, I ran with Aunt Ye, and when I fell asleep, Aunt Ye was carried on her back. At that time, Aunt Ye suffered a lot of injuries and was scratched in many places on her body. A lot of blood flowed. Although we brought a lot of food, a lot of it was lost in the panic. I just felt very hungry and tired, and had no strength at all. At that time, I even wanted Aunt Ye to stop and let's go back again. Stop running, because I really couldn't run. But Aunt Ye just told me to keep on holding on and holding on. In this part, Zhang Rong's memory was a little confusing. After all, at that time, the child was already extremely weak, his consciousness was hazy, and it was impossible to remember too many details. Later, we ran all the way to a road and walked along the road for a long time. A car came along the way, but Annie didn't dare to stop the car. Instead, she took me and hid in the woods on the roadside. That's it. I don't know how long we walked, and we finally saw a village. But Auntie hesitated for a long time and finally did not enter the village. Instead, she left around the village and continued walking. I asked Auntie where we were going. Auntie answered me and said she would take me to the police uncle. Then we walked and walked and walked. I basically stayed on Aunt Ye's back the whole time. I was so groggy that I couldn't remember anything. The only thing I know is that Aunt Ye woke me up by a river, asked me to drink some water, and told me when I was more awake. She saw a small town, but she was not sure whether it was dangerous or not. So, she plans to leave me alone and go to that town alone, asking me to wait for her there. When she said this, Zhang Rong's face showed pain. Everyone probably had expectations in their minds. Sure enough, Zhang Rong finally shook her head. From that time on, I never met Aunt Ye again. She didn't come back. Gu Jianjun couldn't help but ask. No. Zhang Rong shook her head. Aunt Ye gave me all the food, and I was waiting for Aunt Ye behind a tree over there, but I waited for a long time. When it got dark, Aunt Ye hadn't come back yet. I was very scared at the time, but I didn't dare to leave alone, so I could only continue to wait. I was very sleepy and wanted to sleep, but I didn't dare. I was afraid that the wild beast would eat me. Then I fell asleep, but I felt uncomfortable all over. Someone was calling me vaguely, but I couldn't open my eyes. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital. Speaking of this, Zhang Rong glanced at Aunt Zhang. Later I found out that I had a fever at that time, so I was lying on the side of the road. People passing by took me to the hospital. And the person who sent me to the hospital, it was me. It was Zhao Laoshi. After all, he had lived for many years. She didn't seem to have much hatred for Zhao Laoshi, and even occasionally called him Grandpa when she mentioned him. This made Aunt Zhang angry and heartbroken, very complicated. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang didn't say anything this time, but asked, "So, you were caught in Xiaoxi village?" Zhang Rong nodded. Zhang Suilian asked, "What about your Aunt Ye?" Zhang Rong shook his head. "I don't know. I never saw Aunt Ye again, or even heard from Aunt Ye. I thought she was safe." Is this safe? Looking at it now, it was obviously not the case. Zhang Rong might have thought that she was sent to the hospital midway and missed meeting Gu Xiu's mother. But obviously, Gu Xiao's mother encountered something unexpected after they separated. Otherwise, she would never have left Zhang Rong, a little girl, on the roadside. But it's a pity. When the clues reached here, they seemed to be broken again. No one knew what happened to Gu Xiao's mother back then. Zhang Rong herself has no idea at all. Next, she talked about her own experience in Xiaoxi village. She was picked up by Zhao Laosher on the roadside and sent to the hospital. At that time, Zhang Rong naturally regarded Zhao Laosher as a good person. Completely. He told Zhao Laosher what he had experienced. But she obviously didn't expect that. The Zhao Laosher she met was not a good man who saved people's lives, but another human trafficker. Not surprisingly, after Zhang Rong's condition stabilized, Zhang Rong was deceived by Zhao Laosher and got directly on the bus to Xiaoxi village. However, it was different from the previous times. Zhang Rong's luck was very good this time, because Zhao Laosher happened to lose his son in his later years at that time. So he went to that town because his son died there. At that time, Zhao Laosher actually always thought about losing his son. It's God's punishment for him. It's his retribution. So at that time, Zhao Laosher actually had the intention of withdrawing from Xiaoxi village and the human trafficking industry. When he originally picked up Zhang Rong, Zhao Laosher was still very hesitant. He was thinking whether to sell Zhang Rong directly in Xiaoxi village or find a way to send the child home. The latter was quickly dismissed. After all, Xiaoxi village is not clean. If you enter this place, you will not be able to go back. Otherwise, you will not only harm yourself, it will also harm other people in the village. It seemed that there was only one choice waiting for Zhang Rong. But also at this time, new options emerged. Although Zhang Rong was young at the time, she had matured a lot after experiencing the previous two encounters. After being separated from Aunt Ye, people naturally became more clever. In fact, Zhang Rong noticed it the first time she went to Xiaoxi village. There is something wrong with that village. So, she began to take care of and cultivate what her mother had taught her. Be a well-behaved, sensible, and obedient little girl. He has great respect for Zhao Laosher and his wife, and always treats them as parents. She did not expose the truth about Shao Nishi village, but completely showed the innocence, well-behaved, and sensible nature of her little girl. And such a little girl, Zhao Laosher, who had originally planned to sell Zhang Rong, changed his mind. Not for sale. Don't send the child back either. Just raise this child as your granddaughter. Things are simple after that. Zhang Rong changed her name to Zhao Tong Tong and became Zhao Laosher's granddaughter. In the first 2 years, they were afraid that Zhang Rong would want to run away, so they stayed in the village. During those 2 years, Zhang Rong performed very well, which completely relieved Zhao Laosher's worries. Then he gritted his teeth. For Zhang Rong's study, I simply took Zhang Rong to the urban area of Suzhou and opened a steamed bun shop. While making money to support the family, I also created opportunities for Zhang Rong to study. And Zhang Rong, just like that, became Zhao Tong Tong. He became the most special child in Xiaoxi village. One that grew in hell. Little flowers. Mom, I'm sorry. After Zhang Rong recounted everything that happened that year, she turned to look at Aunt Zhang, her eyes full of apology. Silly boy, it's your mother who should say sorry. Zhang Suilian had already burst into tears. No, Mom, I don't blame you for this. In fact, Zhang Rong shook her head, with tears also streaming down her face. Actually, after I came to Jiangcheng, only at the beginning, Grandpa Zhao always took care of me and didn't even give me too many opportunities to be alone with my teachers and classmates. I know, he was afraid that I would ask others for help, and he was afraid that I would run away. But after that, he stopped caring about me at all, and even allowed me to make friends and move around freely. That is to say, at that time, I actually had the opportunity to ask someone for help. I could ask the police uncle to help me and help me get home. Everyone was stunned. Even Aunt Zhang had a look of astonishment on her face. Even Gu Xiao was surprised by this matter. Zhang Rong was already 11 or 12 years old when she was abducted by human traffickers. Although she was still a child, she was such a big child. In fact, there are already many memories. At least, I also know the names of my parents and where my home is. So when I first met Zhao Tong Tong, I felt that they were very similar. Gu Xiao had doubts. Zhao Tong Tong has been studying in the city for so long. If she remembers this, she should have a chance to find someone for help. But she didn't do that. However, it was confirmed that the two were the same person, and others were more or less confused. However, Zhang Rong didn't say anything before, and everyone didn't think much about it. They only guessed that Zhang Rong was still young when she lost it and couldn't remember the details of her family. But now, "I'm sorry, Mom." Zhang Rong spoke again. She lowered her head, her face full of guilt. "Actually, I miss you too, but I just don't want to go back. I'm afraid that if I go back, my father will beat me." I'm sorry, Mom. Woo woo woo. This answer made everyone fall into silence. Zhang Rong was able to go home back then, but she didn't choose to go home. Instead, she chose to stay with Zhao Laoshi and become his granddaughter. The main reason is actually because, in this child's heart, he was afraid of Zhou Ditsai's father, fearful of Zhou Ditsai, and disgusted with that family. Even, she herself wanted to break away from that family. This answer was unexpected. Even Zhang Zuilian seemed to be stunned. But a moment later, Zhang Zuilian nodded, and this time she didn't cry. She just hugged the two children, Zhang Hao and Zhang Rong, and said very seriously, "Mom's children, I'm sorry for you. What I'm sorry for this time is obviously that I gave my children such a native family. But the good thing is, Zhou Ditsai has become a thing of the past. The man who frightened the two children has been imprisoned and has nothing to do with him anymore." "Zhao Laoshi, are you good to you?" Aunt Zhang asked. Zhang Rong was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that his mother would become furious when she mentioned Zhao Laoshi during this period. This time, he actually brought it up on his own initiative. But seeing the look in her mother's eyes, Zhang Rong nodded immediately and answered very seriously, "Grandpa and Grandma are very good to me. Very good. When I was in the village, they didn't let me walk around just to prevent me from knowing that other people in the village were human traffickers. Usually, my grandpa always tries his best to satisfy me with whatever I want. Whether it's food, drink, or clothing, I'm never short of anything. Even when I was bullied at school, Grandpa would always take me to seek justice. Although he always scolded me, I actually knew that he was just a sharp-tongued man. He really treated me as his own granddaughter. Grandpa even fell out with the people in the village because of me." "Falled out with the people in the village?" Everyone was surprised. Zhang Rong nodded. "Well, actually, Grandpa adopted me. People in the village were very opposed to it, but Grandpa always insisted and even quarreled with many people in the village. It was nothing wrong at first. It was when I went back to the village to celebrate the new year this year. Something happened." Zhang Rong talked about recent events again. Originally, Zhao Laoshi had no intention of giving up his bun shop. He planned to go back after the Chinese New Year, pay the rent, and continue to open his bun shop. Draw a clear line with Xiaoxi village. But this time when she returned home, by chance, Zhang Rong happened to be seen by a human trafficker. The trafficker was a big customer in Xiaoxi village and often spent money like water. When he heard about Zhang Rong's origin, the trafficker became interested. He wants to buy Zhang Rong. He even threatened the village chief of Xiaoxi village that if he didn't sell Zhang Rong, he wouldn't take the meat tickets that had been reserved. The other people in Xiaoxi village naturally focused on Zhang Rong. It's no use. Zhao Laoshi already regarded Zhang Rong as his granddaughter, so it was naturally impossible for him to sell his own granddaughter. After that, he had quarrels with many people in Xiaoxi village. The villagers of Xiaoxi village saw this. Too soft. Just go hard. They planned to rob it. But Zhao Laoshi had been prepared for it, and he was so stunned that one man was in a position to block everything. It was a surprise that no one could get in. His attitude was clear. If he wanted to touch Zhang Rong, he had to step over his body. The villagers were helpless. After all, they were from the same village, and it was impossible to kill Zhao Laoshi. Simply change the approach. They took back the items from Zhao Laoshi's steam bun shop, and then surrounded Zhao Laoshi's family. He planned to make Zhao Laoshi surrender and admit defeat. In fact, when Gu Jianjun and his son went there, Zhao Laoshi's family had already run out of ammunition and food, and even Zhao Laoshi planned to break out of the encirclement at night. Escape the village. Unexpectedly, they met Gu Jianjun and his son's counterattack. Better. encountered this large-scale siege of Xiaoxi village. After hearing this, even Zhang Zuilian couldn't help but be a little surprised. She felt that her daughter must have had a hard time, but she didn't expect it. Zhang Rong's luck was so good. I met Gu Xiu's mother earlier, who sheltered and cared for her everywhere. But after being separated from Gu Xiu's mother and falling into a tiger's mouth again, he was able to meet a human trafficker who had become awakened. Let's put it this way, Zhao Laoshi is pretty good. Shi Chunlai couldn't help but say. But as soon as these words came out, Shi's mother immediately frowned. What's good? After all, he is still a human trafficker. Even if he takes care of Rong, how many children have he harmed before? That's true. Shi Chunlai nodded. However, speaking of this, Zhao Laoshi is the only one who has escaped in Xiaoxi village so far. The police have already started a search for him. The rest of his life will definitely not be easy for him. In this regard, Zhang Rong said nothing. It's just that his eyes are a little dim. And Zhang saw all this and said nothing. But Gu Jianjun thought of something. Rong, do you know where the place where you separated from your aunt was? Zhang Rong came back. This made Gu Jianjun have more expectations for his wife again. He longs for it. Let your wife come back and see their children. That's right. Rong, do you still remember where that place is? Yes. Rong is so lucky, and Yumei is so powerful, we will definitely be able to find her. We might really be able to find Yumei. Rong, do you remember? Gu Jianjun's question made everyone react. Now at least there's a new clue. Gu Xiu's mother finally disappeared in a small town. Maybe some new clues can be found in that small town. Much anticipated. Even if everyone knows in their hearts, the probability is very small. After all, Zhang Rong was able to live well and even recover because of her good luck and happened to meet Zhao Laoshi, who had become awakened. But Gu Xiu's mother, can she meet such a good person? This is highly questionable. After all, if Gu Xiu's mother had not been in danger, she would have been wise and clever. So many years. I would have come back as soon as I could. After all, there is a difference between her and Zhang Rong, who is unwilling to go home because of Zhou Dicai. The relationship between Gu Xiu's mother and Gu Jianjun is very good, and they have returned a child. As a mother, if she wants to come back, she will definitely come back, instead of waiting until now and still having no trace of her. But there has to be hope, right? But it's a pity. To everyone's disappointment, Zhang Rong shook her head guiltily and looked at Gu Jianjun and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Gu. Obviously, it was very difficult for a child, and one who already had a high fever, to remember some things. It is obviously impossible to remember an insignificant place name. Gu Jianjun's eyes suddenly darkened. I don't know the name of the place, but I have the impression that the small town is in the mountains. The health center I went to originally had a dragon and phoenix statue outside the door. Zhang Rong tried hard to recall, trying to provide clues. But dragon and phoenix statues, although this is not too much, is definitely not too little. But at least it's a clue. Zhao Laoshi must know. Shi Chunlai said, as long as Zhao Laoshi is caught, we can ask for the address and follow the clues. Maybe we can find clues. Mother Shi shook her head, but it has been so long, and Zhao Laoshi still has no clues. I heard from the police that they suspected that Zhao Laoshi might have escaped from Jiangcheng, or even left the province. Out of the province. In this day and age, it is difficult enough to handle cases across regions, let alone across provinces. What's more, there's no such thing as Skynet these days. He has been running away for so long. As long as Zhao Laoshi is unwilling to show his face, no longer commits crimes, he can live a low-key life from now on. The chances of getting caught again were low. Where is Zhao Laoshi's wife? Does she know? Shi Chunlai couldn't help but ask. Grandma doesn't know. Unfortunately, Zhang Rong shook her head directly. Grandma is just an ordinary peasant woman. She only knows that her child died in another place. As for where and why he died, she doesn't know. Grandpa was afraid that she would be sad, so he never told her this. I heard Grandma say before that she said she didn't even know where her child died. Everyone looked at each other. The clue is broken. However, although Zhang Rong said that Zhao Laosher's wife must not know. But in the afternoon, Shi Chunlai still took action and took Gu Jianjun and his son to the detention center and found Zhao Laosher's wife, an old man with age spots on his face. Unfortunately, the answer has not changed. She really didn't know where her son died. The only thing she knew was that he went out with people from the same village and died in a different place. She didn't even see the body. When leaving, Zhao Laosher's wife pulled Shi Chunlai and asked eagerly if Zhao Tongtong was okay. After hearing that Zhao Tongtong had changed her name to Zhang Rong and was very happy with her biological mother. This old woman had tears of relief in her eyes. Lao Gu, don't worry. Outside the detention center, sure. Chunlai patted Gu Jianjun on the shoulder. According to Rong Rong, they walked on a mountain road out of the province and walked for most of the day. This can more or less lock in some distance. Besides, we also know that there is a dragon and phoenix statue opposite the town health center, which can lock in a location to the greatest extent. I have asked someone to contact the driver who often travels long distances. Those drivers all travel out of town all year round, and they know the routes and surrounding villages and towns well. Wait a minute. Someone must know where it is. When the time comes, we will look for her one by one, and we will definitely find Missia. This is of course a comfort. It seems like a real drama, but in fact, everyone knows. There is little hope. Not to mention that it was already 5 or 6 years ago when Gu Xiu's mother went to that small town. No one knows what happened to her. No one knows if there is any news. Just say it. After all, Zhang Rong was just a child back then. Whether she could accurately estimate the journey, and time was also a question. However, Gu Jianjun still nodded. After all, it's still the same sentence. People, there has to be some hope, right? In the next period of time, the Gu family entered a busy state. Although Shi Chun's words before coming were words of comfort, he was really helping. Don't tell me yet. He actually inquired about several small towns. After that, I accompanied Gu Jianjun and Gu Xiu and his son and visited 5 or 6 small towns one after another. All of them had dragon and phoenix statues. But it's a pity. Nothing was found. This is normal. After all, in this era, every small town will basically build a landmark building. There are countless war horses, old oxen, dragons, and phoenixes. What's more, after all, it happened so many years ago. Even if you go to the right place, it is actually difficult to gain anything. This road is not feasible, and it seems that we can only place our hope on Zhao Laosher. But it's a pity. Zhao Laosher seemed to have disappeared from the world, and there was no news. The police mobilized for a period of time, and even cooperated across provinces. But the final result remained unchanged. Finally, when Gu Xiu was about to start school, the police announced the closure of the case and also began to formally inform the public on a large scale, this time about the vicious human trafficking case in Xiaoxi village. This time the police took action. Several human trafficking organizations were taken down and more than hundreds of criminal suspects were arrested. Likewise, more than 400 missing persons have been recovered. Once the case was reported, it immediately attracted widespread attention across the country. The whole country was shocked. After all, there were many human traffickers at the end of the last century, and there are also many human traffickers at the beginning of this century. It can be said that everyone knows about human traffickers, but that's only limited to knowing. Specifically, how do human traffickers abduct women and children? How do human traffickers trade children? And what will happen to the abducted women and children? Basically, no one knows. But now, with the large-scale case of abduction and trafficking of women and children in Xiaoxi village being reported, many people understand it for the first time. Human trafficking is so terrifying. The whole country was shocked. The whole country is angry, especially when I heard that women were toyed with and children were tortured and even had their hands and feet broken, deafened, mute, and thrown into the streets to beg. Countless people even began to shout out that they wanted to shoot the traffickers. All major media, all major TV stations rushed to report. Countless TV stations have begun to educate people on how to prevent trafficking. And the heroic deeds of a father and son named Gu, also famous throughout the country. Human trafficking first started in the 1970s, spread to the 1980s, and reached its peak in the 1990s. It can be said that the past 2 decades have been the most rampant era of human trafficking. Jiangcheng Experimental Primary School, on the playground, the school principal, facing the camera with emotion, said, "With the advent of the new century, the equipment for handling cases has improved and the national awareness of anti-trafficking has increased. Although the cases of human trafficking have decreased slightly, they are still common. This huge case of abduction and trafficking of women and children in Xiaoxi village has attracted nationwide attention. In this abduction case, in addition to our police officers' brave arrests of the enemy and the full cooperation of the relevant local departments, among them, there are 3 heroes who played a vital role in the eradication of Xiaoxi village. They played a vital role." At this point, the principal paused briefly and looked at the students who were already standing upright on the playground. And among them, there's a little hero. He is only 7 years old and still in the 2nd grade. But he relied on his wit and intelligence to fight against the evil forces and the crazy human traffickers, and finally defeated the bad guys. He played a vital role in this operation. He is our little hero, Gu Xiao from our Jiangcheng Experimental Primary School. Everyone, welcome with applause. The high-spirited music immediately played on the radio in the school playground, and the students and their parents standing in the audience all focused their attention on the edge of the stage. Photographers from various media and TV stations also immediately followed up with their cameras. All eyes are on you. In the midst of everyone's attention, Gu Xiao slowly appeared on the stage, wearing a brand new school uniform and a red scarf fluttering in the wind. Brave, heroic, and high-spirited. The expression on his face is very calm, but if you look carefully, you can see that he is a little tired. Tired indeed. Since the announcement of the case in Xiaoxi village appeared, reporters from major media and TV stations immediately flocked to the place for various awards and interview activities. There are even more. It can be said that this kidnapping case in Xiaoxi village has pushed the Gu family, his son, and Shi Chunlai to a very high level of visibility. Among them, Shi Chunlai has relatively little exposure, but Gu Jianjun is really a big hit. However, compared to Gu Xiao, not even close. After all, the little hero outsmarts a human trafficking gang. This title obviously sounds better and attracts more attention. So, naturally, Gu Xiao became the busiest person. From interviews with reporters from various newspapers to invitations from a major TV station, Gu Xiao has been busy appearing on programs basically every day during this period. At the beginning, Gu Xiao felt it was fresh and interesting. But the more I go there, the more I feel tired and troublesome. After that, I turned down a lot of programs, but there were some that I couldn't turn down, so I had to bite the bullet and get on. Fortunately, I have gotten the honorary certificates that I should get for these programs. The current one can be regarded as the last one, the commendation meeting of my elementary school. Accompanied by applause and eyes, Gu Xiao walked onto the stage. When he came to the principal, he obediently said hello to the principal, then took the microphone and said hello to the students and parents below. Such a polite and sensible look immediately made many people like him more. Gu Xiao even found that several female classmates looked at him differently. Not only the female classmates, but also the parents of these classmates looked at her with admiration and praise. Needless to say, if someone down there becomes his mother-in-law in the future, there will definitely be no problem at all. Fortunately, the principal didn't know what Gu Xiao was thinking at the moment, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to laugh. He officially started the speech at the commendation meeting. Have to admit, it's different to be the principal. He speaks impassionedly and passionately. It's even a bit of a sleep aid. At least Gu Xiao saw that there was a station god dozing off below. Fortunately, after speaking for more than 20 minutes, the principal finally finished his speech. He personally picked up a certificate of honor and handed it to Gu Xiao. At the same time, he took the flowers from the student who sent them and handed them to Gu Xiao himself. "Classmate Gu Xiao, do you have anything to say to your classmates and friends?" the principal asked. He said he was asking, but the microphone had already been handed over obviously asking Gushio to say something. "Thank you, principal. Thank you, teachers. Thank you all." Gushio didn't hesitate. He took the microphone and thanked the principal first, but then changed the subject. "But principal, in fact, I am not a second-year student anymore. I passed the grade skipping exam at the end of the last semester. I will join the third grade at the beginning of this study." The principal was stunned for a moment and then smiled awkwardly. "Our classmate Gushio's academic performance is also very good. I forgot about it." "No, the whole school has almost forgotten about this matter. If the matter of skipping a grade is ignored, wouldn't it mean that I would have to continue in the second grade?" Gushio complained in his heart, and then turned to look at the classmates below. "During this period, I have received too many interviews, whether it was about how I outsmarted Xiaoxi Village at that time, or how I discovered the problems in Xiaoxi Village, or how primary school students should prevent being trafficked. I have said it many times. You should have seen a lot of these on TV and newspapers. So this time, I'm not going to say this. What I want to say is another thing." The principal was stunned and immediately looked at the dean below. If he remembered correctly, what Gushio is going to say this time has been prepared in advance. The principal has read it, and what Gushio wants to say this time is mainly about topics such as how primary and secondary school students should improve their safety awareness. As a result, Gushio didn't want to talk anymore. What does this kid want to do? The principal was a little confused, even a little worried. After all, not only the teachers, students, and parents of the whole school came here this time, but also various leaders and many outside media reporters. But obviously, except for the school, everyone else didn't know that Gushio had changed his mind temporarily, and they all started looking forward to it. During this time, I've become what everyone calls a little hero. I've become a hero that countless students envy and admire. I've become a hero in the eyes of parents, worthy of their children learning from. Gushio spoke slowly, but what he said left many people confused. Gushio was telling the truth, but as a client, shouldn't he be more low-key and humble at this time? However, when everyone was confused, they saw that Gushio had spoken again. "I am honored to be a hero in everyone's eyes, to be loved and admired by everyone. But what I want to say now is, I refuse everyone. Learn from me." Everyone present was a little confused, not to mention the parents of the students, school leaders, and reporters from various media. Even Gu Jianjun was standing in the audience at this moment. They were all confused. Refuse everyone to learn from him? What are these words? Doesn't he know that the education department has now made it mandatory for all schools to launch activities to learn from the little hero Gushio? What is this going to do to go against the education department? Everyone seems to be wondering why I said that. Gushio smiled and looked at the people in the audience and asked. Someone asked, "Isn't it? You have become a hero. Shouldn't we all learn from you?" "I became a hero, so learn from me." Gushio shook his head and asked, "Then why do you think I became a hero?" As soon as these words came out, several students below said without thinking, "You saved people." Yes, so many people in Xiaoxi Village were saved by you. All the bad guys in Xiaoxi Village were arrested because of you and received the due punishment. You succeeded in getting those bad guys arrested. The students were all talking. Those who can stand in front are basically class representatives. What they are best at is solving questions, and reading comprehension is extremely simple. But in response to these answers, Gushio just shook his head. "You also said that it was because I succeeded. I saved the people who were trafficked in Xiaoxi Village, and the bad guys in Xiaoxi Village were arrested. But have you ever thought about what if I failed?" Everyone was at a loss and a little confused. What if it fails? No one thought that Gushio would make such an assumption at this time. But seeing Gushio, he shook his head and spoke again. "After all, I am only a 7-year-old child, and I am still a minor. Both physical and mental strength are often inferior to adults. What if I didn't remember the road and died in the village? What if I didn't light the fire and was caught and sold? At that time, was I still a hero? Even if I survive, will I still stand here as a little hero and let everyone support me?" The children all closed their mouths and thought about the meaning of Gushio's words. The adults were also thoughtful. and some even couldn't help but nod. Someone understood what Gu Xiu was going to say. If I fail, I can be sure that I am not the little hero everyone calls me. I'm just a victim. Maybe even just a victim who overestimates his capabilities and is stupid. Why is this? Gu Xiu has spoken again. His expression became rarely serious. Why? Because if I fail, what you will say at that time is that this child is too reckless, too self-sufficient, and too impulsive. So, I don't want you to learn from me. What I do in Xiaoxi village, I think we need to make everyone think rather than let everyone learn mindlessly. Because we are still children, still minors. You don't have the ability to protect yourself, let alone the ability to save others. Having said this, Gu Xiu paused briefly and glanced across the audience. Students, parents, leaders, reporters. Finally, Gu Xiu looked at the live TV camera. Everyone should have a clear understanding of themselves at any time. It is good to act bravely and be a hero. But many times, we need to consider whether we have such ability. Just like when I discovered that there was a problem in Xiaoxi village. What should I do? Is it to compete with the villagers in the village, or to burn the village down like a burning cauldron? None of them. What I should do most is to stay away from Xiaoxi village, and then find a way to call the police and let the police uncles who can solve these problems and solve the danger go. It is always the most dangerous to go in by yourself. It is indeed good to be a hero. But for us minors, ensuring our own safety is more important than being a hero. More important. After these words came out, the whole place was silent. The entire school playground fell into deathly silence. But Gu Xiu didn't seem to be waiting for anyone to say anything. He coolly handed the microphone back to the principal, who was still in a daze, then turned around and stepped off the stage. Turn around and leave. Soon, applause came from behind. It was just scattered at first, but later, the applause became more and more loud, like thunder, deafening. Everyone's eyes were turned to Gu Xiu. Even the principal couldn't help but pick up the microphone at this time, and said that Gu Xiu was right and that he was the pride of our school. His face was full of pride and elation. Gu Xiu ignored these. The reason why I say this is indeed because during this period, many people are indeed a little too fanatical, even some elementary school students. When nothing happens, I hope to catch a few bad guys and break up a few gangs. There's probably nothing wrong with that. But overestimating one's capabilities is also a problem. Gu Xiu didn't intend to be a hero. He just wanted to be a low-key rich man. He hopes the heat will cool down a bit. Blind worship should also be reduced a bit. But obviously, it seems a bit counterproductive. Because in the next few days, he saw reports of him saying this at school on major TV stations. Even the Xinwen network appeared for 3 minutes. It's better now. It was supposed to cool down, but the temperature didn't drop, which made him even more attractive. Even on the first day of school, as soon as Gu Xiu arrived at the school gate, he was blocked by a large number of reporters and media. Gu Xiu, can I interview you? Gu Xiu, come and interview. Gu Xiu, we noticed that you have skipped a grade and your academic performance is very good. Can I ask you what methods you use to study? Gu Xiu, you said before that classmates should not learn from you. Could you please talk about it in detail? What makes you think like this? Classmate Gu Xiu, do you eat 2 meals a day or 3 meals a day? On that day, Gu Xiu was supposed to go directly to the 3rd grade classroom to report. It's legitimately late. Even if the school hadn't intervened, Gu Xiu might not have been able to go to school for a while. Obviously, Gu Xiu's plan to cool down the situation was not achieved. On the contrary, it made him more topical. And what everyone was paying attention to was not only what happened in Xiaoxi village back then, but also what happened in Gu Xiu's life. Even Gu Jianjun joked that if his son went to make a movie and become a star now, he would be able to make his debut in a matter of minutes. It was originally just a joke. But Gu Jianjun himself didn't expect that what he said would come true in the next few days. Because someone from the entertainment industry really found Gu Xiu. Most of them want him to make his debut. Some people want him to make movies and become an actor, some want him to be a singer, and some want him to participate in variety shows. There was even a person who claimed to be a director who approached Gu Xiu, but this time he didn't ask Gu Xiu to become an actor and make a movie. Instead, I plan to use him as a prototype character to make a movie. I've already thought a name, so I'll call it Magic Boy Gushio. Gushio? But when Gushio expressed doubts, the director was very surprised and told Gushio that the United States has Star Wars, Superman, and Harry Potter. So he planned to make Gushio a superhero. And he said frankly that if the movie is effective, he also plans to make it into a series of movies. Gushio's expression was confused at that time. To be honest, it was quite interesting to think about it, but after seriously thinking about the current situation of the domestic film industry, Gushio still refused. I'm afraid that what will be filmed in the end will not be the amazing boy Gushio, but the amazing fool Gushio. Certainly. In fact, these can only be regarded as small episodes. After all, Gushio has started school, which also means that his painful life has begun. Because school was about to start, Gushio attended the new class for 3 days. He was personally delivered to the school teacher's dormitory by Gu Jianjun. Start today. Here he will begin to experience living on campus. Dingle bell. The bell rang, and all the children immediately rushed out of the classroom cheering. Like a bird that has escaped from its cage, it is flying freely. Gushio was the only one with a bitter look on his face. He slowly walked out of the classroom. Brother Shio, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Brother Shio, don't worry. I'll bring you a Coke tomorrow, as well as spicy strips and crispy noodles. Brother Shio, let's go. See you tomorrow. Walking out of the classroom, students kept saying hello to Gushio along the way. Some are old classmates, some are new classmates, and some are fans from other grades. To these people, Gushio just showed a bitter smile and said goodbye to these students. Seeing them leaving the school gate happily in small groups, Gushio could only sigh deeply and walk towards the teacher's dormitory. Soon, in front of the small building in the classroom dormitory area, Gushio was carrying a school bag with a troubled face. Gushio, what are you doing? You are dawdling. Aren't you afraid that Teacher Liang will be angry with you? A teacher passed by and couldn't help but joke. Gushio sighed helplessly and realized that this was Teacher Gao, who taught Chinese language for senior students. He rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Gao, can I stay with you tonight? That's not possible. Teacher Liang will kill me. Teacher Gao shook his head repeatedly, then patted Gushio on the shoulder and said sincerely, You must endure hardships to become a great person. Come on, young man. After saying that, Teacher Gao left as if running away, as if he was afraid of being entangled by Gushio. In response, Gushio just curled his lips and said, As a teacher, I don't even have the courage to fight against the evil forces. Isn't it a shame? But it's a pity. This kind of incompetent rage cannot change anything after all. Although he was reluctant at all costs, Gushio could only hang his head and go upstairs with his school bag on his back. Living on campus, Gushio was no stranger to him in his previous life. Because in his previous life, Gushio spent 3 years in junior high school, 3 years in high school, and 4 years in college. All live on campus. There was no way around it. At that time, Gu Jianjun was poor, sick, and very busy. In addition, at that time, the school promoted completely closed management. Living on campus has become the norm. However, Gushio never thought that he would try to live on campus when he was in elementary school, or with an old man who is unsmiling and extremely demanding. He now lives with Liang Xining. From morning to night, I am at school. It's not like I can't go back. Basically, I can go home once in 2 weeks. This kind of living on campus system is not uncommon in high schools, and Gushio was used to it in his previous life. But living with an old scholar who is extremely serious and even a bit obsessive is obviously not something you can get used to easily. And Liang Xining is such a person. On weekdays, Liang Xining is basically always serious and unsmiling, whether in work or in life. What I usually say the most is one sentence. If the teaching is not strict, the teacher will be lazy. Naturally, Gushio's life here was not so easy. When they came to the door, the dormitory door was open, and there were plenty of pots and pans. Liang Xining was cooking. When he saw Gushio coming back, he said directly, Why did it take you so long to come back? Hurry up and do your homework. Finish your homework before eating. Gu Xiu said honestly and got inside to start doing his homework. It's different from being at home before. Here, the dragon has to coil up and the tiger has to lie down. Even Gu Xiu has to hold back when doing homework. Written neatly. Gu Xiu sometimes thinks about it and feels quite helpless because it was written in the words of his previous life. I haven't written as well as I have my life. This is all practiced. Of course, not proactively, but passively. Because unlike Gu Jianjun, who asked Gu Xiu to sit in front of the table. Honestly, Liang Xining didn't just ask Gu Xiu to sit and do his homework. His demands are extremely high. The handwriting must be beautiful, the paper must be neat enough, and all work must be checked repeatedly to ensure there are no errors. Even a little picky, but the effect was quite good. After only a week here, Gu Xiu could feel that his handwriting was better than before. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Before the homework was finished, Liang Xining over there had already cooked the food, but he didn't start the meal. Instead, he put the food in the rice basket to heat it up. He brought tea and came to stand behind Gu Xiu. Straighten your back. Look at you. You can't sit still. What will happen in the future? Don't twist around. Have you put nails on the stool? Gu Xiu stared blankly at all the scoldings and criticisms, and finally finished his homework. After Liang Xining checked and approved, he was approved. Let's eat. Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and ran to the dining table. He didn't start eating directly, but took out the dishes and put them on the table, and then took a bowl to serve the rice. When Liang Xining picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the food, Gu Xiu started to eat happily. Dang dong dong dong. Liang Xining knocked on the table. Look at the way you eat. Eat slowly. Even so, it just gave Gu Xiu an extra piece of meat. After dinner, Gu Xiu honestly started washing the dishes. And Liang Xining was not idle either. He began to sit at the work table and start his own work, mainly correcting test papers and checking homework. After Gu Xiu finished washing the dishes, Liang Xining put down the work at hand and took Gu Xiu out. Young people can't just have brains, they must also have a good body. You young people today are too comfortable and have very weak bodies. You must practice this. If you don't even have a good body, how can you succeed in the future? Liang Xining used this as a reason to ask Gu Xiu to start exercising, running, jumping frog, playing basketball, etc. An hour later, when Gu Xiu was sweating profusely, he took Gu Xiu back to the dormitory. The next step was the follow-up. Take the test paper. This was a required subject every night. Every day, Liang Xining would give him a test paper and ask Gu Xiu to answer it. The content of the test paper was not necessarily certain. There are Chinese, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and most of them are junior high school knowledge. Complete the test paper, as usual. If there are any problems, talk about them in detail. If there are no problems, after taking a short rest, start the work before going to bed. Recite, write silently. Once these are done, all that's left is to wash up and go to sleep. This is Gu Xiu's daily routine every night when he lives here. In fact, there are morning and noon routines. For example, every morning, Gu Xiu had to get up early and memorize things that needed to be forced to be memorized, including English words, ancient poems, various formulas, etc. At noon, Gu Xiu could relax for a while. After practicing calligraphy, he could take a nap. It can be said, when some middle schools and technical secondary schools began to promote militarized management, Gu Xiu had already started his militarized life on campus. There are strict requirements on what to do at the end of each day. Can't do it? Then wait to be scolded. It's not even just as simple as being scolded, but also being in close contact with a ruler. As for what other children do, watch TV and play bully. Even overturning the computer. Sorry, impossible. In Liang Xining's words, you should do what you should do at any age. And at your age, the only thing you need to do is one. Study, study, study hard. This almost militaristic, compulsive learning model is definitely the most objectionable to any student. After all, for most people, childhood is extremely precious and something worth remembering. What they should do is enjoy their childhood, rather than being a tool for learning. But what I have to admit is, many times, This kind of extremely harsh and highly controlled learning environment will improve children's academic performance. It often does have a great effect. At least, it can help some children with poor self-control ability improve their learning self-discipline, and naturally, it can also greatly improve their academic performance. These things, other children may not know, but Gu Xiao, as a reborn person, naturally understands. But he knows, but it doesn't mean he is willing to accept it. After all, everyone knows how to be reasonable. When it is your turn, can you persist and accept it? That's not necessarily the case. Gu Xiao also thought about resisting, whether it is presenting facts and reasoning or trying to run away and resist in a child's way. He tried them all, but the result is it is very difficult to present facts and reason because Liang Xining is a very strict, very serious, and very rigid person. Trying to convince him by talking is difficult. As for running away and resisting, that would be great fun. At least Gu Xiao could really feel the excitement of mixed doubles. It wasn't just Liang Xining who beat him with a ruler. He even called Gu Jianjun to fight together. Crazy and outrageous. In desperation, in order to avoid the ending of being spanked as a reborn person, Gu Xiao honestly obeyed the destiny. Of course, it's impossible to really accept it. He is still thinking of ways. But unfortunately, at least so far, he has not found a way to break the situation. He thought about playing the family card with Gu Jianjun and told Gu Jianjun that the child was already miserable without his mother and could no longer live without his father. He should enjoy the childhood that a normal child should have. But unfortunately, it failed unexpectedly. Liang Xining has done a long time of ideological work for Gu Jianjun, and the result of this is, "Son, I know your life is very hard now, but as the old saying goes, only by enduring hardship can you become a great person. Your current efforts are all for a comfortable life in the future. What's more, because of what happened in Xiaoxi village, our gourmet Mike has become famous. Now the business in the store is much better than before. In addition, I have to prepare for the third store, so I really don't have time to take care of you. Be patient, study hard, work hard, listen to teacher Liang, come on." The family card failed. Gu Xiao thought of a method similar to the one he used to deal with Aunt Zhang. Find something for Liang Xining to do. Let him start a career so that he has no time to take care of himself. But it turns out, Liang Xining is like an ascetic who has no desires or desires, whether it is money, wealth, or reputation. He pursues nothing. Naturally, it is impossible to engage in any career and strive for it. In desperation, Gu Xiao could only continue to think of a solution. But before he thought a new way, he could only accept Liang Xining's arrangements honestly. Although I'm very resistant to this kind of life. But what I have to admit is that this kind of study in life has made Gu Xiao healthier and better than before. Not to mention that my physical fitness is better than before. Just say that the learning aspect that Gu Xiao originally thought would not improve has actually improved linearly. It's hard to imagine, but it's true. The improvement is not just in writing better, but also in many aspects of problem-solving ideas and the consolidation and application of some knowledge points. There has been a significant improvement. If we say that Gu Xiao was like a martial arts prodigy before, able to teach himself without a teacher, he even had a treasure trove of martial arts in his mind and could see countless powerful techniques anytime and anywhere. Now, Gu Xiao, a martial arts prodigy, also carries an old man in the ring who can teach him how to practice correctly and get twice the result with half the effort. After all, even if Gu Xiao lives another life, he retains the memory of his previous life and even has a photographic memory. But much of the knowledge he remembered from his previous life was something he had learned himself. But Liang Xining could often start from the knowledge blind spots that Gu Xiao didn't know, allowing him to learn more new knowledge. Broaden his mindset. This made Gu Xiao himself often feel like he was addicted to studying and couldn't extricate himself. Good thing, Gu Xiao still knew his identity. He is not just an ordinary elementary school student. He is also the boss of 3 body games and Yuanxiu Investment, and is also one of the shareholders of Penguin Network Technology. Now, as the March period is getting closer, Gu Xiu also needs to start preparing some arrangements. It's not okay to be locked up and study like this. Delay things. Before, he could use his mobile phone to control remotely. But since arriving at Liang Xining's place, his mobile phone has been taken away, and he can no longer communicate with the outside world. Now, Gu Xiu could only think of new ways. Computer? Liang Xining, who was eating, put down his chopsticks and frowned. Why buy a computer? What good will it do for your study? I've said before that when it's time to study, study hard and don't think about other messy things. Don't even think about anything that is useless for studying. No surprise. Gu's proposal to repair the computer was directly rejected by Liang Xining. However, Gu Xiu did not give up. Teacher, computers are not useless for learning. On the contrary, computers are the best learning tools. The internet is now popular, and computers can search for more knowledge. To put it simply, you can find some related test questions from other regions. To put it more difficult, there are many academic paper websites and some academic papers that can be seen through the internet. These things cannot be seen in textbooks. You're not old enough to use a computer yet. Liang Xining shook his head. As for the test questions, don't worry. I can find any test questions you want. I can find them for you, both local and past test questions. Even if I give you questions myself, they're no worse than those. As for academic papers, can you understand these things now? Can you do academic research now? I'm afraid not. The most important thing for you now is to lay a solid foundation. You have to walk step by step, instead of being too ambitious and thinking about things that are still far away. Gu Xiu was speechless. This makes so much sense, I don't even know how to refute it. What to do? Do you just give up? But just when Gu Xiu thought there was no chance, Liang Xining suddenly asked, You asked me to install the computer. Then do you know how to use a computer? Huh? Gu Xiu's eyes lit up. Is this a drama? Many times, life is like this. Just when you think all is lost, you can always prove the saying that there is always a bright future in another village. At least Gu Xiu didn't expect it. After he repeatedly confirmed that he already knew enough about computers and the internet, Liang Xining actually agreed to the idea of taking him to install a computer. And just do it. Taking advantage of the noontime, Liang Xining took Gu Xiu directly to the computer city and installed a computer costing more than 8,000 yuan. Immediately afterwards, after hearing that the computer also needs to pull the network cable, I contacted a telecommunications employee to come over and activate the network. When the computers were pulled back and the telecommunications staff came to pull out the broadband phone lines, the entire primary school teacher dormitory area was filled with excitement. They were all shocked. I'm not surprised that some people install computers in this day and age. But surprise, really or not, Teacher Liang actually knows how to install a computer? Oh my God, has Teacher Liang changed his gender? It's incredible. In my impression, Teacher Liang is a staid and conservative old man, right? And he is willing to accept new things. He threw away the computer back then. I thought he was not interested in it at all, but I didn't expect that he bought a new computer. Gu Xiu was very curious about these surprising conversations and asked immediately. When I asked, I found out that it was indeed weird. The senses he had gotten along with were the same as for the teachers in the elementary school dormitory building who were neighbors with Liang Xining. Without exception, everyone had the same opinion about Liang Xining. This is a conservative, old-fashioned, unsmiling, and extremely old-fashioned old man. On him, you basically can't see anything trendy that belongs to the new era, whether it's clothing or daily necessities. As for computers, when they think about it, it basically has nothing to do with Liang Xining. And Gu Xiu heard about it. In fact, Liang Xining had a computer many years ago. Liang Xining's daughter installed it for him when she came to visit him. It attracted a lot of people's attention at first. After all, computers in the early years were even scarcer than in this era. But no one expected the result. Less than 2 days after the computer was installed, Liang Xining and his daughter had a big fight. And Liang Xining also smashed the computer to pieces in front of his daughter. Many people are still deeply impressed. I personally saw this scene. Teacher Liang smashed the computer while scolding his daughter, saying that she was whimsical and that she had abandoned her true nature like those bastards. Yes, I just came here to be a teacher, and the movement scared me. Teacher Liang's daughter was scolded so badly that her face turned pale. Oh, Teacher Liang's daughter is not right either. Teacher Liang has a bad temper, but he is also her father after all. After that time, I never came to see Teacher Liang again. Everyone was very moved by what they said to each other. When Gu Xiu became more energetic, he had already heard that Teacher Liang had a daughter, and there was an old photo of the little girl on Teacher Liang's desk. But I don't know the details. If I ask Liang Xining will never tell me. Seeing someone mention it, Gu Xiu asked in detail. But it's a pity. Everyone present knew that Teacher Liang had a daughter, and many people had even seen her before. However, no one can tell clearly about his daughter's specific situation, even where she works and who she is. The only thing everyone knows is that the other party seems to be a very knowledgeable girl who wears glasses and is polite. Gu Xiu, you can do it. You can let such a stubborn Teacher Liang install a computer. The young man is very good. As expected of the little hero of our school, this is really amazing. No, before I installed the computer at home, Teacher Liang knew about it and said that I didn't have the ability to build a computer myself, but I still had the nerve to use a computer. I was embarrassed to say anything. Now that he has bought his own computer, I can feel relieved. Gu Xiu is so good. We chatted for few words. The conversation turned to Gu Xiu again. I admire Gu Xiu for allowing Liang Xining to buy a computer. But only Gu Xiu knew. Buying a computer seems to have nothing to do with me. While everyone was talking, Liang Xining came out and frowned. What are you doing around here? Don't you have anything else to do? Oh, I remembered. I still have to correct my homework, so I'm leaving. I have to mark the test papers, so I'm leaving too. Old Wang, let's go together and pass the test just after taking leave. Hey, these wild kids have been playing wild all winter vacation. If I don't give them something cruel, I don't know when they can focus on their studies. They're gone. Liang Xining's murderous intent immediately caused a group of teachers to flee as if they were running away. There is no way the old gentleman dares to scold even the principal. Who can afford to offend? He is a teacher, but he criticizes others behind their backs. How can such a person be a teacher? Liang Xining snorted, then turned to look at Gu Xiu. Have you practiced your calligraphy today? Seeing Gu Xiu shaking his head, Liang Xining immediately raised his eyebrows. If you haven't practiced, why not practice quickly? Gu Xiu didn't know anything about this in his previous life. But during this period of time, under Liang Xining's practice, I have mastered some things. Although my writing is not good, it is much better than before. And I have to admit that practicing calligraphy can indeed make the handwriting more beautiful. And when you're most tired at noon, the effect of practicing calligraphy is very obvious. Seeing that Gu Xiu was being honest, Liang Xining didn't say anything more at the moment and sat alone in front of the computer and started to mess around. Gu Xiu glanced at it. I saw that he had turned on the computer and was dialing up to access the internet according to the previous instructions of the telecommunications staff. He withdrew his gaze and wrote honestly again. I was just thinking about how to convince the old man to let me use the computer. After a while, Liang Xining spoke. Gu Xiu, do you know how to read papers published by others? It's easy. Gu Xiu regained his energy and came to the computer. He saw that the computer desktop was empty, and he didn't know what Liang Xining had been doing for a long time. He didn't think too much and directly entered the CNKI website address into the browser. This website has not changed its name yet and is still called China Journal Network for the time being. However, many functions were already available. Gu Xiu conveniently put the website into his favorites and asked, Teacher Liang, whose paper do you want to read? Liang Xining seemed a little hesitant. Gu Xiu thought he might not remember the other person's name, so he asked, Teacher, what paper do you want to read? He saw Liang Xining spit out 3 words, semiconductor. Semiconductor? Gu Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Liang Xining would be interested in this aspect. Why, can't you find it? Gu Xiu shook his head. Not really, but domestic semiconductors have been in a state of stagnation for so many years, and related foreign technologies are basically not made public. I'm afraid I can't find anything. Liang Xining nodded and said nothing, looking a little ugly. Let me look for it. Gu Xiu didn't say anything and started searching on the website. But soon, Gu Xiu was surprised, What's wrong? Liang Xining came forward. Gu Xiu was a little surprised. There really is something like this. On the website, in the originally clean information column, after Gu Xiu's search, many related papers and topics appeared. Moreover, all of them are related to semiconductors. Includes papers related to wafers, photolithography, etching, thin films, implantation, design, etc. To be honest, Gu Xiu was a little surprised. After all, in his last life, he was still a primary school student who knew nothing, not even what a semiconductor was. He started to understand this thing after he started learning game production and had to understand the hardware facilities. Based on his understanding back then, the domestic semiconductor industry is basically at a standstill in this era. He feels that no one will pay attention to this. But now, what's going on? From the dates of these paper topics, it can be clearly seen that there have been people conducting research in this area in the past few years. Only, there are no significant results. While Gu Xiu was in a daze, Liang Xining had already grabbed the mouse, clicked on a few papers, and read them carefully. The expression on his face is very complicated. Sometimes happy, sometimes frowning. Gu Xiu was a little strange, not only because of Liang Xining's weird behavior, but also because he discovered that Liang Xining was reading the paper. All are related to photolithography. What's more, most of what he read were papers written by the same person within a few years. Gu Xiu glanced at the name of the publisher of the paper. Mingjing. Mingjing. Gu Xiu recalled this name for a long time, and finally had to confirm that this was the first time he heard this person's name. But, although it was the first time he heard this name, Gu Xiu still felt a bit of admiration for the person named Mingjing. Nothing else. The main thing is to persist. After all, the current situation in the domestic chip industry is indeed very bad. In the last century, the voice that it was better to buy than to make made the domestic chip field completely stagnant. This stagnation, it's not just that semiconductor engineers no longer continue research and development, but that there is no support from institutional policies. This means that if you want to do research and development, you don't have the funds or support. This directly led to the fact that for the next 10 years, there was basically no substantial progress in the domestic semiconductor industry. Moreover, if you fall behind one step, you will fall behind step by step, and it will be difficult to catch up from now on. Semiconductor experts who were previously involved in this area have either been disillusioned and returned home, or they have gone overseas and will never come back in this life. And those who are still persisting are basically only a small group of people. It is not an exaggeration to say that he works alone and generates electricity for love. Naturally, Ming Jing, who has been conducting relevant research in recent years, is particularly conspicuous, extraordinarily worthy of admiration. Looking away from the computer screen, Gu Xiu looked at Liang Xining and suddenly thought of something. Teacher, have you participated in the research and development of semiconductor lithography machines before? He had heard of it before. Liang Xining once participated in a certain national project, but then came back depressed and has been hiding in this corner of Jiangcheng ever since. Become a primary school teacher quietly. And now, Liang Xining is so interested in this. So maybe this is the project that Liang Xining participated in back then. Yes, Liang Xining replied very lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Real? But Gu Xiu was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help asking, Teacher, which research institute did you work in before 1455, Tsinghua University, or the Academy of Sciences? Do you even know this? Liang Xining was stunned this time, looked at Gu Xiu strangely, and couldn't help but ask again, How do you know this? Gu Xiu replied casually, I am very interested in electronic computers. I have studied the structure of computers carefully for a while and found that all computers have one most critical core component, which is the chip CPU. So, I looked up things related to the chip field in our country and learned a lot about the history of domestic chips. I know, are you still interested? Liang Xining was a little silent. When he asked this question, he even glanced at Gu Xiu with some anxiety. What made him relieved was that Gu Xiu nodded seriously. Of course. What? Liang Xining was puzzled. Don't you know what happened after that? Teacher, you're talking about making something that is worse than buying it, right? Gu Xiu smiled, shook his head, and said, this is a historical mistake, but I heard that now the country is starting to pay attention to the chip field again. Why can't it be interested? Liang Xining was stunned and glanced at Gu Xiu meaningfully, but finally reminded, but we can't catch up. Do you know how far behind our foreign technology is? At least 20 years. The 20-year gap may not matter in other fields, but in the chip field, it is completely different. 20 years. It's not just a number, it's a very long timeline. Because the semiconductor field has always followed Moore's law. What this law says is, when the price remains constant, the number of transistors that can be accommodated on an integrated circuit will double approximately every 18 months, and the performance will also double. And the gap of 20 years is often the gap between heaven and earth. But facing Liang Xining's emotion, Gu Xiu just blinked and said innocently, but if you can't catch up, you have to catch up, right? A simple sentence. But Liang Xining was stunned on the spot. After a long time, Liang Xining suddenly laughed. This was the first time Gu Xiu saw this serious old man laughing. Smile heartily and freely. Okay. Very good. You're right. If you can't catch up, you have to catch up. Haha, you're right. Gu Xiu was a little confused. To be honest, it was just a casual comment from him, because he knows it very well. Even 10 years later, there is still a huge gap between domestic semiconductor chip technology and overseas. It even got bigger. No longer just 20 years, but a full 30 years. Although China is now beginning to pay attention to the semiconductor chip field, it seems to be thriving and is about to catch up again. But in fact, Gu Xiu knew that in the near future, there would be a super scam that shocked the world and made domestic semiconductors the laughingstock of the world. That scam will cripple domestic semiconductors again. Good thing. At this time, Liang Xining didn't know about this. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to laugh. At this time, his eyes looking at Gu Xiu were full of brilliance. But after a moment, the old man regained his composure and said, it's good for young people to have courage and confidence, but you still need to be tough to forge. If you're not tough, it's just empty talk. It's time for you to go to class. Gu Xiu. So what were you laughing at just now? Also, in which institute have you participated in research? Even if you die, you won't tell me? Although full of complaints. But in the end, Gu Xiu was sensible and did not refute the old man's words. I just went to class honestly. But after Gu Xiu left, Liang Xining couldn't wait to pick up the phone and dial the number. Old Zhong. There is a successor. There is a successor. This kid is a genius. No, he is not just a genius. I am more and more sure now that he can go very far in the future. He is now in the 3rd grade. I remember you told me about a competition before. It seems that the minimum requirement is the 3rd grade. Too young. What's wrong with being young? The ambition is not as good as the age. The team is all middle school students. They look down on elementary school students. Oh, then let Gu Xiu teach them a lesson and let them understand that elementary school students can sometimes beat middle school students. Gu Xiu had no idea about Liang Xining's arrangement. He was still painful and happy, feeling the joy of learning. But he can hold off like this. But it can't be delayed any longer. Another week later, after class on Friday, Gu Xiu rushed out of the classroom excitedly and quickly rushed out of the school gate. This door of all evil had locked him up for 12 days. Now he can finally get out. In the next 2 days, he could finally go home and have a good rest. But as soon as he reached the door, Gu Xiu met him. The same old man burst into tears. Sanpao, why are you here? Gu Xiu looked at the school entrance with a stunned look on his face, where comrade Luo Xiang was extremely excited at this time. Luo Xiang was really excited. The moment he saw Gu Xiu, he couldn't help but rushed over. Boss, I finally see you. If I don't see you again, I will think that you are lost or something happened. You don't answer the phone, and penguin messages don't come back. If I hadn't asked Uncle Gu about whether you were arranged to live in school, I would have suspected that you had been abducted by human traffickers, and I was already planning to call the police again. Gu Xiao was a little embarrassed. Being locked up in school during this period, I originally thought that by buying a computer, Liang Xining would have communication channels with the outside world. Little did he know that Liang Xining didn't let him touch the computer at all. Every time he could touch the computer, he was under strict supervision. As a result, it is naturally impossible to contact the outside world. As a boss, he lost contact directly. This is indeed his own problem. You haven't eaten. Let's go. Let's talk as we walk. I'm treating you. Eating. Luo Xiang's eyes widened. Boss, how can you still eat now? Stop eating. Let's go find Xiaoma. If you don't come forward, I will go crazy. It seems that he is really in a hurry. Thinking about it, the 3-month period agreed before has now arrived, and he just disappeared. It's strange that Luo Xiang was not in a hurry. But wait, you mean Pony? Which Pony? Missed him off from Penguin. A question mark slowly appeared on Gu Xiao's head. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from the side. This was a tone full of disbelief. So, the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, Penguin's current largest shareholder. Is he a primary school student? Ma Huatheng's eyes were filled with dullness, shock and confusion at this moment. Now that the March period has arrived, the gambling agreement signed between Penguin and Yuanxiu Investment has now come to fruition. Penguin lost unexpectedly, but Ma Huatheng was not willing to give in, and neither were the founders of Penguin. Even Penguin as a whole, no one was willing to do so. Just throw in the towel. This is because after careful consideration, they discovered that Penguin wanted to achieve a profit of more than $500,000 in 3 months. It's simply impossible to do. In other words, from the very beginning, the bet between Yuanxiu Investment and them was a bet that was impossible to win. Such a discovery is inevitably unacceptable to everyone in Penguin. So, Ma Huatheng had already started talking with Luo Xiang a month ago about adding new additional terms to the gambling agreement. Just one request. If Yuanxiu Investment wants to get Penguin's voting rights, they need to prove their strength. The simplest thing is that the boss of Yuanxiu Investment can lead Penguin. Within 3 months, the sales target of $500,000 was achieved. Their attitude is clear. Unless you prove that the agreement you signed for us is indeed an achievable goal, we will never be convinced by you. Of course, this can only be regarded as a unilateral appeal by Penguin executives. After all, the gambling agreement has been signed at the beginning. Even if they are not convinced, if they have a contract, they can only act according to the contract honestly. Not convinced. Useless. So when a request for additional clauses was first made, Ma Huatheng and a group of Penguin executives were already prepared to die together. Even if it means destroying the Penguin, I won't hesitate. But what surprised Ma Huatheng was that when he first proposed this, he was scolded by Luo Xiang immediately. But when he turned around, Luo Xiang came to him again and conveyed a message. Can talk. In this way, Ma Huatheng was naturally willing to talk, and the final result was acceptable to both parties. Additional terms. Penguin has just one request. Yuanxiu Investment was indeed able to help Penguin achieve sales of $500,000 within 3 months. And it's not just sales. They also need to ensure that the profit ratio is 20%. In other words, Yuanxiu Investment needs to lead Penguin to achieve sales of $500,000 within 3 months, of which at least $100,000 must be profit. This is, of course, to avoid the Yuanxiu Investment card bug. After all, everyone knows that money begets money. If Yuanxiu Investment is desperate and spends a lot of money, even millions of dollars, it wants to achieve sales of $500,000 regardless of costs. It's really not difficult. This is actually helpless. After all, it is because they're afraid of being fooled by Yuanxiu Investment, for fear that Yuanxiu Investment will trick them by playing tricks. And for this appeal, under Gu Xiao's instruction, of course Luo Xiang agreed. But Luo Sanpao is not an honest person either. Since Penguin breached the contract first, he would naturally not let anyone else breach the contract. So after wrangling with Ma Huatheng for a long time, he finally added additional terms. First, if you lose, naturally you have nothing to say. Just follow what you said before. But if you win, it will be different. First of all, With the additional capital of 1.6 million yuan, Yuanxiu Investment will take over the other 40% of the shares held by Penguin Group. This was previously based on 2 million, which is considered a shrinkage in market value. Secondly, Penguin's core senior management, mainly the founders, need to sign 8-year long-term contracts with Penguin, and even if they leave the company upon expiration, they will leave. There is also a 5-year non-compete clause. 8 years plus 5 years, that's 13 years. That is to say, people who are penguins will either die in penguins or die with penguins. Want to change companies? Okay, change the industry and never come to the internet industry in this life. Otherwise, you will lose everything and even the compensation will not be enough. Third, several penguins signed long-term contracts and their salaries were all reduced to 70%. The subsequent salary and whether there are bonuses will all depend on their performance. This is a truly black-hearted contract. At least when the penguins heard these requests, they refused immediately and even cursed capital for being evil. But in the end, after much thought and various negotiations, even though these conditions were very harsh, the penguins could only recognize them by holding their noses. Agree to this additional clause. After signing this additional clause, I thought everything was settled, so I waited for the boss of Yuanxiu Investment to stamp it and finalize it. But neither Luo Xiang nor Ma Huatheng expected it. The boss of Yuanxiu Investment, the great Mr. Gu Xiao, gone. Normally, it would be nothing, but the moment it disappeared happened to be just when the two parties reached a verbal agreement, just before the final blow was reached. This is different. Luo Xiang was lucky. After all, he knew that his boss was a student, so he probably had school issues and didn't have time. But Ma Huatheng didn't know. He even felt that the boss of Yuanxiu Investment might have gone back on his word temporarily and did not recognize the previous verbal agreement, but planned to directly take Penguin away by force. This made Ma Huatheng anxious. This kind of anxiety has even caused problems for Penguin. Now the entire Penguin company is in panic, and many people don't even know what to do next. I was afraid that when I came to the company the next day, I would find that the company had changed owners. All their own people were kicked out. This is definitely a fatal blow to penguins. Ma Huatheng, who knew this clearly, had no choice but to urge Luo Xiang to find Gu Xiao again and again, even in person. Went to Yinjing, wandering around Luo Xiang, urging him to find Gu Xiao and finalize the additional terms. And Luo Xiang had nothing to do. The boss can't be contacted, whether by phone, penguin, or even by email. Ma Huatheng urged again. In desperation, Luo Xiang could only show his cards. Taking Ma Huatheng with him, he flew directly to Jiangsheng and surrounded his boss at the gate of the primary school. Now that he saw his boss, Luo Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, there's nothing I can do about this. Xiao Ma, this guy, has been haunting me for a while. I thought about it, boss. You can't hide your identity from Xiao Ma anyway, so I brought him here. It will also help your work if he knows your identity in advance, right? But unlike Luo Xiang's relaxation, at this moment, Ma Huatheng's mind was already in a state of chaos. What a mess. Complete chaos. On the way here, Luo Xiang said that the boss of Yuanxiu Investment was a primary school student, and more than once. Ma Huatheng naturally didn't believe it, and even thought Luo Xiang was just joking. But now, when I saw with my own eyes that the child in front of me was called boss by Luo Xiang, he was completely confused. Is this really? The boss of Yuanxiu Investment is a primary school student? Penguin's current largest shareholder is a primary school student? Gu Xiao, who had a different mentality from the two of them, didn't have so many messy thoughts at the moment. Naturally, he wouldn't blame Luo Xiang, because he had indeed revealed to Luo Xiang before that he would formally meet with Ma Huatheng when the contract was signed. But something happened later, and it was delayed. Speaking of which, he is the one who is most at fault. He showed an awkward yet polite smile and stretched out his hand towards Ma Huatheng. Mr. Ma, we meet again. Introduce yourself. My name is Gu Xiao, the boss of Yuanxiu Investment. Are you really the boss of Yuanxiu Investment? Looking at Gu Xiao's outstretched hand, Ma Huatheng shook it almost subconsciously. But the moment he held his hand, Ma Huateng couldn't help but ask again, "A primary school student? Well, I just completed the grade skipping some time ago, and now I have joined the 3-year class. I plan to finish this study and skip to the 4th grade." Gu Xiu nodded, showing a smile that he thought was mature. But it's a pity. No matter how mature your smile is, your body is still just that of a child. Such a smile. It only made Ma Huateng feel particularly awkward. Moreover, after listening to what Gu Xiu said, do you plan to skip a grade after the semester to 4th grade? Hello. Do you think that if you skip a grade to 4th grade, you will no longer be a primary school student? Moreover, no matter how high you jump in level. How old are you now? I'm going to take the liberty to ask. Mr. Gu, what is your age this year? 7 years old. In a few months, you will be 8 years old. So, 7 and 8 years old. Are they really older? Then I would like to ask Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, what industry are your parents engaged in? Maybe we can meet your parents. Ma Huateng asked tentatively. He felt that it was impossible for Gu Xiu, a primary school student, to become the boss of an investment company. There is a high possibility that Gu Xiu is just a rich second generation who is experiencing life. For him to be the boss of Yuan Xiu Investment is probably just a false position given to him by Gu Xiu's parents. It's just a play for the kids. But the actual power should still be in the hands of Gu Xiu's parents. But Gu Xiu shook his head directly. There is no need to meet my parents. My dad has been busy with the hotel recently, so I think we don't need to disturb him. Besides, I hope Mr. Ma will not get to know my dad in the future, because I personally don't want my father to know too much about me. Ma Huateng, are you sure you're not joking? Mr. Ma has come all the way here. You probably haven't eaten yet. Let's go to dinner. Let's chat while eating. Gu Xiu ignored Ma Huateng's confusion and directly suggested. Then he stopped the taxi and jumped in. Master, go to Pearl Bay. After getting in the car, Gu Xiu asked Luo Xiang to call Tan Liangzhe. I'm going to Pearl Bay now. You can order a table of food for delivery. Wait until the other party agrees. Gu Xiu hung up the phone. Turning his head, he saw that Ma Huateng was still confused. Gu Xiu felt a little funny, but he didn't explain anything. Penguins are the big game of the future. He really had no intention of hiding Ma Huateng's identity, so that it would be more convenient to hand over work in the future. Now he can understand if Ma Huateng can't accept it. After all, no matter how strong your receptive ability is, you still need to have a certain degree of acceptance. The journey was not long, and the taxi quickly stopped at the entrance of Pearl Bay. As soon as the three got out of the car, they saw Tan Liangzhe standing at the entrance of the community to greet them. Boss. Well, the house is ready. All the procedures have been completed. You can move in at any time. Tan Liangzhe replied quickly, while taking Gu Xiu to record the owner's information with the security guard. In this way, when Gu Xiu comes back alone in the future, the security guards won't stop him. After finishing these things, the group of four walked towards the community. Ma Huateng was still out of shape. When Luo Xiang arrived, he looked at the 4-story villas around him and couldn't help but his eyes shone. Boss, your newly bought house? Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. You always have to have some private space, and the house price here happens to be right, so I asked Lao Tan to buy one for me. It's my first time here. Luo Xiang immediately gave a thumbs up. What a great boss. When I came back last time, I happened to pass by here and asked. The price of a house here is at least 800,000. 800,000? Tan. Liangzhe shook his head. The one you're talking about is a small apartment. The boss's one cost a full 1.5 million, with a courtyard and fine decoration. The boss is awesome. Luo Xiang suddenly became more and more admired. Lao Luo, you can buy one now. Why don't you take advantage of the price and get one? Gu Xiao asked. 1.5 million is still cheap? Luo Xiang smiled bitterly. Boss, you think too highly of me. You have made a lot of money, right? You can't spend it randomly. I'm also planning to find a girlfriend. How about using it to buy a house? Gu Xiu shook his head. Unless you find a rich woman, buying a house is not a loss. If you believe me and get a mortgage, you will definitely thank me in the future. Really? Sure enough, Luo Xiang was interested. Gu Xiu shrugged. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Of course, as I said, investment is risky. Fine. Luo Xiang did not hesitate and nodded directly. Boss, I believe what you said. Xiao Tan, you can help me find a deal tomorrow. Of course, it will be 800,000 yuan, bank loan mortgage. Okay. Tan Liangzhe said concisely and directly agreed. It was easy for Luo Xiang to decide to buy a house. It seems a little sloppy, but this seemed normal to Luo Xiang, and Tan Liangzhe was not surprised either. As for Gu Xiona, he didn't have too many thoughts. After all, he knew very well that the price of Pearl Bay was historically low. At most the second half of the year, Jiangxing will see a huge surge in housing prices. Basically, all the homeowners in Jiangxing have made a fortune, and since then, Jiangxing's housing prices have been on the fast track, climbing up like a rocket. Just like the courtyard villa he bought, a 4-story bungalow with front and rear gardens, it even rose to hundreds of millions in later generations. A true series of top luxury homes in Jiangxing. After 20 years, that's something money can't buy. Buying now may not seem cheap, but in fact it will definitely pay off in the end. But these three people took it for granted, but Ma Huadeng on the other side didn't think so. A house worth 1.5 million is not a small sum in this era. As a result, this primary school student bought it directly, and it looks like they haven't even been here before, but have completely entrusted it to others to help buy it. What kind of family is this? What's even more outrageous is that Luo Xiang, a shrewd person, plans to buy a house in other places just because of this elementary school student's words. Am I abnormal, or is the world abnormal? But soon, when he saw Gu Xiu's villa, Ma Huateng's thoughts disappeared. The courtyard villa that Gu Xiu bought is considered the king of buildings in Pearl Bay. 4-story, extra-large landscaped courtyard villa. The building is in a light and luxurious modern style. The front yard is a flat and beautiful lawn with a sycamore grove, and the backyard has a private swimming pool. Just looking at it from the outside, people can't help but feel moved inside that the owner of the house is rich. The architectural decoration inside the house is even more impressive. Expensive marble floors, oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, warm and comfortable corridors, a fully functional gym, and a cellar that has already stored a lot of wine. Ma Huadeng even discovered a game room specially used for playing games, with a variety of game consoles in it. Look at it this way. I used to think that 1.5 million was not cheap, but now Ma Huadeng has only one idea. Why don't I have so much money? Otherwise, I'll do one too. But at the same time, Ma Huadeng couldn't help but raise that question again. Gu Xiu, what kind of family is this? Old Tan, you're very reliable in doing things. I like this house very much. I'll give you a bonus this month. After visiting his new house, Gu Xiu expressed his satisfaction. Even the depressed mood of being locked up for 2 months in school has improved a lot at this time. Thank you, boss. When he heard about the bonus increase, Tan Liangzhe perked up at that moment and even patted his chest and promised, Boss, if you have any other requests, just ask me. I, Old Tan, will never say a word or even frown. Before Gu Xiu could speak, Luo Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Xiao Tan has changed his gender. Didn't he have little interest before and feel that he was inferior to his talents? As soon as these words came out, Tan Liangzhe immediately felt embarrassed, but he still answered immediately. That was because I was blind before, but now I have given up on the dark side and understood the greatness of the boss. Hey, you are worthy of being highly educated. I'm not ashamed to say this at all. Luo Xiang joked. Tan Liangzhe blushed and said, I learned it all from you, Brother Luo. At this moment, the two of them reached a consensus. Talk about it. During this period, Tan Liangzhe is definitely one of the people who have changed the most. In the past, Tan Liangzhe was absolutely resistant to working for Gu Xiu. Even when others asked about his work situation, Tan Liangzhe hesitated and was embarrassed to speak. Indeed, he is considered a highly educated person, and he goes to buy houses for others. It doesn't sound nice to say this. Xiucai, even if he knew later, Gu Xiu was very powerful, very profitable, and very discerning. Even after setting up an investment company at a young age, his attitude, towards Gu Xiu changed. But character determines. It's better that he doesn't have a nerve to do anything like flattery or flattery. But after a chat with Luo Xiang, Tan Liangzhe changed his mind. He heard more about Gu Xiu, including private servers, release sites, and private server tutorials for Luo Xiang, which directly shocked Tan Liangzhe. What's more, he also heard a big secret. Gu Xiu turned out to be his idol, Uncle Gu. From that moment on, Tan Liangzhe has changed. From a job where I was too shy to talk to people, to a job full of prospects and light. Work for your idol. Is it embarrassing? No shame. What's more, although the work content seems very simple, to be honest, it is actually very good at training people, at least now Tan Liangzhe's ability to negotiate with others. They have all gone up several levels. This change in mentality also made Tan Liangzhe slowly begin to look forward to Gu Xiu more and more, and became more and more motivated to work for Gu Xiu. When your admiration reaches a certain level, you will occasionally be willing to say a few words of flattery from the bottom of your heart. But that's it. Gu Xiu seemed to think for a while, and suddenly said, "You don't have to buy me a house anymore." Huh? Tan Liangzhe's heart tightened. Boss, don't panic. Gu Xiu understood Tan Liangzhe's thoughts and immediately smiled. There is no need to keep hoarding houses. My funds are not enough. I plan to use the remaining funds elsewhere. So, you don't need to continue to collect houses for me. After all, Tan Liangzhe has been collecting houses for himself for some time. Nowadays, Gu Xiu basically owns real estate or land in the entire Jiang City, an area that will appreciate rapidly in the future. Even the agricultural land that will be developed in a few years. Gu Xiu has dozens of acres in his hands. All these things thrown in are money. Of course, even with such massive hoarding of real estate and land and houses in this era are really worthless. Therefore, Gu Xiu actually still has a lot of money left from stock trading. But the money has to be spent elsewhere. Then I will. Tan Liangzhe was a little uneasy. Your job has always been at Yuanxiu Investment. Now you can join Yuanxiu Investment as a matter of course. Gu Xiu had already planned and said, "Directly, I plan to make you the manager of the financial investment department of Yuanxiu Investment. You will be solely responsible for the financial investment of Yuanxiu Investment. Acquisition of houses and land. That's planning for the future. It is basically impossible to make money from this in the short term." Gu Xiu planned to frighten Yuanxiu Investment, a shell company, not to mention being an angel investor. At least let this investment company start to enter the financial market. After all, the new year is here, and new bull stocks and monster stocks are about to appear. Since I don't have much time to speculate in stocks, then find someone reliable and trustworthy to help you flip the financial market. As long as your direction is correct, making money will be extremely easy. Since he plans to do this, Tan Liangzhe, who has been with him for a long time and is completely trustworthy, is obviously the best choice. Boss, are you serious? Tan Liangzhe was surprised. He knew very well that this was his boss giving him a promotion. Give yourself a chance. Of course you are serious. Gu Xiu smiled and said, "You were originally a top student in the Department of Mathematics and Finance. Housing and land hoarding have always been a way to exercise your abilities. Now that you are capable, you can start doing other things." Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Tan Liangzhe was overjoyed. Don't thank me yet. Although Yuanxiu Investment currently has 2 investment projects, to be honest, this company is more like a shell company. In other words, you have to help me a little bit to improve this company. That's boss, you train me. Tan Liangzhe was not panicked at all, but full of confidence. Don't worry, boss, I will not let you down. He knew very well that this was a huge opportunity. What's more, the boss plans to reuse his own signal. Of course, Tan Liangzhe would not miss this opportunity. At this moment, his whole body felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. Although there were some hiccups when I got to know Tan Liangzhe. But such a long time of contact. This person deserves recognition, both for his abilities and as a person. It's time for me to delegate my power as well. As a primary school student, he couldn't stand up to others all day long, carrying a weapon. In comparison, he was more interested in being a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Making money while lying down is the way to go. After explaining the matter about Tan Liangzhe and the food arrived, Gu Xiu simply got started and the four of them started eating dinner directly at the dining table in the villa. The taste is average, but Gourmet Mike's tastes better. That's right, Gourmet Mike is now a household name in Jiangxing. If you go to Gourmet Mike to eat, you have to queue up even if you go late. The boss is awesome. He's like a son of a tiger without a dog father. No, the boss is always a god. While eating, Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe began to turn into flatterers for each other. Gu Xiu was a little amused and ignored the two of them. He just looked at Ma Huadeng, who was still in a dazed state. Next, it's time to talk about penguins. Seeing that Ma Huateng still looked suspicious of life, Gu Xiu took the lead in breaking the silence. Mr. Ma, you don't seem happy to know that I am the boss of Yuanxiu Investment. Haha, Mr. Gu is joking. Ma Huateng quickly replied. I, Ma Huateng, have never judged people by their appearance. Not to mention that since ancient times, the wise have always been the first. Of course I have no other ideas. I'm just a little surprised. This explanation is reasonable. The premise is that if you don't look at his expression, if you look at Ma Huateng's expression, you will know that when he said this, even he didn't believe it. Damn you for being happy. Any normal person would probably not have any good ideas when he knew that his boss was a primary school student. Of course, Gu Xiu understood this and did not expose it. Instead, he spoke sincerely. To be honest, from the first day I learned about Penguin's product, I have been full of expectations for Penguin. I always feel that Penguin's future achievements may be at the forefront of the domestic internet and become a true internet overlord. And at that time, I had the idea that investing in Penguin would definitely be a very successful thing in my life. But after all, my age is somewhat special. So, in order to successfully reach a consensus with Penguin and invest in Penguin, I deliberately concealed my identity before. I hope Mr. Ma doesn't mind. This is a beautiful statement. Even Ma Huadeng couldn't help but nod. He did have resentment in his heart. After all, he had already heard of Gu Xiu's name when he first came into contact with Yuanxiu Investment. But whether it was Luo Xiang's description or his own imagination, Mr. Gu Xiu should be a very powerful business tycoon. At least, he should be a very visionary young man. The result? Tell me, that boss is a primary school student? No matter who it is, there will be a psychological gap. Gu Xiu's words also slightly eased Ma Huateng's psychological gap. At least not so resistant. To be honest, Mr. Gu, your age is really surprising. Even I don't know what to tell everyone when I return to the company. Ma Huateng said with a bitter smile. Why are you talking about me? Gu Xiu smiled and said, for Penguin, the most important thing is to advance quickly on his own track. As for who the person behind is and how old he is, it doesn't really matter, does it? Ma Huateng was stunned, and then couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Really, Gu Xiu's age is not a problem. After all, as an investor, as long as he has money, it really doesn't have much to do with Penguin. But soon, Ma Huateng couldn't help but shake his head. If you're just an ordinary investor, this is of course no problem. But the crux of the matter is, Gu Xiu wanted not only Penguin's investment, but also Penguin's voting rights. That is control. Gu Xiu saw Ma Huateng's worries, so he did not show off and said directly, after I take over Penguin, I will not interfere in Penguin's internal affairs. Everything will continue as before. The only thing I am responsible for is the future development direction of Penguin. Ma Huateng still looked a little bitter. What does he care about now that Penguin has been randomly interfered with and internal affairs have been messed up? I'm actually a little worried. But what he is most worried about is the future development direction of Penguin. This is a very important factor. If something goes wrong, it may lead Penguin to a dead end. Gu Xiu, does he have this ability? Mr. Ma, does he know what advantages primary school students have? Gu Xiu suddenly asked. Advantage? Young. Ma Huateng asked tentatively. Yes, you are young. Gu Xiu nodded. Because I am young, I know very well what young people think, and the internet industry itself is a young industry. It needs vitality and creativity. I can be more precise and know the future path of Penguin. and I can understand more clearly the direction Penguin should take in the future. This is my advantage, and it is unmatched by Mr. Ma. This wave can be regarded as a self-promotion and self-promotion. Luo Xiong and Tan Liangzhe on the side didn't think anything happened because Gu Xiu had made them understand time and time again that what the boss said was true. But Ma Huatheng is different. In fact, he just felt that Gu Xiu was a little arrogant. Of course, no matter how much you talk, it's better to do it beautifully. It's normal for Mr. Ma to have concerns. We still have to be result-oriented and produce good results to convince others. Gu Xiu naturally had no intention of making Ma Huatheng fall directly under his school uniform pants with just a few words. This is not realistic. The reason why he said so much was, to put it bluntly, it was to appease him, at least to make Ma Huatheng less resistant. Next, it's time to get serious. Gu Xiu fumbled around and found a USB flash drive from his backpack. Pass it to Ma Huatheng. This is... Ma Huatheng was confused. According to the supplementary terms, in the next 3 months, I will lead Penguin to achieve sales of 500,000 meters. Here's my next plan. Ma Huatheng was stunned. In the USB drive, Mr. Gu has already made a plan. Want to take a look? Gu Xiu smiled and asked Tan Liangzhe to bring a laptop. Ma Huatheng was not surprised because he had already planned it. But this plan was come up by a primary school student, so Ma Huatheng couldn't help but doubt it. Without any hesitation at the moment, Ma Huatheng opened the USB flash drive and started reading. The USB disk is very clean, with only one file. Penguin's subsequent version planning list, updated version. Ma Huatheng was a little confused. He glanced at Gu Xiu again and couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Gu, you only have 3 months. In 3 months, shouldn't he find a way to make money? Shouldn't the name of the file be Penguin Sales Plan? Or something else? Why are you still thinking about how to update Penguin? But Gu Xiu shook his head. Mr. Ma doesn't seem to know where you lost before. Of course I know. Ma Huatheng frowned, a little unhappy. Gu Xiu's tone was too calm. But it was such plainness that Ma Huatheng felt that he was despised by a primary school student. Oh, then Mr. Ma might as well tell you where you went wrong. Gu Xiu asked. We have set the wrong target. Ma Huatheng answered directly. Really? The previous enterprise group model did have potential, but there was a problem with their positioning, which led to the final dismal ending. But Gu Xiu shook his head. That's wrong. Wrong? Is there something wrong with our software? Ma Huatheng frowned. Gu Xiu shook his head again. That's not right. Still not right? What's wrong with this? Does this kid understand? Just when Ma Huatheng thought that the boy in front of him could talk nonsense, he saw Gu Xiu finally spoke. Your biggest mistake is that you have not really found your own advantages. This, Ma Huatheng was thoughtful. Does Mr. Ma know what I value most about Penguin? Gu Xiu asked again, but before Ma Huatheng could speak, he had already said to himself, is it Penguin's software? No. Penguin's instant messaging software is indeed good, but to be honest, using you as a template, I want to copy an instant messaging software that is not weaker than yours in just 3 days. These words made Ma Huatheng frown, but he couldn't refute. Indeed, there is nothing fancy about Penguin's program, and it can even be said to be very simple. Since it's not software, what is it? It's your team. With all due respect, it's not difficult to pull out a team that's more professional than you. Now that people are returning to China, many overseas talents are returning. As long as you're willing to spend money, it's easy to pull out a team that's enough to beat you. Ma Huatheng, second injury, but still can't refute. Penguin really doesn't have much talent right now. Even a few of its founders are classmates and friends, and most of them have never even been abroad. Technology? To be honest, that's it. Such a setback. Made Ma Huatheng feel ashamed and angry at the same time. Since Penguin is worthless in Mr. Gu's eyes, why does Mr. Gu still invest in US? That's a good question. Gu Xiu smiled, not worried about Ma Huatheng's anger at all. Instead, he smiled brightly. Why? I am willing to choose your company, which requires technology, but not technology, and talents, but not talent. This is, of course, Penguin's biggest advantage. And what is your advantage? The reason is that your number of active users lies in your reputation as the #1 instant messaging software in the country. This is your biggest advantage. And this is why I value you. In the age of the internet, KPIs, profit indexes, and sales are all false. The only real thing is one thing. That is traffic. Traffic, Ma Huateng muttered to himself, talking about this relatively unfamiliar term. I don't quite understand it. After all, traffic, it seems useless, right? Ma Huateng was surprised. But then, Ma Huateng suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. The expression on his face was also a bit gloomy. Mr. Gu wants to sell Penguin? Of course traffic is useful, but if it's useless, it's really useless. At least at this moment, for Ma Huateng, this thing is not actually an advantage. After all, this can't make money, and it also increases the burden on the server. The only advantage may be that when it comes to venture capital valuations, the number of registered users and the number of active users is an outstanding result. But this thing is for Penguin, who does not need to look for investment from abroad for the time being. Not really an advantage at all. But Gu Xiu took this as an advantage. What does that mean? This means that Gu Xiu may not even intend to run Penguin properly. It's even possible he plans to let Penguin increase the number of users again, and then find the next company to sell the shares at a high price. This is not alarmist. It's the norm on the internet. At this moment, Ma Huateng even thought of what happened when the internet was rising. In fact, the internet has not been around for a long time, but it is not that short now. But at the beginning, when the internet first appeared, this sector experienced a long period of downturn. Because at that time, everyone was still very traditional. When investing, everyone still looked at profits and financial reports. But then, some people have changed their minds, and they have changed their thinking and no longer look at the internet according to the traditional investment model. They no longer care whether this internet company can make money, whether it can be profitable. Is a financial report beautiful? Is there really a prospect? What they value is just whether the shares in their hands can be used in the shortest time, sold for a good price. This is easy to understand. What investors have to do is no longer to invest in this company and follow its rise. On the contrary, more investors are basically just making a quick buck. A simple example. Investor A invested in an internet company and spent $1 million. After the internet company took the money, it began to attract a lot of traffic and create a lot of topics. The number of users and active traffic begins to rise rapidly. Investor A will immediately take this thing and go to new investors to tell them how promising this company is. Then, the next family arrived. Investor B gave a valuation of tens of millions. At this time, the previous investor A will cash out his shares without hesitation. This process is very short and will basically not take more than half a year. In half a year, it went from 1 million to 10 million, and the first investor was satisfied. The investor B who took over later took a look. Blanche got cheated, but at this time, the money has already been spent, and investors cannot just suffer losses like this. Create topics, generate traffic, and then find a second victim. Next, there will be the third, fourth, fifth. There are more and more takers. An internet company that had no prospects at all and had even been losing money was rising rapidly and rapidly appreciating in value. Even listed, the previous investors basically lost money. Investors who entered the market later had no choice but to bite the bullet and use the same method in order to win. There are more people doing this, and slowly it becomes a wave. Obviously, such a wave has its own problems. It's a bubble in itself. This is why, after the internet bubble was burst, internet companies have been speculated to reach hundreds of billions or trillions before. Overnight, some even lost 99% of their market value. Because this in itself is a pathological development. Investors are happy. Anyway, as long as they're not the last to take over, everyone will make money. But the worst ones are those internet companies. They can't make money. Moreover, because investors are getting more and more crazy, they can only go against their original intentions and even forcefully change the company's strategic direction under the threat of investors. As a result, the only path waiting for internet companies is to perish. This is what Ma Huateng fears most. Because he doesn't want Penguin to become a money-making machine that makes money for others, and he doesn't want Penguin to quickly fall into ruin due to being encouraged by robbing its seedlings. I originally thought that this kind of thing would not happen, at least until the storm of the internet bubble has not passed. It should not happen. But now Gu Xiu said this. It is inevitable that Ma Huateng will think in the worst direction. And the more I think about it, the more I fear. It dawned on him. Why does Gu Xiu keep asking for voting rights at the same time as buying shares? He is playing a long-term game to catch the big fish. As long as he has the right to vote, he can force Penguin as quickly as possible. Make every effort to expand new users. Create higher traffic. At the same time, is also sold at a better price. Compared with the previous Barbera development, Gu Xiu's plan now is obviously more detailed, and he even has a high probability of success. What to do? What do I do? I actually forgot about this. If Gu Xiu wanted to force Penguin, he would immediately start to increase the number of users massively. No, Gu Xiu's current plan for the subsequent version of Penguin is almost certain to have something to increase the number of players. In fact, the reason why he was willing to accept my 3-month additional terms may be that he had no intention of waiting for the 3 months to expire. What do I do? His thoughts like this will destroy Penguin. All of a sudden, a lot of new ideas kept appearing in his mind, and these ideas made Ma Huateng's heart completely sink to the bottom. He easily clicked on the document in Gu Xiu's USB flash drive. Really, the first line is to attract traffic. The drainage mode was quite interesting, and Ma Huateng couldn't help but take a closer look. The first method is to cooperate with various internet cafe management system publishers and put Penguin into the pre-installed system of each internet cafe. This allows users to surf the internet in internet cafes without re-downloading Penguin, and they can log in after turning on the computer. This is a good idea. Not surprisingly, if it succeeds, the number of Penguin users will be even higher. But just this one thing made Ma Huateng feel cold, because this is what I expected. Same. Gu Xiu really intends to cash out. For a moment, anger surged into his heart, and Ma Huateng's hands even began to tremble. But the anger quickly disappeared because he could no longer change anything. The other party was the major shareholder. When he faced the other party, he could only feel helpless and sigh. Forcing himself to calm down, Ma Huateng said in a pleading tone, "Mr. Gu, the current number of Penguin users has exceeded 100 million users, and it is almost reaching the bottleneck. What we should do next is not blindly divert traffic." He could only ask Gu Xiu not to be too cruel. Blind expansion and blindly increasing the number of users will not be beneficial to Penguin today. But it's a pity that Gu Xiu just smiled. "Mr. Ma, instead of thinking wildly, you might as well continue reading. The things behind are very interesting." Interesting? Ma Huateng didn't think that he had seen through Gu Xiu's thoughts, and he didn't think that Gu Xiu could come up with anything interesting. However, he finally sighed and continued looking down. But at this sight, Ma Huateng was stunned. The second article is to divert traffic. But the difference is that the traffic drainage model given by Gu Xiu is a little different. Fate matches. This thing, it's interesting. 3 minutes later, when he fully understood the content of Gu Xiu's second article, Ma Huateng couldn't help but be shocked on the spot. Even if he hadn't known that Gu Xiu planned to sell the Penguin to cash out, he would have even wanted to give Gu Xiu a thumbs up, praise him for being a genius. Because the second plan given by Gu Xiu was very simple and intuitive. Moreover, it is also very novel, destined to match. This is the version plan given by Gu Xiu. According to the repair plan, Penguin will add a new section called Fate Ice Field to the function. Players who log into Penguin, you can enter this section of the Ice Field of Fate and choose to find your own destined person. It's actually very simple to say. When a user clicks on the match, they will get the online users pushed by the system and display the other party's Penguin business card. Users can chat with each other directly in Fate Ice Field as strangers. However, the chat limit is 3 sentences. If you feel comfortable with the 3 sentences, both parties can choose to add friends to chat privately and add the other person to become their Penguin friend. If you can't chat, you can choose to pair again. But the diversion stuff is here. Ordinary players can only match 3 times a day. After 3 times, they can no longer match on the same day. If they want to continue matching, they can only choose to invite friends. Invite new Penguin users or invite existing Penguin user friends to join Fate Icefield. After looking at this set, Ma Huadeng had only one feeling. Awesome. He is the founder of Penguin. Over the past few years, he has watched Penguin step by step from nothing to more than 100 million registered users. He knows very well that once this thing is taken out, it will be the king of penguins. After all, what do netizens of this era like to do? Chat. And chat with strangers. Ma Huadeng had done special research before. He found that many people would enter some numbers that looked pleasing to the eye in the Add Friend column in an attempt to find Penguin friends. Moreover, many people use this method to chat with unfamiliar online games. If Fate Icefield is something like this, it is almost certain that the next Penguin user activity data will lead to rapid improvement. Moreover, Gushio also added an unprecedented new recruit activity to this. The number of matches is limited, and players can only invite new users. And the final result of this must be to bring more new users to join Penguin and become Penguin users. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. King Bomb. To be honest, if Ma Huadeng had seen this idea at any time before, he would have jumped for joy on the spot. But this time, to be honest, I am really happy because this is a new route. But the same thing. Ma Huadeng couldn't laugh at anything, because he discovered that Gushio was not just limited to the data of registered users. He even wanted to increase the data of active users. These are the most important values when selling stocks. Mr. Gu, I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. Ma Huadeng sighed sincerely, but then added, but, again, the current Penguin is actually not suitable for rapidly increasing the number of users. Why not? Gushio shook his head. Although Penguin has firmly ranked first in domestic instant messaging, the internet industry is changing with each passing day. Since one step is fast, it needs to be step-by-step fast. Traffic is Penguin's biggest trump card, so it is natural to specialize in this area. The best thing to do is to use strengths and avoid weaknesses. Penguin now not only needs to continue to add new users quickly, but also increases user stickiness so that users can completely form a habit of Penguin. This is the most important thing. To be honest, Ma Huadeng couldn't find any point to refute Gushio's words. After all, he was telling the truth. Speaking of user stickiness, I have seen Penguin's active user data before, and to be honest, it is not ideal. 100 million registered users, but the actual number of active users is not even 10 million. This data is too bad. Gushio said again, look at the third item. I plan to add a hierarchy to Penguin, which should solve this problem. Ma Huadeng nodded, and he also noticed Gushio's third item. Penguin level. The previous Penguins did not have a hierarchy, but in Gushio's setting, the Penguins will have a new hierarchy. According to the length of time the user logs in, the experience value of the Penguin level is obtained. The user can upgrade to the star, moon, sun, and the highest crown. This function is very simple. Even for Penguin programmers, such a new feature can be solved in just 1 day of coding. But the effect is definitely very obvious. At least, it will increase the stickiness of Penguin users so that they will habitually hang up Penguin when they turn on the computer. This is almost inevitable. Of course, the specific situation is not yet known, but I have to admit that this is definitely a genius idea. But the more genius he is, the more sad Ma Huadeng is. He now has no doubts about Gushio's ability at all. Just these 3 arrangements can tell that Gushio is indeed a real person. But it's a pity. This investor with real materials is aiming to cash out. No. 1 adds new users, 1 increases user activity, and the other increases user stickiness. These 3 data. In the eyes of capital, it is very important data. Mr. Gu, I want to talk to you. Finally, Ma Huadeng couldn't help it anymore. Are you planning to use Penguin to cash out? Why do you ask? Gushio smiled, without agreeing or refuting. Ma Huadeng said resentfully, because from your perspective, it seems that cashing out is the best way. Now that you have come to this conclusion, what are your next plans? Gu Xiao still did not answer, but asked rhetorically. Ma Huateng hesitated. Yes. What should I do next? What could I have planned? Regardless of whether Gu Xiao intends to cash out, he is the founder of Penguin, and there is nothing he can do to change anything. Mr. Ma, I think you may be overthinking. I can tell you clearly, Penguin, I plan to hold it in my hands as Wang Jia. First of all, it is impossible for me to never sell my shares, but in the short term, I will not do so. This short term is within 5 years. At least within 5 years, I will not want to sell Penguin's shares. Even if the results within 5 years are good, I will not abandon Penguin after 5 years. Gu Xiao finally gave his reassurance. Certainly, empty words won't convince anyone. Therefore, Gu Xiao urged directly. In fact, instead of thinking so wildly, Mr. Ma, why don't you take a look at the profit plan I will give you later? Profit plan? Ma Huateng was stunned for a moment, then read down. And sure enough, he saw that in this document, there was not only a plan to recruit new people, but also a profit plan. Gu Xiao, does he really intend to make Penguin profitable? Can't wait. Ma Huateng started reading down immediately. The first thing that catches the eye are 4 big characters. Penguin member. Member. Similar to a subscription service. This thing. It's too powerful. How did you come up with this? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Penguin can really be linked to a subscription service. This idea is great. In Gu Xiao's luxurious villa, Ma Huateng has completely fallen into a state of madness. He has become like this since seeing the Penguin members. Cry and laugh. It was like a demon was stunned. Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe felt extremely strange, and even looked at Ma Huateng with a bit of worry. Lao Luo, what's wrong with this horse? Tan Liangzhe asked in a low voice, pointing to his head. Luo Xiang pondered for a moment and nodded. Maybe it's because of stimulation, ups and downs, joys and sorrows. Sometimes the brain can't bear it, causing the mood to lose control. This. Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but shake his head. This ability to accept is too poor, right? Do you think everyone is like us and already has a big heart when facing the boss? Luo Xiang said angrily. Tan Liangzhe thought for a while. It seems so. Actually, it's not that Ma Huateng doesn't have a big heart. It's because what is written in the document in front of him is really too important to him. It's inevitable. He couldn't control his emotions. Fortunately, the conversation between Luo and Tan finally made Ma Huateng wake up. Unable to resist, he looked at Gu Xiao and said, Mr. Gu, are you the one who came up with everything here? Not entirely. Gu Xiao shook his head. I learned from some successful cases. There is nothing secret about Penguin members. It costs 10 yuan a month to become a Penguin member. After membership users are activated, they can obtain a number of benefits. It includes a series of functions such as online ringtones, offline ringtones, customization of Penguin avatars, red marking at the top of friend list, UI skin replacement, chat history roaming, etc. They are all simple, but very practical functional rights. At least Ma Huateng was very moved and even more excited when he saw it. But after hearing Gu Xiao's words, Ma Huateng was a little surprised. Reference? To be honest, I don't see what you have learned from this model, Mr. Gu. The internet sales model is still a mystery. Countless internet companies are exploring how to make their companies profitable and even maintain balance. Before, we at Penguin have been thinking and researching, and we have even studied the profit models of related internet companies at home and abroad. To be honest, I have never heard of any company having such a thing. He was really curious, because he didn't know at all that any company had such a model. If there was, he should have known about it a long time ago. I borrowed some things from the past. Gu Xiao replied. Things from the past. Ma Huateng became even more interested. Have internet companies done this before? What I mean before is not necessarily the recent past, nor necessarily the past few years. Gu Xiao shook his head, pretending to be confused for the first time. No explanation was given for this. You can't say that you're learning from Penguin, right? Moreover, he is not the Penguin of this time and space, but the Penguin of that world in his previous life. But seeing that Ma Huateng wanted to break the pot and ask the question Gu Xiao jumped in and said, "Why do you just limit your attention to the internet?" Ma Huateng was stunned, and then thoughtfully said, "Not limited to the internet? Of course. We must open our horizons and never limit ourselves." Gu Xiao nodded. "Don't limit yourself. That means—" Ma Huateng murmured to himself, suddenly thought of something, and looked at Gu Xiao in surprise. "Mr. Gu, you didn't learn from the internet, but from other industries?" "Correct answer." Gu Xiao nodded. "You need to know we have an old saying. Everything changes without departing from its roots. No matter how the times develop, many essential things will not change. And this is the case in business. Many business models that have proven successful today have been accumulated over time. In fact, many people have fallen into misunderstandings. Instead of thinking about how to blaze a new path on the blueprint of the internet, it is better to think about how to combine the internet with all existing things. Never limit yourself to the identity of the founder of an internet company, but should open up the pattern a little more. Only by standing on a higher mountain can you see farther." These words were like a flash of light, which instantly opened up Ma Huateng's thoughts. Enlightenment. He thought about the subscription service that Su Qian'ai had mentioned before, the one that Gu Xiao brought out now, and the subscription service that Su Qian'ai had mentioned before. How similar. Essentially, it's the same. Spend money to subscribe and get more services. This is something commonly used in magazines and newspapers. Not only in the media, but in some other industries, there are also VIP services similar to this. God, so amazing. Is this a primary school student? What a genius. He's a monster. Of course, we can't completely learn from it. Gu Xiao paused briefly and then spoke again. The internet is an emerging field after all, with a broader market and a more open model, and these models require more new thinking. This requires learning from the past to be better than the past. But no matter what kind of new model, the core remains the same. The models of making money are more diversified, but in fact, the core of the way to make money will never change. These, Mr. Ma, you need to think about in the future. Ma Huateng was immediately in awe. "I will definitely work hard." "Very good. This wave of chicken blood is good." Gu Xiao was very satisfied. "Now, Mr. Ma still doubts that I plan to take action against Penguin?" "No more doubts. No more doubts." Ma Huateng shook his head repeatedly, although he doesn't know what the future of this membership business will be at the moment. But the future prospects are very big. Especially as Gu Xiao said, the core remains unchanged. The Penguin membership model proposed by Gu Xiao, more importantly, can bring a new direction to Penguin. And this direction will definitely succeed in the future. Gu Xiao was able to take this out. Even so, the future direction of Penguin is left in his hands. Gu Xiao had no reason to abandon Penguin after showing off such a king bomb. That proves one thing. Gu Xiao is really doing this for Penguin's own good. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu." Ma Huateng stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Xiao, as if he had stood upright after being beaten. "I doubted your ability before. I even doubted whether you were sincere about Penguin. It seems now I was wrong. On behalf of myself and Penguin, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. This time it was sincere." The original doubts and malicious speculations completely disappeared after Gu Xiao took out these real things. At the same time, also convinced. It's okay not to be convinced. After all, Penguin has so many people and has spent so many years trying to find a profit model. But it was taken out easily by a primary school student. Just for this reason, I feel ashamed. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem like a bad thing for the other party to lead the Penguin. It is even less of a problem if the other party wants voting rights. In business, there are only results. There is no right or wrong. It is good to be cautious. Gu Xiao smiled and felt relieved. He has been waiting for this move for a long time. 4. That is to make Penguin willing to be under his command. And now, the goal is reached. As long as Ma Huateng is willing to work for himself, then this future trillion-dollar empire will be stable. It suddenly became clear. Ma Huateng was indeed convinced. Although he was not as blindly worshipful and trusting as Luo Xiang, His wariness towards Gu Xiao had disappeared. At this moment, he began to think about the next thing. Mr. Gu, when will you join the company? Or, Ma Huading looked at Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe. Your representative. When will you start working in the company? What? Luo Xiang frowned. Although Mr. Gu's proposal is very good and is likely to achieve the goal, after all, we have an agreement and the 3-month additional terms are still there. Of course, Mr. Gu still needs to start trying to see if he can really achieve sales of $500,000 in 3 months. In Mr. Gu's current situation, obviously he cannot go to the company to personally direct, so a representative will be needed to take charge of formula command and scheduling. In that case, shouldn't one of the two of you come back to Penguin with me? Ma Huateng said matter-of-factly. He was convinced by Gu Xiao in his heart, and he was absolutely willing to obey Gu Xiao's correct command in the future. But after all, the contract signed before must still be fulfilled. It's not a rigid rule, but to convince the other penguins. But when Ma Huateng said these words, Luo Xiang suddenly felt bad. He immediately turned to look at Gu Xiao. Boss, you know, I'm very busy now and can't spare any time. He was really afraid. Originally, Gu Xiao asked Tan Liangzhe to take charge of Yuan Xiao's investment. Luo Xiang was relieved, which meant that he would have one less job. At least I don't have to be so busy anymore. But if Gu Xiao wanted to get him to go to Penguin again, it would really drive him crazy. By the way, Lao Tan is good. Luo Xiang suddenly remembered that he had a companion who could share the pressure. He happens to be responsible for the investment in distant cultivation next, so let him go. I really don't have time. Brush. Both of them looked at Tan Liangzhe. Tan Liangzhe didn't care, and even had a little expectation. After all, if he was in charge of Penguin, it would be regarded as Gu Xiao's important role. The only thing he was a little unsure about was whether Gu Xiao was willing to let himself be responsible for such a big thing. After all, apart from helping Gu Xiao buy a house in Hordland, he seemed to have no other achievements. But it's a pity. Gu Xiao shook his head. No need for Lao Tan. Huh. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and Tan Liangzhe felt depressed in his heart. He was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. But Luo Sampao was different, and he burst out at that time. Boss, you can't do this. I really have a lot of things to do now. 3-Body Games has been very busy recently, and there are other things to deal with. You can't cut me. Up and use it. What a grievance. From the time he followed Gu Xiao, he had a bright future, but every time he was treated like a beast by Gu Xiao, he didn't get any rest at all. He was really scared. But Luo Xiang's huge reaction made Gu Xiao laugh. You won't do it even if you pay more money? No. Luo Xiang shook his head repeatedly. Money? He's really not short now. What he is short of is not money, but time to spend. Then I'll lower your salary by 10% and stop you from dealing with penguins. Do you agree? Gu Xiao asked playfully. This? Luo Xiang hesitated, but finally nodded. Yes. Go ahead. Even if you lower the salary a little, you can't get another job for yourself anyway. Unexpectedly, just as he made a difficult decision, Gu Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Lao Luo is awesome. Okay, you don't have to be responsible for Penguin's affairs. Phew. Luo Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. The boss agreed. Fortunately, he didn't need to change his shampoo for the time being. But soon, Luo Xiang felt something was wrong. Was the boss convinced so easily? This is impossible. And why do I feel like I'm being tricked? Just when this idea came up, Gu Xiao said, I don't plan to use Lao Luo and Lao Tan regarding Penguin. Huh? Luo Xiang. So, I was the one who got cut in a hurry? Ma Huadeng, on the other hand, didn't think so much and looked at Gu Xiao strangely. Who does Mr. Gu want to let go? Is it someone I don't know? No. Gu Xiao shook his head. You know this person, and he is very familiar with it. Oh, Ma Huadeng was surprised. He began to think in his mind. Who did he know? And Gu Xiao also knew. Or was it Gu Xiao himself? No. Isn't he a primary school student still studying? He can't even bring a mobile phone. How can he have time to go to Pengcheng with him? But while he was still wondering, he saw that Gu Xiao had already sat up straight. The updated plan I gave you is what I will do in the next 3 months, and the person in charge is Ma Huadeng. I promise that I will not disappoint you, Mr. Gu. Ma Huading nodded immediately. But soon, Ma Huading was confused. Mr. Gu, are you done? Yes, it's done. Gu Xiao nodded. But where are the supervisors? Ma Huading asked blankly. Why do we need supervisors? Gu Xiao asked. At this moment, Ma Huading was confused. Gu Xiao asked him to take charge of the next work, which was not unexpected. After all, he had always been the leader of penguins. He still has to carry out the specific work. But there must be a supervisor here. After all, the two parties signed an ancillary agreement to the gambling agreement. Only by having a supervisor sit in can they be sure that Penguin did not squander money or deliberately cause sabotage. Otherwise, as the executors, if Penguin employees want to trick Gu Xiao, they only need to be passive and slack off or delay for 3 months. In this way, after 3 months, if Gu Xiao fails to achieve his goal, he will be considered a loser. And what Gu Xiao means now is not planning to set up a supervisor. Isn't he afraid that he will trick him? Gu Xiao smiled and said, I'm a very particular person, and I've always been very careful about trusting people and trusting people. Mr. Ma, you are a smart man. I believe you will not fool me on this matter or deliberately delay me. In my opinion, rather than setting up supervisors in vain, it is better to let Mr. Ma give it a go. Isn't it better? So, I don't plan to set up supervisors at Penguin, nor do I want to monitor Penguin's every move. I just need to see the results in 3 months. I hope, Mr. Ma, you won't disappoint me. That night, Ma Huading got on the last plane and returned to Pengsheng. Before leaving, he assured Gu Xiao very seriously, Mr. Gu, thank you for your trust in me. I will use my actual actions to prove that you did not trust the wrong person. After leaving these words, Ma Huading left directly. Gu Xiao's words of don't doubt the people you trust, but don't trust the people you employ, made Ma Huading truly more loyal and grateful to Gu Xiao. But Ma Huading was grateful. But Luo Xiang was a little worried. On the way back, Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask Gu Xiao, Boss, are you really not afraid that Ma Huading will cheat you? After all, there is no contract, and there are too many loopholes. If he finds a loophole to cheat you, boss, we will be very passive at Penguin. After all, he is a top student in the law major. For Luo Xiang, without contract constraints and legal clauses, it means there is no sense of security. It seems to be well said now, but it is not uncommon for someone to turn around and disown someone. If Gu Xiao loses this gambling agreement, what that brings is an intuitive loss. Whether the amount of additional investment will increase or the right to speak in Penguin will decrease. These are all disadvantages. In his opinion, it was a bit rash for the boss to do this, even a little innocent. But in response, Gu Xiao just smiled. Don't worry, as long as Ma Huading is not a fool, he will not cheat me. Luo Xiang was puzzled, but he saw Gu Xiao turning his head and looking at Tan Liangzhe. Old Tan, what do you think? The boss is right. Tan Liangzhe nodded, but noticed Luo Xiang's dissatisfied look and explained, whether he wins or loses this bet, the boss is Penguin's largest shareholder. Even if he has no voting rights, the shares will not change. Penguin can indeed use some tricks to win this bet, but in fact it is not necessary at all. Because if they deliberately let the boss lose, then what awaits Penguin is the disagreement between the shareholders and the company, which will have a fatal impact on Penguin's subsequent development. Because the boss holds the shares in his hand, even if the boss has no say, if he wants to target Penguin, there are actually many ways to bring Penguin to a complete standstill. As long as Penguin people analyze the gains and losses, they will know that this is picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. For the boss, he can definitely find an opportunity to sell the shares, because the purchase price is not high, and Penguin has a profit direction, so the price will definitely not be high. Looking at it this way, the boss can make a profit whether he wins or loses or even a lot. But for Penguin, it will bring disasters that they cannot determine, which is not a good choice in itself. It is unlucky for oneself and offend shareholders. Relatively speaking, it is obviously the best choice for everyone to be happy. So, if I were Ma Huading, there's only one thing I have to do next. Try your best to let the boss win. This is not only a matter of life and death. but also a matter of life and death. He needs to show the potential that the boss values and make the boss willing to continue investing in Penguin and continue to help lead Penguin. Looking at it this way, it doesn't matter whether there are supervisors or not. After hearing this, Luo Xiong immediately gave a thumbs up. High. Too high. I didn't expect that this level not only guaranteed my invincibility, but also won my favor, which made Ma Huat-Hang feel grateful. Boss, you are so serious and established. Gu Xiao could still laugh at the first part of the sentence. The second half of the sentence made Gu Xiao's face darken. Mud, if you can't speak, don't speak. Saying this about your boss? Aren't you afraid of losing your job? Hee, I said it wrong. Luo Xiong chuckled and added, I'm definitely not retaliating against the boss when you cheated me out of my salary before. Gu Xiao rolled his eyes. Your salary for this month is gone. Don't. Luo Xiong looked bitter. Boss, I have an old man and a young man, but I am not sensible. You have a lot. I'm still underage, not an adult. Boss, your prime minister can support a boat. Eat less, eat healthily, and live a healthy life. If you have a big belly, you'll have high blood pressure. Luo Xiong collapsed. This boss can't afford it. He doesn't have martial ethics. Okay, if you want me not to deduct your salary, you have to do another favor for free. Gu Xiao said with a half-smile. Luo Xiong reacted immediately. Boss, you didn't plan to trick me from the beginning, did you? A trick? Gu Xiao thought for a moment. I can't say that, but if you think it's a trick, you can refuse. Your monthly salary is still quite good, which can reduce my expenses. No. Luo Xiong suddenly became anxious. Boss, you definitely didn't trick me. I did it all willingly. What do you want me to do? Whether I'm going up a mountain of knives or going down into a sea of fire, I will never frown. Tan Liangzhe's expression changed so quickly that Tan Liangzhe looked dazed. But Luo Xiong is not ashamed at all. What is there to be ashamed of? Money is real. In the past few days, you have sorted out the things you're doing. Starting next week, you will go to Xiangjiang and Boston in the United States for a trip. Gu Xiao said, Hong Kong and Boston? Luo Xiong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered. Boss, are you going to take over the remaining shares of Penguin? 40% of Penguin shares are still in the hands of two groups of people. They are Xiangjiang Gongzi and IDG Capital. From the beginning, Gu Xiao revealed that he wanted to take out their shares from these two parties. However, Gu Xiao did not make any relevant plans or actions after that, but just left it alone. Even when the three parties came into contact, Gu Xiao never mentioned this matter. Over time, Luo Xiong thought Gu Xiao had given up. Actually, boss, if you don't tell me, I'm going to remind you that people from Mr. Li in Xiangjiang contacted me before. Although they didn't directly say what it was about, they hinted that I could buy shares from them. And I asked about Mr. Li in Xiangjiang. They're currently working hard to build his telecommunications company. They have already spent a lot of money and even loaned a lot to the bank. The capital chain is not sufficient. Coupled with our previous gambling agreement, Penguin lost again, which means that Penguin's valuation will be reduced again, and they will definitely not be able to calm down. So, boss, don't worry. I will definitely come back with a satisfactory answer for you. Luo Xiong said confidently. Gu Xiao nodded and directly delegated his authority. Then I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Try to get all the shares in their hands. There was nothing to hesitate. These 40% shares are a big bargain in themselves. The price is not high now, so you can make a profit if you get it. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to keep the price as low as possible and wait for Penguin to lose this gambling agreement, Gu Xiao would have taken action long ago, waiting for so long just to be more stable. With Luo Xiong's ability, negotiating is not a problem. After finishing two things in one night, Gu Xiao was relieved. But it's not over yet. Gu Xiao looked at Tan Liangzhe again. You are not allowed to take charge of Penguin. Do you feel a little aggrieved? No. I obey all the boss's orders. Tan Liangzhe shook his head repeatedly. He was indeed a little aggrieved before, but after thinking about it, it is not that aggrieved anymore. Gu Xiao smiled. Don't worry. Your task is heavier than others. After you set up the stall invested by Yuan Xiao, you can come to me. Then, You have a lot to do. The new year has arrived. The new bull stocks and monster stocks. Here too. To others, stock trading is an opportunity accompanied by risks. But to Gu Xiao, it's called picking up money. If you can pick it up, of course you have to keep picking it up. You brat. Why are you back so late? Tell me the truth. Did you go wild somewhere again tonight? When he got home that night, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and Gu Jianjun started scolding him on the spot. Gu Xiao looked bitter and said, "It's all Mr. Liang's fault. He insisted that I finish my homework at his place and test the test paper at his place. Otherwise, I would have come back long ago." As expected, this excuse is invincible. Even Gu Jianjun had nothing to say and just curled his lips. What are you complaining about? Teacher Ren Liang spent time and energy on you, but in the end you couldn't get a good result? Isn't it just to make you successful in the future? That can't be like this. I'm still a primary school student. Other children can play everywhere, but I am like being in jail every day. Gu Xiao was not convinced. Hey, you brat knows nothing. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will be miserable. Don't just think about playing all day long. When you grow up, no one will tell you how to play. Then when you grow up, will you be the same as you are now? Childhood is very precious. When I grow up in the future, others will recall their childhood, but I don't seem to have much childhood. Hey, you kid has a lot to think about. Why don't you say that when you grow up in the future, your peers will not be able to find jobs, so you will just choose a job? Gu Xiao. Good guy. I call him good guy. Okay, don't pretend to be me. Are you hungry? I've left something to eat for you. Gu Jianjun suddenly smiled and opened the cover of the dining table. The table was filled with dishes, all of which Gu Xiao liked to eat. Dad, you're so good. Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had eaten in a restaurant before, the food actually tasted better than Gu Jianjun's food. But how to say it? Let's just enjoy this one. For a moment, Gu Xiao went into wolfing mode, while Gu Jianjun sat beside him with a smile and watched his boy eat, while cursing a few words about reincarnation as a starving ghost. Whenever this happens, Gu Xiao will always be grateful to God for giving him a chance to be reborn. But by the next day, such gratitude disappeared, and comrade Gu Jianjun showed his true nature again. Have fun. I know how to play day by day. Come help me in the store today. Can you clean the table and wash the dishes? When I was your age, I could wash, cook, and do housework. People like you would have starved to death in the past. Going out to play? Have you finished your homework? Have you done the preview? Have you finished the review? Have you done it all? Then you can't read. You know how to play every day. I miss you when I can't see you, and I feel disgusted when I see you. A real batch. But for Gu Xiao, it was not bad. Although comrade Gu Jianjun's grasp was strict, he could still fly like a fish at home. Besides, Gu Jianjun really didn't have that much time to take care of him. During this time, the third Jiangshan Gourmet Mike store has officially opened, and its business is comparable to the previous two stores. Even in this supposedly off-season period, it is still very good. This surprised Gu Jianjun. The only thing that made Gu Jianjun a little unsure was that the previous rumors about the second store finally came true. The station originally had a huge passenger flow. Due to urban development requirements, it was officially moved to the outer suburbs. When the news is officially confirmed, Gu Jianjun was numb, but it was beyond his expectation. The relocation of the station seems to have had a big impact on Gourmet Mike. Although the passenger flow has indeed dropped a bit, the drop is not too outrageous. This is the only consolation. It's just that it's inevitable that I still have some murmurs in my heart. In addition to this incident, Gu Jianjun also met a foreign catering owner who was very interested in gourmet food. He even proposed an acquisition. The asking price is not low. For 3 stores in Jiangsheng, the other party offered a full 3 million. This offer made Gu Jianjun gasp. After all, although Gourmet Mike makes money, it is not that easy to earn 3 million. What's more, in this era, 3 million is a huge amount of money that many people cannot reach in a lifetime. Even Gu Jianjun was moved at that time and even asked Gu Xiao for his opinion. But to this, Gu Xiao had only one answer. Get him out. Although the answer was uncivilized, Gu Jianjun finally realized that his Gourmet Mike's profit was not low now, and more importantly, It had a very high reputation in Jiangxing. What you can earn in the future will definitely be more than this amount. After careful consideration, Gu Jianjun finally rejected the other party. But what he didn't expect was that after being rejected, the other party proposed to invest in the company. It's still $3 million, and you get 60% of the shares. But in the end, he was rejected by Gu Jianjun. After all, it was his own business. Gu Jianjun was still somewhat resistant to finding someone he didn't know to work with him. For Gu Jianjun, these two things are all that matters during this period. But Gu Xiu came back for a weekend and discovered a new situation. That is, Gu Jianjun has attracted the opposite sex again. And this time, still an acquaintance. Teacher Ji. Gu Xiu looked at the woman in front of him with great curiosity. The one who appears in front of you is not someone else. It was Gu Xiu's former class teacher, second grade class teacher. Hello, Gu Xiu. Ji Tiantian saw Gu Xiu stunned, and then smiled at him, but blushed a little. I heard that you are living with Teacher Liang now. It must be interesting, right? Teacher Ji should know if Teacher Liang is getting along well, right? Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. Ah, Ji Tiantian choked, and then looked at Gu Xiu with sympathy. Actually, Teacher Liang is a very good person and very capable. Although it's a bit difficult, it is definitely for your own good. It's all for your own good. To be honest, I heard this a lot when I was a child. When I grew up, I even said it to others, and I can understand the truth behind it. But when it was my turn to hear this, I still felt a little uncomfortable. Skipping the topic, Gu Xiu asked directly, Teacher Ji, I saw you in the store yesterday. Do you come here every day? Ah, the food in your restaurant is delicious. I like it very much, so I come here often. Ji Tiantian's eyes were a little dodgy. Gu Xiu smiled and glanced at Gu Jianjun, who was busy in the store. Really? Yeah, of course. Ji Tiantian blushed even more, but she still nodded. Obviously, he didn't want his inner thoughts to be revealed in front of his former students. But who is Gu Xiu? But I remember that the location of the first store is closer to Teacher Ji's house, right? Ah, yes. Ji Tiantian was embarrassed again and explained in a panic. But I like the taste of this store. Well, yes, this store tastes better. He was at a loss. Gu Xiu shook his head, a little funny. If Ji Tiantian only came to eat, Gu Xiu wouldn't feel anything wrong yet. But he came every day and always came when Gu Jianjun was around. That's not normal. And most importantly, Gu Xiu had carefully observed that when Ji Tiantian came to eat, she would glance at Gu Jianjun from time to time. Although she rarely spoke, the girl's thoughts in her eyes could not escape Gu Xiu's eyes. Looking at the former head teacher in front of him, he is obviously still in the stage of secret love. Gu Xiu couldn't help but glance at Gu Jianjun. This bad old man is so lucky. In the end, Gu Xiu didn't say much to Ji Tiantian. He didn't ask why she fell in love with her father, and he didn't ask why she was still in the secret love stage, and he had no intention of instructing her to conquer her father. Gu Xiu had already taken it lightly. Just let it happen. Gu Jianjun is a good man. In addition to being responsible and enterprising, he also has a very good reputation and is kind to everyone. Good character and temperament. What's more now, he's his own boss. Although the income is not outrageous, it is not bad for ordinary people. Such a man, no matter in any age, he is definitely a high-quality man. The idea of attracting women is simply not too normal. On the contrary, it's really abnormal to not be able to attract a woman's attention. Since he was destined to attract the attention of the opposite sex, Gu Xiu simply stopped worrying about his father's affairs. Due to their fate, even if they get married on the same spot, Gu Xiu would support it. If there is no fate and they end up separated, Gu Xiu will also support them. There's only one attitude. Just don't hurt your dad. Before leaving, Gu Xiu secretly gave Ji Tiantian a hint, telling her not to get in too deep. After all, Gu Jianjun is of high quality, but when it comes to treating women, he is really a straight man. No, even one of his children, and even the clerk in the store noticed that Ji Tiantian had something on his mind, but Gu Jianjun didn't know anything about it. With such a big nerve, it is really rare to expect him to really accept a woman. Even if you really accept it, it will probably be a shame. However, even though it was hinted, it was not Gu Xiu's responsibility to care whether Ji Tiantian listened or not. And to be honest, Gu Xiu estimated that Ji Tiantian's popularity should be only 3 minutes. After all, having a secret love basically has no good results. Based on Gu Xiu's contact with Ji Tiantian and his understanding of her in the past 6 months, Gu Xiu estimated that Ji Tiantian had a crush on her. Most likely they won't confess in the end. The 2-day break ended quickly, and Gu Xiu went to school again to suffer. This completely closed study made Gu Xiu feel like he was in prison. But there is an advantage. This kind of time is full of schedules and daily routines from morning to night every day. It always goes by so fast. Even looking back, it seems like a day passed in the blink of an eye. Let people truly understand the meaning of the sentence "time flies." Soon a week passed. On Friday, the students left the school happily as usual, except Gu Xiu, who honestly continued to report to Liang Xining's dormitory. But this time, a guest came to Liang Xining's dormitory. Dean Zhong. When he saw an acquaintance, Gu Xiu greeted him obediently immediately. Gu Xiu had been living here for so long, and there really weren't many guests here at Liang Xining's house. This was the first time that Gu Xiu was in his dormitory in such a long time. See other people, and this person can be considered an acquaintance of Gu Xiu. Zhong Jinming, Dean Zhong. Haha, I heard that you've been staying at Lao Liang's place recently. I came to see you. Seeing Gu Xiu, Zhong Jinming laughed cheerfully. Not bad, not bad. The young man seems to have grown taller. It's thanks to teacher Liang's good food. Gu Xiu replied. This is not a lie. Although Liang Xining's was very demanding, he never treated Gu Xiu badly in life. Although the old man's cooking skills are not very good, he has meat for every meal and can ensure nutrition at any time. Moreover, when he goes out occasionally, he will bring some food and clothing to Gu Xiu. Note that these were not paid by Gu Jianjun. In fact, Gu Jianjun planned to pay for food every month, but the old man refused. The money spent was all Liang Xining's own. Zhong Jinming laughed. Haha, if you look at it this way, you are quite happy here with Lao Yang. I thought you were here with a sad face every day. Zhong, what do you mean? You have to have a sad face here? Can I still abuse him? Liang Xining looked unkind. No, I definitely don't mean that. Zhong Jinming laughed quickly, and then got down to business. Gu Xiu, are you interested in participating in a new project? No. Gu Xiu shook his head. Zhong Jinming choked for a moment. Why don't you ask me what the project is? I'm not interested in any project. Gu Xiu shook his head like a rattle and said directly, I felt bored about the project I participated in last time. Boring. Good guy. If this was one of his students, Zhong Jinming would definitely slap that kid to death. But it was Gu Xiu who said this, and he really couldn't do anything to the other party. Of course, it wasn't because Gu Xiu wasn't a student. The main reason is that Gu Xiu is too special. When he was in a research group before, except when he first joined, Gu Xiu seemed to be a normal learner who didn't understand anything and had to learn everything. But in the later stages of the project, Gu Xiu became a consultant. After learning all the rules and procedures, Gu Xiu began to show his amazing side. He was always able to provide many wonderful and unheard of ideas. These ideas played a huge role in the project. This is why later on, when Gu Xiu casually skipped classes, Zhong Jinming turned a blind eye. There's no way. This kid is too evil. But now that Gu Xiu said the project was boring, Zhong Jinming really didn't know what to say. But I don't know how to say it, but I have to say it. After all, Liang Xining was looking at him with contempt. He couldn't hold down a child in front of his old friend. Isn't that embarrassing? Ahem. Gu Xiu, this project is not ordinary. It's very interesting. Zhong Jinming planned to arouse Gu Xiu's interest, but unfortunately Gu Xiu was indifferent. He could only continue to speak. This time I am participating in the competition. Gu Xiu, Zhong Jinming. The mathematical modeling competition is much more interesting than before. It requires modeling, programming, and papers. It is a national competition. Gu Xiu, Zhong Jinming. Besides, this competition not only has prize money, but the ranking will also be in your file. Whether you choose a school or find a job in the future, it will be a very important bonus. Gu Xiu, Zhong Jinming, it's very interesting. The others are all college students. You can participate in the competition with college students. Gu Xiu remained indifferent. Zhong Jinming was a little helpless. He was helpless because of his lack of experience. Gu Xiu, you really should give a try. There happens to be a participating team in our school. I think this is a good learning opportunity. I will give you a place to compete with them. You had so many wonderful ideas before. Although you're only a primary school student, maybe they can work. Even if they don't work, it's okay. You can learn relevant experience from your brothers and sisters. If you participate, I'll buy you whatever you want. He also tried to attract Gu Xiu's interest and even planned to spend money to arouse the interest of the children. But it's a pity. Gu Xiu had a calm expression on his face, and Gu Bo was not surprised. Old Liang, look. Zhong Jinming was helpless and spread his hands towards Liang Xining. He was helpless. Gu Xiu is someone who can't get enough of oil and salt. He didn't want to say anything. But just when he thought that Gu Xiu had no interest at all, Gu Xiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Does this competition require preparation time? Is it just for us to practice or something?" Huh? Zhong Jinming wondered why Gu Xiu was paying attention to this issue and nodded immediately. Of course it is. The competition has a time limit. The participating groups need to divide their work and perform their own duties. Some are responsible for modeling, some are responsible for programming, and some are responsible for writing papers. These all require cooperation. Of course, they also need to be practiced, mainly to allow the group to work together. Yes, I understand. Gu Xiu nodded. I will participate. I participate was written in a calm tone, without any ups and downs. Sounds like it. It's like talking about a trivial thing. Even Zhong Jinming was stunned for a while before he suddenly realized. You agreed? Of course. Gu Xiu nodded. Although I'm not interested in this, I am also willing to learn. In his heart, Gu Xiu added, participating in competitions is better than being in school all day long and being in jail. When I first started, I thought you weren't interested. Just agree. But boy, the way you acted just now, I thought you were going to refuse. Zhong Jinming was stunned for a while, and then suddenly burst into laughter, mainly because Gu Xiu agreed too abruptly. He said so much, but Gu Xiu showed no interest at all, but in the end he suddenly agreed, which Zhong Jinming couldn't understand at all. But Gu Xiu said quietly, there's a kind of bird that can never be caged, because every one of its wings is stained with the glory of freedom. Zhong Jinming and Liang Xining looked at each other with question marks on their faces, not quite understanding what Gu Xiu meant. In response, Gu Xiu just shook his head. Although this movie has been released for many years, it is obvious that these two old people have no interest in watching movies. Naturally, he didn't know Gu Xiu's true thoughts. Free. What's more, it's freedom. In Liang Xining's place, Gu Xiu really felt like he was in jail, even though every day was fulfilling and he was addicted to studying every day and couldn't extricate himself. But this deprived freedom is different after all. Participating in this project means that Gu Xiu can legitimately participate in the project and does not have to stay with Liang Xining every day. Although the final estimate is still 2 points and 1 line. But at least I can breathe free air and have some communication with the outside world. Although he didn't understand what Gu Xiu meant by what he said, for Zhong Jinming, since his goal was achieved, that was enough. Next, Zhong Jinming had dinner at Liang Xining's place. At the dinner table, we talked about some things related to this mathematics competition, which were nothing more than time, personnel, and the precautions Gu Xiu needed to pay attention to. In fact, the time for the math competition is already very close. Just half a month later. The list of members of this participating group has also been determined. They're all college students, and Gu Xiu is a primary school student. Of course, it is impossible to become a full member. Therefore, the identity assigned to Gu Xiu by Zhong Jinming was to join a group as an intern. To this, of course, Gu Xiu had no objection. Facts proved that Gu Xiu's decision was right, because tomorrow, he and Zhong Jinming were going to Jiangxing University to meet with the competition team members. So Gu Xiu was qualified to go home that night. This made Gu Xiu excited. After eating, I went home happily. When Gu Xiu left, Liang Xining, who had been silent until now, said deeply to Zhong Jinming, "Thank you." "Hey, that's really strange." Zhong Jinming laughed, as if he was meeting Liang Xining for the first time. "I never thought that this bad old man would be so polite." Liang Xining's face darkened. "If you don't want me to be polite, that's fine." No. You'd better be polite. Otherwise, you'll have a dark face every day. Every time I see you and see your face, I'll wonder if I owe you money and haven't paid it back." Zhong Jinming complained. Liang Xining didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was rare and soft. "Has your niece contacted you recently?" Zhong Jinming asked suddenly. After hearing this question, Liang Xining stood up. No words were spoken. "Actually, my niece called me a few days ago and asked me to take more care of you. She also told me that the rainy season is coming and you may have pain from rheumatism sometimes." Liang Xining still didn't say anything. "Hey, I think there's something wrong with both your father and your daughter." Zhong Jinming couldn't help but said, "Obviously, we all have each other in our hearts. But no one is willing to admit defeat. We're getting older, so we should give in if we give in. Don't wait until we leave in the future. The child will regret it for the rest of his life." "You talk too much." Liang Xining frowned. "You." Zhong Jinming choked, then shook his head. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. You have a bad temper, and you will fall out immediately if you say something you don't like. You are worse than a child like Gu Xiu. By the way, speaking of Gu Xiu, since you have the intention to train him, why don't you teach him yourself, but keep pushing him to dominate me?" Mathematical modeling. Speaking of Gu Xiu, Liang Xining obviously talked a lot more. "I don't have that condition here, nor that environment." Mathematical models are basically the basic topic of all theoretical research and most applied research. Without the positioning of mathematical models, most projects cannot be carried out. Participating more in this area of research can enhance his understanding ability, and it will be easier and simpler to acquire more advanced knowledge in the future. I plan to let him participate in more such activities in the future. That's it. I thought you were going to encourage others. Zhong Jinming breathed a sigh of relief. Let him participate in my project, and let him participate in a modeling competition for college students. At the beginning, I even thought you were going to let him become a scientist in 2 or 3 years. This is indeed Zhong Jinming's concern. There is no doubt that Gu Xiu is a genius, but it is precisely because he knows that Gu Xiu is a genius that Zhong Jinming is even more worried. Liang Xining was too anxious. He even doubted whether he planned to allow Gu Xiu to participate in scientific research and development within a few years. If this is the case, it may be counterproductive. After all, learning is an accumulation process and is not achieved overnight. Don't worry, I know this better than you. Liang Xining shook his head. Zhong Jinming rolled his eyes and said in his heart that you know better than me, and my niece will not behave like that. However, after thinking about it, Zhong Jinming did not say anything in the end. On the other side, Gu Xiu was unaware of the conversation between the two old men. Him, at this moment, are busy with their own things. A week passed. Although he was locked up in school, both Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhou were working hard. The first is Luo Xiang's side. He is still in Xiangjiang and plans to go to the United States tomorrow. Just today, Luo Xiang had just acquired 20% of Penguin's shares from Master Li of Xiangjiang on behalf of Yuanxiu Investment. A bit of a premium. The price is $5 million. Whether comparing it with Penguin's previous valuation or Mr. Li's original investment, it was only $1.1 million. How to see? Yuanxiu Investment is a fool. At least for young Master Li of Xiangjiang, who is worried about lack of funds at this moment and thinks about selling Penguin every day. Yuanxiu Investment is indeed taken advantage of. No, when he originally invested in Penguin, Mr. Li was very hesitant because of the internet bubble, but finally saw that IDG was willing to invest. So I just gritted my teeth and followed IDG and gave it a try. I originally thought this was bargain hunting. The internet will rise soon. But who knows, after such a long time, although the internet has not continued to decline, it is still half dead. He wanted to take action, but couldn't. It would be even more foolish to expect Penguin to rise. It would be better if Penguin's people don't allow themselves to invest more every day. Originally, Mr. Lee was excited 2 months ago when he heard that Penguin was starting to try a profit model. I feel that the shares in my hands can appreciate in value. But the result was that Penguin's profit plan failed miserably, and it even entered into a gambling agreement to sell off its shares and sell the company at a considerable discount. Mr. Lee thought at that time, "It's cold. That 1.1 million was wasted." To this end, Mr. Lee from Xiangjiang is so sad. He had sold most of the stocks and securities in his hands before and used them all to invest in Xiangjiang Telecom. For this reason, he even took out a sky-high loan from the bank, just hoping to start a big business and make his old man understand that he is definitely not a waste. But unfortunately, it backfired. Although the telecommunications company is currently doing well, it still has no idea how to repay the huge debt it owes. At this time, if the Penguin gets colder, it will simply make things worse. Good thing. At this time, Yuanxiu Investment came. They want to acquire their Penguin shares and say they hope to gain absolute control of Penguin. In Mr. Lee's opinion, this is a joke. An investor who doesn't do his own investment well, but wants to personally control the company, is not an outsider, but an expert. Just because he has lost his strong character, Mr. Lee thinks it's nonsense. However, I am worried that if I can't sell my shares, others will be stupid. Of course, Mr. Lee can't stop him. So without hesitation, he offered a sky-high price of tens of millions of dollars. This is considered a normal negotiation. Even Mr. Lee guessed that the other party would directly lift the table and scold her. After all, his offer was indeed high. But what was surprising was, the other party didn't flip the table or turn out directly, but chose to negotiate. What's more, the price is still being halved from 10 million to 5 million. To be honest, the price was already ridiculously high. Mr. Lee only had one idea at the time. What a fool. Without any hesitation, Mr. Lee immediately finalized the contract and made the decision on the spot, fearing that Yuanxiu Investment, being so unscrupulous, would react and break the contract. I estimate that young Master Lee is probably grinning crookedly now. In his eyes, we are just the right ones, letting him take advantage of us. Luo Xiang said, "I understand." Gu Xiu just smiled at this. It's not certain who is being taken advantage of. Not to mention, Penguin has now completed the product design of the Penguin membership module. It is currently undergoing internal testing and will be officially launched soon. That's when the Penguin will soar into the sky and become a blockbuster. Market value valuations will definitely start to be calculated again, and business values will soar rapidly. Mr. Lee will understand in 3 months at most. It looked like he made a profit, but in fact he lost a lot. Not to mention, when Penguin develops in the future, it will inevitably become a $1 trillion super enterprise. By then, his losses today can be described as blood losses. Certainly, these are far in the future. But in fact, Gu Xiu knew better that if the people from I successfully hooked up with Penguin, then I would actually become the taken advantage of. And according to the memory of his previous life, Mr. Lee of Xiangjiang actually sold his shares for 12.6 million yuan this time. This transaction even became a successful investment that Mr. Lee of Xiangjiang was proud of. Looking at it this way, it seems obvious who is being taken advantage of. Ignore Mr. Lee from Xiangjiang. How about IDG? Gu Xiu asked. What else can I do? Of course I can only agree. Luo Xiang looked very happy. In fact, IDG is even more anxious than Mr. Lee. Pony and the others approached IDG before, hoping that they would make additional investment, but IDG had no intention of continuing to invest money. They even planned to buy the shares directly. If they hadn't found a suitable buyer, they would have kicked Penguin out long ago. The assessment requirements of IDG are very high. What's more, the United States attaches great importance to interests and results. Without interests, no matter how optimistic you are before, no matter what the process is, as long as the results are not good, you will immediately fall out. Everyone in the country still brags, saying that this is rationality and that this is called business. What? Nonsense. A result-oriented broken model can still be boasted to the sky. Gu Xiu smiled, did not take up the topic and just reminded, don't relax. Although IDG is in a hurry, it is a big company after all. It is very greedy and it may not be easy to negotiate the price. If I remember correctly, although IDG was busy selling penguins in the previous life, after he entered the game, he did not choose to sell them all. Instead, he retained 7.2% of the shares, which ultimately made Mr. Lee the only laughingstock. To put it bluntly, this company is a thief. Unexpectedly, as soon as Gushio sent these words, he received a reply from Luo Xiong in the chat box. Haha, boss, you guessed wrong this time. In fact, IDG is a chicken thief, but it is precisely because they are enough chicken thieves that this time they are actually more anxious than Mr. Lee. Even the price can be even lower. I plan to give him a price of 4 million meters at most, and it may even be lower. Huh? Is there such a good thing? Gushio was a little suspicious. But soon Luo Xiong sent a message. Boss, if you know the IDG chicken thief, then you should know that IDG will definitely find a way to investigate us. This simple sentence made Gushio understand instantly. Really, in the previous life, the IDG chicken thieves retained some shares in their hands. Although they sold them all within a few years, out of caution, they did not sell them all in one go. The reason is for fear of losses. But there's a problem. In the previous life, it was him, an internationally renowned investment company, who acquired Penguin. Although not as good as top investment banks. But within the circle, it is considered to be quite large. But in this life, who is buying Penguin? Invest in distant repairs. What kind of company is this? To put it bluntly, it is a company that people in the industry will be confused for a long time after hearing about it. It has no reputation, no successful cases, no strong funds, and no backing. Such a company is a typical company that has no prospects, no future, and may even disappear at some point. This is the biggest difference. And when the cautious and thief IDG investigated Yuanxio's investment situation, they would sell it immediately without hesitation, because they don't think that this small company's vision can surpass theirs. Naturally, they will not retain shares out of caution. Even, they may be eager to escape from this mired company as soon as possible. As for whether the penguin lives or dies, none of his business. In this way, Luo Xiong said, it's still true. This discovery made Gushio couldn't help but touch his chin. In this way, small companies do have their advantages. Unobtrusive, yet able to catch people by surprise. In this case, should I think about doing something else? After all, this kind of small company should be the best for stealing chickens, right? The matter of stealing the chicken was finally ignored by Gushio, because this is somewhat overthinking. It's not that this can't be done. After all, if a stock god like Buffett wants to invest in a company, he will basically guard against it. Don't reveal any information. Once the news leaks out, it will immediately attract attention from everyone. Even, this creates the possibility that negotiations will not go smoothly. But Gushio obviously couldn't reach this level. There is no such thing as stealing the chicken or not. Let alone Yuanxio investment. No one cares about it now. Even if Yuanxio investment has made several successful investments, it's not that it can attract other people's attention. Even if the assets invested by Yuanxio increase another 100 times, people may take it seriously. As for following the trend, it doesn't exist. So, before this, thinking so much is a complete waste of time. What's more, buy a house, hoard land, and invest in penguins. Gushio has already spent most of his funds. Although he still has some money earned in the stock market last year, it's not much. Even though Gushio knew many potential companies, funding was still a problem. Next, you still have to continue making money. The penguin matter was already settled, so Gushio didn't ask any more questions, but instead asked about the situation of the three-body game. This company is still Gushio's money-sucking beast. Currently, there are more than 10 games in operation in the overseas version of three-body games web games. Regions mainly hid in Asia, America, and Europe. And the games in each region are different according to the aesthetics of each region. Whether it is the painting style, game category, background worldview, they are completely different. Of course, there are similarities. That's cheating. Open boxes and draw prizes, sell attribute enhancements, sell meat to attract attention. You can do whatever you want. None of this has anything to do with Gu Xiao. He just told the employees the general direction on how to get money out of players' pockets. That has nothing to do with Gu Xiao. These employees did not disappoint Gu Xiao. Even Gu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. These employees were worthy of being industry giants in the past and future. As far as understanding the player's psychology is concerned, with just a few casual hints, you can immediately outperform others. It is easy for the majority of players to start charging money while cursing the game company. The key is that the eating appearance of the three-body game is particularly ugly. Use every possible means. But Gu Xiao didn't feel anything. After all, to make money from foreigners, of course you have to do whatever it takes to make it. As for looking ugly, if it's ugly, it's ugly. If you eat well, it'll be fine. Today's three-body game, after deducting a series of costs every month, can bring Gu Xiao a profit of at least $3 million. At the current exchange rate for rice knives, that's a full $24 million. Monthly income of $24 million. Do you dare to think? Of course, this business cannot last long, because according to what Luo Xiang said, there are already many counterfeit and follow-up products on the overseas market. It's the number of players in the three-body game and the rate of gold paying that is plummeting. There's no way to control this thing. After all, web games are really not difficult to plagiarize. If people are specifically watching you for plagiarism, there's nothing you can do about it. Luo Xiangdao wanted to use the law to protect his rights. However, the overseas market is chaotic and the laws in various regions are inconsistent. More importantly, most of the plagiarists are local companies, which means that it is more difficult to defend rights. Even if you are reasonable and legal, the court will drag you to death. There is simply no way to avoid this kind of thing. Whenever he talks about this, Gu Xiao thinks of those public intellectuals on the internet who boast that the overseas air is sweet. They all push their heads into the toilet. Wash your brain. Everyone thinks that their country is so despicable and its businessmen are so insidious. But in fact, there are quite a lot of robbers overseas. But although there are many people following the trend, it does affect the revenue of three-body games. But because three-body games itself occupies the first-mover advantage, it won't be a problem to make money for another year and a half. What's more, for Gu Xiao, the three-body game is now in a period of barbaric development, as long as it can make money and train troops. In the future, he will definitely give up on the web game market, and naturally he will not invest too much energy in this area. So if you want to copy or not, don't worry when it arrives. Training is the most important thing. What Gu Xiao wants to do is not just to make money. He also wants to let the outstanding talents of three-body games can become an effective general. As for earning less, that's not unacceptable. After some communication, Luo Xiang had no problem. Next is Tan Liangzhe. Tan Liangzhe has been busy with Yuanxiu investment this week. Although Luo Xiang has already settled some messy procedures for Yuanxiu investment before. But in fact, Yuanxiu investment is actually a shell company with 3 nothings. Updated formal office space. Recruiting employees. These are all trivial matters. The biggest problem is that Gu Xiao requires Yuanxiu to have financial qualifications for investment. Only with these things can he carry out financial operations. Originally, Gu Xiao thought that this matter would take a long time. Unexpectedly. After all, Tan Liangzhe is a graduate student in the Department of Mathematics and Finance of this era, with extremely strong business capabilities. Although the qualifications and documents related to distant cultivation still need to go through some procedures, it is basically a done deal. And beyond that, Tan Liangzhe didn't know where he found a relationship, and he also established a certain cooperation with China Merchants Bank. Although it is just an ordinary small cooperation, even for a company of the size of China Merchants Bank, Yuanxiu investment can only be regarded as a passerby, a B and C. But this is not the case for Yuanxiu investment. Not to mention the future, it can be emphasized that with the support of a tiger like China Merchants Bank, at least after the subsequent financial fund projects are launched, it will be able to better attract users. This is a good start for a company interested in investing in the financial industry. Of course, actually for Gu Xiao, This is not that important. He asked Tan Liangzhe to do this. To put it bluntly, he still wanted to find someone to specialize in stock trading for him. It will be more convenient to use the reputation of Yuan Xiao investment. As for whether to attract customers or sell funds, Gu Xiao didn't really care. Therefore, without chatting with Tan Liangzhe for too long, Gu Xiao started to check the relevant stock market information on the computer. In fact, the stock market conditions in the past 2 years have not been good. After joining the WTO last year, the domestic financial market was stimulated. However, this stimulus is not positive, but is affected by U.S. stocks and the like. It even made many stock investors lament. In the past few months of this year, investors have not been able to see the light of day. On the contrary, the situation has become even worse. Many investors even began to flee after hearing the news, shouting that the stock market crash was coming. But it was a good thing for Gu Xiao that everyone fled, because the time to buy the bottom has arrived. Copying the bottom. Boss, are you kidding? Are you planning to invest all your money on Penguin? When Gu Xiao told Tan Liangzhe his idea, Tan Liangzhe was confused. He didn't expect that when Gu Xiao asked him to start the financial department, the first thing he did was to help his boss do it himself. Moreover, Gu Xiao also plans to stud them all. That's right. I plan to take out 80 million of my personal funds and invest them all in the financial department of Yuan Xiao Investment. Gu Xiao nodded. You can help me with the operation then. But boss, with the current market situation, I actually don't recommend entering the market. Tan Liangzhe hesitated for a while and finally answered, this year's global environment is not good, and rice stocks are now in chaos. And similarly, the domestic stock market situation will inevitably be affected. It's true if you try it. Since the beginning of January this year, the stock market has been very unstable. Although the relevant departments are continuing to adjust the stock market, it has also brought about a lack of investor confidence caused by structural changes. The current stock market has formed a weekly balance pattern of box operation. If you enter rashly, the risk will be very high. So in my opinion, it is not bargain hunting now, but the possibility of being trapped will be higher. As expected of a professional, Tan Liangzhe's ability is indeed impressive. He gave Gu Xiao a lot of macro-level advice. It includes multi-level analysis of the global economy, domestic policies, structural adjustments, financial data, etc., and Gu Xiao analyzed the current stock market situation. To sum it up, just one. When you enter the stock market now, there is basically an 80% chance that you will be stuck. Just one stands out. Major. Even Gu Xiao couldn't help but nod, but it was obvious that Gu Xiao couldn't be convinced. He immediately tapped the keyboard and asked, what do you think the situation will be like in the second half of the year? There will definitely be an improvement in the second half of the year. Tan Liangzhe replied. Oh, Gu Xiao became interested. Tell me more about it. Relevant policies have been trying to bring benefits. The effect may not be obvious in the short term, but in the second half of the year, certain results will definitely be highlighted. Moreover, the effect of joining the WTO last year will definitely be shown in the second half of the year, and there should be a wave of benefits by then. Tan Liangzhe answered. Now Gu Xiao was even more surprised. Then why do you still support me to buy the bottom? Boss, buying the bottom is risky, and I think the benefits are just estimates, but international finance is not that easy to judge. More importantly, I said it will pick up in the second half of the year, but it may not be that easy to make money. Tan Liangzhe said helplessly. Now that the first quarter is over, the performance of listed companies is basically at a low point. I have carefully read the financial reports of several companies, and they are all very sluggish. The next second quarter, if my prediction is good, will definitely continue to decline, and it may even be bleaker than the first quarter. It is unwise to buy the bottom at this time. If you really want to buy the bottom, boss, my personal suggestion is to wait and see the next 2 quarters until the end of the second quarter. In fact, the reason why I am sure that the downturn will continue in the next second quarter can be analyzed by looking at the situation in the first quarter. Generally speaking, entering the game now is definitely not an opportunity to buy the bottom. Tan Liangzhe still made a long speech. This time, the data came out seriously. A large amount of data kept appearing densely. Tan Liangzhe was worthy of being a top student in mathematics and finance. From the data, countless formulas were applied, and finally a guess conclusion was reached. Seeing these contents, Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Awesome. I feel like I found a treasure. Gu Xiu felt that letting Tan Liangzhe help him buy a house and hoard land was a waste of talent and resources. This guy Tan Liangzhe is simply a genius. Gu Xiu even doubted whether Tan Liangzhe was the same as him. They're all newbies. It's not because Gu Xiu was surprised, but because Tan Liangzhe did show surprising abilities. At least, from the perspective of Gu Xiu as a reborn customer, Tan Liangzhe's analysis is basically accurate based on the stock market conditions throughout the year. The economic environment this year is not good. Even the stock market has been in a downturn throughout the first half of the year, with almost all stocks in the green. At the end of the first quarter, many people still hoped that the second quarter would pick up, but in the end, the second quarter gave everyone a head-on blow. Plunge again. This kind of decline did not finally stabilize until the beginning of the third quarter and realize recovery. Judging from a whole year, the trend of the stock market this year is exactly the same as what Tan Liangzhe said. And Gu Xiu knows this because he is a reborn person. But Tan Liangzhe knew this. It's because he really has the real stuff. Old Tan, I'm afraid you will become a stock god in the future. Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Stock god. Tan Liangzhe was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Boss, don't say that. What kind of stock god I can be is just my guess. I don't know if it is accurate. Very accurate. Gu Xiu replied in his mind, but of course he couldn't say this. At this time, he replied, Your idea is very good. I think your analysis is very reasonable. Then boss, you won't invest all in it now, right? Tan Liangzhe breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gu Xiu would directly attack him. After all, the boss's decision is very different from his own judgment. He really doesn't want the boss to lose money. But what stunned Tan Liangzhe was, vote, of course. Gu Xiu replied, 80 million, not a penny less. I will give it all to you to help me. Huh? Tan Liangzhe was stunned. What's going on? After all, what I just said is nonsense. Boss, didn't you understand my analysis just now? Tan Liangzhe asked helplessly. Understand. Gu Xiu smiled, but before Tan Liangzhe could continue speaking, Gu Xiu said again, Your analysis makes sense, and I agree with it, but I don't think I said I wanted to buy stocks, right? Not buying stocks. Tan Liangzhe was surprised. If you don't buy stocks, what would you buy? Gu Xiu asked. I remember, Yuanxio's investment and operations also include futures, right? This question made Tan Liangzhe suddenly confused. Futures? Futures. Boss, you want to buy futures. Tan Liangzhe was so surprised that he even added 3 more exclamation points, obviously extremely surprised. Yeah. Gu Xiu replied, finally no longer hiding his true intentions. At least for now, I won't touch the stock market. But it doesn't make sense to put so much money in the bank, so I plan to let you buy futures for me. But as soon as Gu Xiu finished speaking, Tan Liangzhe answered directly without hesitation. Boss, you can't touch futures. Crazy. The boss is just a primary school student, and he plans to play futures. Doesn't he know that futures are a scourge? This is really crazy. In front of the computer, Tan Liangzhe looked at the conversation in the chat box, his eyes full of disbelief. He was mumbling to himself, as if he was frightened, and the hands that were tapping the keyboard were not stopping for a moment. Boss, listen to me. Absolutely cannot touch this. Futures cannot touch. This thing is a scourge. No matter how big the property is, there will basically be no good results in the end. Boss, I am not joking. This thing cannot be touched. Playing stocks, if you lose, you will lose money at most, and your assets will shrink. But playing futures, it is not just as simple as losing all your money. Because of futures, many people jump from the rooftop every year. Warnings were issued one after another. At this moment, Tan Liangzhe no longer even struggled. He was facing his boss. In other words, even if he knows that the other party is his boss, he must let the other party give up this idea immediately. This is not alarmist, but the truth. Futures are financial contracts that include the sale of financial instruments and physical commodities for future delivery. A futures contract is a transaction voucher for the time agreed upon by both parties. To put it bluntly, this thing is a way of trading across time. Give a simple example to explain. Farmers have a piece of soybean farmland that can be harvested in 3 months. According to the usual traditional model, farmers should wait until the soybean farmland is harvested. According to the price at that time, go sell the soybeans in your hands. This is considered a traditional agricultural product sale. But in futures, this transaction can span time and make acquisitions in advance. It's still this soybean farmland. The soybeans have just been planted, but now, in order to ensure that there will be no risks in 3 months, farmers can choose to sell them in advance. That is to say, according to the futures model, investors spend money to buy soybeans in advance in the form of futures. Whether they make a loss or gain after 3 months is basically the investor's business. For farmers, this is a guarantee, and they can reduce risks to the greatest extent. For investors, this is an investment that presents both risks and opportunities. Now buy soybeans, they'll mature in 3 months. If the price of soybeans rises by then, investors will be able to earn the price difference. Likewise, if it falls, investors will also bear risks. Of course, not all investors will hold on to soybeans until they mature. They can choose to sell the futures midway. Use money now to buy items in the future and then take advantage of future price increases. Earn the difference. Of course, this is just the simplest explanation, but that's pretty much the core meaning. In essence, at first glance, this thing also belongs to the financial category. It does not seem to be much different from stocks. It is also an investment. Buy high and sell low. But in fact, there is a big difference between the two. The first is the category aspect. Compared with the thousands of categories of stocks, futures are relatively simple, with only a few active varieties. The second is the difference in subject matter. To put it bluntly, stocks are marketable securities, which are actually virtual. Futures are different. Futures contracts basically correspond to physical objects, and there are fixed commodities, such as copper and soybeans. There is also the aspect of time. Stocks can be held for a long time. If you're optimistic about a stock, you can even hold it. But futures have a contract period. When the delivery month comes, delivery must be carried out. Of course, you can also use hedging to relieve the performance obligations, but the futures period is generally not too long. The above does not seem to be such a scourge, even because futures commodities themselves have costs. Excessive deviations in futures prices will be corrected by the market. This means that whether futures rise or fall, it doesn't seem too far off. At least, falsified accounting and delisting, which are common in the stock market, basically do not exist in the futures market. It seems that futures are safer than the stock market, but that's not the case. There are 2 main reasons. One is the transaction method. Futures trading adopts T+0 trading and has a short selling mechanism that allows two-way trading, which increases immediacy and risk. The second is the funding aspect. Stocks are traded on full margin, so you can buy as much stock as you have. Even if there is leverage, most institutions will not provide too outrageous leverage. But futures are different. Futures itself is a margin trading model. With 5% of the capital, you can do 50% of the transactions, and the capital is magnified 10 times. The leverage effect is very obvious, which means the risk is greater. Undeniable. Because of the margin, some myths often appear in the futures market. With an extremely low principal, a bicycle can be transformed into an aircraft carrier. But in fact, most of them are bankrupt and heavily in debt. After all, if you lose money in the stock market, you will be stuck if you die, or it is not impossible to cut off the flesh and blood, but the worst is to lose all your money. But if you lose money in futures trading, the fun will be great. In a margin model, you can easily earn more than 10 times the income, but you can also easily lose 10 times the debt. You will be in debt, and no one can hide from this debt. In the financial market, there are many people who take advantage of the situation every year. But most of them, they're all futures speculators. It was precisely because he knew this that when he heard that Gu Xiu was planning to speculate in futures, Tan Liangzhe immediately objected. There are too many related reports these days. Many people have even reached the point where they become disloyal. This line of water, very deep, although people often successfully swim to the other side. To be honest, there are only a small number, and most people will eventually drown in the river. Therefore, Tan Liangzhe felt that he had to stop Gu Xiu. After all, the boss is so rich. Even if he doesn't trade in stocks or invest, he just puts the money in the bank to earn interest, and he will be able to live without worries for the rest of his life. Why bother? It is true that a bicycle can turn into a rocket if you give it a try, but more likely, you will owe a sky-high debt. No need, but it's a pity. In response to Tan Liangzhe's dissuasion, Gu Xiu had only one reply. I have decided. This, Tan Liangzhe became anxious. Boss, if you think about it carefully, you really can't touch futures, and you absolutely can't touch this thing. But what about Gu Xiu? Of course it was impossible for him to be given up by Tan Liangzhe just like that. It's true that ordinary people can't touch it. But I'm not an ordinary person. To many people, futures are indeed not a good thing. Although there are often myths about getting rich overnight, more often than not, most people actually go bankrupt and go to the rooftops. But for Gu Xiu, the situation was different. The biggest advantage of a reborn person lies here. No matter how risky the futures are, more often than not, this thing is for him. It's picking up money. In the end, although Tan Liangzhe was still advising Gu Xiu was the boss after all, under mandatory requirements. Although Tan Liangzhe was unsure, he could only follow his boss's arrangements. Certainly, more importantly, Tan Liangzhe thought of housing prices. Tan Liangzhe had been helping Gu Xiu acquire real estate before. When Tan Liangzhe first started, he was actually a little unsure. After all, in his opinion, Jiangqing's housing prices would not rise too fast. There are even quite a few risks. But in the end, it turns out that only half a year has passed, and housing prices in Jiangqing have generally begun to rise. Although the increase is not too outrageous, but it has increased more or less based on Gu Xiu's previous investment. If Gu Xiu is now willing to sell the house and land in his hands, you can also earn a lot of money. This means that his initial judgment on Jiangqing's housing prices was indeed wrong. That's what I thought of. In the end, Tan Liangzhe chose to believe in his boss's arrangements. Follow orders. Boss, what are you going to buy? Soybeans. Soybeans? Tan Liangzhe, who had already planned to follow Gu Xiu's arrangement, was a little confused after hearing Gu Xiu's goal. Are you sure the boss is not joking? Boss, have you heard about the soybean market? Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but ask. I don't know much about it, but I'm very optimistic about it. Gu Xiu replied. I don't know much. Still optimistic? Tan Liangzhe looked at Gu Xiu with a confused look on his face, as if he was saying something. Are you kidding me? In response, Gu Xiu just blinked, feeling helpless. He didn't lie. He really didn't pay much attention. After all, he was in school every day and couldn't even access the internet. Although Liang Xining installed a computer, Gu Xiu basically couldn't touch it, let alone learn about the futures market. There is no time or opportunity. But, in fact, Gu Xiu really didn't make a random choice. Although he didn't trade in stocks or play futures in his previous life. After all, when he was working on independent games in his previous life, he often needed to attract investors to meet big bosses. Although he is just a little transparent person, he has actually met many of the big bosses back then. And what do those big guys who have been labeled as successful people like to do the most when facing their juniors? Without him, it's just bragging. When faced with the bragging of those big guys, Gu Xiu just smiled and listened, a little disinterested in his heart. However, he did not expect that now that he was reborn, the bragging of those big guys would become the most critical information. As for the stock market and futures this year, Gu Xiu once talked about it from a big boss who made a huge leap in assets with the help of futures. Good point with Tan Liangzhe. The stock market has been very bad this year, especially in the first 2 quarters. The stock market has basically been in a gloomy state. Although it is not a stock market crash, it is definitely a bear market. However, compared with the sluggishness of the stock market, this year's futures market has uncharacteristically improved across the board. More importantly, Gushio had heard about two futures this year. Has huge potential. Among them, soybeans are a strong potential stock. But Tan Liangzhe obviously didn't know this. At this time, he took a deep breath and showed his professionalism again. Boss, soybeans have missed the best opportunity now. It is true that with the recovery of the international economy and political turmoil, the prices of all resource commodities in the world have increased to varying degrees. And domestically, due to the promulgation of the implementation rules for genetically modified safety management regulations at the beginning of the year, soybeans have indeed received policy benefits, and the price of soybeans has soared by 200 yuan per ton in 6 days. Although the increase has not been high since then, it has basically been in a bull market every day. I think, boss, you want to buy soybeans because of this incident, right? At this point, Tan Liangzhe paused. Seeing that Gushio didn't answer, he continued. Indeed, because of the increase in soybeans during that period, many speculators who bought soybeans basically made a lot of money, but it is different now. Last month, the Agricultural Department shortened the relevant approval period to 30 days, coupled with the seasonal pressure of new beans on the market and the large-scale arrival of imported soybeans. These are all negative factors. Short-selling speculators and institutions have now begun to make collective efforts. In fact, the price of soybeans has continued to fall in the past 2 days. And if nothing happens this time, this situation will last for a long time. If you want to buy soybeans, boss, I'm afraid it won't work. But it was unexpected. After he'd said so much, Gushio suddenly asked confusedly, Old Tan, how do you know so much about the market? Is this the right time to ask this question? Tan Liangzhe's forehead went dark, but he still replied, Boss, you asked me to establish a financial department. Of course, I need to know something about the current financial market. Plus, when I have nothing to do, I like to pay attention to this aspect. Excellent. Dedication. Great employee from the boss. Gushio couldn't help but send a thumbs-up emoticon. He found that Tan Liangzhe was really a treasure and could always bring surprises to him. Boss, have you misunderstood the point? Tan Liangzhe finally couldn't help but replied. Does this boss always have such out-of-the-box thinking? Ahem, I'm sorry. Gushio smiled awkwardly. After all, you have been given a serious analysis, but you have random thoughts. This is indeed a bit disrespectful. So, I don't plan to buy it now. What I want you to do is to make all preparations for me, and then when the price is right, buy them all. In fact, it is not impossible to be bearish. However, the supervision of this thing is stronger and the operation is more troublesome. Gushio is too lazy to bother and just chases the lowest price. Boss, at what price do you plan to buy? Tan Liangzhe breathed a sigh of relief and opened the futures market to take a look. But Gushio sent the price, 1,782 yuan per ton. Tan Liangzhe. Is this the lowest price for soybeans at the beginning of this year? I know, but boss, do you think the price will fall so low this year? Yes. This, Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but said. But boss, since you think it will fall to this extent, it means that the benefits have completely disappeared, and the price will definitely continue to fall by then, right? No. Gushio smiled. I'm determined to keep the price of soybeans this year low. That's it. This, Tan Liangzhe wanted to say, boss, are you thinking too much? But think about it. Since Gushio has set the price so low, it is likely that the price will not reach this level within this year. That also means that Gushio probably won't complete the deal in the end. This is similar to my original intention. Okay, boss, I will set a reminder and I will notice when the price is close. Tan Liangzhe replied. This is considered appropriate. But Gushio was dissatisfied. You haven't asked me yet. What level of deposit should I choose? Tan Liangzhe was helpless. Then boss, what level are you going to choose? 5% deposit. Gushio replied. What? 5%? Is this too courageous? But then Tan Liangzhe thought that it was impossible to buy in the end anyway, even if Gushio chose the riskiest margin position. But in the end it was just a thought. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. Promise. At least at this moment, Tan Liangzhe didn't think that the price of soybeans would reach this level. But what he definitely didn't expect was this year's soybeans. A little unusual. Early the next morning, while Gu Xiu was still enjoying his rare sleep, Gu Jianjun woke him up. "You bastard! What time is it and you still don't get up?" "Dad, it's Saturday." Gu Xiu muttered, turned over, and prepared to continue sleeping. But it was a pity that Gu Jianjun pulled his ear and put his dream away. "What happened on Saturday? Did you forget that you have to go to Jiangcheng University today? Isn't it enough to arrive at 9 o'clock? And those college students will definitely be late." Gu Xiu muttered, very dissatisfied. But Gu Jianjun suddenly thought, "It's none of your business if someone is late. You're a little brat, but you still have to behave well. Can you be the same as others?" Helpless, Gu Xiu could only get up obediently. "The bar is useless. Can't beat it. After washing up, I had breakfast." Gu Jianjun rode his second-hand motorcycle and drove Gu Xiu towards Jiangcheng University. Although the weather has started to get hot, it is still a little cool in the morning and evening. Gu Xiu just felt that the wind made him sober. He couldn't help complaining. "Comrade Jianjun, I'm not talking about you. You are still a small boss. How about buying a car with some style?" Gu Jianjun laughed angrily. If Gu Xiu hadn't been sitting in the back, he would definitely have lost his mind and said, "What do you call me, you brat? No big, no small. There's also buying a car. What's the use of this thing? I stay in the store all day long. Why do I need a consumable like a car? Besides, it's easy to get stuck in traffic. It's better for me to ride a motorcycle freely." Traffic jam? These days, just being stuck in a traffic jam for a few minutes is considered a traffic jam? Gu Xiu bared his teeth. Could this excuse be any worse? However, knowing that Gu Jianjun was thrifty, Gu Xiu didn't bother to say anything more. He just remembered what he heard last night and asked, "Dad, I heard that a restaurant is going to be open next to our store." When talking about this, Gu Jianjun looked a little ugly, but he didn't say much and just nodded lightly. "Yeah." Such a scene made Gu Xiu strange. "Dad, you don't look happy?" "No." Gu Jianjun shook his head. It was just a casual question at first, but now that Gu Jianjun was like this, Gu Xiu was even more surprised. Based on his understanding of his father, let alone a new restaurant opening next door, even if there were 10 stores opening nearby, he shouldn't have his unhappiness written on his face like this. Because Gu Jianjun is not afraid of competition. You won't feel depressed just because there is a store next to it. What he likes to say the most is that there are few people in this world who can handle all the business alone. Even if they are peers, he will not consider them as competitors. It is precisely this kind of character that has allowed Gu Jianjun to start his business more than a year ago, and he has never encountered any opponents. Even if they are rivals in business, they will basically never fall out. But what's going on now? We're here. While Gu Xiu was wondering, the motorcycle had arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng University. Although he was curious about Gu Jianjun's abnormality, Gu Xiu still put his thoughts away. After all, Gu Jianjun didn't want to talk about it, so he couldn't help being curious. Moreover, there are already people waiting at the school gate. It was a girl wearing thick-framed glasses. As soon as Gu Jianjun parked the car, she took the initiative to come up to her and said, "Is this Gu Xiu?" "I am, sister." Gu Xiu greeted sweetly. "Hello, little brother." The girl suddenly smiled. After all, girls like Gu Xiu, a handsome young lady, are very popular. He immediately explained to Gu Jianjun, "Then you must be Uncle Gu. My name is Zhouing. I am a student of Dean Zhong and one of the contestants in this mathematical modeling competition. Dean Zhong asked me to pick up Gu Xiu at the door." Of course, Gu Jianjun greeted him politely. After chatting for a while and confirming their identities, they asked Gu Xiu to follow him into the school. But when Gu Xiu was about to leave, Gu Jianjun pulled Gu Xiu over again. "You have to behave well for me, or I'll go back and deal with you." With a threat, Gu Jianjun walked away. Gu Xiu was a little helpless. This bad old man educates himself in this way day by day. I really thought I was scared. Shivering. "Kid, who are you, Dean Zhong? Are you a relative?" On the way, Zhouing inquired about her intentionally or unintentionally. Gu Xiu replied, "No." "What is that? Let me think about it." Students should be considered. Student. Zhou Ying was surprised. Did Dean Zhong accept you as a student? No. Dean Zhong is my student. Zhou Ying suddenly laughed. Little brother, you are so brave. You dare to say these things. Don't you know that many people in the school are students of Dean Zhong? If they know, you may be in danger. Sister, will you protect me? Gu Xiaojun asked seriously. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Ying shook her head, still with a smile on her face. Because I'm also Dean Zhong's student, maybe I will beat you too. In response, Gu Xiao just smiled. Of course he was joking, but it was not empty talk because the fact that Zhong Zhiming was his student was a joke he made on a bet with Zhong Zhiming when he participated in a financial modeling project. Of course, no one would take this seriously. Now it just suddenly occurred to me that I would say this casually to make fun of me. Of course, Zhou Ying didn't take it seriously and was still inquiring about the identities of Gu Xiao and Zhong Zhiming along the way. But it's a pity. College students are obviously still a little immature in front of a second-generation veteran. Until they arrived at the office, they didn't ask Gu Xiao his identity. Not only that, she also explained almost everything about herself and the participating groups. There are already 3 students in the participating group this time, all of whom are juniors. This configuration itself is the standard configuration for mathematical modeling competitions, and Gu Xiao is considered extra. Fortunately, these days, domestic mathematical modeling competitions are not yet standardized, the requirements are not that many, and the conditions are not that demanding. It is not impossible to take one more primary school student to study. When Gu Xiao first entered, he saw 2 other members busy inside. However, when they saw Gu Xiao coming in, they both put down what they were doing and came to receive Gu Xiao. Both of them were extremely enthusiastic and were polite to Gu Xiao, even prepared breakfast for him. Gu Xiao was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood the key. After eating the meat buns, when a classmate asked again about the relationship between Gu Xiao and Zhong Zhiming, Gu Xiao said, Actually, Principal Zhong and I have only met a few times. We are not very familiar with each other and have no relationship. It is because of the relationship between the elders that I was asked to come and learn from you. So, brothers and sisters, you should do whatever you want. Just pretend that I don't exist. I'm just a soy sauce person. Sure enough, these words came out. Although the 3 of them still behaved in a friendly manner, they were more polite and slightly fawning than before. It also disappeared immediately. Gu Xiao saw all this, even though based on his experience, it was not surprising. But compare primary and secondary schools. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. University. It is indeed the outpost of a social university. Ahem, Gu Xiao is here. I didn't expect you to come quite early. I thought you would stay in bed and snooze at your age. Not bad, huh? Not long after, Zhong Zhiming came and praised Gu Xiao. Others stood up in a hurry. Hello, Dean Zhong. Hello, Teacher Zhong. Yes, good. Zhong Zhiming waved his hand. Unlike Liang Xining, Zhong Zhiming smiled at everyone. Seems very kind. However, when the kind Zhong Zhiming appeared, everyone was still nervous as they should be. Gu Xiao had heard about it when he participated in the previous project. Although Zhong Zhiming was always smiling, he seemed to get along with everyone. Even when students made mistakes, he was always calm and calm. But in fact, Zhong Zhiming always deducts points for poor performance when students are most relaxed. Obviously, the 3 competition members also knew about this, so they were naturally honest. The competition is only half a month away. The time is tight and the tasks are heavy, so I won't waste everyone's time. After saying hello, Zhong Zhiming said directly, Gu Xiao, you should all know, he will participate in this mathematics competition as an intern, focusing on learning and helping. In terms of life, everyone should help him. Of course, don't underestimate Gu Xiao. This kid is probably no worse than you. So in terms of learning, you can ask him for advice if you need to. This was considered a normal introduction. But this introduction made the 3 contestants present confused. What the hell? It's understandable to take care of Gu Xiao, a primary school student. After all, he is still a child and must be taken care of by adults. But Ask Gu Xiao for advice on study. Was there any mistake? A college student needs to ask a primary school student for advice. Does he understand math? Does he know what mathematical modeling is for and what its use is? Is that a mistake? Everyone secretly complained, but when facing Zhong Jinming, no one dared to say anything and just nodded honestly. Since everyone is fine, let's do it. The competition will start in half a month. You can use this time to get used to it. My suggestion is to find a few questions from some question banks from previous years and use this time to practice and understand the process. When you are done, you can bring the paper to me to help you. Oh, you should have already done this, that's fine. If you need any help, you can come to me. That's it, you guys go about your business. Without saying anything, Zhong Jinming left in a hurry. The mathematical modeling competition is different from previous projects. Although there are tutors, the tutors are not allowed to help during the competition. So, generally speaking, the instructor will not interfere too much with the competition team and will only help when help is needed. Naturally, Zhong Jinming will not interfere too much with his participating group. He will only provide them with some conveniences to a certain extent and provide them with ideas when they need to answer questions. As for Gu Xiao, Zhong Jinming didn't explain anything in particular. This was Liang Xining's request. Modeling competitions are not just about professional skills that can lead to high scores. Interpersonal communication and teamwork are also very important. Apparently, Liang Xining asked Gu Xiao to solve the problem by himself. And it turns out, Zhong Jinming's lack of special care also made the three participating members a little more thoughtful. After Zhong Jinming left, the three people's eyes immediately turned to Gu Xiao. The boy who was responsible for model analysis and formula derivation was the first to ask Gu Xiao, "Kid, do you understand advanced mathematics?" "A little bit." Gu Xiao nodded. "How much does it cost to know a little bit?" The boy frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. Gu Xiao thought for a while, stretched out his index finger and thumb to compare. "A few 100 million points. That doesn't count even half-heartedness?" The boy immediately curled his lips. Before waiting for Gu Xiao to answer, "You know too little, and you can't help me much. Besides, I have a heavy workload and don't have anything to take care of you. You can ask them to take care of you." As soon as he said this, Gu Xiao understood. "Are you thinking that you are a trouble? Do you want to get rid of this trouble first?" Facts have proved that Gu Xiao's guess was right. As soon as the boy in charge of model analysis finished speaking, another student on the side, a student in charge of programming, also spoke immediately. "I don't have time. Although I know some programming, I'm still studying hard and don't have that much time to take care of the children. As for letting children learn programming, this thing is too complicated and cannot be learned by a child." So, the boy looked at Zhou Ying. "Zhou Ying, you should be in charge of this little kid. Anyway, you're the only one who writes papers, so you don't have much to do." "Huh?" Zhou Ying was immediately dumbfounded. But the two of them had obviously reached a consensus. Yes, girls are generally patient, and they are good at raising children. Yes, and Mr. Liang should let him learn from him. What primary school students can learn now is just writing and drawing. It will be better to follow Zhou Ying. Let him write a beautiful calligraphy poem. This is not bad. The two of them settled on this matter without any discussion. Zhou Ying was not even given any chance to resist. Zhou Ying became Gu Xiao's caregiver in a daze. Zhou Ying felt a little aggrieved, but finally nodded and agreed. Okay. Obviously, she was still a little reluctant. This is considered normal. College students of this age naturally don't have the patience to take care of children. But, compared with Zhou Ying's grievance, Gu Xiao was even more speechless. "What is this? Are you treating me as a troublemaker?" Knowing that I had nothing to do with Zhong Jinming, I just wanted to stay away from him. To be honest, I understand, but I still feel a little unhappy. But think about it. Gu Xiao still didn't say anything. After all, this result is beneficial to him. There is a person who takes part in a math competition and loses his hair day and night. It is better to just walk out of school in an honorable way under the guise of taking part in the competition. As for the competition results, Gu Xiao didn't care. Anyway, as long as I don't cause trouble, no matter what the results are, Liang Xining will definitely not be able to find any faults. fishing in an open and honest manner. How nice. For the next whole day, Gu Xiu started his daily fishing routine. Compared with Liang Xining's place where he studied day and night and had strict time regulations. This place is simply paradise. Gu Xiu can fish openly, read newspapers, read books, and play Minesweeper on a computer that cannot connect to the internet. The only pity is that Gu Xiu can't go out and walk around, mainly because Zhou Ying is afraid that she will get lost. However, Gu Xiu had already begun to make plans in his mind. After today's face-to-face meeting, he would just have a check-in every now and then. And indeed it is. The next day, Gu Xiu couldn't come to fish outright. On the third day after that, although it was Monday and school was going to be in session, Gu Xiu told Liang Xining that he had to prepare for the modeling competition and wanted to take time off. I thought it would be a bit difficult, but unexpectedly, Liang Xining agreed directly. He even took the initiative to help him ask for leave from his class teacher. For a moment, Gu Xiu felt that Liang Xining was too good. More than a week passed, and Gu Xiu seemed to have returned to the time when he participated in the Zhongzhenming project. Skip class openly. Fishing in an open and honest manner. Even if you don't go home at night and go back to your own Pearl Bay, no one will care about you. Just 2 words. So delicious. Even Gu Xiu hopes that there will be more mathematics competitions like this. But I was living leisurely only 3 days before the math competition. It's over, because a bad news came. The competition group was disbanded. What did you say? Disbanded? I can no longer go to Jiangcheng University to study. Gu Xiu's face was full of astonishment, and he looked at Zhou Ying in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. This morning, Gu Xiu had a rare plan to report to the competition team of Jiangcheng University. Unexpectedly, the people who were in the office every day before disappeared today. Only Zhou Ying was left, cleaning and restoring the office lent to them by the school in a depressed mood. Moreover, the first thing Zhou Ying said when she saw Gu Xiu was, "Gu Xiu, you don't need to come here anymore. Our modeling competition team has been disbanded." Gu Xiu's mind was full of questions at that time, and I was even more embarrassed. He doesn't understand. How could it be disbanded after it was so good? To be honest, it was so exciting to catch fish during this period that Gu Xiu was wondering whether he should wait for this team to compete and win prizes before encouraging them. Participate in other modeling competitions. As long as the competition is not over, I can justifiably continue to fish, cross out, and compete. The result? This was just a matter of last minute. But the competition team was disbanded? That's outrageous. Compared to Gu Xiu's shock, Zhou Ying felt aggrieved. Gao Shan and Li Niu had a quarrel yesterday, and the two broke up. Gao Shan withdrew at that time, and Li Niu also withdrew later, saying that he planned to invite others to participate. As for me, he didn't plan to call me, and I couldn't participate in the modeling competition alone, so I had to give up. Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. To be honest, this kind of thing is not uncommon among modeling competition teams. After all, this is a team collaboration thing. If the members are relatively strong, differences of opinion will mostly be serious. Naturally, breaking up is not uncommon. During this period of observation, Gu Xiu discovered the other 2 members are actually a bit strong, and it doesn't matter when they usually have the same views. But when differences of opinion arise, the 2 of them don't give in to each other, and they're not responsible enough, so this is really possible. And the probability is still very high. But it doesn't matter to the 2 of them that they break up or even give up on each other. But Zhou Ying was a bit unlucky. This girl actually has pretty good abilities. She majored in finance and was responsible for writing papers. But she is very motivated, willing to learn, basically know a little bit about mathematical modeling and programming. But she has a weak temper. She would do whatever others arranged. She would always make suggestions if she had any, but she would not persist if she was rejected. Kind of like a support in the team. She does all the trivial matters, big and small, and is even responsible for fetching meals for others. Gu Xiu had the most contact with her, and he knew clearly that this girl planned to pursue a graduate degree, so this time she participated in the mathematical modeling competition. She has always been very caring. But now, the competition group has been disbanded, which obviously makes this girl particularly sad. Can't we find 2 more people? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. The time is too tight, Zhou Ying said with a wry smile. Those who want to participate in the modeling competition basically have a team. Even if they find 2 more people, they need to prepare and cooperate in advance. Otherwise, there will be no tacit cooperation during the competition, and there will only be more problems. And no one seems willing to team up with me. After all, I can only be responsible for writing the paper. This is a sad topic. In modeling competitions, many people don't pay too much attention to writing papers. Generally speaking, the core members of the team are mainly modeling and a small number are programming. As for writing papers, basically I won't be the core of the team. Not to mention that in the eyes of many people, the position of writing papers is generally regarded as a soy sauce position. Dispensable. Many people even feel that the person who writes the paper is actually a bastard just trying to get points. If Zhou Ying was a master of mathematical modeling, then it would not be a problem to form a new team in 3 days. But as a contestant in charge of thesis, if you want to find 2 cores, the difficulty will be hellish. You don't know anyone? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. But soon, Gu Xiu reacted. I asked myself a stupid question. During this period of contact with Zhou Ying, he knew very well that Zhou Ying was born in a poor family and had to go out to work while studying. Basically, the living situation is the same. Study as hard as you can. As for making friends, Zhou Ying is very eager to do so. But she has no time, no energy, and she has a bit of low self-esteem. As a result, she basically has no friends. Headache. Gu Xiu was helpless and even wanted to find those 2 irresponsible bastards and scold them. What's the point of having a good fight? Can't you be a little more responsible and put the overall situation first? But I can only think about this matter. After all, it has no practical use. But to just go back and accept Liang Xining's control. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu was unwilling to jump into the quagmire again. Sister Zhou Ying, why don't you go up yourself? Gu Xiu suggested. Zhou Ying was confused and pointed at herself. Me? Participating alone? Yes, I have read the competition requirements. The team requirements only require 1 to 3 people, which means you can participate alone. Gu Xiu nodded repeatedly and began to encourage. As long as the group competition continues, I can continue to fish in an upright manner. But obviously, Gu Xiu had this idea, but Zhou Ying would not have such persistence. She shook her head without even thinking about it. No. Although the rule is that 1 person can participate, basically no one can participate. Reviewing questions, modeling, programming, and writing papers, so many things are simply not something that 1 person can do. And I don't have the ability to do this alone. She still has self-knowledge. Although she knows some mathematical modeling and even taught herself programming during this period, to be honest, understanding comes from understanding, and it is simply impossible for herself to learn. Isn't there still me? Gu Xiu blinked. Yeah, if you add me, we'll be 2 people. Gu Xiu's innocent look made Zhou Ying confused. She looked at Gu Xiu with a strange expression and hesitated. Obviously, he didn't know how to get rid of this kid's ridiculous idea. A primary school student? Doing mathematical modeling? Want to participate in a modeling competition? Outrageous. Gu Xiu naturally understood her thoughts and smiled slightly. Sister Zhou Ying, originally, I only planned to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now it seems that I have to let you understand my true strength. To be honest, actually, I know a little bit about billions in college-level financial modeling competitions. Pay attention. This billion is actually billions of billions. Gu Xiu's serious words did not make Zhou Ying stunned on the spot, but made her originally in a low mood. Laughed on the spot. Dian, who did you learn this from? It's so interesting, ha ha ha. But this modeling competition is not that simple. You need to learn a lot, little brother. You're still young now. I have to wait until you are older and learn more knowledge before you can participate in this. She did not think what Gu Xiu said was true. He even felt that Gu Xiu saw that he was feeling depressed, so he said this deliberately to make himself laugh. But Gu Xiu was a little helpless. But he also understood that let alone Zhou Ying. Even he would not believe that a kid who was still in elementary school could participate in a mathematical modeling competition. Are you kidding? Therefore, Gu Xiu simply stopped explaining. Instead, he opened the computer next to him and dragged out a file from the document. You have done this before in the practice topic. In fact, I have always wanted to say it. The code you programmed is wrong, resulting in bugs in it. Here, and here. These codes are all used unreasonably. In fact, there are simpler alternatives that can change this situation. As Gu Xiu spoke, he typed the code on the computer in front of Zhou Ying. At the beginning, Zhou Ying didn't believe it at all. But later, as Gu Xiu typed more and more codes and the program became more and more perfect, Zhou Ying couldn't help but open her mouth. Especially when Gu Xiu hit the last key and said the word done. Zhou Ying was completely stunned. Stunned. You know how to program? And no, it's not just about programming. Why are you so good at programming? Zhou Ying asked almost subconsciously. She is a studious person, so she deliberately taught herself programming knowledge before, although she has not yet reached the point where she can use programming to participate in mathematical modeling competitions. But at least she doesn't know anything about programming. At least she knows some basic things. And it is precisely because I understand a little bit. So at this moment, she could more clearly and intuitively see how powerful the code Gu Xiu had typed before was. Use the simplest way to complete the most complex calculations and work. From start to finish, there wasn't even a slight lag. Compared with the original team members, compared with Gu Xiu, they're not even a little bit worse. Is this too exaggerated? Can a primary school student program? And still so powerful? Actually, this program can still be optimized, but it is not a problem if it is used to cope with a modeling competition. Besides, there are actually problems with your previous modeling. The numerical formula can be further optimized. There are also problems with the use of functions. And here, Gu Xiu pointed out many errors in succession, but after a brief pause, he continued, the most important thing is here. You have been wasting your time from the beginning. You must know that the time for the modeling competition is limited and needs to be completed in 3 days. But what did you do during the previous practice? You spent a full day studying the first question and then started a lot of calculations on the second day, and finally got the results on the third day. But this is just the first question. You don't even have time to think about the second question, let alone that you still need to complete modeling, programming, and the final paper. There was a problem from the beginning. At this moment, Gu Xiu seemed to be no longer just a primary school student, but a university tutor scolding his students. But Zhou Ying actually had no objection at all. Even subconsciously, she was listening carefully to Gu Xiu's teachings, and even couldn't help but say, this question is too difficult. The first question is too difficult. This is a question similar to heat transfer in glass. We need to use basic mathematical methods to deduce the heat transfer formula through equations. This process will be very troublesome, so it was delayed for a while, but once the first question is solved, the rest will be much simpler. But have you solved it? Gu Xiu asked. Zhou Ying smiled bitterly and shook her head. Not only was there no answer, but differences arose during the discussion, causing the small team of 3 to fall apart. Actually, you made a mistake from the beginning. Gu Xiu shook his head and pulled out a book from the pile of books on the table. Look, what is this? What? Zhou Ying was surprised. She subconsciously took the book from Gu Xiu's hand and found that it was a textbook, and the part Gu Xiu opened. Heat transfer formula. In an instant, Zhou Ying's eyes widened, and the expression on her face was extremely exciting at this moment. There was surprise, there was even more speechlessness. I really didn't expect that the heat transfer formula is in the book, but we just ignored it. Zhou Ying said with a blank look on her face. Yes, they thought hard and even argued endlessly, hoping to deduce the formula in the question from the existing data. But in fact, this formula is already in the textbook. It is obviously the simplest thing, but they have made it too complicated. This is creating difficulty for yourself. Zhou Ying laughed bitterly. No wonder we have been deducing for so long, but the results have been fruitless. It turns out that what we have deduced for a long time is the heat transfer formula. We still waste so much time on this. It is this topic that makes us dizzy. Sometimes it is not a problem to overcomplicate the problem, but more often, we have to try to simplify the complex problem. Guccio nodded. Reading does not mean that you can only study hard, but you should use your brain to think more. Actually, not only this time's exercise, but also the previous exercise, there is no problem with your modeling, but there are too many areas that could be optimized. You can do this. For the next half hour, Guccio just commented on Zhou Ying in this office with paper and pen. And Zhou Ying is like a serious student. Listen and study with concentration. When half an hour passed and Guccio's explanation ended, Zhou Ying suddenly reacted. I was educated by a primary school student? Wrong. This is a primary school student? Zhou Ying's face was filled with dullness at this moment, and she suddenly thought of what Guccio said before. Billions of points. Billions of billions. Guccio really knows Yiddy-Andian. Not only can he program, but he can also do mathematical modeling. More importantly, he can not only do it, even much better than her, or not just her, at least all the members of the previous team. Not even as good as Guccio. At this moment, Zhou Ying thought of the past. What Zhong Zhiming said. In terms of study, you can ask Guccio for advice. When Zhong Zhiming said this, no one took it seriously. Everyone thought that Zhong Zhiming was just joking. After all, we are all college students. Isn't it funny to ask elementary school students what they think? But now, this is no joke. What Zhong Zhiming said is true. Guccio, a primary school student, is really no worse than college students like them. Can I ask, how do you usually study? Zhou Ying couldn't help but ask. In this era, most of those who can go to college until their junior year are considered top academics. Not to mention Jiangxing University itself is considered a famous school in the country. That is the best among the best students. But now, when facing this primary school student, Zhou Ying's confidence has completely disappeared. Instead, there was shock and curiosity. I was shocked that this elementary school student could be better than a college student. What I'm curious about is, what kind of family does he come from, and how did he study? When I was his age, he didn't even know how to solve a mathematical Olympiad question, but it turned out that Guccio even knew how to do university modeling. How did you learn this? When you have nothing to do, read more books, and use your brain to think. Many things are very simple. Guccio blinked. Is it difficult? Is it difficult? Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. You are really a genius. Actually, there is no so-called genius in this world. Most geniuses just have better understanding than others. The most important thing is to broaden their thinking and horizons. Guccio shook his head. No genius is born. Most of it is the result of hard work. If you read more books and know more knowledge than others, you will naturally become a genius in everyone's eyes. This is Guccio's inner thoughts. After being reborn, many things can be seen more clearly and clearly. Genius? Uncertain. However, looking at Zhou Ying's half-understanding look, Guccio did not continue on this topic. At this time, he encouraged, so, let's continue competing. Zhou Ying was stunned and wanted to shake her head, but when she thought about Guccio's ability, she didn't refuse. But there is still some hesitation. After all, she was a college student competing with a primary school student. She was a little embarrassed. We can discuss the modeling and programming aspects, but you have to complete the paper. Guccio saw Zhou Ying's thoughts and said. Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. Anyone can do this thesis. It can't be done by just anyone. Guccio shook his head. Do you know what the most important thing is in the modeling competition? Of course it's modeling. Zhou Ying didn't want to answer without thinking. That's not right. That's not right. Zhou Ying wondered. That's programming. After all, programming accounts for a large proportion. No matter how powerful the modeling logic is, it won't work without programming. That's not right either. Still not right? At this moment, Zhou Ying was confused. But Guccio said, in fact, in my opinion, the most important thing is the paper. Is the paper important? Zhou Ying was stunned, then shook her head. The paper shouldn't be important. After all, it just explains our derivation process and results. Any college student can do this. This is the common view of many people at present. But Gu Xiao shook his head directly. It is indeed modeling and programming that are most important to complete the answer in the competition because it is almost equal to whether the answer to the question is accurate. But if you want to get high scores during the competition or even get a good prize, the most important thing is the thesis. The paper has clear ideas, rigorous logic, and can talk the whole story from beginning to end. Even if the model is simple, it can still get high scores. A good thesis can play a very big bonus in the final scoring stage. So, the paper is the most important. This, Zhou was stunned. Gu Xiao's words actually subverted her perception. After all, the current mainstream thinking is that the paper is not important. Even for many people, writing a paper is actually just a drag. But she didn't expect that in Gu Xiao's eyes, the paper would be so important. You really think so? Zhou couldn't help but ask. Of course. Gu Xiao nodded. Actually, it's very simple. For example, the two teams chose the same topic, and the final results are the same, and even the logic of the model is the same. Then how to give points in the end? Of course, it depends on how well both sides write their papers. If the paper is well written, there will naturally be extra points. Even if a primary school student writes an essay, as long as the paper is neat and the handwriting is beautiful, you will naturally get extra points. Don't you know this, sister? This. Zhou was confused. I want to say that you shouldn't look at it this way. But Gu Xiao's words made more sense the more he thought about it. Paper. It seems really important. Gu Xiao spoke again. Actually, Sister Zhou, you are a good choice. You can understand reminders and even understand programming, and your main job is to write essays. This can be expressed more clearly and accurately in the writing of essays. Of course, there are only 2 days until the start of the competition. My suggestion is, sister, to study how to write essays in the past 2 days. You can go to those essay websites or some journals to see how the big names in the industry write essays. Although we are only participating in a mathematical modeling competition, my requirement is that the paper you write, sister, is of a level that can be directly published in a journal. Speaking of this, Zhou finally stopped being coy and nodded. Okay, then let's compete together. She was unwilling to give up this opportunity. After all, the modeling competition could increase her score. If you get good grades, it will be easier to maintain your postgraduate studies in the future. Next, work hard. For this modeling competition, I have to work hard. And here, when Zhou is full of chicken blood. Gu Xiao on the other side. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's better. I can continue to fish. Compared with going back to Liang Xining's dormitory, accepting Liang Xining's supervision, and participating in the mathematical modeling competition, it is obviously better. He really didn't want to go back to that cell-like place. Good thing. Zhou was not clear about Gu Xiao's thoughts. Otherwise, I wonder what he would think. However, although the two have different thoughts, this special competition team, this was formed. At least no one knows at this moment. What kind of shock will this competition team bring to people next? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The afternoon before the mathematical modeling competition, Gu Xiao stopped fishing and came to Jiangxing University to meet Zhou. Then, under the unified arrangement of the school, we got on the bus. Go straight to the new campus of Jiangxing University. This new campus is newly built by Jiangxing University. It is expected to start enrolling new students in September this year. It is still very empty for the time being. However, the basic construction has been completed. Originally, the competition in previous years was done in the school's dedicated computer room. But it seems that in order to show off its new campus, the school specifically chose the new campus as the venue for this time's competition. Get to the place. The participating members were all arranged in temporary dormitories. Seeing many students carrying large and small bags under the car, Gu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. What's wrong? Zhou asked from the side. Gu Xiao shook his head. It's just a mathematical modeling competition. It's not a vacation. There is no need to bring so many things. Zhou wondered. Isn't the competition 3 days? We have to stay here for 3 days. 72 hours is correct, but in fact, 10 hours of sleep is good. Gu Xiu shook his head. I'm not saying there's no need to bring them, but looking at those dragging suitcases, big and small bags, and even a lot of snacks. Somewhat exaggerated. Zhou Ying participated in a mathematics competition for the first time. I wasn't very clear about this, and when I heard Gu Xiu's words, I felt even more nervous. I couldn't help but ask, "You said it's really okay for the two of us? Do you have no confidence in me?" Gu Xiu asked. No, Zhou Ying shook her head quickly. I just don't have confidence in myself. I'm afraid of being held back. Gu Xiu smiled. Don't worry, just have a good sleep tonight. Remember, you have to force yourself to sleep if you can't sleep. Otherwise, too little sleep time will affect your performance in the next competition. Zhou Ying nodded repeatedly. After all, he had gone through the college entrance examination, and his ability to withstand stress was no problem. So Gu Xiu was not worried. The next step is to return to the dormitory. Although Gu Xiu is only a child, he is not a student of Jiangxing University. However, Zhong Zhiming said hello. The school still arranged a dormitory for him, and is also a small independent dormitory. Even if Gu Xiu didn't dare to sleep alone, he could bring someone with him, or he could go home and sleep every night. But freedom is the most delicious thing. Gu Xiu couldn't miss this opportunity to live alone. Even this time, he even brought a laptop with him. You could do both work and fishing. There was nothing to say all night, and the next morning, Gu Xiu slept as usual until getting up at 7 in the morning, washed briefly, and then walked silently to the school cafeteria alone. This place has not officially opened its doors yet, but for this exam, the school specially prepared meals for the students. Along the way, Gu Xiu's special figure attracted a lot of attention, but Gu Xiu ignored them all. Only children care about other people's eyes, and adults only care more. To be honest, the confused and curious eyes are quite refreshing. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they saw Zhou Ying waiting eagerly at the door. You're finally here. How are you? Did you sleep well last night? Well, not bad. That's good. Let's have breakfast quickly. After that, we will go to the computer room. It can be seen that Zhou Ying is still in a state of mental stress. Gu Xiu gave a few words of advice. It feels useless, so I won't say more. However, while the two were still having breakfast, they met an acquaintance. Zhou Ying, Gao Shan. Zhou Ying looked at the man in front of her blankly, and then looked at the other man standing next to him strangely. Lin Yo. These two people were the other two members of the same group as her before. They had a quarrel and then left the group together, which directly led to Zhou Ying not planning to compete. It's not surprising to see them here. After all, these two people have achieved good results. After leaving a group, it shouldn't be a problem to form a new one. But the biggest problem is these two people are standing together at this moment, and they clearly seem to be in the same group. You form a team together? Zhou Ying was a little unbelievable. They were originally in the same group, but after two people quit the group together, the original group was almost disbanded. But now looking at the two of them, they seem to be together again. Now that we have reconciled, we should come to see ourselves and re-enter the group competition, right? In an instant, Zhou Ying reacted. The quarrel between these two people was fake, but it was real that they dumped him. Zhou Ying, you're here too. Lin Yo looked a little unnatural and looked at Gu Xiu opposite Zhou Ying, looking a little embarrassed to look at the two of them. Gao Shan, who was hit at first, was a little embarrassed at the moment. Zhou Ying, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Ying looked a little ugly. She and Gao Shan Lin Yo didn't know each other before, but after forming a modeling competition team, they got along quite happily. It's not a very good relationship, but they actually regard each other as partners. But it's these two partners. They actually acted in a scene, and each of them quit, only to end up dumping him quietly. Unfortunately, I thought that these two people really had a quarrel and had a falling out. They even foolishly tried to break up the fight and said nice things one by one. In the end, it turns out that he is the clown. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. These two people are really interesting. In order to get rid of his teammates, he ended up playing this trick to hide Chun Song. Hey, isn't this Zhou Ying? I heard that the modeling and programming people in your group have left. How can you still participate in the competition? At this moment, a sharp voice appeared. Gu Xiu looked up and saw behind the two of them, behind Gao Shan and Lin Yo, a girl with heavy makeup appeared. She was dressed very beautifully, but she had a little too much pink on her face. This man obviously knew Zhou Ying, but the relationship was obviously not good. He looked at Zhou Ying with eyes full of disdain and contempt. Luo Hantao. When she saw this person, Zhou Ying understood instantly and looked at Gao and Li. You changed my position to Luo Hantao? Gao and Li hesitated, neither admitting nor denying. The meaning was obvious. What do you mean by changing your position to me? Luo Hantao on the side curled his lips. They like me more. Of course they are willing to take me. After all, I am not a country bumpkin with a sour taste of poverty. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Ying's face suddenly turned pale. The words of a country bumpkin with a sour taste of poverty hurt her a lot. In fact, it wasn't really a strange smell, but that she couldn't bear to buy any fragrant shower gel, so she always used soap when taking a bath. Over time, I developed a scent of soap. But this smell is often laughed at in the dormitory. What? Did hit you where it hurts? Speaking of it, you're the real deal. In order not to hurt your self-esteem, Gao Shan and Lin Yo put on a special show to kick you out. You don't even know this? How dare you chase me here? Let me tell you, we have already signed up and the quota of group members has been determined. If you want to snatch it back, there is no room for you. Luo Hantao spoke arrogantly, apparently mistakenly thinking that Zhou Ying was unwilling to give up, so she came here. Zhou Ying's face suddenly turned pale. It's one thing to guess, but it's another thing to be told on the spot, especially when Gao and Li didn't say anything to deny it. This is very hurtful. She didn't expect this to be true, and she didn't expect that these two people were actually doing it for her roommate. Sister Zhou Ying, let's go. At this moment, Gu Xiu spoke at the side. Zhou Ying was stunned, and when she saw the uneaten breakfast in Gu Xiu's bowl, she forced a smile and said, Eat slowly. Don't be in a hurry. It's okay. I feel a smell. It's too strong. I smell it, and I lose my appetite. Gu Xiu said, As soon as these words came out, Zhou Ying glanced at Luo Hantao almost subconsciously. She likes to wear perfume on weekdays, and today she wears more perfume. After standing here for a while, she can smell the strong perfume. Luo Hantao sneered. The little brat is ignorant and doesn't care about perfume. Sure enough, the poor will always be together with the poor. Perfume. Gu Xiu was not angry at all, but just blinked. I heard that foreigners like to use perfume. Is it true? Of course. Luo Hantao smiled proudly. My bottle of perfume was brought from France by someone, and the price is very expensive. It's just this thing, I don't want it for free. Gu Xiu curled his lips. My dad said that the reason why foreigners use perfume is because they have developed sweat glands and are prone to body odor. So using perfume can cover up the smell of body odor. Auntie, do you wear so much perfume because you have body odor? Otherwise, you can get this smell? Bad boy, what are you talking about? What Gu Xiu said was not hurtful. At least in a few words, Luo Hantao was a little bit off guard. I don't have body odor. Why are you spraying so much if you don't have body odor? Gu Xiu blinked. Luo Hantao was about to explain, but Gu Xiu shook his head and took Zhou Ying's hand. Forget it, Sister Zhou Ying. Let's leave quickly. If I stay here any longer, I feel like I'm not talking to a human being, but to a piece of bacon. Puffed. Zhou Ying couldn't help but laugh. But she knew how difficult her roommate was, so she didn't say anything more, pulled Gu Xiu, and left quickly. Luo Hantao was left alone, cursing in the cafeteria. After walking out of the cafeteria, Zhou Ying said gratefully, Thank you, Gu Xiu. She understood that what Gu Xiu just said was to save herself, and immediately explained, Actually, I'm fine. I'm used to it. As for Gao Shan and Lin Yo, they're already excellent. They can take anyone with them, even if they don't take me, I can understand. But thank you. This seemed to be an explanation, but more of it was to comfort herself. But I should be depressed, but I'm still depressed. Gu Xiu could tell that she was depressed, but he didn't say anything more. Although Zhou Ying was a person with low self-esteem due to family conditions, but her heart is still strong. Self-healing speed is very fast. This was indeed the case. When the two came to the computer room, Zhou Ying's face had recovered, At least she didn't look sad. It is now close to the start time. Many students have already found their seats and sat down. Some instructors have also arrived and are explaining to their teams. Zhang Zhiming also came directly to Gu Xiu and Gu Xiu. He still had a cheerful smile on his face and explained to them, "Did you have a good rest last night? Don't be nervous. Just treat it as an experience and don't put too much pressure on yourself. You two have fewer people and your workload will definitely be greater than other teams, so you have to allocate your time reasonably. When choosing a topic, try to choose one that you are sure of. Once you make a choice, you must be good at checking information." After explaining some precautions and things that needed attention, Zhang Zhiming left directly and continued to work on his own affairs. After all, in such a competition, the instructor cannot give guidance or anything, let alone take part personally. At 8 o'clock, the bell rang on time. All students immediately operated the computers in front of them, started to log in to the competition website, and downloaded test questions. Although this time it is not a unified national competition, it still follows the standards of a national competition. There are 3 questions in total, namely A, B, and C, which are divided into undergraduate groups and junior college groups. Among them, undergraduates can choose one of A and B. The specialist group can choose one of B and C. Each group needs to choose their own topic as a goal, and then complete the work within the next 72 hours. The competition is really tight. After all, reviewing, solving, discussing, modeling, programming, and writing papers all take time. 3 days was a bit too much for 3 people. Therefore, everyone chooses to shorten the time for reviewing the questions as much as possible, hoping to select the questions as soon as possible. But soon, the expressions of the participating teams in the computer room changed. Is this question too difficult? It's over. How can these 2 questions be so perverted? The previous competition questions were not so difficult. Why are we so unlucky this year? It's over. I can't even understand the question. Question A is to pursue the minimum power generation cost under the condition of safe operation of the power system, including the busbar system. What the hell is this? Question B is not easy either. 3-dimensional reconstruction of pipe slices. What should I do? Countless students started talking. The entire computer room was noisy at this moment. Looking up, you could see many students frowning, as if they were in imminent disaster. I really felt despair the first time I saw the title. Zhouing also looked pale. Disaster. It's so difficult. Although there were difficult questions in previous years, this year's questions are a bit difficult and ridiculous. Both questions are very difficult. The first question is related to physics, mainly studying the storage of electricity and the stable maintenance of power stations. The second question is related to biological genes and mainly discusses biological slices. For most students majoring in mathematics and programming, this is simply the beginning of hell. Of course, although both have related professional requirements, there are still some differences between the two, and the difficulty is naturally different. Choose B, Zhou Ying suggested. B seems to be more difficult, but the main core problem is still in mathematics. We have only touched on gene slicing. We should be able to find relevant information. This was her first thought. In fact, it is the first thought that most people have after seeing the question. But Gu Xiu shook his head. Choose A. A. Zhou Ying was surprised. Gu Xiu nodded. If I remember correctly, the scoring is based on the choice of questions. You see, many people are choosing question B now. We could try question A, which is relatively easier to get a good ranking. But in order to get a good ranking, choose a more difficult and uncertain question. Would it be thankless? This question is too difficult. It mainly involves electricity, and it still requires electricity storage and conduction. These things are not easy. Even the information to be checked may not be that easy. Zhou Ying said with some worry. Gu Xiu shook his head. It's completely unnecessary. Besides, I'm actually sure of these two questions, so there's no question of whether it's difficult or not. What? Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Xiu in astonishment. What did he say? He said he was sure about both questions? Just kidding. Even though she had seen Gu Xiao's strength before, when things came to a head, Zhou Ying was still a little unsure. After all, in the entire computer room, the 20 competing teams are all looking sad, and no one is as confident as Gu Xiao. Could it be that all the college students present are inferior to a primary school student? Gao Shan and the others seemed to have chosen question A. At this moment, Gu Xiao suddenly spoke. Zhou Ying took a subconscious look and realized that Gao Shan, Ling Niu, and Luo Hantao were sitting opposite them. At this time, Gao Shan and Ling Niu were discussing, and Luo Hantao was next to him, painting his nails. Okay, let's choose A. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Ying made a decision directly. The children of the poor become rich early. Therefore, she rarely argued with others. Even if she was bullied, she would always accept it and let it go. But that doesn't mean she has no temper. Since you can't compare to others in terms of family status, then compare yourself to others in other aspects. And learning is her strength. Now that you have chosen topic, you have to start analyzing the topic carefully. Zhou Ying is a person who devotes herself to studying and can guarantee 100% concentration. After making the decision at this moment, she immediately abandoned the messy thoughts in her heart. Start reviewing the questions directly. As for Gu Xiao, he doesn't have too many thoughts. It's not that he loves studying, but that he hopes to solve it as soon as possible. At the moment, it is better to understand the requirements of the question clearly. Current science and technology cannot effectively store electricity, so electricity production and consumption must be equal at all times. Otherwise, it will threaten the power security system. Therefore, it is necessary to predict the future power load and arrange the start-stop plan of the generator set so as to minimize the power generation cost while ensuring the safe operation of the power system. Question 1. There's a 3-bus system with 2 units, 1 load, and 3 transmission lines. When a load and system reserve requirements are known for 4 hours, it is requested to calculate the optimal unit combination plan for 4 hours. The final need is to include the total cost and the status of each unit in each hour. Question 2. On the basis of question 1, consider the constraints of the physical characteristics of the generator set: stability range, output, operating time, minimum operation downtime, and other constraints, and reformulate the optimal unit combination plan. Both of them were reading the question seriously. After taking it seriously, Zhou Ying had a better understanding of this question and a general idea. At least, we understand the current problems. Optimize unit combination and optimize start and stop are to optimally select the units operating in each period under the condition of constraint conditions and find the best operation plan of the unit, so as to minimize the starting point cost. But unit combination is a multivariable, nonlinear planning and dynamic programming. Both have obvious shortcomings. Let's try the simulated annealing algorithm. No, this algorithm has a slow convergence speed. Gu Xiao shook his head. What about fuzzy optimization? Fuzzy optimization belongs to functions and fuzzy inference rules, so it is difficult to determine. What should we do? Zhou Ying frowned. Her brain was already running at high speed. It was already a good idea to think of these 2 ideas, but she didn't expect to be rejected as soon as she proposed it. For a moment, I felt like I didn't know how to start. But Gu Xiao smiled. This is as simple as typing code. Huh, Gu Xiao said. Matrix real number coding genetic algorithm. Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, giving a thumbs up to Gu Xiao, awesome. It's nothing awesome, just start. Time waits for no one, and you have to start writing your thesis as soon as possible. Okay, don't worry about this. I won't let you down. Gu Xiao nodded without any hesitation. Let's do it. And when Gu Xiao and Zhou Ying had determined their goals and started to quickly advance the model, the 3 Gaoshan people sitting opposite them are still in the discussion stage at this moment. Your algorithm is not good. It is too thankless. How about your taboo search algorithm? It is too dependent on the initial solution, and we will waste a lot of time on it. Why are you wasting time? Aren't you programming? There is nothing wrong with your programming. It can save a lot of boring calculations. There must be some quarrels. After all, there's a beautiful woman sitting next to him, although this beautiful woman is basically a vase. But everyone wants to show off in front of this beautiful woman, and everyone wants to make the other party follow their own arrangements. But that's what it brings. As a group, it was almost lunchtime before they finally reached a consensus. It's been delayed for too long. We have to start as soon as possible, otherwise we won't be able to make it in time. That's right, classmate Luo. Can you help us pack food? The two boys asked. What? But unexpectedly, Luo Hantao, who had been sitting next to him applying lipstick, doing manicures, and playing with the mirror, frowned. You asked me, a girl, to bring you food? Do you know that when I was in school, I never had to go to the cafeteria? Of course, there were people who helped me bring food and even ordered food from restaurants. You actually want me to bring you food. Do you think it's appropriate? The two were confused and looked at each other, feeling that what Luo Hantao said made sense. But I inevitably felt like something was not quite right. At this moment, Zhou opposite came back with a lunchbox, handed it to Gu Xiao and said, Gu Xiao, eat quickly, don't worry, it will take a while. Thank you, Sister Ying. Gu Xiao replied politely, and he started gobbling up the meal. Looking at this scene, Gao Shan and Lin Yo suddenly thought. They didn't have to prepare meals before. There are always people who bring the meals, and there are even people who take the initiative to help them solve some trivial matters. But now, shaking their heads, the two of them finally said nothing more. They both stood up and ran to the canteen consciously. In the afternoon, it was another tough battle. Except when they were just reviewing the questions in the morning, many contestants were stunned by the difficulty of the questions. By now, basically all the teams had a general idea and started working hard in this direction. It was quiet in this spacious computer room. Basically no one was talking to each other. Most of them thought they were busy with the work at hand. However, in this silence, there is one person who is not so out of place. Oh, I don't like shrimp. Shrimp is too troublesome, and I always feel that the thing has a muddy smell. Don't want it. Seafood? Seafood is okay, but it has to be fresh. I won't eat seafood if it's not fresh. Take a taxi? No, I don't want to take a taxi. I want you to pick me up. Didn't your father just buy you a car? You drive here, and it's right here at the new campus. Okay, let's watch a movie together tonight. I heard that the recent movies are very good, but you can't touch people in the cinema like last time. The voice on the phone was not too restrained, attracting the attention of many people. However, most people only took a quick glance at Luo Hantao, who was on the phone, and then turned their attention to the mountains and Lin Yo beside Luo Hantao. In fact, with such a beautiful woman beside them, they often looked at her with similar looks, and most of them were envious. But now, the envious eyes are gone, replaced by sympathy and contempt. Didn't this guy find a team member? I found an ancestor. The most important thing is that this ancestor doesn't seem to take them seriously. Facing these gazes, Gao Shan and Lin Yo just felt like rays on their backs. Lin Yo was shy, and now feeling these gazes, his face turned maroon. Gao Shan also looked ugly and couldn't help but say, Classmate Luo, do you want to go to eat seafood and watch a movie? Yeah, that's right, what's wrong? Luo Hantao was surprised. We are in a modeling competition, and time is very tight. Gao Shan reminded, you haven't got the results yet. Anyway, I'm the only one who writes the paper. When your results come out, I will finish it soon. You can't let me waste time here, right? But as soon as the two words were spoken, Luo Hantao stood up and said to the other end of the phone, Oh, okay, I'll come out now, you come. Anyway, I said it first, I won't go to the hotel with you tonight. After saying that, Luo Hantao turned around and walked out the door without even saying hello to Gao Shan and Lin Yo. At this moment, Gao Shan and Lin Yo both agreed. He glanced at Zhou opposite, who was busy facing the computer screen. But it's a pity. Zhou, who used to be the first to ask them if they needed any help, this time, didn't pay any attention to their gazes. Looking at each other, the two men could only shake their heads at each other and look at the computer screen. Keep going. Compared with Gao Shan Lin Yo's depression, Zhou and Gu Xiao ignored it completely. Neither of them knew about this, because at this moment, both of them were completely immersed in the modeling competition, and their minds had been spinning since they determined their ideas. Basically never stopped. This is the charm of learning. When you devote yourself seriously and make an effort to start thinking, you will subconsciously devote yourself to these courses. Maybe tired, but to be honest, it's also pretty cool. Especially when you answer one question after another and figure out one problem after another, the feeling of pleasure is definitely not weaker than anything else. A strong sense of achievement. Even Gu Xiao, a primary school student who had resurrected his life, was subconsciously immersed in it at this moment, obsessed with learning and unable to extricate himself. Most of these words were joking or self-deprecating, but at this moment, these words really came true for Gu Xiao and Zhou Ying. This is because in the process of continuous learning and answering, the conjecture in my heart is verified, and the sense of accomplishment is very satisfying. The first day of competition, the two of them basically never left their positions. The keyboards were constantly being pressed, and there were more and more draft papers on the table. Even at night, the two of them did not leave, but still sat in their seats and performed a lot of calculations. Stay up late liver. This is not uncommon in mathematical modeling competitions. It can even be said that there are basically few people who participate in mathematical modeling competitions who don't stay up late. This is why Gu Xiao is determined not to sleep for too long. He needs to answer such a question in 3 days and write a paper, so the time itself must be tight. But not everyone stays up late, at least not everyone stays up late on the first night. Quite the opposite is true. Most of the students started leaving one after another around 8 o'clock in the evening. After 10 o'clock, a large number of people left, and by early morning, there were even fewer people left in the computer room. I'm not saying that the students in this class are unbearable and unwilling to endure hardship, but because it's too difficult. Today's work is in vain. There is something wrong with our algorithm. We can't sit still anymore. I need to think. Yes, let's have a good rest tonight. Maybe we should relax and change our thinking. Go back to the dormitory tonight and let's think about it again and discuss it again tomorrow morning. We need to balance work and rest. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. This is what many teams who left said. No way. It's not that they don't want to stay up late, but because after a while, they find that although they have a general idea, there is no obvious progress. The reason is very simple. If they can ensure correct calculations and correct ideas, the strong sense of accomplishment will naturally drive them to make continuous progress. But if, when they work hard and try many times, they find that there are problems with their calculations or problems with their thinking, what appears in everyone's mind will be a strong sense of frustration. And this kind of frustration will make people feel even more tired. This time, the two questions successfully made these college students, who are known as the proud students of heaven, feel frustrated. At least, Gao Shan and Lin Niu were like this at the moment. No, it's still wrong. There's something wrong with our calculation model. Zhua, I don't know who asked the question. Is he crazy? Such a question in a competition like this is just to trick people to death. No way. We must have made a mistake somewhere. Let's think about it again. How about we stop here tonight? Let's go back and think about it carefully. If it doesn't work, go back to sleep. Maybe we will have new ideas tomorrow morning. Now it seems like this is the only way to go. For the first time, I feel that the competition can be so difficult. The two shook their heads and sighed, got up, and prepared to leave. But just after taking 2 steps, Gao Shan was stunned and stared blankly in a certain direction. What are you looking at? Lin Niu asked, following Gao Shan's gaze. But at this sight, Lin Niu was also stunned. What they were looking at was none other than Gu Xiao and Zhou Ying, who had been sitting opposite them. Although they were a little apologetic towards Zhou Ying, in fact, they had always been somewhat disdainful towards this girl. Again, in mathematical modeling competitions, the person who writes the paper is never the leader. Even when they learned that Zhou Ying still insisted on participating in the competition after they quit the team, neither of them took each other seriously. After all, although this girl is excellent, can she really make waves by herself? In 3 days, it would be considered good to be able to figure out the questions. Naturally, I didn't pay too much attention. But now, this unintentional glance gave the two of them a great shock. Because they see it. On Gu Xiao and Zhou Ying's computers, There were countless mathematical formulas and various byte symbols listed, and they even saw them. Zhou Ying has already started writing her thesis. Zhou Ying can write a paper so quickly. They must have chosen question A. Can be so fast. Lin Yo said in disbelief. It's normal to write the paper first. After all, she can revise it before submitting it later, but she can't possibly have the energy to do this alone, right? Gao Shan was also confused, but then his pupils suddenly shrank. It's that little kid named Gu Xiao, who is taking charge of modeling and programming. Li Newton looked weird. A primary school student can model and program? Both of them looked astonished, because they saw that Gu Xiao was typing with his hands on the keyboard, and lines of binary code were constantly appearing on the computer interface. If you didn't look at the children's hands and just looked at the speed of coding, one of the two would even be a big shot in the programming department. But you must be blind, right? How can a little kid be so powerful? I guess Zhou Ying is just messing around, and Zhou Ying doesn't know how to do it, so I just follow this little kid and mess around. Gao Shan guessed. This is actually a very reasonable guess. In every year's mathematical modeling competition, not everyone can answer it accurately, and many people even get it when the time is about to end. Haven't figured out yet what to do at this time. Is it possible to get a blank deal? Of course not. I can get low scores, but I can never give up a point directly. Therefore, many groups that encounter this situation have to write a paper even if they bite the bullet and make up random things. Get the model out. Even if the final result is wrong, generally speaking, the grading teacher will look at the situation and give some points so as not to get no points at all. Although there seems to be no difference in the results, at least we tried hard, right? With this situation, naturally, there are also teams that immediately start to mess up after seeing the question. The question was too difficult, and I probably couldn't solve it myself, so I just stopped working and just started making things up. Maybe my inspiration would come out, and I'd get the result. This is relatively rare, but not unheard of. But now, from Gao Shan's point of view, Zhou Ying is obviously a loser. After all, she is only one person. Can she really solve this problem? That's right. Lin Yo nodded at the same time, let out a clear breath, and laughed loudly. I was almost scared. I thought Zhou Ying was so powerful that she could handle it by herself. But when you think about it, we can't handle it. So why can she do it? Let's go back to the dormitory to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow morning. Well, let's go. The two left together, not caring about Zhou Ying and Gu Xiao. Zhou Ying is not worthy to be their opponent. The second day of the math competition, Gu Xiao still got up at 7 in the morning. After breakfast, he and Zhou Ying came to the computer room again. As soon as she arrived at the computer room, Zhou Ying couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone is here so early. At this moment, most of the computers in the computer room have been turned on, and many students are already doing calculations in them. Busy as hell. In this regard, Gu Xiao just shook his head. I have been busy all day, but there is no result. I can't sleep in the middle of the night and still can't figure it out. So I have to come to the computer room early. One of the students close to the two of them was doing calculations. When he heard Gu Xiao's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because what Gu Xiao said is true. Last night, many students had insomnia because they had something to worry about. Many of them were sleeping in bed with their eyes closed, thinking about how to solve the problem. And the final result is, the more I think about it, the more worried I become, and the more worried I become, the more unable to sleep. Some people even get up in the middle of the night, squat in the toilet, and smoke half a pack of cigarettes. The result was useless. It was not even dawn the next day, and many people simply got up and came to the computer room to work. Can't sleep. Everyone is working so hard. We have to work hard. Zhou Ying was full of enthusiasm. We answered the first question last night, and we'll try to answer the second question today. In this case, we can spend a while tomorrow revising the paper. This method was told to her by Gu Xiao. Although Gu Xiao has always been the leader in solving problems, basically no matter the calculation, way of thinking, the formulas used, etc., Gu Xiao will discuss with Zhou Ying. Gu Xiao even asked Zhou Ying to start writing the paper first, trying to synchronize it with his calculations. At the beginning, Zhou Ying was surprised by Gu Xiu's method. It was discovered later. This works very well. At least she could fully understand Gu Xiu's modeling ideas, and at the same time, she could understand Gu Xiu's intentions more clearly. The result of this is, in terms of elaborating the paper, Zhou Ying was able to present her ideas more accurately and intuitively. The paper written in this way will obviously be better. What's more, because Gu Xiu's calculation speed is very fast, they might really be able to answer the second question today and then revise the paper together on the third day to make it foolproof. After confirming their idea, the two of them didn't waste any more time and started getting busy again. The progress is encouraging. Although the difficulty of the second question is based on the first question and is also more difficult, if the idea is correct, the difficulty can actually be reduced a lot. However, when the two of them were making rapid progress, Gao Shan and Lin Yo, who were sitting opposite them, looked extremely gloomy at this moment. There are two reasons. The first reason is that they suffered from insomnia last night. Like most of the contestants, they ended up tossing and turning in worry and unable to sleep, which resulted in dark circles under their eyes this morning. It would be fine if that was all. The most depressing thing was that even if they thought hard all night, not only did they exhaust themselves, but their headaches were still not solved. In fact, due to lack of sleep, their thoughts are even more disordered, and some even don't know how to start. The second reason made the two of them even more depressed. Their team members. Luo Hantao, after leaving last night, as of noon today, he still hasn't come back. I've been absent all morning. Normally, the two of them might worry about whether something happened to the other person, or whether they were sick, and whether they needed to send hot water or medicine. But the phone call last night was still fresh in their minds, and the two of them just felt a sense of discomfort in their hearts. Twice the frustration, twice the anger. Fortunately, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Hantao finally arrived too late. There were weird red spots on the neck. Many veteran drivers could tell what it was at a glance, looking at Gao and Li. Even weirder. What's wrong with you? Don't you know that we are in the mathematical modeling competition stage now? It's a critical moment. Why did it take you so long to come? The glare behind his back made Lin Yo feel extremely uncomfortable, and he even scolded him with a dark face on the spot. But this time he yelled. Not only did Luo Hantao not feel guilty at all, but he frowned and said, dissatisfied, "I'm just a little late, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" Lin Newton was angry. "This is a mathematical modeling competition, a very important competition. What is your attitude?" "What do you mean, my attitude? And what is your attitude? What's wrong with me being a little late? And I'm already here, haven't I?" Luo Hantao was obviously also bad-tempered. "Besides, I'm a thesis writer, so it's okay to come early. What's wrong with you being so stubborn, you little chicken?" "You!" Lin Yo was so angry that he stood up. He was not a good-tempered person, and it was really scary at this time. But Luo Hantao was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his head and said, "Why, you still want to do something to me? You are really promising. You hold on to something big, and you plan to hit a woman." "You!" Lin Yo's face darkened. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He was stunned for a moment in embarrassment. But in my heart, I was already extremely angry. "TCH." Luo Hantao curled his lips. "I don't have the ability, but I have a big temper. If I don't dare to do anything, I'll be honest. If you don't act like a chicken every day, you're not as good as a woman like me." "Bleach." Lin Yo finally got angry and threw his arm away, ready to hit someone. Fortunately, such a big movement has already attracted the attention of many people. Someone stopped me immediately. Gao Shan on the side was the first to grab Lin Yo. Calm down, don't be impulsive. We are all doing it for the good of this competition, so don't hurt the harmony. If you make a move, you will be punished. Calm down. And I think what Luo said is right. After all, she is just a thesis writer, and she can't participate in the previous projects. The later she comes, the later she will come. Student Luo, you too, don't be angry. You know Lao Li's character. That's it. He is under too much pressure, so he can't control his temper. Don't be like him. With such a peacemaker, he finally calmed down the two people who were full of gunpowder. Lin Yo was still resentful, but he also understood that he could not really hit someone, so he finally said nothing. I just couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ying across from me through the gap in the computer. If Zhou Ying was a member of their team, this shit wouldn't have happened at all. For the first time, Lin Yo regretted it. But the matter has come to this, and there is no point in regretting it. As Gao Shan said, the most important thing next is the competition. This is the biggest headache. The previous quarrel could only be regarded as a minor conflict. In fact, on the second day of the game, it was not only the Gao Shan Lin Yo team that was quarreling within the team, but throughout the computer room, many teams were quarreling. This was relatively rare at first, but after seeing it more often, it seems that they are no longer surprised. The most important thing is that everyone understands the reason for the quarrel. To put it bluntly, it is still a matter of coordination. Although most of the teams participating today have formed a team long ago and have practiced with each other for a period of time. Normally, if the question is normal. Basically, most teams can operate normally and maintain a tacit understanding. But this time, as the difficulty of the questions increased, this tacit understanding was put to the test, and the group that had worked together before was fine. However, competition groups formed in a short period of time, or groups that disagree with each other from the beginning, basically have more or less disputes. The competition scene on the second day can be described as lively. In the entire computer room, just like the vegetable market, people would start to quarrel or argue loudly from time to time. But for these situations, Gu Xiao and Zhou Ying paid no attention to anyone. They were still working hard to solve their own problems. The question this time was really difficult. Even Gu Xiao encountered problems. However, because of Zhou Ying's all-around support, the problem was solved quickly. It wasn't until about 11:30 the next night that Gu Xiao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. It's done. It's finally done. Thank you for the hard work. Zhou Ying also smiled with excitement on her face, but she still handed Gu Xiao a bottle of Coke immediately. It's great. Gu Xiao took a sip and said, Sister Zhou Ying, you have worked hard too. Next, I have to work hard to optimize the paper. No problem. I have a day tomorrow. Zhou Ying smiled. The smile was filled with excitement. After 2 days of fierce fighting, they finally succeeded and completed all the questions in this mathematical modeling competition. Even for the paper, the big topic framework has been written in this process, and we just need to continue optimizing it tomorrow. Compared to when I first saw the question, this result can be said to be greatly beyond Zhou Ying's expectations. Naturally, it also made her smile. But at this moment, Gu Xiao suddenly shook his head. Although the question has been answered, I always feel that we can continue to optimize. Can still be optimized? Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gu Xiao in surprise. What Gu Xiao is talking about is the answer to the second question, which is that the optimal unit combination plan needs to be reformulated according to constraints. This problem is not easy and involves more professional knowledge points, but Gu Xiao spent a day and has optimized this unit very well. As a result, Gu Xiao actually thought he could continue to optimize. Isn't this too strong? At least, Zhou Ying took a look around and found nothing that could be further optimized. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it anymore. Our solution, plus the thesis you completed now, Sister Zhou Ying, is enough to get a high score. Gu Xiao simply didn't bother to think anymore. Anyway, as far as their current situation is concerned, winning the award is basically guaranteed. If Luo Hantao can optimize the paper tomorrow, getting a good ranking in the end is definitely not a problem. In this case, it's better to save some effort. I'm going back tonight. I won't be here tomorrow. Sister Zhou Ying, please come on, Gu Xiao said. Are you going back so late? How about I send you off? This was what we had agreed upon before. Zhou Ying was not surprised when he arrived. She was just worried that he was so late. No, I'm not a child. Gu Xiao shook his head and refused, but looking at Zhou Ying's strange eyes, he coughed dryly and said, How about you send me to the school gate and take a taxi? After working hard, it was done in 2 days. In the next day, Gu Xiao planned to go fishing. After all, they had even figured out the general framework of the paper. The next thing to do is to optimize. There is no need for him. But before leaving, Gu Xiu still took out the USB flash drive and made a copy of the results of this answer. Because this thing is really addictive to answer, Gu Xiu plans to take it out and re-optimize it when he has nothing to do in the future. Tonight is destined to be different from last night. At this point last night, most of the people had already left. But tonight, basically all groups are still fighting fiercely. Last night, Gu Xiu and the others were the last to leave, but tonight they were the first to leave. The entire computer room was still busy. But, as busy as they are, more and more people are actually despairing. Tomorrow is the last day. We still have no results. What should we do next? This question is too perverted. I don't know who asked it. It's over. Time is getting tighter. We haven't even answered the first question yet. We are better. We solved the first question, but the second question is stuck. Now we don't know what to do. What should we do next? Similar discussions filled the entire computer room. There are even many people who have begun to bite the bullet and solve the problem, basically judging that it is useless, and have even begun to write papers with great fanfare. There will definitely be problems with the results, but at least put some effort into the paper and write it better before talking about it. Like most people, Gao Shan and Lin You's team also looked sad at this moment. There is no problem with our algorithm. Solving the first question is the best proof. But the second question is too difficult. Calculating based on the first question, the required value is too huge. There is not enough time. It will be good if we can complete the final settlement in the next day. Gao Shan and Lin You discuss sadly. After all, they are considered elites. Although the competition questions this time are difficult, they are not completely impossible to solve. At least, after 2 days, they had successfully solved the first question. But the second question is still difficult. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible to answer it. It's just that the time is a bit tight. If it doesn't work out, we can stay up all night tonight, and we should be able to improve the progress. Gao Shan suggested. It's not bad to stay up all night. Lin You nodded, but then frowned and looked at Luo Hantao, who was bored playing Minesweeper next to him. We have to start writing the paper. When the results of our second question come out, the paper must also keep up. Don't be afraid that it will be too late. Gao Shan also glanced at Luo Hantao, his eyes full of helplessness. These 2 days they were as tired as dogs. As for Luo Hantao, he was as cool as his ancestors. When they were brainstorming, Luo Hantao was talking on the phone. When they were doing high-speed calculations, Luo Hantao was playing Minesweeper. This time I didn't leave early and even stayed up until early morning with them. But the thing is, it doesn't even make a difference whether this person is here or not. Wrong. There is still a difference, at least sitting here, it is a bit annoying. Although the paper is not important, if we don't come up in time and the score is lowered by the paper, then we will suffer a big loss. Lin You reminded. Of course Gao Shan understood what he meant. Although he was a little helpless, he also knew that what Lin You said was right. He could only bite the bullet and said, "Classmate Luo, I'm afraid not." Gao Shan replied, while suppressing high blood pressure. But with this answer, Luo Hantao suddenly became unhappy. "What's the matter with you? Why don't you let me go to bed so late? I don't know that the most important thing for a girl's skin is to ensure the quality of sleep. I've been with you so late, and you still can't sleep? Mr. Luo, listen to me." Gao Shan had no choice but to explain for a while. That's almost all the good things to say. He explained the current situation and reminded me that he should start writing the paper first. But in the end, he just knelt down and called his aunt. Fortunately, although Luo Hantao ridiculed the two of them for their incompetence at the time and had not even finished the questions yet, he finally agreed. She expressed her willingness to start working on the paper first. This answer made both Gao Shan and Lin You breathe a long sigh of relief. But before they could relax, their blood pressure started to rise. "Student Luo, there is something wrong with the expression here. You have to write down our ideas. You can't just paste the results on it. Student Luo, there's also a problem here. This calculation formula is the most important. Why did you omit this? Here and here. Good guy. You don't know if you don't write a paper. Once you write it, they will know how many problems there are." Originally, the two of them planned to have a Q&A session while they stayed up all night. The result is good. It's all about giving guidance on Luo Hantao's thesis. Of course, it doesn't mean that Luo Hantao, a serious college student, can't write such an informal paper. She does. However, here's the thing. Her expression was completely different from the two people's problem-solving ideas. Many times, they're unable to express their ideas and priorities clearly. Basically, they tend to avoid the important and take the easy. She often chose to ignore the parts that should be explained in detail and chose to close up the parts that should be ignored, which directly affected the effect of the entire paper. But what can be done? The teammates I found had to continue working hard with tears in my eyes. There was no way Gao Shan and Lin Yo could only put aside Q&A 2 for the time being and take the trouble to give Luo Hantao guidance. But the result was unexpected for the two of them. Before they said anything, Luo Hantao was the first to quit after being pointed out by the two. What's going on with you two? Do you write the thesis, or do I write the thesis? I'm not right this way. And that's not right either. Why don't you ask me to write it? Just write it yourself. Really, I stayed up late with you for so long, just to let you find faults. He looked like he was giving up. This made Gao and Li depressed. In the end, Gao Shan calmed down and said, "Classmate Luo, we didn't mean that. Don't be angry. We didn't express ourselves clearly. I'm sorry. But you also know that the paper must grasp the core, otherwise it will definitely not get high marks. How about this? Let's do it again. Can we express it clearly this time?" Gao Shan pretended to be a peacemaker. It doesn't matter if it's inappropriate. The group has been established. Is it possible that Luo Hantao is really allowed to leave and the two of them write their own papers? This is simply not possible. But the more humiliating he was, the more arrogant Luo Hantao became. And he even stood up directly. "Are you coming? Forget it. You guys think about it carefully before talking. I'm tired tonight, and I'm going to bed." After that, she actually got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the two of them were numb. Gao Shan said all his good words, but it didn't help the matter at all. Seeing that Luo Hantao was about to leave, Lin Yo, who had never gotten along well with Luo Hantao, finally couldn't help it at this time. "Mater, if you have the guts, come and show me today." Angry. Lin Yo was really angry. His whole body became angry. Even his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he looked extremely scary. What are you going to do?" Luo Hantao was also startled and looked at Lin Yo warily. "Are you still going to beat me?" Lin Yo was stunned. Indeed, it was impossible for him to actually hit someone. If he was punished or even dropped out of school, he would be finished. "Hey, you don't even dare to do anything. What else can you do? I thought you were so brave." Luo Hantao saw that the other party was showing weakness and immediately decided in her heart, "You are a chicken, and you are as cowardly as a dog. I am leaving today. What can you do to me?" "You can't leave," Lin Yo shouted angrily. If you leave, our group will kick you out. We will write the paper ourselves, and we won't add your name to it." "What did you say?" Luo Hantao suddenly became angry. "Why?" "Because your writing is so bad, and your attitude is not correct." "My writing is bad. Then you write it yourself. I have already signed up. Why don't you add my name? Look at what the hell you wrote. Then you write well. Let me see what you write." This man and woman actually started to curse each other in the computer room. Both sides felt uncomfortable, but both were a little afraid. Fortunately, the peacemaker Gao Shan hurriedly said, "You two, calm down. Don't be angry. There is no point in it. Instead of quarreling here, let's do more things. When the time comes, we will win the award and get the credits. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Let's stop arguing. Old Li, you continue to solve the problem, and I will guide Luo to write the paper together. How about this? Classmate Luo, it's our last day, so let's grit our teeth and persevere and take a step back, okay?" "Hot damn man." Luo Hantao cursed, but still nodded. "Gao Shan, I'm giving you face, otherwise I'll turn around and leave now. I don't care about this bad competition." "Yeah, let's write a paper, write a thesis." Gao Shan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, while throwing a look at Lin Yo. "I hope Lin Yo can calm down. The overall situation is important." Lin Yo gritted his teeth. Although he knew that this was the only way to do it, he still felt a little uncomfortable. "I couldn't help but muttered, If I had known she was such a person, I might as well have been with classmate Zhou Ying. At least her paper writing was much better than some others. This was originally a complaint, but saying it at this time immediately made Luo Hantao's anger level reach full again. What did you say? You said my paper is not as good as that country bumpkin's? Isn't it true? Lin Yo was not to be outdone. Zhou Ying is competing alone and has already started writing her paper. Unlike some people who just come and beat someone up and run away without any sense of responsibility. What did you say, damn man? Luo Hantao cursed. Even if I don't come and write with my eyes closed, it's much better than that country bumpkin's writing. You actually said that my writing is not as good as that country bumpkin's? No, Lin Yo is joking. Gao Shan had a headache and wanted to continue to comfort him. But it's a pity. The powder keg has been lit. After all, Lin Yo was a man. He was constantly provoked by a woman. So he simply gave up. With the paper you wrote, how dare you compare with Zhou Ying? The paper written by Zhou Ying is comprehensive and beautiful, with clear priorities. Compared with your paper, you are not even worthy of carrying Zhou Ying's shoes. Damn man, you actually said that I am inferior to a country bumpkin. Luo Hantao was about to burst into tears. The one she despised most was Zhou Ying. But now Lin Yo actually said that she was not as good as Zhou Ying, whom he despised. What a shame. This time, not even the mountains worked. The two of them smashed and cursed again, and Lin Yo found Luo Hantao's weakness and continued to attack. Zhou Ying is 10,000 times better than you. You call me a country bumpkin, but in fact you are not as good as the country bumpkin you say. Aside from your beauty and your ability to dress up, what else do you have? Let me tell you, although Zhou Ying is alone, she has already started writing a paper this morning, and she must be much better than you. If you're like you, even if you study for 10 years, you won't be able to compare with others. The repeated blows made Luo Hantao angry, but no matter how he tried to defend himself, he was blocked by Lin Yo. At that moment, Luo Hantao got up angrily and went directly to the computer opposite. What are you going to do? Gao Shan was startled. What? Luo Hantao gritted his teeth and said, Didn't this little bastard say that I can't compare to this country bumpkin? Now let me see how much better this country bumpkin's paper is than mine. No. Gao Shan was startled. This kind of competition has strict regulations, and you cannot peek at other people's results. Get caught. This is a very bad thing. But Luo Hantao didn't have so many ideas. He turned on the computer directly and quickly entered the system. And he directly clicked on Zhou Ying's homework file. Gao Shan's face turned pale with fright. Subconsciously, he looked at the monitor above his head. What are you afraid of? With the strength of this country bumpkin, can the crap she writes really be of use to others? Luo Hantao said scornfully. These words made Gao Shan sigh in relief. Think about it too. Zhou Ying was probably scribbling a lot, and even if she read it, it didn't seem to matter. Besides, as long as no one is caught, no one will bother to check the surveillance or anything. Come on, come and take a look. What aspect of this country bumpkin's paper is better than mine? Such a crude paper has been praised to the sky by you. Luo Hantao said. Lin Yo was the first to be unconvinced and stood up directly and walked to the computer. But just after reading the brief description at the beginning, Lin Yo suddenly froze on the spot. And the mountains on the side are also coming up. Now, his pupils also contracted for a while. This is too strong. How about you? See for yourselves which aspect of her paper is better than mine. It's not even as detailed as mine, and the layout is not as good as mine. How come she is better than mine when it comes to your mouth? Huh, you guys are talking. Luo Hantao was still chattering, because Zhou Ying's paper was only a general framework after all. The final touches and fillings haven't been completed yet, so it does look rather crude. But as he spoke, Luo Hantao was stunned, because she found out. Gao Shan and Lin Yo, both looking like their eyes were about to pop out, were holding on to Zhou Ying's paper. His eyes were full of shock. Even his body began to tremble uncontrollably. What's going on? Are these two people sick? Luo Hantao was surprised and read the paper carefully. This time she discovered the problem. Hey, this country bumpkin actually solved 1 and 2 questions. And this method seems different from yours. Could she be writing it blindly? Luo Hantao couldn't help but doubt, but such doubts made Gao and Li shake their heads almost without hesitation. No way. This is definitely not a joke. She really solved it, and both the method and the result are much better than us. I didn't expect that she would ask this second question in this way. This is too strong. At this moment, the two of them had completely ignored Luo Hantao next to them, and instead stared greedily at Zhou Ying's paper. I even wanted to write down all the formulas and contents in Zhou Ying's paper. Finally, after reading the whole article, the two of them looked at each other and said, "Compared with this one, we're just hot chicks. Not to mention taking first place, it would be good to get a ranking." Indeed, her knowledge points are too rich, and her application ability is also very strong. How did she do it alone? This is too strong. The two of them talked to each other and even sounded a little lonely in their tone, because they discovered it after reading Zhou Ying's paper. Compare yourself to Zhou Ying. Too bad. In fact, even if they finally solved the second question, they would definitely not be able to compare to Zhou Ying. Desperate. This country bumpkin is so good at writing. Luo Hantao on the side couldn't understand, but looking at the expressions of the two of them, he couldn't help but wonder. But her paper was poorly written, wasn't it? You call it poor? Lin Yo curled his lips. Let me tell you, this paper has not been completely perfected, but the core ideas and key data have been clearly explained. She only needs to improve it tomorrow, and she can easily win the first prize in this modeling competition. What? Luo Hantao was in disbelief. This is impossible. How could she do it alone? Gao Shan and Lin Yo looked at each other, in the eyes, all with bitterness. They couldn't answer that question, but one thing was certain. They kicked Zhou Ying out for Luo Hantao before, which was definitely the most cerebral thing they had ever done. He is alone, able to defeat 3 top students. Let's go, I want to go back to sleep. No matter how hard I try this time, I can't compare to Zhou Ying. Gao Shan said with some lack of interest. Yeah. Lin Yo also nodded. We want to get results this time, so let's just go to sleep. It's impossible to compete. What? Luo Hantao frowned. What do you mean? Give up. Gao Shan smiled bitterly and nodded. I gave up. It won't work if I don't give up. Zhou Ying's solution is too strong. Even if we finish the second question in the end, we can't compare with our model. Besides, Zhou Ying is very good at writing the thesis. Now that the framework has been completed, the final product will definitely be more powerful. We chose the same topic as her, which was a mistake from the beginning. Lin Yo also nodded in silence. Obviously, he agreed with Gao Shan's words. But Luo Hantao was dissatisfied. What's the meaning? I tried my best to squeeze out Zhou Ying, a country bumpkin, but in the end I still can't compare. To Zhou Ying? Then where to put your face? So what do the students in the same dormitory think of me? Are you no longer a clown? Thinking of this, Luo Hantao gritted his teeth and said, You two losers, since you have read the paper, can't you just use this country bumpkins? What? Gao Shan and Lin Yo were stunned, frightened by this crazy idea. Plagiarism? Plagiarism? No. If we are caught, we will definitely be screwed. Can scholars say it is plagiarism? Can't we learn from it? Luo Hantao curled his lips. Besides, if you don't tell me and I don't tell, who will know that we copied that country bumpkin? No, absolutely not like this. Lin Yo shook his head without hesitation. We have read her paper, and it is considered a violation. If we plagiarize her paper again, what will happen to us? What has happened? Can't we learn from it? Can you answer the second question like you do? There is a ready-made one. Why don't you copy it? Luo Hantao curled his lips. Besides, this provincial competition can give you extra credits. If you in the first place, there will be a bonus, which is written on your resume. In the future, you will have a higher salary than others when looking for a job. To be honest, everyone came to participate in this mathematical modeling competition because of this. If I can get the first place? No, absolutely not. It's very bad to be caught plagiarizing. Don't talk about your resume then. It's good if you can avoid being fired. Are you right? Lin Yo shook his head repeatedly. His attitude was extremely determined, and he even turned to look at Gao Shan. But soon, Lin Yo frowned, because Gao Shan frowned tightly and gritted his teeth. Actually, I think what Luo said is not unreasonable. It's not impossible to learn from it. What did you say? Are you crazy? Lin Yo was incredulous. I'm not crazy. Gao Shan shook his head. Old Li, you know what our situation is. If we continue to follow the idea of the first question, it will be very difficult to solve the second question. Even if it is solved, it will definitely not be pretty in the end. So we actually have only one way, and that is to change the method of verification. Originally, it is impossible to change now, but Zhou Ying has what we need. We only need to verify according to what is written in her paper, and we can get the results quickly. This is plagiarism. Lin Yo couldn't help but said. But Gao Shan shook his head. We don't have to copy it completely. We just use her core, change the words, and fine-tune the model. There will definitely be no problem by then. Seeing that Lin Yo was still unwilling to agree, Gao Shan said, Old Li, we are going to start the internship soon. This thing is directly related to the choice of internship unit. Once you enter a good company, as long as you perform well, you can officially join the job directly after graduation. We are adults, and we have to make plans for ourselves. Early the next morning, Zhou Ying came to the computer room early. What surprised her was that her desk seemed to have been moved, and the water glass was not placed in the right place. But this is a small thing. Zhou Ying didn't pay too much attention, but once again immersed herself in her thesis. Things are easy today, but you can't slack off. While Zhou Ying was busy, she didn't notice that Gao Shan and Lin Yo were sitting opposite her, starting from the moment she entered the computer room. The nerves were always tense. It wasn't until Zhou Ying said nothing and continued to start the paper that she breathed a sigh of relief. Look at your potential. Luo Hantao on the side sneered, with contempt on his face. Even if this country bumpkin knew, she wouldn't dare to say anything. The two of them looked a little embarrassed. But he nodded. Luo Hantao pouted. Okay, don't do it if you're afraid. Don't be afraid if you do it. The files have been copied. You can finish it quickly. Gao Shan and Lin Yo looked at each other, finally nodded, and began to work. They finally made a decision. Instead of having a headache thinking about it, you won't be able to get a good grade in the future. Not as good as. Choose a relatively easy method. Copy. This is somewhat contrary to his original intention, but Luo Hantao is right. He is planning for his future. Is it better to stick to the principles now and be miserable later, or to break some rules and be successful from now on? This is obviously not a too complicated question, but the two of them definitely didn't expect it at this moment. Luo Hantao, who was sitting next to them, was still staring at Zhou Ying. Copying Zhou Ying's is a good idea, but after sleeping all night, Luo Hantao was not satisfied with this. The best outcome would be to just watch the people you hate suffer misfortune, instead of them competing with Zhou Ying through plagiarism. This is so shameless. So, Luo Hantao planned to use other means. As for what method to use, Luo Hantao took a deep look at Zhou Ying's computer. Gu Xiu didn't pay too much attention to the mathematics competition. After all, everything that needed to be done was done. As for the subsequent optimization, people are lazy. At least after Gu Xiu returned to his secret base and had a good sleep, he had no intention of continuing to do the questions the next day. Of course, he didn't just lie down and be a salted fish all day long. Open Penguin and follow the prompts to update. Gu Xiu discovered. Penguin has received a major overhaul. Penguin membership is officially launched. Friends list grouping, customized avatars, special online and offline ringtones, special notification sounds for messages, etc. are all available. Membership is very simple. It costs 10 yuan a month, simple and straightforward. Gu Xiu originally planned to open a membership to support his own products. But what he didn't expect was, his Penguin membership has actually been opened, and Gu Xiu even checked to see the renewal time. The result was a surprising discovery. There are 3 words written behind his Penguin membership expiration date. Indefinitely, good guy. So this is a lifetime, permanent, distinguished super membership. I can't see that acquiring Penguin has this benefit. Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. Of course, this function was dispensable to Gu Xiu, and Gu Xiu didn't pay much attention to it. What he is really concerned about is the new features that Penguin and Penguin members will withdraw from after this Penguin version update. Fate Ice Field. This is a function that Penguin did not have in the previous life. It can be entered directly by clicking on the Penguin expansion bar. After clicking, the interface jumped quickly, and soon a vast ice field filled with various small light spots appeared. The user can control a little penguin and move around in the ice field. Although the picture seems rough to Gu Xiu, it is considered to be sophisticated in this era. And the 2D style of painting is a bit inexplicably cute. The little penguin here is just like playing a game. Players can control the penguin to walk, jump, and even dance, making some cute moves. As for the light spots in the ice sheet, as long as you walk into them, you will find that they are penguins one after another. This is, of course, other online users. After the user gets close, they can choose to talk to the other party, but it is limited to 3 sentences. Within 3 sentences, if both parties feel interested in continuing the conversation, they can choose to obtain the other party's Penguin account. Add Penguin detailed chat. To be honest, this ice field is quite interesting. Not to mention that Gu Xiu, a reborn person, feels it is fresh. Even many Penguin users feel it is very fresh. Countless users enjoy exploring it, and some even hope to change their Penguin image. These, of course, they were all recorded one by one. Next, it will be used as a follow-up Krypton Gold Point upgrade plan. Of course, there are also Krypton Gold Points at present. That is, Penguin members can increase the number of chats with each other. In addition, Little Penguin will also have a distinguished red member scarf. It's just a small function, but what it brings to penguins is incredible attraction. Gu Xiu didn't look at the comfortable backstage, but the Penguin people were always excited because both the number of users and the number of members were increasing rapidly. Open a membership. Accidentally, it has become the best way for young people to satisfy their vanity on the internet. Although Gu Xiu didn't know the data, but, in fact, there is no need to be clear because he can be sure that he has won the 3-month bet. The next Penguin will become the largest shareholder and will also have the most voting rights. It seems, going around in such a big circle, in the end it seems to be no different from a strong acquisition. It even adds to the trouble. But in fact, only by going through this circle can Penguin truly become Gu Xiu's belongings, and Penguin's employees truly care about him. He needs more than just penguins. It's the talents of this future, world-class internet empire. That's what matters most. After sleeping another night in his secret base, Gu Xiu left at noon the next day and took a taxi home. After that, it was a peaceful life going to school and living with Liang Xining and continuing to experience the pain of life. 1 week after the mathematical modeling competition, Gu Xiu went to Jiangxing University again. This time he wanted to discuss with Zhou Ying about the next national competition. The previous ones were provincial competitions. If you perform well, you will be eligible to participate in the national competition in September. Just make sure to participate. In the next few months, Gu Xiu could continue to enjoy the joy of fishing, especially during summer vacation. Even Gu Xiu had planned that when the summer vacation came, he would use the excuse of participating in training before the modeling competition. Just disappeared for 2 months. Break away from comrade Gu Jianjun and Mr. Liang Xining. That life. But it's much more moisturizing. But what Gu Xiu didn't expect was, are you looking for Zhou Ying? She's not in the dormitory, and I don't know where she is. What? Don't you know? Zhou Ying was expelled from school yesterday. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory of Jiangxing University, Gu Xiu looked at the girl in front of him with surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister, you college students are joking. Do you have such a big joke?" He came to see Zhou Ying today. He originally went to the office he had lent to the school for the competition. But there was no one inside, and even some of the things they had used before had been removed. So Gu Xiu simply found the dormitory building directly. No way. Zhou Ying doesn't have a phone, so communication is not convenient. With good luck, as soon as he arrived downstairs, he happened to meet one of Zhou Ying's roommates, a chubby girl that Gu Xiu had met before. But I didn't expect. Are you kidding? How could I be joking about something like this? The girl shook her head, her eyes a little complicated. The school sent out a school-wide announcement yesterday. Didn't you see it when you entered the school? Seeing Gu Xiu shaking his head, the girl pointed to the bulletin board in the dormitory area. Gu Xiu stepped forward with all his doubts in mind. Sure enough, I'll see you. There was a brand new notice posted on the bulletin board. There were not many words on it, but the content made Gu Xiu stunned on the spot. Zhou Ying, a junior student majoring in finance at our school, plagiarized in a mathematical modeling competition using extremely bad means. After being discovered, he refused to admit his mistake and had an extremely bad attitude. Because this incident has a great impact, hereby, the hospital has made the decision to expel her as a warning to others. I hope all students will take this as a warning. What follows are basically some wake-up calls, such as no plagiarism and no academic fraud. After reading the entire article, Gu Xiu was stunned. The first thought is, are you kidding me? Yes. It must be a joke. Is it so easy to expel a student? Just expel him or her. What's more, what is written above? Did Zhou Ying plagiarize during the competition? Gu Xiu, he doesn't understand. After all, he and Zhou Ying competed together. Although he was the leader, Zhou Ying was always involved in the whole process. According to Cui Xiu's estimation, the first prize is basically guaranteed. In this case, it's not like Zhou Ying was out of her mind to plagiarize other people's work. But now, hey, I didn't expect that Zhou Ying would plagiarize. I always thought that she was a very serious and hardworking person, but I really didn't expect it. She would do such a thing in order to be able to keep her graduate school. What a pity! If Zhou Ying had honestly admitted it before, she might not have been expelled directly. But Zhou Ying refused to admit to plagiarism. I even had a fight with Luo Hantao in front of so many people. That's why I was fired on the spot. The girl sighed beside Gu Xiu while explaining to him what happened before. It turned out that after participating in the mathematical modeling competition, Zhou Ying's life had returned to peace. Daily classrooms, libraries, and dormitories are connected at 3 points in one line. Because the results of the competition will not come out for at least a month, no one thought much about it. But what no one expected was this. Yesterday, the school suddenly notified Zhou Ying to go to the Academic Affairs office to investigate her plagiarism in the competition. Because someone discovered that Zhou Ying's paper was exactly the same as another group's paper. The only difference was the name. What's more, 2 identical papers. The other one was from the same dormitory as Zhou Ying. The group Luo Hantao was in. Then, Zhou Ying naturally retorted immediately. However, the school has launched an investigation and even obtained surveillance footage from the time. During the surveillance, everyone discovered that Zhou Ying had indeed gone to the computer of Luo Hantao and his team and had turned it on and operated it for a period of time. Faced with this evidence at the time, Zhou Ying was in disbelief and, at the same time, she immediately explained. But it's a pity. Not only was there physical evidence, but there were also witnesses from Luo Hantao's group. In the end, Luo Hantao was so angry that he directly pointed at Zhou Ying and cursed her. The scolding was a bit unpleasant. After Zhou Ying's explanation was ineffective, she had another fight with Luo Hantao under the stimulation of Luo Hantao. At that time, I was in the Academic Affairs office, in front of many teachers in the school, and even a few leaders outside the school. And the end result is, the school took it seriously and announced his expulsion. Last night, Zhou Ying was forced to pack her things and leave school. So where is Zhou Ying now? No one knows. After telling what happened, the girl sighed. Hey, I didn't expect that Zhou Ying would actually do this. We didn't sleep all night in our dormitory last night. Everyone was a little worried about her. Why are you worried about a plagiarist? At this time, Luo Hantao's voice came, and her face was full of contempt. A person who specializes in plagiarizing other people's trash. What is there to worry about? It's better for such a person to go out and be hit by a car. Taozi, Zhou Ying is our roommate. Roommate? Can a roommate copy me? Luo Hantao angrily shouted. This kind of scumbag will also be a criminal after graduation. If you ask me, this kind of person deserves to be shot. This. The girl shook her head and finally said nothing more. Boy, who are you? Luo Hantao glanced sideways at Gu Xiu, obviously still remembering the boy who had made him suffer before. You are not a relative of the plagiarism dog, are you? Plagiarism, dog? Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. You mean Sister Zhouing plagiarized you? Of course. That country bumpkin has always been envious and jealous of me. He wants to imitate me in everything. He even plagiarizes my paper when he participates in a competition. Are you sure she plagiarized you? Hey, you little brat, what do you mean? With all the evidence, how can we still accuse her unjustly? Really? Gu Xiao said with a half-smile, but his eyes were fixed on Luo Hantao in front of him. For some reason, Luo Hantao felt that the little kid's gaze in front of him was like a sharp sword. It goes straight to the heart. It even made her afraid to look at him. Fortunately, this gaze did not last long before disappearing, because Gu Xiao had already turned around and left. As he walked, Gu Xiao took out his cell phone and dialed Dean Zhong's number. The call was quickly connected, and Dean Zhong was still cheerful. Hey, Gu Xiao, why did you remember to call me? Do you want to participate in my new project? Dean Zhong, where are you? Me? I'm in Yinjing. I had an academic exchange recently. What's wrong? Zhouing didn't plagiarize. Who? Plagiarized? Zhouing. Dean Zhong looked strange, and after hearing his questioning words, Gu Xiao probably felt confident. Dean Zhong didn't know about this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fire Zhouing so neatly. I don't even know it myself. It seems that you, Dean Zhong, don't know about the recent major events in the school. Gu Xiao said, and then hung up the phone. Plagiarism? Gu Xiao felt that plagiarism definitely existed, but Zhouing was definitely not a plagiarist. Now Dean Zhong knows about this. Then next, he will inevitably investigate. When the time comes, let's take a closer look and see what the final result will be. Dean Zhong was away, and Gu Xiao didn't stay at Jiangxing University for long. After all, he is just a primary school student. There is no use staying here, and what Gu Xiao is more worried about now is where Zhouing is. This girl is very strong and has a strong self-esteem. Although Gu Xiao guessed that Zhouing would not do anything stupid, but this kind of thing is really hard to say. College students in this era are still known as the proud ones, let alone a key university like Jiangxing University. Being expelled from such a university would be a big deal even in future generations, let alone in this day and age. That will be nailed to the pillar of shame. What's more, Zhouing's family background has never been good. She basically earned her tuition through work-study studies. She also has younger siblings at home waiting for her to earn money after graduation. Get fired, and he was unjustly expelled in this way. For Zhouing, definitely a fatal blow. It might even destroy this girl. Therefore, it is urgent. Let's find Zhouing first. But where to find it? Gu Xiao thought for a while and finally found Shi Chunlai. Gu Xiao, I heard from your father that you've been busy studying recently. I haven't seen you for a long time. Today you came to see Uncle Shi. Do you want to have a feast or buy some toys? Just ask, Uncle Shi will satisfy you. When he saw Gu Xiao in the office, Shi Chunlai suddenly smiled. The more he looked at this boy Gu Xiao, the more he liked him. Sometimes he even thought that if his daughter could marry this boy in the future, she would be half a son. Kiss upon kiss. Gu Xiao shook his head. Uncle Shi, I'm looking for you because I want you to help me find someone. Looking for someone? Who? I have a sister who is in college. Something happened recently. Gu Xiao spoke very fast and explained the matter in general, including his participation in a mathematical modeling competition, competing with Zhouing being falsely accused of plagiarism, etc. Explained so clearly. There is no way. After all, adults would usually ignore what children say. If I don't explain it clearly, Shi Chunlai might not take it too seriously. But obviously, Gu Xiao underestimated his importance in Shi Chunlai's mind. Before he could finish speaking, Shi Chunlai frowned and said, What kind of bullshit school is this? The students worked so hard to get into college. How can they be expelled like this? Don't worry, Gu Xiao. Please tell me the information about your college student sister. It will be better if you have a photo. I'll help you think of a solution. Gu Xiao took these out without hesitation. Gu Xiao had seen this information before and memorized it with a photographic memory. As for the photo, Gu Xiao also had one, which was a half-inch photo taken when registering for the competition. He left last night. He has either returned to his hometown today or is still in Jiangxing. Although I think it is unlikely that this child will go home, I still make a call first and go to their home to ask about the situation. Shi Chunlai made a quick decision and then took out the phone directly. Zhou Ying's home doesn't have a phone, but the village committee does, so it's easy to find it. The call was put through and was quickly answered. Shi Chun came from the Student Records Management Department of Jiangxi University and wanted to confirm the records of college students. There was no suspicion at all on the other end of the phone, and he was directly asked to find Zhou Ying's family. Almost 5 minutes later, Zhou Ying's mother answered the phone. Although she was separated from the phone, she could still tell that she looked a little sick. Apparently, he has been suffering from illness all year round. The other party did not doubt Shi Chunlai's identity, but honestly provided basic information such as the number of people in his family and their age. During this process, Shi Chunlai also made some insidious questions. It was found that the other party did not know about the expulsion and had not contacted Zhou Ying recently. Zhou Ying obviously did not go home. After hanging up the phone, Shi Chunlai frowned. I guess this child is afraid of her family members who knew about her expulsion, so she didn't contact her family. Now she's in trouble. I'm afraid that Sister Zhou Ying won't be able to think about this matter and will do something stupid, Gu Xiu said. Shi Chunlai also frowned. In this way, I will find more people to help and let my customers pay attention to it. That's great. Gu Xiu's eyes lit up. What Shi Chun is doing is itself a product for monitoring equipment. Nowadays, the coverage in Jiangxing is very strong, and its customers are mainly factories, companies, and shops. This is a very large customer base. If these customers help, the effect will be very powerful. And indeed it is. Only 2 hours after the news was released, someone came with the news. However, what surprised Shi Chunlai and Gu Xiu was, Lao Shi, when did you know this little girl? You said she was your relative, so I just paid her more. Ha ha, you don't know, when I received the call, I even thought you were teasing me. At this time, Shi Chunlai and Gu Xiu were in front of a familiar shop. Gourmet foodie. That's right, it's comrade Gu Jianjun's hotel. Just as he was talking, Gu Jianjun suddenly noticed Gu Xiu behind Shi Chunlai and frowned. You bastard, weren't you at your teacher Liang's place today? Why do you have time to run around? Be honest, did you sneak out? No, of course not. Gu Xiu shook his head quickly. He told teacher Liang today that he had made an appointment with Zhou Ying to practice modeling again to prepare for the national competition. So he was let out. You brat, I'll settle the score with you later. Gu Jianjun said, and then led the two of them into Gourmet Mike. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Zhou Ying, dressed as a waiter, standing at the cashier to settle accounts. There was even time to chat and laugh with guests. Shi Chunlai and Gu Xiu looked at each other, and to be honest, they were both a little dumbfounded. What's going on? I was wrongfully fired, and then went to work right away. Don't I need a buffer? I didn't know you knew Xiao Zhou. Gu Jianjun said to Shi Chunlai. Xiao Zhou is a talented person, a top student, and he is willing to endure hardships. She came to work part-time when my Jiangxi No. 3 store opened. After that, she came to work for me when I had nothing to do. This girl is amazing. She has helped me deal with a lot of accounting problems. This morning, she suddenly came to me and told me that she wanted to work as a long-term employee. I was so happy. I planned to train her to be a store manager and let her manage the store in the future. Look at her. She also knows about work-study. You are the only one who knows how to play all day long. The last sentence was addressed to Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu was speechless, but it suddenly occurred to me. If this bad old man knew that he was much richer than him now, what would his face look like? Gu Xiu, how did you find this place? Gu Xiu hadn't yet figured out what comrade Gu Jianjun's final expression would be like. By the time Zhou Ying arrived, she had already discovered Gu Xiu first. But soon, Zhou Ying thought of something, lowered her head again, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Gu Xiu. I let you down. Gu Xiu was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Zhou Ying meant. She apologized because she didn't do well after she left. But is this a thing? Gu Xiu shook his head and smiled. Sister Zhou Ying, it's good that you're fine. I thought that after you were wronged, you would do something stupid. Do something stupid. Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I'm not a child. What else can I do stupidly? Besides, my family is waiting for me to make money. It's useless to explain in school, so I just went out to work early. You can subsidize your family earlier, Zhou Ying said very relaxedly, as if nothing had happened, but the gloom and sadness in her eyes were not hidden from the three people present. Yes, she was unjustly expelled, which meant that the previous 3 years of high school and several years of college could not be used as a bargaining chip for her. She didn't even dare to tell her family about it. How could it be okay? But so what if something happens? Children of poor people can only be stronger than others. Even if they fall, they must not squat down and cry. Instead, they must get up immediately and continue moving forward. Otherwise, you'll go hungry. Xiaozhou, did something happen? Gu Jianjun still doesn't know what happened. Also, how do you know my Gu Xiao? Gu Xiao is your boss's child. Gu Jianjun was confused, and Zhou Ying was even more confused. She never knew that Gu Xiao was Gu Jianjun's son. Now that I know it, I'm still surprised. Do you think I'm much more handsome than my dad? Gu Xiao chuckled. Zhou Ying was amused but still nodded. You should look more like your mother. What does this mean? Call me ugly? Gu Jianjun was dissatisfied and immediately slapped Gu Xiao's head. No matter how handsome you are, can you still be a star? Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Gu Xiao smiled half-heartedly and said mysteriously, maybe if I become a star, my salary will be millions now. This is really not a joke. Some time ago, there was a movie that announced that Uncle Gu would be the protagonist with a salary of 5 million. Of course this is a gimmick, but he also proved his worth in a different direction. Just you, $5 million more. Unfortunately, Gu Jianjun just curled his lips and said, it's good if your kid can earn 50 yuan. The joke between father and son made Zhou Ying feel better. Next, it's time to get down to business. There was nothing to hide, and Zhou Ying really hoped to explain to Gu Xiao what happened next. As she told her story, Gu Xiaocai finally knew what happened in the modeling competition after he left. On the last day of the modeling competition, Zhou Ying had been working hard to complete the final paper. She put a lot of work into that paper. Back and forth, just modifying and adjusting it. It took more than 20 times, and it was not finished until she felt satisfied. But in the afternoon, a classmate suddenly said that an old woman was looking for her at the school gate. According to the description, Zhou Ying thought it was her mother. She was immediately panicked and hurried to the school gate for fear of something happening. But when I got there, I found that there was no one at all. When she went back and planned to ask the classmate, she found that the classmate was talking and laughing with Luo Hantao. At that time, Zhou Ying knew that she had been cheated. I just thought at the time that this might be just a prank. After all, they do such pranks sometimes. But I never thought at the time that they would steal my paper. Zhou Ying couldn't help but shed tears when she talked about what happened at that time. After all, he's still a student. No matter how strong you are, you can't take such a big thing completely seriously. I used to force myself to smile, but I was just forcing myself to be patient. It's too much. It's outrageous. They're all college students, all highly educated people. To do such a thing, there is no law or justice. Gu Jianjun understood the whole story and was immediately filled with righteous indignation. What happens after that? Gu Xiaodao was relatively calm. There is no point in getting angry now. The most important thing is to seek justice. I heard that you were caught on surveillance camera and you opened Luo Hantao's computer. I did open it, but I was calculated. Zhou Ying explained with a bitter look on her face. At that time, Zhou Ying did not know that her paper had been stolen. Therefore, she submitted her thesis after repeatedly checking it and making sure there were no problems before the deadline. After the submission was completed, she immediately went to the computer room. At that time, many teams had also left, preparing to return to the old campus by car. But not long after, Luo Hantao found her and said that she had forgotten to submit her paper and asked Zhou Ying to help her submit it. He also threatened Zhou Ying that if she didn't help, he would make her look good at night. Zhou Ying was often bullied in the dormitory. She usually checked in, cleaned the dormitory, and even helped Luo Hantao complete his homework. This has been done a lot. This time she knew that she couldn't agree to this kind of thing casually and wanted to refuse, but Luo Hantao just threatened again and left in the car. In desperation, Luo Hantao could only go back and help her submit the paper. I was really afraid that she would target me, and I thought I had already submitted the paper at that time, and even if it was against the rules, it should be fine. So I helped her do it. But when I helped her submit it, I found out that her homework had already been submitted. The funny thing is, I thought Luo Hantao was just playing a prank, or she had forgotten it. So I didn't think much about it at the time. I didn't expect that just because of this, I would be judged as plagiarism. This is also evidence that they concluded that I plagiarized, and it was all caught on surveillance. Zhou Ying's face was full of bitterness, and she was extremely aggrieved. She said this many times, but to no avail. No one believed her. Since they copied your work, didn't the surveillance camera capture them touching your computer? Gu Jianjun asked. No. Zhou Ying shook her head. I haven't seen the complete surveillance, but they didn't say anything about it, so... Why is this happening? If what Xiaozhou said is true, then someone should have tampered with the surveillance. Shi Chunlai said. To put it bluntly, surveillance is just a continuous camera, and the captured content is basically stored in the surveillance storage disk. Layers don't know, but is actually not as difficult as imagined to do it. Surveillance these days is still an advanced high-tech product, and many people still have a little understanding of it. What should we do? Gu Jianjun frowned. Is there any way? Shi Chunlai thought for a while and said, if the original storage disk can be found, this thing can't be solved. I'll ask my company's technical staff to look for it. Maybe they can find clues. After all, as long as they really do it and it is recorded by surveillance, there will definitely be traces. Really? Zhou Ying became excited. Shi Chunlai's words gave her hope. This can't be guaranteed, but it's worth a try. Shi Chunlai thought for a while and said, this is a more cautious answer. But it was enough to give Zhou Ying renewed hope. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Xiu's arms rang. Gu Xiu picked it up and looked at it, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Dean Zhong is calling. Let's go to Jiangqing University. Demand for justice. Jiangqing University. Shi Chunlai's Land Rover with broken glass parked in the school parking area, and a group of 4 people got out of the car. Coming to this familiar place again, Zhou Ying's eyes were a little dazed. Too many things happened in this day. She still hasn't reacted. Now that I came back again, those grievances came back to my heart in an instant, full of desire and anxiety. Don't worry, we will seek justice for you. Gu Jianjun patted Zhou Ying's shoulder and consoled her. Well, thank you. Zhou Ying nodded her head in gratitude. This time, Shi Chunlai and Gu Jianjun also came. After all, Gu Jianjun's character was impossible for a little girl to face alone. Teacher Zhong, we are here, and Sister Zhou Ying is here too. Your office. Okay, let's come over now. Gu Xiu hung up the phone, and the group went straight to Zhong Zhiming's office. As one of the deputy deans of the school, he is an authority in his own right and naturally has his own office in the school. However, there are already many people in this small office at the moment. There are many leaders in the school, and Gu Xiu even met an acquaintance. Teacher Liang. Gu Xiu was a little surprised because he saw Liang Xining also in the office, sitting aside with a face as deep as the bottom of a pot. Well, here we come. Liang Xining nodded, then looked at Zhou Ying and said, Don't be afraid, little girl. If anything happens, I will solve it for you later. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Zhou Ying hurriedly replied, gratefully. Liang Xining shook his head. You don't need to thank me. If it is proven that you plagiarized, you will be dealt with seriously. Zhou Ying nodded. She was not afraid of slanted shadows, so she naturally had nothing to fear. What surprised her was that Gu Xiu actually knew Liang Xining, and Gu Xiu was also a little confused. I found out after asking. It turns out that although Liang Xining is only a primary school teacher, his knowledge and ability are very strong. Jiangqing University invites Liang Xining to give several open classes every year. Moreover, even some working tutors and professors will attend his open classes to observe and learn. To many students at Jiangqing University, Liang Xining is a god-level figure. Nature. After hearing that Gu Xiu now lives with Liang Xining and even listens to his lectures every day, Liang Xining was even more surprised than Gu Xiu. She even couldn't help but start to think about what kind of existence Gu Xiu was. At this age, I might be a monster. Dean Zhong, this matter has been thoroughly investigated. Even the expulsion notice has been sent out. You asked us to come. Do you have anything else to add? When everyone came, a school leader asked. Zhong Jinming went to Kyoto some time ago to participate in academic exchanges. This time he came back in a hurry and asked everyone to hold a meeting directly. To be honest, many people are still a little confused. Now that they saw Zhou Ying, who had been expelled, come back, everyone realized that he was here for this. But I still feel a little strange in my heart. Has it been dealt with? Have the notices been sent out? I want to know, since when did Jiangxing University expel a student so hastily? Zhong Jinming snorted and said, as far as I know, expelling a student requires the signatures of multiple school leaders. The student also needs to be notified and a debate meeting is prepared for the student. Only then can the expulsion be confirmed. It turns out that this time, everyone was a bit fast. The deputy dean, didn't even receive any news, and you expelled a student in one day. After these words came out, a group of school leaders suddenly looked weird. Zhong Jinming is right. It is not easy for everyone to get into college, so when a school announces the expulsion of a student, it is often carefully considered. Basically, every time, there will be multiple discussions before there is a result, and the result is often a demerit or the like. Dismissal rarely happens. But this time, old Zhong, situation is a little different this time. Many people are watching this matter. Another vice dean whispered. Obviously, it's not easy to say clearly. But Zhong Jinming had obviously already investigated it when he was on the road. At this time, his expression was cold. Is it different? What's the difference? It's just because the power station attaches great importance to this paper. So the plagiarism was amplified this time. A group of school leaders in the office looked at me, and I looked at you, a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect it. Zhong Jinming, who is usually kind to everyone, would be so angry. What's more, he didn't expect that Zhong Jinming knew about this and actually said it in front of the students. Yes, Zhong Jinming is right. In fact, even if he were to be fired, the decision would not be made so quickly. The reason why it was so quick was because of external pressure. In this competition, Question A was actually asked by a power station in the province. The hope was to find out how to optimize the power station from these young students' papers. Not only will a student be able to solve the problem, but it may at least bring them new inspiration. So after the competition ended, people immediately began to look up the papers and models for Question A. They quickly discovered that Zhou Ying's answers were very clear and interesting. Both the paper and the model were very interesting. People from the power station immediately came to the school, hoping to talk to Zhou Ying in person. But they didn't expect it. When the talent just arrived at the school, they discovered that plagiarism had occurred. The school immediately conducted an investigation, and the results were determined based on the paper submission time and monitoring records. Zhou Ying is a plagiarist. It was okay if my own people knew about this, but it ended up being seen by someone from the home appliance station. Jiangxing University also wants to be proud. That's why light speed processing and quick expulsion happened. This matter is actually not unfair to say. Academic fraud and plagiarism should be dealt with seriously. Just last year, plagiarism also occurred in the national modeling competition, and all students in that team were expelled. This is a lesson learned from the past. Although the expulsion process is somewhat irregular, the final expulsion is an inevitable result. Earlier, later. In fact, it is the same. Someone said. Others also nodded. We are all cultural people. What we hate most is having our academic achievements plagiarized by others. That would be like having your child stolen. In academia, it's not shameful if you don't understand something, but plagiarizing because you don't understand something is completely different. But before Zhong Jinming could say anything, Liang Xining could no longer bear it. Earlier or later, it's the same thing? Nonsense. This process is stipulated for you as teachers to think carefully, and also for you to investigate carefully. What's the result? Did you investigate clearly? What can a teacher do to expel a student so hastily when the student has been denying it? Liang Xining spoke, and suddenly no one dared to speak. Not just coffee seats. And because what he said was true. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Ying said that she was wronged and never admitted that she plagiarized. This in itself is against the rules. But the teachers were silent, and several students on the other side who were also notified were a little panicked at this time. Among them, Luo Hantao was the most nervous. He couldn't help but say, "But she did plagiarize us. What else is there to investigate? The evidence is conclusive. There are both witnesses and physical evidence. She doesn't want to admit it. She just wants to be tough. Zhou Ying is the plagiarist. I didn't. I was plotted by you from the beginning. It was all your fault. I didn't plagiarize you at all." Zhou Ying hurriedly retorted. Yesterday at school, she was accused by many people, and she didn't even know how to defend herself. Now that there are so many people helping her, she will not miss this opportunity. But obviously, when it comes to fighting, Zhou Ying is obviously not Luo Hantao's opponent. When faced with her words, Luo Hantao blocks her back easily. "Scheming against you. Why should I plot against you? What do you, a country bumpkin, have to deserve from me? You said you were unjust. So tell me, why did you open my computer?" Zhou Ying defended. "That's because you asked me to open it. I'll let you open it." Luo Hantao sneered. "I'm crazy and let you open the computer. You are obviously stealing my paper." I didn't. No. It's useless not to admit it. The surveillance records are clear. We still have certification. Someone saw you open our computer in person. Can this be wrong? Then that means I didn't copy your paper at all." "No." Luo Hantao shook his head again. "Then tell me, why is your paper exactly the same as ours, even just with a different name?" "That's because you copied me," Zhou Ying said angrily. Luo Hantao suddenly laughed loudly. "We copied you. Ha ha. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard." Everyone can see the difficulty of this question. The three of us worked hard to produce this model and paper for 3 days. You actually said that we copied you? I want to know, do you think you are better than the three of us? One person can do what the three of us can do. Luo Hantao is obviously a master of violence. When the debate began, both the momentum and the speed of speech were very precise. Zhou Ying, who was originally angry, was rendered speechless in minutes. At this point, you can see it in the eyes of the people around you. Many people agreed with Luo Hantao's words. The questions in this competition are indeed difficult. Not many teams chose this question, so the difficulty can be imagined. Indeed, Luo Hantao's group, the other two team members are Gao Shan and Ling Yao. These two children are very good, and their results have been at the top in previous years. This time's questions, even if we take them, are not so easy. It is absolutely impossible for one person to do it so easily. Zhou Ying is not a bad kid, but why did she choose to plagiarize? Our school gives orders every day not to plagiarize papers, but the result is that she doesn't listen. Hey, who can tell this clearly? Teachers, you say what you say. That's pretty much it. This is indeed the biggest problem. The difficulty of this question is obviously not something that a college student can easily solve on his own. Relatively speaking, it wouldn't be too strange for them if the combination of Gao Shan and Ling Niu could come up with this answer. I didn't plagiarize, I was wrongly accused. Faced with this situation, Zhou Ying panicked, but she didn't know how to defend herself. Fortunately, she saw Gu Xiu this time and said hurriedly, "I am not competing alone. There is another contestant in our group, Gu Xiu, and Gu Xiu is responsible for the model and programming. He is the leader. This is the result of the joint efforts of the two of us. We did not plagiarize at all." She was telling the truth. But when this truth came to the ears of a group of school leaders, their eyes brightened. Not shocked, not even amazed, but weird. Zhou Ying, is it that you have a bad mind? Or do you think we have a bad mind? What gives you the courage to say such a thing? Luo Hantao laughed loudly, as if he had heard a big joke, and looked at Gu Xiu. How old is this little kid? 7 years old, still in elementary school. A 7-year-old elementary school student can participate in mathematics competitions and be the leader of the group to calculate so many results. You seem to be teasing me. Have you memorized the multiplication table? Do you know what pi is? You actually said that he competed with you and created the model and programming. If we want to believe you, then we really have to take a look at your brain. After all, anyone with a little bit of brain knows how outrageous your statement is. These words were not polite at all, but I have to admit that this is indeed the true thought of most people present. Even Gu Jianjun was a little suspicious. His own son. After all, he is still a primary school student. He knew that Gu Xiao was participating in the math competition, but he always felt that his son was just a fool. Learn along the way. As for saying that Gu Xiao is the leader of the competition, to be honest, even Gu Jianjun, a father, feels a bit outrageous. Of course, there's no need to say more about other people. No one believed it. But there are always exceptions to everything. Sitting aside, Liang Xining suddenly said, "I believe it." Huh? What? Everyone was stunned and looked at this academic authority in disbelief, their eyes full of weirdness. What do they hear? Liang Xining believes that this little kid can dominate the mathematical modeling competition. Do you even believe that he can solve this problem? But everyone couldn't talk yet. Zhong Zhiming on the side also said, "I believe it too." Huh? Are you kidding me? Liang Xining is crazy. Is Zhong Zhiming also crazy? I forgot to introduce you. Zhong Zhiming naturally understood everyone's disbelief. He stood up and walked to Gu Xiao. This kid Gu Xiao is Mr. Liang's disciple. Disciple. When these two words appeared, many people were instantly surprised. Even Gu Xiao himself couldn't help but glance at Liang Xining. Zhong Zhiming is not talking about students. Instead, he specifically used the title disciple. What does this mean? This means Liang Xining regarded Gu Xiao as someone who could inherit his legacy, not just as a student. Think deeper. Since he can be the disciple of an academic authority like Liang Xining. Does that mean, Gu Xiao, are you really qualified to participate in such a mathematics competition? He is indeed my disciple. When everyone was at a loss, Liang Xining spoke up. And with all due respect, among the students in your school, there is no one who can surpass Gu Xiao in academics. Not even 1 out of 10. His dash. He's serious. Gu Xiao, a primary school student, is really Liang Xining's disciple. But soon, everyone couldn't help but frown again. Isn't this a bit too crazy? Even if you're a genius, there must be a limit. Can a person who is still in elementary school compare to a college student? Mr. Liang, we understand that you value your disciples, but is this too exaggerated? Someone asked with a smile. This child is only 7 years old. You said that even college students can't compare with him. Could it be that this child started learning in his mother's womb? As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't help laughing. Really, there has to be a limit to being crazy. Are you saying this to make everyone happy? But in response, Liang Xining just glanced at him and gave him a 4-word evaluation. Short-sighted. Short-sighted. Liang Xining's 4 simple words immediately made everyone present freeze on the spot. Some glared, some looked dismissive, and some were suspicious. But without exception, no one was convinced. I am really not convinced. A 7-year-old child says that the college students who are on par with him are worse than 1 in 10. What does this mean? There has to be a limit to bragging. However, most people still didn't say anything. After all, Liang Xining's status was there. And most everyone knows his temper. Most people dare not argue with him. No one believed what Mr. Liang said. And to be honest, I didn't believe it at the beginning. Finally, Zhong Zhiming broke the deadlock. He looked at Gu Xiao with wonder in his eyes. After all, sometimes things that are too unexpected are really hard to accept. These words made people couldn't help but mutter. Dean Zhong, you mean this kid is really that good? This kid really knows modeling? Can he handle modeling and programming alone? Don't be kidding. I've also read Gao Shan's paper this time. It involves a lot of professional knowledge. Is this done by a child? Everyone was in disbelief. Faced with everyone's doubts, Zhong Zhiming just nodded. It's true. What? Real? Is this? What a joke. I know you don't believe it, but seeing is believing, isn't it? Zhong Zhiming smiled helplessly and said, You should know the project I took on before, right? Dean Zhong, are you talking about the financial modeling of Shanghai Group? Some people thought about it, and most others knew about it. I remember this modeling. It was completed very beautifully. Shanghai Group even wanted to make you, Dean Zhong, their lifelong consultant. No, this is embarrassing. Because of this matter, many college students in our school will be given priority to be recruited by Shanghai Group for internships. I have seen that model. It is indeed exquisite. Everyone praised it one after another. This matter had become a good talk before, and even the dean was very happy. But, old Zhong, why are you talking about this? Could it be that your project has something to do with this child? Someone asked strangely. Others also reacted, no way. That model is a practical model, not like a competition, and all the participants are graduate students. The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. That kid can not only participate in the competition, but also participate in graduate students' projects. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Zhong Zhenming interrupted everyone directly. Don't you know who I am? Although I am usually amiable, when have you ever made a joke to me at this time? As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately suffocated. Indeed, although Zhong Zhenming is always cheerful, he is often called a smiling tiger, even among students. But what I have to admit is that Zhong Zhenming never jokes when he talks about business. Old Zhong, you mean this child has participated in your project before? No. Zhong Zhenming shook his head. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that fortunately Zhong Zhenming was still reliable. But who knew that Zhong Zhenming actually added, Gu Xiao not only participated in the project, in fact, he was one of the leaders on that project before. What? Are you sure you're not joking? Or the project leader? Dean Zhong, you can't joke about this. Everyone was suddenly shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. But Zhong Zhenming was obviously not joking, and he continued, when Gu Xiao joined my project, it was Lao Liang who recommended it to me. I didn't think much about it at the time, so I let him join. The original intention was to let him learn. But I didn't expect that after the kid joined the project, he successively gave ideas and suggestions in several directions. And those suggestions and the expansion of ideas have become the most important part of my model. I can say it bluntly. Without Gu Xiao, there wouldn't be such a successful model. Naturally, it shouldn't be a problem to say that he is one of the leaders of the project, right? Everyone was silent. If Gu Xiao has achieved this level, then he can indeed be regarded as the leader of that project. And, more importantly, is this child a genius? But this genius is too scary, right? How can a primary school student participate in a graduate program? Think again about their dispute over Gu Xiao's participation in a mathematical modeling competition. If Gu Xiao could serve as a leader in such a graduate project, it would mean that he would participate in a modeling competition for college students. In fact, it is not impossible. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Gu Xiao with horror and disbelief in their eyes. Even Gu Jianjun's expression changed, as if he was meeting his son for the first time, looking at him strangely. I still feel a little strange. When did this kid become so promising? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A primary school student can participate in a mathematical modeling competition and be able to solve the problem. This is simply impossible. Luo Hantao said hurriedly at this time. Dean Zhong never jokes. Do you mean that Dean Zhong lied in front of so many people? Yes, and there were so many people involved in the project before. Just ask anyone. Would Dean Zhong still lie about this kind of thing? Someone was dissatisfied. Although I was still shocked and even had some doubts, it was impossible for a student to question Dean Zhong. I didn't mean that. Luo Hantao was also startled. Zhong Zhenming and Liang Xining are different. Liang Xining is just a great man without a position, but Zhong Zhenming is a serious and powerful figure. Moreover, he had many students at Jiangxing University and even some young teachers who had some relationship with Zhong Zhenming. This is absolutely not to be offended. Therefore, in the face of everyone scolding, Luo Hantao could only explain hastily. I don't deny that this kid is very powerful and smart, but Dean Zhong also said that he mainly makes suggestions and provides ideas, and he does not do the actual operations. But our competition is not only about ideas, but also practical operations. What practical operations can a child do? These words made many people look at Dean Zhong. Really, it is difficult to provide ideas, but the foundation of this competition is also very important. If Gu Xiu can only provide ideas, but not actual operations, it doesn't mean much. However, face these doubts. Gu Xiu, who had been silent from beginning to end, now said to Gu Jianjun, "Dad, take out the things I asked you to stay at." Things? Gu Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Gu Xiu had asked him to go home to get his bag, and immediately handed Gu Xiu's school bag over. But he saw Gu Xiu lowering his head and rummaging around in his school bag. Others wonder. Gu Jianjun even stuck his head out and looked inside his school bag. But it's a pity. Before he could see clearly, Gu Xiu came out with a notebook and a USB flash drive. "I'm not here this time to prove how powerful I am, but just to prove that my sister, Zhou Ying, didn't lie. You have evidence." What a coincidence. Evidence. I have it too. What is this? Can this thing be used as evidence? What can it prove? Hey, this is a draft? Really? It looks like the calculation of the solution to question of before. The modeling and programming were really done by this kid. After taking out the notebook, a group of people gathered around him immediately. They were all professors, so they naturally knew something about it. What's more, this plagiarism incident has caused quite a stir, and you will understand it when you read it now. Inside, it turned out that everything was in the calculation process of this competition. There are even many formulas in it. You can get a glimpse of something. What does that mean? This means that Gu Xiu can really solve the test questions independently, which also proves that the previous question was probably completed by him. This further proves that Zhou Ying did not lie. She is not the plagiarist. In an instant, many people raised their heads and glanced at Luo Hantao and the other two people standing aside for time to time. From the moment they came here, Gao Shan and Lin Yo were nervous and couldn't say anything, and Luo Hantao always answered them. But now, the two of them were even more nervous and even broke out in cold sweat. Even Luo Hantao also turned pale. You could tell a lot from this expression. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is what we worked hard to calculate, and we were not the ones who plagiarized. Luo Hantao said hurriedly, "If you take this out now, you can't prove anything. After all, the competition has been over for a week. Who knows if Zhou Ying did it last night? She has already plagiarized our paper and results. It is definitely possible to come up with this thing based on the results." This was an excuse found in a hurry. But Luo Hantao himself didn't expect that these words had an effect. A few knowledgeable people nodded and said, "Speaking of it, it is indeed. Although this is just a draft, you can see that the things in this draft are a bit different from the paper. Indeed, the idea is still the same, but the formula has been changed, and it seems to be more concise. But this is not something from the previous paper. Even if it is a draft, it is not traceable. For these professors, some clues can be found in the draft. Not really a problem. They quickly discovered that there were still many differences between what was written here and the paper Zhou Ying and the others submitted before. Look, let me tell you. They must have prepared this later. This thing cannot be used as evidence. It can't prove anything at all." Luo Hantao's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly. But when the words came out, the teacher who was still looking at the notebook shook his head. "Actually, it's not impossible to prove. Many of the things here are beyond the previous papers. It can be seen that this thing should be improved on the previous basis." What's the result? Is there any result? What does the final model look like? The latter sentence was asked to Gu Xiu. There is even some longing in his eyes. It's like reading a novel, and the author cuts it off at a critical moment. Of course there are results. It's on a USB drive. It contains the complete model and programming tools. Of course, the paper hasn't been written yet. Gu Xiu nodded and said, "This is the inspiration I came up with when I participated in the competition before, but because it was not perfect yet, I used the previous answer to submit it. This one is based on the previous one. By the way, there's an original file on my USB drive, including the thesis roughly written by Sister Zhou Ying. They don't have this thing, right? Killer. This simple sentence immediately changed the expressions of the three Gaoshan people. The previous strength and calmness had completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was confusion and confusion. Yes, they had peeked at Zhou Ying's paper before, and finally stole Zhou Ying's finished product. But they really don't have this half-finished paper. You can tell the authenticity of this thing at a glance. They can't take it out. This was indeed the case. Several teachers immediately inserted the USB flash drive into their computers and quickly browsed the files in it. And at this glance, the truth suddenly emerged. They prepared this later, which doesn't mean anything. Luo Hantao still wanted to quibble, but she knew it by looking at everyone's eyes. His own excuses were somewhat weak, but Luo Hantao didn't dare to give up, otherwise she would be expelled. She hurriedly said, "Monitoring. We have monitoring. Monitoring can prove everything. Teachers and leaders, you have seen the monitoring before. We did not steal the paper at all. On the contrary, it was Zhou Ying who plagiarized, and she plagiarized us. But it's a pity. When things got to this point, her momentum was completely gone. The door to the office was suddenly pushed open, and Shi Chunlai stepped in and said, 'Surveillance. Young man, you're not very good at doing this. You just delete a section and then replace it. You can see it directly if you look more carefully.' With that, Shi Chunlai connected a mobile hard disk to the computer and started playing it. I saw that in the picture. It was just playing normally at first, and there was a student standing up to discuss with others. But during the playback, the surveillance screen suddenly paused, and the student who was supposed to be discussing with others returned to his seat and walked over to discuss with others again. Did someone delete a section and replace it with the previous scene? Why didn't you notice this before? We were all staring at Zhou Ying and Gao Shan before, and didn't pay attention to this. Absurd, so ridiculous. Several teachers were already yelling angrily. No matter how stupid you are, you can see that there is obviously something wrong with the content of this surveillance. But they didn't notice it before. Luo Hantao's face was stiff, but he still said hard, "This doesn't mean anything. What if there is something wrong with the equipment? Do you have any evidence to prove what we did? Why not? This is what your grandfather and I do." Shi Chunlai gave a grim smile and turned behind him. "Has it been repaired?" Only then did everyone notice that there was a tall and thin young man who came in with Shi Chunlai, holding a laptop at his arms. "Mr. Shi, it's been repaired. We installed this surveillance system, and although the files have been tampered with, that person's skills are not very good. With a mechanical hard drive, the things he deleted can be restored." As he said, the young man clicked on one of the video files and then pressed the play button in front of everyone. This time, Gao Shan and the other three completely collapsed. He collapsed directly on the ground. Because they know. They are finished. It turns out, the Gao Shan trio were indeed doomed, because this time the surveillance was completely restored. When the picture of them secretly opening Zhou Ying's computer the next night appeared on the screen, everyone already understood the truth. Not to mention when last. Everyone saw in person that Zhou Ying left in a hurry after saying a few words to others. Taking advantage of Zhou Ying's departure, Luo Hantao took the USB drive to Zhou Ying's computer. Even because the display screen faced the computer, he could clearly see that Luo Hantao copied Zhou Ying's paper. Evidence? This is the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Zhou Ying did not lie. Nature. It also proved that Luo Hantao and three people plagiarized. Plop. When the evidence was in front of everyone, Gao Shan reacted first and knelt on the ground. "Teacher Zhong, I was wrong. We shouldn't have done this. I really know it was wrong. Please don't expel me." Yes, 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 yes. Teachers, we were wrong. We didn't mean it. Please forgive us and give us another chance. We know we were wrong. Don't expel us. Lin Yo also knelt down. At this moment, the two of them had runny noses and tears, looking extremely miserable. But it's a pity. You know you are wrong. Zhong Jinming, who was always polite to others, this time his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he was extremely angry. "You are adults, no longer children. If you know you are wrong and you won't dare next time, do you think this is over? When you slandered Zhou Ying, why didn't you think you did something wrong? Zhou Ying was even expelled from school. Didn't you know you were wrong at that time? You know you were wrong now? It's too late. Not only Zhong Jinming's face was ugly, but even the other school leaders present had gloomy expressions. This thing is so bad. Not only did he plagiarize, he even slandered his classmates. What's more important is that they actually believed these three people's lies before and helped frame Zhou Ying, an innocent student. Fire me, someone said. Others also nodded in agreement. This is too bad. This is absolutely unprecedented in Jiangxing University. Not only must we expel you, but we must also report it to the whole school. The report is necessary. We need to give Zhou Ying an explanation, and we also need to alert everyone. We almost harmed an innocent student. We need to organize a meeting to deeply reflect on ourselves. A group of school leaders felt panic on their faces at this moment. Fortunately, no one shirked responsibility. The school leaders were reviewing themselves. On the other side, Gao Shan and Lin Yo were already pale with fright. Luo Hantao, the instigator, was even more frightened and speechless. But soon, Luo Hantao came to his senses and looked at Zhou Ying hurriedly. Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, please help me. Please help me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't let me be expelled. Please. You can't let me be expelled. We are roommates and classmates. We should help each other. Give me a chance. I will never bully you again. At this moment, Luo Hantao was completely panicked. She might not have thought at the beginning that things would develop to this extent. At this moment, she just hoped to grasp any straw. But the irony is, when Zhou Ying was framed by her and was expelled, Luo Hantao fell into another trap and completely forgot that classmates should help each other. On the contrary, I think of it now. Even Shi Chunlai. At this time, he couldn't stand it anymore and curled his lips. Little girl, why don't you think about this when you are hurting others? Luo Hantao's face was suffocated, but she still looked at Zhou Ying, hoping that Zhou Ying could help her. But she thought of Zhou Ying, and the other two companions beside her also thought of Zhou Ying at this moment. Zhou Ying, we didn't mean to harm you. We were also deceived. I didn't expect that things would develop to this point. That's right, Zhou Ying. We really didn't want to harm you. It was Luo Hantao. She did. Everything. It's her, it's her. She was the one who forced us to use your paper. When you were expelled later, she was the one who forced us to commit perjury. Even the deletion of the surveillance files was made by Luo Hantao. There was nothing we could do. If we didn't do it, I would be dead. Zhou Ying, you used to have a lot of people. For the sake of us being in the same group before, please spare us. Please help us and give us another chance. I finally got into college and will be able to do internships in the second half of the year. Don't let me get fired. I can't be fired. The two of them begged, their eyes full of panic. I just hope Zhou Ying can give them a chance. But this matter obviously cannot be solved by Zhou Ying's attitude. A dean of the academic affairs office said with a cold face, "You don't have to beg for this or that. It's useless. Zhou Ying is a victim herself. You can beg her not to hold you legally responsible, but the school's handling has nothing to do with Zhou Ying. Go pack your things. The decision on expulsion will be made before tonight." The final word. Zhou Ying was unjustly expelled before. Now a solution must be provided as soon as possible to clear Zhou Ying's grievances. The three people in Gaoshan, no matter what the process is, expelled. It is inevitable. It must be dealt with seriously, otherwise Jiangxing University will even become a huge laughingstock. The reputation of the school may even be ruined. This result is not surprising. But obviously, Lin Yo and Gao Shan couldn't accept it. They begged again, but after seeing no results, their sadness turned into anger. Let them glare at Luo Hantao. Among them, Lin Yo jumped up immediately and cursed at Luo Hantao. "Smelly bitch, it's you? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could this happen? You blame me now?" Luo Hantao was not to be outdone. "You are a coward. I didn't have the ability to solve the problem before, but I helped you solve it, and now you're blaming me? What the hell? I'm going to kill you today." Lin Yo shouted angrily, jumped up and slapped Luo Hantao in front of her face. Expulsion is inevitable, so there's no need to continue to tolerate anything. He just wanted to vent his anger. Luo Hantao, who was beaten, also showed super high fighting power. After being beaten twice, he seemed to be okay, and even started scratching Li Nio's face with his nails. Even the desperate Gao Shan couldn't help but roared angrily before joining the battle group. 3 college students, just like that, started a real-person PK in front of everyone. The scene was chaotic. This is a farce. But when this farce was happening, one of the old men with glasses and gray hair ignored it completely. Instead, he was still staring at the computer. Inside is the improved version of the modeling that Gu Xiao had previously prepared on the USB flash drive. Finally, the farce ended. No matter how much the 3 Gaoshan argued and begged, the outcome waiting for them was already doomed. Fired. Absolutely no tolerance. We will immediately notify the whole school and explain this matter clearly to all the teachers and students of the school. You will never be wronged. Similarly, as compensation, we will give you a scholarship. I hope you, Zhou, can recover as soon as possible and resume your academic research. After solving the Gaoshan trio, the next step is to compensate Zhou. This is a happy situation. Zhou was naturally happy. After all, she didn't want much. She just hoped to continue studying and wash away her grievances. She has a lot going on next. After the dust settled, Gu Xiao and the other 2 people didn't intend to stay any longer. They just said something to Zhou and left directly. Zhou wanted to thank the 3 of them, but she didn't know how to do it. She just said that she would treat them to dinner tonight. When he walked out of the office, Shi Chunlai couldn't help but sigh with anticipation. It's dark, it's so dark. You're still a college student. You actually do such a thing. Most people would say this is nothing. It's just that Shi Chunlai's hands and feet were not very clean in the early years. So, there's something wrong. Ahem, don't look at me like that. Uncle Shi, I am a serious businessman now. Sensing Gu Xiao's gaze, Shi Chunlai coughed dryly, then looked at Gu Jianjun and said enviously, Lao Gu, you'll be convinced in the future. With such a promising son, you may be able to take good care of your son in the future. Lao Gu, what are you doing? Are you still in a daze? Shi Chunlai was happy. He found that Gu Jianjun had been in a daze since he came out of the office. No reply till now. And indeed it is. After being interrupted by Shi Chunlai, Gu Jianjun finally came back to his senses. He looked up and down at his son again, as if looking at a stranger. Are you really my son? Old Gu you got. Shi Chunlai suddenly burst into laughter. What do you mean by that? I just thought. My son can't be so powerful. Gu Jianjun couldn't help but say, although he knew before that his son was very powerful and smart. But no matter how smart you are, there must be a limit, right? At least in terms of study, this was the first time Gu Jianjun discovered that Gu Xiao was actually so good, even better than college students. Do you dare think? However, after being surprised, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but get excited again. Good boy, not bad. As expected of my cub, he is smart and capable, and he has a long face this time. Ha ha ha, shocked. But if his son is so powerful, he will naturally be happy to be a father. The more promising his child is, of course, the better. Dad, I'm so awesome. Do you have to satisfy my little request? Gu Xiao said with a smile. Small request. Just ask. Gu Jianjun waved his hand and said with rare pride. Just say what you want. However, in order to implement the policy of raising children in poverty, Gu Jianjun added, of course, our family situation is not good, and you don't want to think about anything too valuable. In this regard, Gu Xiao just rolled his eyes. Gu Jianjun has really been implementing the idea of poor poverty alleviation. Even now that he is financially free, he keeps telling Gu Xiao how poor his family is every now and then. Fortunately, Gu Xiao didn't want anything. After all, compared with comrade Gu Jianjun, he was much richer than him. Dad, look at me. I'm so powerful. I can't even compare to a college student. Do you think I won't have to go to teacher Liang's place in the future? Gu Xiao spoke expectantly. Liang Xining was still in prison, and what Gu Xiao hoped was to escape from prison. But it's a pity. You kid, what are you thinking about? Gu Jianjun shook his head directly. How do you think you got your current grades? Isn't that all the result of teacher Liang? Now it turns out that you can really learn real skills from Teacher Liang. You must continue to work hard at this time. I plan to continue studying with Teacher Liang after your summer vacation, but I don't know if Teacher Liang has time. Gu Xiu was confused. So, in the end, after going around and around, I seem to be even more unlucky, can be biased. He couldn't refute it yet, because indeed, he did learn a lot from Liang Xining, whether it was study habits or professional knowledge. But this is not what Gu Xiu wants. Boy, what did I tell you before? You have to endure hardships to become a great person. Look at you. Although you have been a little bit more tired during this period, the improvement in your academic performance is obvious to all. Besides, don't think that you have some achievements now and your tail is in the sky. Compared with Teacher Liang, you are still far behind. Gu Jianjun started talking again. Gu Xiu felt like crying, but had no tears. What made him want to cry even more was that even Shi Chunlai was interested and hoped to get to know Teacher Liang. The purpose, of course, is to send his son and daughter to Liang Xining to learn from him. Gu Jianjun didn't agree to this. After all, he still had to ask Liang Xining what he thought. But, I have to say, this made Gu Xiu feel more comfortable. You can't make yourself unlucky. It would be great to have someone with you. As he spoke, he got into the car and drove towards the school gate. But when he was about to leave the gate, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked the car. Shi Chunlai was startled. He rolled down the window and cursed. You want your life? Sorry. I'm a little anxious to find a little prodigy. The visitor apologized hurriedly, and then waved to the back of the car. Little prodigy, don't leave. Little prodigy? Shi Chunlai was at a loss. Only then did he realize that the person blocking the car was actually an old man with white hair and beard, but he was sweating profusely because he was running in a hurry. This man, whom I had met in Zhong Zhiming's office before, was an old technician at the power plant. What's wrong with you? Gu Xiu was surprised. The old man nodded repeatedly. Your model is the model you will optimize later. Can I buy it with money? Pay money to buy my model? Gu Xiu was stunned. Even Gu Jianjun, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but look weird at this moment. But the old man nodded repeatedly. Of course, the question this time is because our power plant hopes to find new ideas, so we jointly came up with the question. But to be honest, the only one that stands out so far is your previous model and paper. It turned out to be plagiarism. But the model you just gave me a greater inspiration. Not just inspiration, I think I can use it directly. So, I want to ask you to help me improve it. After it is completed, our power plant is willing to spend money to buy it. Look, what do you think? 10 minutes later, on the way back, Shi Chunlai and Gu Jianjun were relatively silent. After a while, Shi Chunlai finally couldn't help it and asked, So, if you study well, you can really make money? 50,000. That's it. Only 50,000 yuan? Gu Xiu is still a primary school student. Can he earn 50,000 yuan? Gu Jianjun was also a little confused. Hearing this, he nodded subconsciously, but then shook his head. He hesitated to speak, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just said to Shi Chun, Old Shi, do you think our kind will be eliminated by this world in the future? Unprecedented. First, the two middle-aged men felt such a sense of crisis in their hearts. Because just now, under their witness, Gu Xiu sold the model he made later, and at a high price of 50,000 yuan. Or 50,000 yuan is not much. Even for Gu Jianjun and Shi Chunlai, 50,000 yuan is not an astronomical figure. But be aware, the person who earned this 50,000 yuan is still a primary school student. Especially when they heard that Gu Xiu only spent a few days working on that model. In a few days, 50,000 yuan was obtained. This speed of making money is beyond their comprehension. What makes them even more incomprehensible is that they have no idea how they got this money. They even don't understand what mathematical modeling is. This lack of understanding gave the two middle-aged men a strong sense of crisis. It seems that the next second, he will be eliminated by the world. Dad, Uncle Shi, it's not as simple as you said. The 50,000 yuan is not so easy to get. I have to improve the model before it can be used directly. Although the general idea is fine and the framework is fine, It needs to be optimized for direct use. This time cost is not cheap. It will take a while. Gu Xiu explained that this was half true and half false, and it was a shot in the arm for Gu Jianjun, so that he could fish openly and openly. Of course, Gu Jianjun and Shi Chunlai couldn't tell the difference between true and false. Shi Chunlai was still shocked about selling the model for money, and couldn't help but ask, Gu Xiu, to be honest, I still don't understand. What is this mathematical modeling of yours? Gu Jianjun was also curious, and obviously very strange. Mathematical modeling, to put it bluntly, is something that uses mathematical knowledge to build models for practical problems to facilitate solutions. Generally speaking, when analyzing and studying a century problem from a quantitative perspective, you want to study in depth, understand the object information, make simplifying assumptions, analyze the internal laws, and express it with a mathematical model. Gu Xiu explained. But finding that Gu Jianjun and Shi Chunlai still had question marks on their faces, they thought for a moment and said again, It's like my dad's restaurant. The number of people at the table varies every day, morning, noon, and evening, and the number of diners is not fixed 7 days a week. This means that the preparation of dish ingredients often needs to be based on experience. But if there is mathematical modeling, we can observe the existing data and build a model. This model can predict the number of diners in the future, diners' preferences, taste tendencies, and other data, and then purchase the corresponding ingredients based on this prediction. This easy-to-understand explanation immediately made the two of them suddenly realize it. So there's such a thing? This mathematics is so useful. I always thought that after learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in elementary school, mathematics would be useless, but I didn't expect it to be of such use. At the same time, I understood. The two couldn't help but sigh. Gu Jianjun became more energetic. Can you make me a model like this? Of course. Gu Xiu nodded. That's it. What is it? It just takes time. Generally speaking, this kind of practical modeling requires a dedicated team to complete. It will definitely take more effort. For me alone. In terms of time, I may not have enough time, especially since I have to go to Teacher Liang every day, so I may not have time to do this. Gu Xiu said, and finally saw the picture. Of course, since Dad needs it, I'll tell Teacher Liang that I won't go to his place for the time being. I'll go back when Dad completes your modeling. Modeling is a small problem. At least it's not too complicated for Gu Xiu now. It would be even simpler to model a small restaurant like Gourmet Mike. But it's a pity. It takes time. Forget it. Gu Xiu's wishful thinking failed, and Gu Jianjun shook his head directly. It's important for you to study now. Don't delay your study. Although the modeling you mentioned is good, we don't have many shops. If you haven't had this modeling before, you can still do it, so I won't waste your time. The most important thing for you now is to study, and nothing else is important. Gu Xiu, he really wants to say that in fact, studying is not that important. But he didn't dare to say. Afraid of being beaten. Actually, it's not too much of a delay. I usually need to find cases to practice. Dad, when you get there, give me a copy of the sales data and purchasing data in the back end of the store. I will help you with it when I have nothing to do. Gu Xiu said, No way. After all, it's me. There's no way I'm in need, and I'm deliberately not getting it for him, right? When Gu Jianjun heard this, he felt even happier. My boy is ready for success. Originally, Gu Xiu planned to get one for Shi Chunlai, but after much thought, Shi Chunlai realized that his surveillance company didn't seem to need it. So he didn't ask Gu Xiu to help with this. He wanted Gu Xiu to teach Shi Qingsong and Shi Jian when he was free. Gu Xiu naturally did not refuse. After returning home, Gu Jianjun transferred the store's back-end data to Gu Xiu and told him not to delay his studies. Gu Xiu naturally agreed, but when he clicked on the data and looked at it, Gu Xiu couldn't help but wonder, Dad, in the past 2 months, the store's sales have dropped so sharply. Well, it's the off-season now, so how can business be booming every day? Gu Jianjun replied casually. Moreover, urban construction is going on everywhere in Jiangsheng, and sometimes there are road closures, which affects business. This explanation does make sense. But Gu Xiu was still surprised. But if it falls further, it won't be cut in half, right? Yes, it will be cut in half. Before the Spring Festival, and even after the opening of the 3 stores, Gourmet Mike's business was still booming, with a daily turnover of over 10,000 yuan. How long has it been? The daily turnover was directly cut in half. Even so, a few stores each month still bring tens of thousands of net profits to Gu Jianjun. But the decline is still severe, even a little abnormal. Gu Xiu asked a few more questions, but Gu Jianjun said no more. After arriving in Jiangsheng, Gu Jianjun basically didn't talk to Gu Xiu about the things in the store. He hoped that Gu Xiu would study without any distractions, instead of worrying about adults. But Gu Xiu is obviously not child. He was actually surprised before that Gu Jianjun seemed to be very anxious sometimes, and he basically didn't answer even if he was asked. But now, just by looking at the data, Gu Xiu understood. Gourmet foodie. Something happened. Brother Xiu, don't you know? Yes, I almost forgot. I've been living on campus recently, so it's normal not to know. Gourmet Mike has been targeted, and a Gourmet Mike restaurant has come next to it, taking away many of Gourmet Mike's customers. Speaking of which, I heard my dad say that the staff of Gourmet Mike who specializes in poaching Gourmet Mike, I heard that several chefs have been poached recently. Don't say it was me who said this, or my dad will beat me to death. Gu Xiu naturally had his own channels for things that Gu Jianjun didn't want to tell him. Shi Qingsong is a good source of channels. And listening to Shi Qingsong's words, Gu Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Delicious food? If you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. During this period of time, he basically paid no attention to the affairs of Gourmet Mike, but he had noticed before that there was a restaurant called Gourmet Mike next to Gourmet Mike. But Gu Xiu didn't think much about it at that time. After all, when it comes to fair competition, Gourmet Mike actually has nothing to fear. Just like before, from the time Gourmet Mike entered Jiangsheng, it can be said that they have been competing all the way and encountered many opponents along the way, but basically they were no match for Gourmet Mike. After all, Gourmet Mike's advantages are too obvious. Serve. They really take their service to the extreme. Just relying on this trick is enough for Gourmet Mike to gain a foothold in Jiangsheng. But now it seems, the situation seems to be somewhat different. I've actually heard a lot about this. The last time your dad and my dad were drinking, they were sitting and chatting about this. Shi Qingsong continued. I heard that Gourmet Food was planning to buy Uncle Gu's restaurant, but after Uncle Gu refused, he opened his own restaurant next to Gourmet Mike. Moreover, the chef of the restaurant was hired from Gourmet Mike. They also said that Gourmet Mike is now the authentic Gourmet Mike. Originally, Uncle Gu noticed this, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, it can't concern others. But I didn't expect that this delicious food would actually target Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu's 3 stores in Jiangsheng have delicious food next to them. Even the city center and the current development zone have open branches of delicious food. It's so popular. Many people even think that delicious food is the most authentic. When he heard this, Gu Xiu's brows were already furrowed. Recently, he has not been paying attention to Gourmet Mike. But I didn't expect that Gourmet Mike would encounter such a thing. No wonder Comrade Gu Jianjun is so anxious recently. It turned out to be because of this. Shi Qingsong said with some resentment, "This is really irritating. Even my father said that this is not fair competition, but a stumbling block behind his back. Even before, I heard that the fake deliberately spread rumors, saying that those who went to Gourmet Mike to eat had a bad stomach. And this thing?" Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes and stood up. "Let's go." "Where to go?" "Eat." Half an hour later, Gourmet Delicious Restaurant. Shi Qingsong sat in this restaurant that was obviously a competitor, a little nervous. "Brother Xiu, if we come here to eat, isn't that making us enemies?" Shi Qingsong asked in a low voice. "Enemies?" Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. "What's the point of being enemies? Let's see what they are good at. How can we not come and see?" "But this..." Shi Qingsong was about to say something, but at this time a waiter in work clothes had already walked over with a smile on his face. "You too. What do you want to eat?" "Sister, are you Gourmet Gourmets, the one I used to eat with my parents at the old station?" Gu Xiu blinked and asked. "Yes." The smile on the waiter's face continued. "We are authentic from chefs to waiters, and many of them are. But why do you call it delicious food? Did you change the name? Gu Xiu asked again. Well, I guess. The waiter answered vaguely, and before Gu Xiu asked, she said again, what do you want to eat? You could just tell me, and I will order it for you. What does it mean? Gu Xiu was not fooled. Yes, it means if it doesn't, it doesn't. Sister, are you liars? Of course not. The waiter shook her head, still with a smile on her face. If you don't believe it, you will know after you taste it. Then tell me, why did you change the name to delicious food? Gu Xiu asked again. Well, the waiter finished. Even with impatience rising on his face, he still said, although we are not gourmet, Mike, many of our chefs and waiters are. The taste is guaranteed to be the same as before. So you are fakes? Gu Xiu asked innocently. Of course not. The waiter shook his head, then looked around and lowered his voice. Gourmet Mike is not worthy of us pretending to be you. You don't know, right? Gourmet Mike's ingredients are not clean, and many children there have bad stomachs. We who have delicious food can't stand their uncleanliness. Is there such a thing? Gu Xiu was surprised. Of course. Sister, you won't lie to me, will you? Why did I lie to you? Of course it's true. Then I won't go to Gourmet Mike in the future. I will come to Gourmet Mike. Gu Xiu smiled and finally started to order. When the ordering was finished, Shi Song on the side asked in confusion, Brother Xiu, aren't you angry? He was sitting next to him. He was a little unhappy after hearing the waiter's words before, but he didn't expect that Gu Xiu could still chat with him with a smile on his face. What's the use of being angry? Gu Xiu smiled. I'm just a waiter. Why should I be angry with her? Then you still order so many dishes? Shi Song couldn't help but ask. It's cheap, Gu Xiu replied, with a serious face this time. The menus of Gourmet Mike and Gourmet Mike are almost the same, and there are even some items that Gourmet Mike doesn't have. The most important thing is that basically all the dishes are much cheaper than Gourmet Mike. This boss is not short of money. No matter what restaurant, there is basically no big advantage in the cost of ingredients. But this store has more waiters and better decoration. But the prices of the dishes are lower. The profit can be seen directly. It is much cheaper than Gourmet Mike. Of course, there are also shortcomings. The most important thing is service. Although you can learn how to make delicious food like Gourmet Mike, service is a matter of carefulness, and it is difficult to learn. Basically, it can only guarantee a smile, and as for other services, there is almost no other service. But, given the price, the advantages are obvious enough. Soon, the food was ready. Gu Xiu glanced at Shi Song, who seemed unwilling to eat, and smiled slightly. Only when you know yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If you want to defeat the opponent, you must first understand the opponent. Stop being stunned and start eating. The taste is average, but it's pretty good. With the price, this hotel really has an advantage. Moreover, there are indeed a few familiar faces here. Even the chefs in the backstage are the chefs of Gourmet Mike. If I remember correctly, the salary my dad offered them is not low. It must have cost a lot of money to poach them. While Shi Song was stunned, Gu Xiu had already finished scanning the dishes on the table and started to comment with a toothpick in hand. Brother Xiu, you are really big-hearted, Shi Song said sincerely. Gu Xiu glanced at him and curled his lips. Is eating a meal considered a big deal? This, Shi Song scratched his head. Brother Xiu, now that we have eaten, what should we do next? Do you want me to lie down now? What the hell? Lie down. Gu Xiu was stunned. We have eaten, and now we are complaining that our stomachs hurt, or there is poison in it. If we make a fuss, this store will be shut down immediately. Shi Song said, as if he was taking credit. And in order to reassure Gu Xiu, he added, Brother Xiu, don't worry. I have seen this on TV, and you have acted in such a drama before. I must have learned it very well. This. Gu Xiu was dumbfounded, and quickly stopped Shi Song, who was already planning how to lie down comfortably. What are you thinking? Who needs you to lie down? Besides, the waiters and chefs in this store are all from gourmet food. If you lie down now, maybe someone will recognize us. Tell me, are you trying to help, or are you intentionally harming others? Shi Song was stunned for a moment. and then he was shocked. I didn't think of this. Gu Xiu, if you think about this, you won't be dealt with by Uncle Shi every day. But he didn't say this, still holding the toothpick in his mouth, stood up and headed towards the cashier. Pay the bill. Leave. After waiting for the delicious food to come out, Shi Qingsong finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiu, what are you going to do? What should we do next? What should we do? Gu Xiu asked. Of course I want to go home. Do you still want to fight the king of fighters? Go home. What are you going to do if you don't go home? No. Aren't we going to take revenge? Revenge. Yes. This gourmet restaurant is using the banner of Gourmet Mike to deceive consumers. We must do something. Shi Qingsong couldn't help but ask. We must take revenge. Isn't it possible to just watch them make money? No need. Gu Xiu shook his head. Although there's a suspicion of using the Gourmet Mike banner, this restaurant is not only popular because of Gourmet Mike. Of course there is no such thing as revenge. Should we just let it go? Isn't this too frustrating? Shi Qingsong was somewhat unwilling to accept this. In response, Gu Xiu just patted his arm. In fact, I want to pat the shoulder, but this kid was too tall and couldn't. Fortunately, it didn't affect the atmosphere. Xiao Shi, you have to remember that in this world, gratification is not as easy as written in martial arts novels. Especially in business, the most taboo thing is to act out of emotion. Shi Qingsong seemed to understand, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. I don't quite understand. Gu Xiu helplessly. Business in this world is endless. You can't be imprisoned by competitors just because there are competitors. This is just like when you're studying and someone is chasing you for scores. But is he your opponent? Even if he's really your opponent, is your goal to defeat him and become the first in the class, or even use some small tricks, plagiarism, or other methods? This is obviously not possible. If you want to surpass these opponents, what you have to do is to strengthen yourself, rather than find ways to target your opponents. In that case, the level will always be that level, and you will never be able to go up to it. But I've always been very stable in my studies. I am in the bottom 5, and I can't catch up at the top of the class, even if I copy small notes. Shi Qingsong replied, nagging. Gu Xiu, then you should read more. Hey, it's not like you can't get in. Shi Qingsong giggled and said, Brother Xiu, what do you mean? Let's just forget it and watch them compete with Uncle Gu's restaurant. Gu Xiu nodded, then shook his head. This restaurant will not be a rival of Gourmet Foodie, because it is not on the same level. This is what he meant. After experiencing the delicious food, Gu Xiu already had a general understanding of both parties. This hotel is really great. There may even be a chance to rise in the future if they don't cause trouble with Gourmet Mike and don't touch Porcelain Gourmet Mike. This hotel should even develop well in the future. After all, being willing to spend money is an advantage in itself. But it's a pity. They chose Gourmet Mike as their opponent, and even went out of their way to try out Porcelain Gourmet Mike for their own rapid rise. Not only was it a scam, but it also poached a large number of Gourmet Mike's employees. This is a bit imitative. After all, the most essential thing about Gourmet Mike is not the taste, let alone the price. They deliberately imitate Gourmet Mike in this regard, which may attract attention in the short term. But it's been that way for a long time. A hotel like this will eventually become a joke. He is not even qualified to be a rival of Gourmet Mike. Although I don't quite understand, what you said is definitely right, Brother Xiu. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Shi Qingsong chuckled and relaxed completely. After staying with Gu Xiu for a long time, he already had a deep understanding that it didn't matter what he didn't understand. He was right to listen to Brother Xiu. In fact, Gu Xiu's guess was good. In the following period, delicious food became more and more popular in Jiangxing. As expected of someone who can casually spend 5 million to acquire Gourmet Mike. The boss behind the scenes is indeed rich, and he's very willing to spend money. Later, it started to develop rapidly in Jiangxing at a rate of almost 1 new store a week. This development speed was even faster than the urban development speed of Jiangxing. Moreover, the effect looks good. At least every time a new store is opened, it is basically full of diners with delicious food due to the generous opening activities. However, the gourmet customers they originally attacked have revived again. because the business of Gourmet Mike was not only affected at the beginning, but for a period of time afterwards, Gourmet Mike's turnover stopped declining. In fact, because delicious food is spread all over Jiangsheng, many people in Jiangsheng are attracted by delicious food. More and more people started coming. I heard about the name of the real owner of Gourmet Mike. The final result is that Gourmet Mike's diners actually experienced a wave of growth. Many people, they all come for word-of-mouth reputation. On the contrary, the food is delicious. Although the price has an advantage, it can never compare with Gourmet Mike in terms of taste and service. It once became a lightning protection restaurant for many diners. In particular, as there are more and more branches with delicious food, management has become negligent and the quality of waiters is uneven. There is even a scandal involving fights between waiters and diners. Now the fun is great. The delicious food was once on the lightning blacklist. As for Gourmet Mike, it has remained unchanged in the past and has been welcomed by more diners. Even Gu Jianjun has already started planning, getting ready for the fourth branch of Gourmet Mike Jiangsheng. For Gu Xiu and his son, this incident is, after all, a small flower on the road of life. No waves are waves. After all, in essence, there is no conflict between them and delicious food. But neither father nor son expected it. This matter, there is actually a follow-up. In the Gourmet Mike restaurant, on a rare weekend when he could go home, Gu Xiu was called by Gu Jianjun to come to the store to do homework. Shi Qing came after hearing the news, but the first sentence he spoke made Gu Xiu stunned. What did you say? You don't study anymore? You don't even plan to take the high school entrance examination? Yeah, Shi Qing nodded, a little helpless. Look at my brain. There is no hope of going to high school. I think I just give up and stop studying. What are you going to do if you don't study? Gu Xiu asked with a frown. Shi Qing obviously had a plan, and he hurriedly replied, I plan to go out to work first and gain some experience over the years. Then what? Gu Xiu nodded without interrupting him. Then after I gain more knowledge, I will look for opportunities and start a business. Start a business? Yes. Aren't there business opportunities everywhere now? After I work outside for a few years, I will start a business and be the boss when I get the chance. I have thought about it. In the future, I could be a contractor or open a restaurant like Uncle Gu. If not, I will start a company like my dad. Shi Qing said excitedly. Young people are full of all kinds of whimsical fantasies about the future. Even now, I have begun to worry about whether to buy a Lamborghini or a Ferrari in the future. But after listening to the entire article, Gu Xiu couldn't help but shake his head, bland. Shi Qing was stunned. Empty. Gu Xiu shook his head and explained. Your idea is too general. First, you're not sure of the goal. Second, you don't know what you're going to do. What is this if it is not empty? And such an empty idea, at best, means that you're a little confused about the future, and at worst, it means that you're daydreaming. Brother Xiu, do you need to hit me like this? Shi Qing understood now and immediately pursed his lips. I'm still young. Just because I don't know now doesn't mean I won't know in the future. Just like my dad, you see, he didn't know he wanted to start a company before. I believe that if I hang around in the future, I will definitely be able to stand out. I'll definitely be able to stand out if I hang around. Gu Xiu laughed sarcastically. Then tell me, how many people are older than your dad and live a miserable life? This, Shi Qing finished. Although Shi Qing always dislikes Shi Chunlai nowadays, he has to admit that his father is very strong in terms of connections and abilities. Put simply, at the beginning of this century, not many people drove Land Rover. Uncle Shi is very powerful, but it doesn't mean that you are more powerful than Uncle Shi. Although it is said that the tiger father has no son, to be honest. Gu Xiu looked at Shi Qing and said seriously, You are far behind Uncle Shi. Brother Xiu, why are you so hurtful when you speak today? Shi Qing scratched his head like a deflated balloon and said unwillingly, If it doesn't work out, I will move bricks on the construction site and be a foreman in the future. When my classmates graduate from high school or college, they will come to work for me. There are a lot of things like this. Brother Xiu, please don't hit me anymore. Gushio shook his head. Of course I won't hit you, but have you ever thought about it? As a contractor, you will have to rely on the real estate boss to make a living in the future. Even a random person in the real estate company can point at you and scold you, but you don't dare to talk back. Maybe that person is the classmate you despise the most right now. Huh? Sure, Ching Song was confused and retorted. Then I will open a restaurant, like Uncle Gu, and step by step from a small county town to an urban area. Open a restaurant? Gushio shook his head. There are so many restaurants now. How many more do you imagine there will be in a few years? Who will go to your new hotel to eat by then? Sure, Ching Song was speechless. He felt that there was a big gap between what Gu Shio said and his ideal. How do you feel that you're such a waste? Looking at Sure Ching Song's devastated look, Gu Shio couldn't help but shake his head. Uncle Sure, does he know that you don't want to study? I don't know. Sure Ching Song shook his head. If he knows, he will definitely kill me, so I want to think about it first and then run away directly. Gu Shio, good boy. Your wings are not strong yet, so I will fight with Lao Jianghu. Not to mention that Sure Chun was here. He wanted to put this kid to death. However, it was his pony boy after all. Gu Shio thought for a while and said, Actually, I have a better suggestion. What? Sure Ching Song became more energetic. You have seen less things now, so you don't know what you should do. Gu Shio said, I think you can study hard first, and then think about what you want to do in the future. Sure Ching Song pursed his lips, but I feel that being in school now is just a waste of my time. I can't listen and can't do anything. It's a waste of time in there. It's better to leave the school directly. Gu Shio was helpless, because this guy is telling the truth. Sure Ching Song was actually very smart, but he didn't have to focus on studying. Now he was in the third year of junior high school, and he was about to take the entrance exam. Only then did he realize that he couldn't understand most of the questions on the test paper. Since you can't understand, I suggest you repeat the grade and study again in the second grade of junior high school. If you become more serious then, you will definitely be able to understand. Gu Shio thought for a while and gave his advice. Repeat a grade? Sure Ching Song stood up and shook his head quickly. Brother Shio, this is not okay. This is the bottom line. If I repeat a grade, will the lower grades in the school who I bully still laugh at me? For a child of this age, face is too great. The head can be broken or bleeding, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. A hairstyle is not necessarily a real hairstyle. At least it is also about face. Of course Gu Shio knew it, so he thought about it and suggested, then you change schools, find a school where no one knows you, start over, and study hard. Can't you just stop studying? Sure Ching Song was helpless. No. Gu Shio shook his head without hesitation. Seeing Sure Ching Song's low mood, he said, studying more will not necessarily make you live a better life in the future, but it will definitely give you more choices in the future. Just like you're thinking about what you want to do in the future. You think about it, just being a contractor, opening a restaurant, and inheriting your father's business. Can you only do these three in the future? What if you want to be a scientist? What if you want to be a doctor, an astronaut, or a teacher? Can you do these things now? Is it what you want to be? No. But if you read more, you'll have more knowledge and a higher education. When you want to do these things in the future, you will at least have a threshold. I don't know why you don't want to study. Maybe you have heard too many words about diplomas being useless. But if you still call me Brother Shio, then listen to me. The higher the diploma, the better. Perhaps ability is more important in real life. But you have to know that if you don't have that diploma, you won't even have a chance to show your abilities in the future. At this point, Gu Shio made a summary. So, now immediately, go back and study hard. He didn't know whether Sure Ching Song listened to what Gu Shio said, but the kid walked away in the end. Looking at Sure Ching Song's leaving figure, Gu Shio narrowed his eyes and was thinking in his heart, how can I persuade this guy? In fact, if it were anyone else, Gu Shio would not waste so much saliva. After all, there's so many factories in the country that always need fresh blood, fresh labor, and famous farmers. But Sure Ching Song is different. This person is his pony boy, and Gu Shio doesn't want him to lose too many levels in the future. Gu Shio, I don't know why, but I feel like you don't look like a primary school student, but like an adult. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Gu Xiu looked back and was stunned. Teacher Ji. This person was none other than Gu Xiu's former homeroom teacher and the secret admirer, Gu Jianjun notified. Ji Tian. She still comes to Gourmet Mike every now and then to report, and talks to Gu Jianjun from time to time. Gu Xiu didn't notice that she had listened to everything he had said to Shi Song before. When he discovered the other party, Gu Xiu was also thinking, I just didn't say anything that I shouldn't have said, right? I really don't know how your father taught you to be like this. You are obviously just a primary school student, but sometimes your thinking is more mature than that of an adult. Ji Tian didn't notice this. Looking at Gu Xiu, her eyes were still full of shock. I meet many children who don't want to study. I try to persuade them every time, but to be honest, I really can't say the same thing as you. A diploma is not everything, but it is a stepping stone. This sentence is so good. Many people, not just children, but even many parents don't know this truth. Many times when I encounter it, I feel helpless. Conceptual issues cannot be solved by one person. Just do what you can. Gu Xiu said, reading is useless. There are so many words like this these days. Even in future generations, it still exists. It's just a little less than this era. This thing is indeed not something that can be solved by just a few words. After all, there are many root causes. Concepts are a big problem. This requires the wheel of the times to move forward. When academic qualifications become more and more important, many people's concepts will change. Speaking of which, Teacher Ji, have you been coming to my restaurant to eat every day lately? Gu Xiu asked, skipping the topic. As soon as these words came out, Ji Tianqian's face turned red visibly. She glanced at Gu Jianjun's position in panic, and was relieved when she saw that Gu Jianjun didn't pay attention. But when she turned around, she saw Gu Xiu's eyes that looked like a smile, but not a smile. She felt that she was disguised very well. But facing this look, she felt like her thoughts were being penetrated, and said in a panic, I don't come here every day. I like your food very much, and I don't have time to eat, so. This reaction made Gu Xiu couldn't help laughing. But, shake his head. Gu Xiu still planned to say it clearly. Teacher Ji, do you want to be my mother? Ji Tian was stunned. She was better now. She was just blushing before, but now she was red from her ears to her neck. She was stunned and hesitating. What did you say? There was no denying or admitting. But looking at this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh, and his face became more serious. Actually, Teacher Ji, you're such a good person, there must be a lot of people who like you, right? It's not bad, Ji Tian replied. Gu Xiu asked, in that case, why don't you try someone else? Ji Tian froze when the question came out, but she still held on and asked, pretending to be nothing, this. Gu Xiu, what do you mean by this? Teacher Gu, you should know better than me. What exactly do I mean? Gu Xiu shook his head, turned to look at Gu Jianjun over there, thought for a moment, and said, my father has received news. My mother may still be alive. This is a good thing. Ji Tian congratulated immediately, but the smile on her face was a little more bitter. Gu Xiu saw it, but continued. Mr. Ji, have you ever heard of an idiom? What idiom? It's all in vain. It's in vain. It's useless. Ji Tian murmured to himself, with tears in his eyes for no apparent reason. Gu Xiu had spoken again. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, no matter how hard you try, you still hurt yourself in the end. I hope, Teacher Ji, that you can be happy in the future. Thank you. Ji Tian forced a smile. She already understood the meaning of Gu Xiu's words. At this time, she stood up, her steps a little unsteady. However, she still held onto her figure, turned her head, and took a deep look at Gu Jianjun, and finally turned around and walked towards the door. The figure is a bit shabby. The back view is a bit lonely. Asking what love is in the world will tell you that it makes you want to live. Gu Xiu murmured, long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Since it is destined to have no results, why bother to endure it? Yes, there is no result. Gu Xiu agreed with Gu Jianjun's finding a wife. Normally, Gu Xiu basically just let nature take its course, and he even didn't mind a few assists. But Ji Tiantian's situation here is destined to be fruitless. Because of her thoughts, Gu Jianjun also knew. After all, I come here to eat every day, and there is always something hidden in his eyes. No matter how strong Gu Jianjun's nerves are, he will know something more or less over time. But Gu Jianjun, who knew about this, had no intention of refusing. He was even thinking about how to refuse. Go down and reject the other party without hurting Ji Tiantian. Gu Jianjun is experienced in this kind of thing. When he was in the small county town, he had already rejected a good girl. But this time Ji Tiantian is a little different. She has a simple crush. There was no showdown, so Gu Jianjun naturally couldn't have the chance to refuse the other party, so the matter dragged on. It was precisely because he knew this that Gu Xiu said these words. Rather than let Ji Tiantian torture herself like this, it would be better for Gu Xiu to be this evil person. Facts have proved that the effect is good. At least for the next period of time, Ji Tiantian stopped coming to Gourmet Mike. Gu Xiu even discovered that she had resigned from her position as a primary school teacher. Where he went, no one knows. But Gu Xiu didn't have to worry about her, because Ji Tiantian's family was obviously very good, and even if she stopped being a teacher, her future life would definitely be colorful. What's more, sometime after Ji Tiantian left, Gu Xiu's eyes were quickly attracted by another thing. Shi Qingsong ran away from home. Don't let me find this brat. If I find him, I will have to remove his legs. The wings are so stiff that he dares to run away from home. Don't look for him. What are you looking for? If such a big boy can die, if he has the guts to never come back in this life, then I really have to think highly of him. If he comes back, I'll see if I don't deal with him properly. As soon as Gu Xiu arrived at the door of Shi's house, he heard Shi Chunlai's angry shouts. When he walked in, he saw comrade Gu Jianjun try and persuade Shi Chunlai. On the side, Shi Mu was crying and worried. Seeing Gu Xiu come in, Mother Shi rushed up immediately. Gu Xiu, has little Shi contacted you, or told you where he's going before? Auntie, don't worry. What happened to Qingsong? What happened? Gu Xiu asked. He had just arrived from school. It was Gu Jianjun who called him to come back. He didn't make it clear on the phone, but said that Shi Qingsong had run away from home and asked him to help come up with ideas. Speaking of this, Shi's mother suddenly cried. It's your fault, Uncle Shi. Little Shi, too, said he couldn't read and didn't want to study. He was obviously talking nicely, but your Uncle Shi just cursed you. In the end, I scolded your brother Qingsong away. Oh my little Shi, too, must be fine. Why did you scold me? Didn't you hear that kid scold me? Shi Chunlai was unconvinced. Shi Chunlai, Mother Shi said sharply. Little Shi, too, has grown up, and you scolded him like that. Why did he talk back? As an adult, wouldn't you let this child order it? You, don't talk to me. If Xiao Shi can't be found, we will get divorced. My little Shi, there's so many human traffickers. What can he do to such a big boy? He has not eaten for a few days at most, and then he comes back on his own. Why are you so excited? My child, who is excited if I'm not excited? Are you like you who only know how to scold children? Hey, I said you've almost had enough. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Gu Jianjun hurriedly stopped the fight and managed to calm them down. As for Gu Xiu, he had almost heard a rough idea. It's all about reading. Shi Qingsong felt that he was not good at studying, so he wanted to stop studying. He probably mustered up the courage to have a good talk with his father. As a result, Shi Chunlai had a bad temper. As soon as Shi Qingsong said he didn't want to study, he went into rage mode. In the past, Shi Qingsong had always accepted the situation. But now that I've grown up and entered the rebellious stage, I actually started a fight against Shi Chunlai. Although I didn't dare to do anything, I was really tough. After being slapped by Shi Chunlai in the end, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he said he would never come back again. Originally, Shi Chunlai thought that this kid would probably come back in the evening, but he didn't expect that he had been away for a while, and there was no trace of him until now. The two couples became anxious now. Have you asked about my classmates at school? Gu Xiu asked. I've already asked, but he didn't find his classmates. Shi Mu said anxiously. It's because he didn't find these classmates that I'm even more worried. Did he meet bad people outside? There are a lot of human traffickers now. What if he is captured by the traffickers, has his hands and feet chopped off, and left to beg for food on the street? Woo. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Shermu couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Sister-in-law, don't worry. The traffickers were caught some time ago. Now they're all hiding and afraid to show their faces. Besides, Ching Song is a smart boy. He will definitely be fine. He probably hid somewhere for the night. Gu Jianjun comforted him, and then turned to look at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, little Shirtu often plays with you. Has he told you about this before? Or where do you think he might go? Where to go? Gu Jianjun didn't need to ask this question. Gu Xiao had already started thinking about it in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Gu Xiao asked, did he bring any money when he went out? No. Mother sure shook her head. All his New Year's money is still in the cabinet. When he left, he was wearing the same clothes and took nothing with him. He brought nothing with him. Gu Xiao frowned. What do you have in mind? Gu Jianjun asked. He left impulsively. He was unprepared. I guess he might have even slept alone on the street last night. Gu Xiao thought for a while and replied. Seeing that Mother Sure was about to cry again, Gu Xiao comforted him. It would be better if he didn't bring any money. At least he doesn't have the fare to go to other places. He must still be in Jiangsheng. He's not coming back now. It must be because he feels that it would be shameful to come back. But he has nothing to do in a short time. It's better to go to places like game arcades and internet cafes to search first. I've looked for game arcades and internet cafes, but he hasn't been there. Shi Chunlai said gloomily at this time. It seems. This middle-aged man didn't seem to mind at all about his kid running away from home. But it could be seen from one cigarette after another. In his heart, he was actually more anxious than anyone else. Shaking his head, Gu Xiao asked, did he say anything when he left? He just said that he would never come back to this home again. He also said, Shi Chunlai looked a little ugly. He also said that if he doesn't do as well as me in the future, he will never come back, even if he dies outside. Oops. This kid really dares to make bold statements. Gu Xiao was speechless. Although he is a bit middle-aged, he is considered to be in line with Shi Qingsong's age. But this matter is more complicated. He's not coming back. It must be because he feels that he can't live up to his dignity. He doesn't go to his classmates and friends, and he certainly doesn't want to be found by you. What should I do? It's actually simple. Gu Xiao thought for a while and said, Brother Qingsong is a smart man. He wants to prove himself, but the prerequisite must be to find a way to fill his stomach. Without money, it's hard to move forward. He may be worried about money now, and I even think that he may find a way to make money on his own. Make money by yourself? Shi's mother was anxious. He won't do anything stupid, right? That shouldn't happen. Although Brother Qingsong is sometimes impulsive, he still knows his ideas. Gu Xiao shook his head. Maybe you can pay attention to job advertisements on the street. It's best to provide food and accommodation. Huh? Everyone was confused. What do you mean Gu Xiao thinks that Shi Qingsong will go out to work after running away from home? But Gu Xiao said again, don't let go of the construction site. It's possible to move bricks and the like. Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you. Although Shi Qingsong is not considered spoiled, he has had enough food and clothing since he was a child. Will this guy go to the construction site to move bricks? However, this was more or less a solution, and Shi Chunlai nodded in the end. Get in the car. Out looking for kids. In the car, Gu Jianjun was a little weird. It's not that big of a deal. He's so young, but he just wants to go to work and make money. Maybe Brother Qingsong has great ambitions? Gu Xiao spread his hands. He had not forgotten that Shi Qingsong had talked about being a contractor. It turns out, Gu Xiao guessed correctly. Not long after they left the house, the two of them came across a job advertisement posted at the door of a construction site. Food and accommodation were included, and wages were paid daily. Originally, Shi Chunlai had no intention of going in. But thinking of Gu Xiao's words, he still walked impatiently, originally planning to ask the manager. But just after taking 2 steps, Gu Jianjun suddenly pointed to a figure in the distance wearing a safety helmet and pulling a cart of bricks on a wheelbarrow. Look, is that a small stone? It's Xiao Shurtu. Our Xiao Shurtu. The moment she saw the figure, Mother Sure became excited. She waved and shouted, "Little Sure too, Xiao Sure." But as soon as she shouted a few words, Mother Sure was stopped by Gu Xiu. "You can't call him. We can't let him know that we found him." Huh? Everyone was stunned, and Mother Sure was even more surprised. She didn't understand why Gu Xiu wanted to stop her at this time. "We really can't let him know that we have found him." Gu Jianjun also nodded. This child is still holding his breath. He doesn't want to go home by himself, but he just doesn't want to give in. Let's go find him now. Maybe he will go to another place tomorrow. When Shermu heard this, she became anxious again and even started to cry again. Shi Chunlai also frowned. "This bastard, I'm going to beat him up right now and break his legs. I'll see if he can still run." Of course, this was just an angry comment, and the couple finally looked at Gu Jianjun. The meaning is obvious. What to do next? Gu Jianjun thought for a while and suggested, when a child grows up, he will inevitably become a little rebellious and feel that his wings are stiff. We might as well do this. Let him suffer here, and when he has tasted the hardships outside, we can ask him to go back. It will give him a step down. How about letting him understand that it is not so easy to get around outside? That's a good idea. Shi Chunlai nodded. He really wants his boy to endure hardships and understand that the outside world is not only colorful. Although Mother Sure was worried about her son, she was somewhat relieved to see him now. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and agreed. It's not enough for this kid to endure so much hardship. I'll ask the person in charge here to ask him to target this kid more and make him suffer more. Shi Chunlai suggested. If you want to beat it to death. Although Gu Jianjun felt it was a bit harsh, he still nodded in agreement. But it was unexpected. Gu Xiu suddenly shook his head. "I don't think there is any need to beat Brother Qingsong." Huh? What? Everyone was surprised. This kid dares to run away from home. If we don't take care of him, won't he run out every day in the future? Yes, he is only in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and he dares to run out just because he talks back like this. Then if he gets used to running in the future, won't he stop running out every day? Although I am worried about Xiao Shi too, if he can calm down in the future and let him suffer a little now, I will support it. The 3 people spoke one after another, and they all agreed that Shi Qingsong should suffer more. It is best to endure hardship once and let him understand that the outside world is not as simple as he imagined. You're all right, but what did we hope for in the first place? Gu Xiu shook his head. We want Brother Qingsong to discover that the outside world is cruel. Do we have to suffer a lot? This is indeed useful, but I think our original intention at the beginning should not be to let Brother Qingsong discover that studying hard is the most important thing. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. But he saw that Gu Xiu had spoken again. Yes, this time we can really make Brother Qingsong suffer enough and make him understand that the good things he imagined do not exist. Even make him resist coming to work at the construction site and never want to come to the construction site again. But what about next time? What about next time? There are so many different walks of life, and there are always those that look easier and less tiring. Next time Brother Qingsong runs out and works as a network administrator or a waiter or something, are we going to keep chasing him? But even if he goes back, he is still not interested in studying in the end, and he won't even regret not studying. So, our thinking should change. What we need to do is to let him understand that reading is useful and make him interested in reading, rather than let him endure all kinds of hardships, grit his teeth, and persevere in the end, and still feel that he is great. These words caused everyone to fall silent for a while. Really, Gu Xiu is right. Enduring hardship is indeed useful, but the most important thing is to let Shi Qingsong study. This time Shi Qingsong ran away from home. To put it bluntly, it happened because he no longer wanted to study and had no interest in reading. What if he is never interested in reading? Then what should we do? Mother Shi couldn't help but ask. Shi Chunlai and Gu Jianjun also looked at Gu Xiu expectantly, but they felt a little strange. How do you feel? Are adults not as good at educating children as children? Uncle Shi, you can find the person in charge here and ask him to help take care of it. It would be better if he can cooperate in another scene. That would be even better. Gushio smiled slightly and explained his plan in detail. On the other side, Shi Qing-song, who was pushing the bricks hard, suddenly felt a chill on his back and couldn't help but sniff. I must have caught a cold last night. Come on, Lao Shi, you can't make people look down on you. Come on. When we go back, let the old man and Brother Shio see that I can have New Year's Eve too. Running away from home was indeed an impulsive decision. However, it starts from the moment you step out of the house. Shi Qing-song had already decided. If he doesn't look like a good person, he will never go back. After sleeping under the bridge last night, Shi Qing-song also thought about it all night. Before dawn this morning, he started looking for a job. Although he was not satisfied with this job of moving bricks, and it was very painful, Shi Qing-song gritted his teeth and persisted. Because he wants to prove himself. Finally, after a busy day's work, Shi Qing-song felt that his whole back could not be straightened, his whole body was ashen, and he was so tired that he didn't even want to move. How are you doing? Can you bear it? At this moment, the foreman came over. There was a gentle smile on his face, but it was different from the darker and darker complexion before. Brother Gang, don't worry, I can bear it. Shi Qing-song replied quickly. Ah, you're a good boy. I have had children come to me before and run away after working for only a few hours. After all, this kind of hardship is not something everyone can bear. Let's go eat. I will take you to eat something good. Eat and drink enough so that you have the strength to work tomorrow. Brother Gang, the foreman, laughed, put his arm around Shi Qing-song's shoulders, and headed towards the restaurant. Just when leaving the construction site, the foreman patted his trouser pocket in a certain direction and then made a don't worry gesture. What was in his pocket was a thick red envelope. While watching the two people leave, Mother sure couldn't help but cry. My little Shirtu, look at how dirty he is, and the skin on his hands is peeling. Why cry? If you don't suffer a little, what's the use of pampering? Shi Chunlai frowned and scolded, but he couldn't hide the tension in his eyes. Gushio, do you think this method is really effective? Of course it does. Gushio nodded and smiled. At most half a month. I promise, Brother Qing-song will definitely come back and study hard. What you have to do now is to calm down, act well, and go to school to ask for half a month's leave from Brother Qing-song. Then, wait until he becomes a top student. Before Gushio was reborn in his previous life, he had fallen in love and even almost got married. But after all, I have never been a father. Naturally, he couldn't possibly understand how to be a father better than the three people present. But just because he doesn't understand, doesn't mean he doesn't understand. At least, Gushio knew very well about the rebellious period. This is something that everyone must experience, but some people don't show it obviously, while some people react very strongly. Gushio has never been a father, but I also went through a rebellious period. In his previous life, he also had problems such as being tired of studying and skipping classes. But later he discovered that after his father's hard work, he spent those few years smoothly. And this made Gushio very clear. What is needed during the rebellious period is correct guidance. How to guide it? Hit or scold? This is obviously counterproductive. Therefore, Gushio used another method to deal with Shi Qing-song. I have to say that luckily Shi Qing-song didn't know about it for the time being, otherwise he would never be as excited as he is now. Yes, excited. Because just now, after eating, Shi Qing-song came to the shack set up on the construction site and got the fruits of his day's work. 30. This money is not much. For Shi Qing-song's family background, 30 yuan is really not that much. But this money is the first time in Shi Qing-song's life that he has earned his own hard-earned money, and he understood that the foreman did not treat him badly. After all, many of the other workers only paid 30 yuan. This made Shi Qing-song realize for the first time in his history that he was being treated as an adult. It was just a matter of attitude, but it made Shi Qing-song feel extremely satisfied. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the foreman kept asking about his family situation. Where's home? What do parents do? Does your family have a lot of money? This made Shi Qing-song very unhappy. Fortunately, after realizing that he was unhappy, the foreman did not continue to ask this question and told him some good news. The construction site wants to recruit a smart and clever person to the construction site management. Although it's a bit strange why the foreman would say this to a newbie like him. But I had to admit that Shi Qing was moved. Get into management. This means that he is closer to completing his goal, which is an upward channel. If he can do it, then when he returns home, he no longer has to humble himself in front of his father, but can proudly tell him that he has achieved something. In the next 2 days, Shi Qing began his own struggle. The construction site is really hard. The food was pretty good, but other than the food, it was basically bitter at other times. The work was tiring, and the place to sleep was not good. But these, not a problem. On the contrary, apart from not being used to it first, after getting used to it, Shi Qing even felt that he had been able to fully adapt. This was due to Shi Chunlai's stick education, which allowed him to persevere on the construction site, even though he was a young boy. Of course, this also has something to do with the foreman's care. He doesn't need to do particularly tiring work. Let him rest occasionally. This moved him very much. What moved him even more was that the foreman was very optimistic about him and often praised him for his ability to endure hardship, his cleverness, and his unlimited potential, even boasting. Fortunately, he didn't bother to study hard. Otherwise, the construction site would have lost such an outstanding talent like him. This made Shi Qing feel embarrassed. However, I have to admit that such praise made Shi Qing look forward to the next life on the construction site even more. Moreover, he also paid special attention to the previous recruitment of management personnel. And the more I inquired, the more excited he became. Because the company's project department is expanding its staff, it plans to find a young man with excellent professional qualities, able to endure hardship, and a bright mind in the near future. Selection into management will be responsible for construction site safety promotion work. At the same time, you will directly enter the project department and become a formal employee of the project department. Anyone who knows anything knows that this is unlikely. But obviously, Shi Qing, who was dangling half a bottle, didn't know that this was impossible. The only thing he knew was, this is an opportunity. What a huge opportunity. After all, this means that he can enter the company's project department as a bricklayer on a construction site and become a leader with a white hat. This is definitely a great opportunity to prove yourself. Of course, he was not so arrogant that he thought he would definitely succeed. The reason why you were so confident, it was also because the foreman had expressed his high opinion of him from the beginning, mentioned this matter to him every now and then, and said that he was the only one to hold this position. In this way, Shi Qing became more and more interested. Even later, they all feel that it is outrageous that they are not selected. What made Shi Qing even more energetic was that on this day, the foreman took him to see a man wearing a white hat and claiming to be the project director. The young man is very good. Lao Gang told me about you, and I have also inspected your work. The young man is very good. He can endure hardships and work hard. The key is that he is also smart. This is good. He is exactly the talent we need. When he heard this, Shi Qing's heart almost jumped out his chest. For this position, he has really worked hard during this period, and it can even be said that he has worked hard just to get the opportunity. And now, the opportunity has come. But just when Shi Qing became more energetic, the other party suddenly changed the subject. But you also know that if you want to enter the project department, the requirements are very high. After all, we not only want someone who can do the work, but also someone who understands professional knowledge. Tell me first which university you graduated from, what major you were born in, what grades did you get, what competitions did you participate in, what certificates did you take during your previous school days. All this. Hearing this question, Shi Qing's heart suddenly sank. Fortunately, Brother Gang, the foreman on the side, put in a good word for him. Gongdu, Qing, this child's educational level is relatively low. He graduated from junior high school and has not yet received his diploma. Not even a junior high school diploma. The other party's face changed instantly, and he frowned. That means he is a primary school student? Isn't this nonsense? What we want is a college student who has graduated from a major, not a primary school student. There's a threshold. If you don't meet the threshold, can you join the project department? Dugong, don't be angry. I also know that there's a threshold, but this kid is smart, capable, and a fast learner. I don't think we should kill him with one shot, but give him a chance. Brother Gang said hurriedly. This made Shi Qing even more grateful. But it is a pity that the other party obviously did not intend to give this face, and shook his head directly. Rules are rules. No matter how good you are at the construction site and how skilled you are, it is good to get a high salary, but it is impossible to get into the project department. The company also has academic qualifications. Not everyone can get in. I will learn. Seeing that there was no chance, Shi Qing said hurriedly. I have been studying CAD by myself during this period. Now I can understand drawings and other things, and I have learned a lot about safety. What I lack is just academic qualifications. But my ability is definitely not bad. This is true. In the past half-month, when he had nothing to do, he studied and studied with the drawings and even borrowed several books to memorize them. It can be said, I have never been so serious about reading. I said you're a primary school student. What's the use of learning these things? But at this moment, a hole of hot water was poured on him, which made his heart feel cold. Turning around to look, Shi Qing's face darkened. This person showed up at the same construction site, came 2 days later than him, and competed with him for the same position. College students. This guy is lazy and works hard at the construction site every day. The foreman told him many times that this person was definitely not as good as him in terms of professional ability. He even told him that after competition, the other party would definitely not be his opponent. But now, things seem to be different. Charlie is here, sit down. Compared with his attitude towards Shi Qing, the project manager's attitude towards this person was completely different. Du Gong, there is absolutely no problem in giving me this opportunity. Don't worry about my abilities. I guarantee that there will be no problem. After all, I'm a college student. With a diploma here, I am definitely more reliable than a primary school graduate. As the young man spoke, he brought a bag over. Shi Qing took a look at it and suddenly became angry. What's on display? Here are famous cigarettes and wines. Even if he is only a young man, he still understands what this guy is doing. Fortunately, the boss was quite upright. At least he refused the gift on the surface and just said, in terms of academic qualifications, you really have an advantage. Du Gong, when we do practical things, we still have to look at our ability. Brother Gang, the foreman, spoke hurriedly and pulled Shi Qing beside him. Xiao Shi's ability is obvious. Although he is young and has a low education level, his ability is definitely not weak. And this child is willing to learn, can put his mind to learning, and can understand many things at a glance. I think we should not kill him at once. Give this child a chance. Maybe there will be surprises. These words made Shi Qing burst into tears. I thought in my heart that I had met a good person, but the young man on the side curled his lips. Reliable? Ability? Will reliable people drop out of school? Will capable people not even go to college? As for studying, please, this is not a school. Not a place for you to study. This is a place of work. The people recruited by the company can be used immediately instead of giving you time to study for 3 or 5 years. Isn't that a waste of money? But at least he is more responsible than you. Brother Gang gritted his teeth and said, this kid is polite, discerning, and grateful. He must be a filial boy, much better than you. These words made Shi Qing a little embarrassed, especially the word filial piety. It made him feel burning pain on his face. It made him feel even more sorry for the foreman's regard. But he also knew it. Now Brother Gang is fighting for a chance. He can't be unresponsive. At this time, he said hurriedly, Du Gong, I am willing to learn, and I will definitely do well. Give me a chance, and give me another chance to prove myself. The project director seemed a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. Okay, you two are the only competitors. That's good. I ask you to optimize the design of our fire ducts and escape routes, and get it to me again in 3 days. How about it? At that time, I will not look at your academic qualifications, but only your abilities? Huh? Shi Qing was a little confused. He's just a ragtag guy. During this period of time, he has been supplementing relevant knowledge during his spare time. But when it comes to doing this, my ability is limited. But before he could answer, the young man on the side had already sneered. "That's great. This is my major, unlike some elementary school students who don't have the ability." "What's wrong with elementary school students? I could do it too." Shi Song was unconvinced. The project director laughed. "Very good. Both of you agree. Then we will meet again in 3 days and let the work speak for themselves." Walking out of the project director's office, Shi Song felt a little hung up, but the foreman beside him kept defending him. "That kid is nothing. Isn't it just a few more years of studying, which is useless? Look at the people who are now bosses. How many are college students? To put it bluntly, doesn't this thing still have the ability to see? He is so arrogant that he doesn't even take us seriously. Come on, Xiao Shi. Brother Gang, I believe you. I must have seen the right person. You can do it. In the next 3 days, you don't have to work at the construction site. Just do this where I live. Then, take it out and slap them in the face." This, Shi Song was unsure and couldn't help but whisper, "Brother Gang, I don't understand this. I'm afraid I can't do it." "I don't understand? I don't know what to be afraid of. All you need is experience. You are so smart. You will be fine after 2 days of reading. You will be able to make it naturally." Brother Gang didn't care at all. "You already know how to draw with CAD. This thing is not that difficult, and I have a bunch of books there. If you read and study hard, you will definitely be able to make it. I believe you." After that, before Shi Song could say more, Brother Gang patted his shoulder and took him to his residence. Shi Song felt warm in his heart. To be honest, it feels good to have someone who can support you unconditionally, believe in yourself, and have confidence in yourself. It even made him full of confidence. 3 days? Fight! The next 3 days were 3 days of struggle and hard work for Shi Song. It was also a stumbling 3 days. It is not an easy task for a child with only junior high school knowledge, or even a half-baked knowledge of junior high school, to learn and draw the drawings required for the completed site in 3 days. Even after reaching the end, even Shi Song himself lost confidence. Good thing. Brother Gang gave him a lot of advice, and even personally told him what to do, and even encouraged him from beginning to end. With such encouragement, he finally succeeded 3 days later. When looking at the drawing in front of him, Shi Song only felt a sense of accomplishment. Not bad. Very good. I'm telling you, you're smart. Even if your education level is a little lower, you're no worse than those bullshit college students. I even think it's a good thing you're not interested in studying. Otherwise, if you show some interest, why don't you just study for a master's degree or a doctorate?" The foreman let out a rainbow fart, which made Shi Song blush on the spot, and his whole body went crazy. Even think about it. It seems that I really didn't care about studying before, otherwise I would have ranked first in my grade every year. However, looking at the drawings, Shi Song was still a little worried. "Brother Gang, what do you think of my drawings? Can I win? That's a must." Brother Gang nodded. "I'll tell you quietly, I secretly looked at that kid's drawings before. Compare with yours. They're just stupid. The kind of people who don't take school seriously at first glance are just useless. Compared with ability, they're definitely not as good as you." These words were a reassurance for Shi Song. And it is. When he returned to the project manager's office and saw his competitor's drawings, Shi Song was relieved. He knows. I want to get this position. Stable. But what he never expected was that after the project manager read the two people's drawings, the other party said directly, "Xiao Shi, I have to say, you are still very surprising. It can be seen from this drawing that you have put a lot of effort into it, and you could be considered professional. But compared to Xiao Li's, it's still a little worse. So this time, the company has decided that this position will be given to Xiao Li. If you work hard, I will give you priority when there is an opportunity in the future." The project manager later said a lot, most of which were comforting words, but Shi Song didn't listen to these words. The only thing he knew was, he failed in the competition, was eliminated. Brother Gang helped him fight for it in the middle, but unfortunately, the other party had obviously made a decision. He even signed a contract directly with Shi Song's competitor in front of the two of them. When the contract was signed, the young man shook the contract in his hand and said, "Hey, primary school student, I'm going to treat you to dinner tonight. You have to go. But obviously, the other party didn't mean well, because as soon as he said this, the other party couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, of course. I'm just being polite. After all, you're a primary school student who overestimates your abilities, and you really think you are a genius. You can't even go to college and you still want to compete. Do you have the qualifications? Shi Qing was so excited that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But in the end, Shi Qing turned around and walked out. In my heart, I was already filled with resentment and injustice. He doesn't quite understand. Why is this happening? Xiao Shi, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Brother Gang chased him out. Brother Gang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Faced with Brother Gang, who was kind to him, Shi Qing finally couldn't help it and said with red eyes. Brother Gang patted him on the shoulder. Hey, don't take it too seriously. Didn't Dugong just say that next time there's an opportunity, you'll be given priority, so don't be discouraged. But next time, what if there are college students competing? Shi Qing shook his head. This, Brother Gang scratched his head, as if he didn't know how to answer. He hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. To put it bluntly, we still suffer the disadvantage of not having a diploma. What a bullshit company only recognizes academic qualifications and not people. I feel angry when I see that bastard signing the contract. A shabby college student can't ask for anything except a diploma. Just looking at his drawings made me sick to my stomach for 3 days and 3 nights. Compared with your drawings, they are so much better. Just because you have a degree, you can be better than us? What a damn. What a bullshit company. Brother Gang scolded angrily, but Shi Qing remained silent. In fact, he understood where he lost. Educational qualifications. Diploma. Unconsciously, he thought of what Guxiu said to him back then. Academic qualifications really cannot test a person's ability. But this thing is the threshold. If you don't have a degree, no matter how capable you are, there will be no chance to show off your abilities. Actually, let me tell you, even if we don't have this diploma or this position, we'll be fine, and our lives will be the same, right? Think openly, and don't take it personally. Brother Gang saw that Shi Qing was in a low mood, so he pulled him to the shade under the work shed and lit a cigarette. Sure too, let's be sincere. If you have a chance, actually go back to school. Shi Qing was surprised. He never expected that his good brother, who had always been optimistic about him, would actually say this. But I saw Brother Gang shaking his head. If you don't say that you can become successful by studying, you'll be promising in the future, but at least when we encounter this problem again in the future, we don't have to be so angry. Actually, why are you so angry today? Brother Gang, I've been much more angry than you. I came out to work when I was 14. At that time, I followed this company everywhere, up and down, and I was happy to do any dirty work. Later, I discovered that just working hard wasn't the answer. I couldn't work hard all the time, right? So when I had nothing to do, I started to learn professional knowledge by myself. I learned everything from junior high school, and university. I learned everything that was useful. At that time, many leaders in the company valued me and were even willing to give me opportunities and train me. Then, Shi Qing couldn't help but wonder. After more than half a month, he has learned that although Brother Gang is his foreman, he is actually just a small outsourcer. In front of the company, there's actually no status. The only thing that is strong is that more people know about it. He wondered why Brother Gang was still like this since he had been around for so many years. Education. This thing is a good thing. For those with education, this thing is a stepping stone, but for those of us without education, it is a stumbling block. Brother Gang sighed. In fact, I have had the opportunity to become a full-time employee several times, but there is no way. The company has requirements, and all formal employees have academic requirements. At that time, the minimum requirement was a junior high school graduate. Later, I tried to find a way to get a junior high school diploma, but people's requirements increased, and I needed a technical secondary school diploma. I had no choice but to get a technical secondary school diploma. What happened was that after only a few years, I changed to a junior college degree. It's better now. Junior college has come in, and I can only start as an intern. I guess I will need a bachelor's degree in the future, maybe even higher in the future. These words. Brother Gang had never told Shi Song before, but now that he said it, it shocked Shi Song greatly. Even, it made him a little unable to react. After finishing his cigarette, Brother Gang threw away the cigarette, but, brother, I have no hope in this life. I just hang around and support my family. But you are different. You are still young, and you still have a chance. To be honest, I am really optimistic about you. You will definitely have a future. So, Brother Gang has a suggestion for you. Go back and study again. The higher the academic qualifications, the better. You can't just get a university diploma. It's better to get a master's degree, a doctorate, or a postdoctoral degree. When the time comes, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. At least you won't be restricted by your academic qualifications, right? Brother Gang, I don't want you to be like Brother Gang in the future. You came out to work at a young age and ended up being a piece of meat. Look at me now, Brother Gang. I look cool and live a good life. But in fact, I couldn't help it. I was afraid that something would happen and I would lose my job. After all, we have nothing. No choice. Choice. In Shi Song's mind, what Gu Xiu had said to him before emerged again. Reading more does not necessarily lead to a better life, but there will definitely be more choices. I don't know why. When Gu Xiu said these words before, Shi Song's words went in his left ear and came out in his right ear. But he often thought of what Gu Xiu had said to him before. Brother Xiu, as expected, he is always right. I've decided. Shi Song murmured to himself, stood up, took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, and handed it to Brother Gang. This was prepared before. Thanks to Brother Gang for cultivating me and allowing me to get this opportunity and successfully win the position. But now, this cigarette is a farewell gift. Shi Song replied seriously. Brother Gang, I've decided. I'd better go back and continue studying. Have you thought clearly? Brother Gang asked with a smile. Yes. Shi Song nodded heavily. Think clearly. I want to be an educated person and be able to get fair opportunities in the future. I'm going home now. You kid, your clever ideas are really useful. After returning home another weekend, Gu Xiu just walked in and faced Gu Jianjun's thumbs up. Gu Xiu understood what happened as soon as he thought about it, and asked triumphantly, Go home. Yes, go home. Gu Jianjun nodded. I went back the day before yesterday. I brought wine for his father and bought a bag for his mother. This boy is very filial. I didn't spend a penny of the money I earned on the construction site. I bought things for my family. By the way, that guy also bought you a few first-release albums and a bunch of villain books. I threw them in your room. Oops. This kid has a conscience and knows that he is interested in this thing. I can still remember myself. Gu Xiu was happy, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in his mouth. He asked, Uncle Shi, didn't you scold me anymore? No, they all listened to you. When they came back, they served you delicious food and drinks. They didn't scold or beat you, and they didn't even ask what they were doing before. Gu Jianjun slapped off his boy's chopsticks and asked him to wash his hands, and then said, Little Shi sure can't stand it, so I told you the truth. He wants to repeat the grade and start studying again from the second grade of junior high school. I heard that this kid now shuts himself at home every day to read and review knowledge. It seems that this kid is really planning to work hard and study hard. You are really awesome. This method really works. You know I'm awesome now? Gu Xiu smiled and said, Then you have to serve me well. If you have any big or small things in the future, just ask me and I will give you advice. It's just you? You're still making suggestions? You're just doing it wrong. Gu Jianjun curled his lips with disdain on his face. But that's what it says. You can tell from the way he kept picking up food for Gu Xiu and the corners of his mouth that were always raised. Comrade Gu Jianjun to his own boy. So proud. While eating, Gu Jianjun suddenly asked, Speaking of which, you have a lot of clever ideas. I really have something here, and I want to ask your opinion. What's the matter? Gu Xiu asked with a half-smile. What's that look in your eyes? Gu Jianjun glared at him, but still asked, Do you want me to buy the delicious food? What? Gu Xiu was stunned. Good guy. Is comrade Gu Jianjun really talented? A mediocre self-employed small business owner. He directly crosses the hierarchy and starts planning acquisitions? Since Gu Jianjun planned to ask Gu Xiu, he had nothing to hide. He spoke immediately. It turns out that during this period, the delicious food business has been plummeting. The boss is a foreigner. I originally planned to follow the experience of Gourmet Mike and make a lot of money, but in the end I lost everything. The expansion was too fast and the reputation was not good. Coupled with personnel expenses and low prices, the delicious food not only failed to succeed, but became a joke. It even directly became a loss-making business. The other party was a businessman, and he knew very well about the matter of tail docking of geckos. Seeing that it could not be done, he immediately planned to cash out and run away. Interesting. The other party actually approached Gu Jianjun, hoping to transfer the restaurant with delicious food to comrade Gu Jianjun. What's the price? Gu Xiu asked. The price is very fair. Gu Jianjun replied. There are now 8 restaurants in Jiangxing. He packaged and transferred them for 2 million, including 1 year's rent and a 5-year contract. After calculation, one store only costs more than 200,000. The price is very suitable. The key is that it even saves on shop decoration and other things. The price of more than 200,000 for a store even includes 1 year's rent. This price is indeed a good deal. After all, this has been the past 6 months. Jiangxing has begun urban reconstruction. Household demolitions have occurred in various places, and rents and housing prices have also begun to rise accordingly. In addition to the delicious food, the location is very good. It can be regarded as a popular location. This price, although it's not really a fracture, but it's definitely delicious. What the other party invested was definitely more than just this amount. Dad, what do you think? Gu Xiu asked. Actually, tell the truth. With 2 million to win these 8 stores, even if Gu Jianjun is not in a hurry, closes the stores, keeps them, and then slowly transfers them, he can still make a lot of money. However, Gu Xiu still planned to see what Gu Jianjun meant. I'm just a little hesitant. To be honest, I quite want it. After all, these 8 stores are in good locations. Those close to us can be connected directly, and those not close can be used directly as branches. Now, there are more and more outsiders in Jiangxing. I guess even if they eat them all, gourmet food customers will not worry about business. When Gu Jianjun said this, his face was full of entanglements. I have to borrow money and then borrow money. Besides, I'm a little worried that I won't be able to eat it. A few stores now are enough to give me a headache. I'm afraid that if I eat from these 8 stores, there may be problems. That's right. While having ideas, you can also recognize yourself. Gu Xiu couldn't help but give his father a compliment. I'm not afraid of having a big appetite. I'm just afraid that my appetite is too big and I don't weigh my portion clearly. Obviously, Gu Jianjun is not among them. Management is indeed a problem, especially the delicious food. There are many problems left over. Employees, reputation, dishes, etc. are all problems. Also, although we do not use taste as a selling point, basically all stores are trying to ensure that the taste of the dishes is consistent. Adding 8 new stores rashly may not be a good thing for gourmet customers. Gu Xiu thought for a while and said, after hearing these words, Gu Jianjun felt a little regretful. Does that mean I have to refuse? It could be seen that Gu Jianjun actually still hoped to win. After all, this is an opportunity. As an ambitious person, Gu Jianjun is no longer a small boss who is content with the status quo. If given the opportunity, he also hopes to soar into the sky. However, if his son does not support it, he will give up the idea. But it was unexpected. Gu Xiu found out these problems, but in the end he said, I think this is an opportunity, you can try to seize it. My personal suggestion is, Dad, you can seize it. Huh, but didn't you say that there are many problems here? And there are indeed many difficulties. Gu Jianjun couldn't help but wonder. What you fear most when doing things is not that there will be problems, but that you don't know there are problems. Since you can find the problem, you will definitely be able to solve it. Gu Xiu smiled confidently. Gu Jianjun instantly understood what his son meant, and his eyes immediately lit up. Son, you mean you have an idea? I remember that the delicious custom-made table has the function of hot pot, right? Gu Xiu asked. Well, they're very willing to spend money. The tables in the store alone are worth a lot of money. Gu Jianju nodded and then realized. You want to make hot pot? Why not? Gu Xiu nodded. If you want to expand forward in a drastic way, you must unify and standardize. And hot pot is the simplest. Anyway, it is an opportunity. Dad, why don't you give it a try and treat the 8 restaurants with delicious food as a new chain restaurant? Maybe. Can you become the king of domestic catering? The king of catering. You boy, you really dare to say that. Gu Xiu's words did not make Gu Jianjun's blood boil, but they made him couldn't help but laugh. Really, if you open a restaurant and want to be the king of catering, then you're not paying attention to those 5-star hotels. However, it was a joke. This was not the first time that Gu Xiu mentioned hot pot. Now that he mentioned it again, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but think. You mean hot pot can work? Yes. Gu Xiu nodded seriously. Then what kind of hot pot? Gu Jianjun asked. Beef? Lamb? Or pickled pig's feet? Or something else? We don't do this kind of hot pot. We do Chongqing hot pot. Gu Xiu replied. Chongqing hot pot. Gu Jianjun was confused. Hot pot is not very popular in Jiangxing these days. Most of them are stir-fry restaurants. It's not that there is no hot pot. However, most hot pots are based on the main ingredients, such as beef head, mutton, pig's feet, ribs, fish, and so on. The rarer ones include dog meat and venison. There are actually quite a few such hot pot restaurants, but they are not mainstream. Most of the time, they mainly serve stir-fry dishes, and hot pot is only an occasional meal. But Chongqing hot pot? Gu Jianjun became curious. When he went to Yanjing before, Gu Jianjun also had it. It didn't seem to have a main course. It was mainly a pot base, plus the side dishes he ordered. Gu Jianjun was a little skeptical. Does anyone eat this? Although he had eaten it before in Yanjing, and the taste was actually pretty good, there are not many diners, so obviously the audience was not that good. If it's in the north, I can't guarantee it, but in our Jiangsheng, there will definitely be people eating it. Gu Xiu affirmed. The taste of Jiangxing people is mainly spicy, which overlaps with Chongqing hot pot itself. Opening Chongqing hot pot here is definitely not a problem. But we have the basics of cooking. If we continue to do this, wouldn't it be a bit far away for the nearer? Gu Jianjun was a little confused. Gourmet Mike now has an excellent reputation in Jiangxing. This is considered basic. Gu Jianjun felt a little unsure about rashly developing hot pot, a battlefield he had never tried before. Follow his ideas. Even the 8 restaurants that have delicious food must continue to cook according to the Gourmet Mike model. Gu Jianjun really hadn't thought about hot pot. There are definitely risks in transforming rashly, but depends on whether we can bear this risk. Gu Xiu replied, let's see what the risks are first. First of all, taking 8 stores means 2 million. Dad, you can't come up with this money, right? Yes, I can't come up with 2 million now. Gu Jianjun nodded. However, now with several Gourmet Mike stores combined, it is no problem to earn tens of thousands a month, so I could try a bank loan. Even if I don't get a loan, I asked your uncle Sure before, and your uncle Sure said that if I want to get it, you can lend me 1 million first. My uncle Sure is really rich. Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. If he could borrow 1 million casually these days, he would definitely be considered rich man. Gu Jianjun nodded with some envy. That's for sure. Not only Jiangcheng, but also several other cities have to ask you, Uncle Sure, to install these high-tech products. It's not bad at catering. Once it's done, it can last a lifetime. Gu Xiu smiled and then returned to the topic. It seems that cost is not a problem. 2 million is the other party's asking price. There must be room for reduction. We can continue to negotiate on this price. As long as the price is low enough, even if you can't do it in the future, you won't lose too much if you transfer again. And you can even make a small profit. And even if it is a total loss, Dad, you now have a few Gourmet Mike stores in your hands, and you can pay them back in a few years, right? Well, I'm still confident about this. Gu Jianju nodded. This was something he had carefully considered. It was precisely because he knew that even if he gritted his teeth that he could earn even 2 million in a few years, he dared to think about the acquisition. Then the next question is, Gu Xiu nodded. We have never done hot pot. It is possible that because we are busy transitioning to hot pot, it will affect the current business of Gourmet Mike. This is also what I'm worried about. Gu Jianjun nodded. After all, we have always been a stir-fry restaurant. I have no experience in how to do hot pot, and I have never done it. To be honest, I don't know if it will work. Furthermore, because I don't belong to Gourmet Mike, it will probably take up most of my energy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of both ends. This is the key to the problem. When the time comes, if you pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon, you will really lose more than you gain. 8 stores. Not a small amount. What's more, Gourmet Mike itself has 6 stores, 2 in small counties and 4 in Jiangxing. Just these few stores keep Gu Jianjun busy. If you add in the 8 restaurants with delicious food, there are a total of 14 restaurants. And because they are not in the same system, he will definitely be in a hurry. But now the operation of Gourmet Mike has actually been very stable. Because, Dad, you have always focused on talent training, and the store managers of each store are now able to stabilize the situation. Plus a unified back-end system. Dad, when you were managing Gourmet Mike, it was not that troublesome, wasn't it? Gu Xiu analyzed it for Gu Jianjun. This is indeed true. Gourmet Mike itself has strong advantages. That is, in terms of talent training, Gu Jianjun has attached great importance to it from the beginning. In fact, at that time, he had no idea in this regard. Just pure and simple. I just don't want to treat my employees badly. Therefore, Gu Jianjun has always attached great importance to the treatment and training of employees. Basically, when a new store opens, qualified and capable people will be selected as store managers. These store managers are all serious and capable. Even if Gu Jianjun is away, the store can fully support it. The most important thing is loyalty. In fact, during the previous gourmet food competition, many employees of Gourmet Mike were poached, and several of the store managers were poached at high prices. But the delicious food has been poached, and only ordinary waiters or chefs can be poached, but the store manager cannot poach it no matter what. With them here, in fact, Gu Jianjun doesn't need to worry too much about today's gourmet food customers. What's more, because of the cashier system that Gu Xiu built before, you can intuitively see the specific situation of each store from the back-end data. This greatly increased Gu Jianjun's management capabilities. Think about it this way. It seems like you don't really have to worry about the few restaurants in Gourmet Mike. This means, Dad, you can actually devote all your efforts to the new store system in the next period of time. Just wait until the new store is on track, and then control both ends. Looking at it this way, these two problems are actually not too big a problem. Gu Xiu concluded, and among the risks we can completely bear, the benefits we can get are high enough. We won 8 stores that have been decorated at a low price, and even the tables, chairs, and benches are all ready, and you can use it as soon as you get it. No matter how you look at it, this is a sure profit. This, Gu Jianjun's eyes brightened. Analysis of caregiving repairs. This can indeed be done. However, there's one small problem. Why do we have to make hot pot? You've been talking for a long time, but you still haven't explained why we have to make hot pot instead of following our previous model. Gu Jianjun came to his senses and couldn't help but be curious. But Gu Xiu gave the answer. Without him, it's just 2 words. Ambition. Ambition. Gu Jianjun narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then shook his head. I don't quite understand why hot pot is related to ambition. Dad, what are your plans for your future? Or do you have any plans? Gu Xiu did not answer, but asked rhetorically. Plan? Plan. This. Gu Jianjun thought about it and smiled helplessly. To be honest, I really don't have any plan. After all, I just wanted to make your life better from the beginning so that you won't have to worry about tuition fees when you go to college. It's just that now that the plate is getting bigger, I have more ideas. Of course Gu Xiu understood this, so he was naturally not surprised, but Gu Xiu shook his head at this moment. If you want to solve the problem of food and clothing, you really don't have to think too much. You just have to keep moving forward. After all, you have nothing, and you are not afraid of falling a few times. But if you can solve the problem of food and clothing, sometimes you have to think more and think more. Dad, you have to have a plan for your career. I don't say how complete it is, but at least you have to have a small goal. A small goal. Gu Jianjun thought for a while, and suddenly became energetic. Speaking of small goals, I have always liked your Uncle Sher's Land Rover. I just want to buy one and drive it sometime. All this. The corners of Gu Xiu's mouth twitched. Good guy, Comrade Gu Jianjun. Can you make a difference? However, when Gu Xiu arrived, he felt a little strange. Dad, haven't you always wanted to buy a car before? Gu Xiu had suggested before that Comrade Gu Jianjun pick up the car. As a result, Gu Jianjun refused. He also said that driving a car was useless and was not as good as a second-hand motorcycle. Now I'm thinking about buying a car. Is this considered progress? Shaking his head, Gu Xiu shook off the messy thoughts. Dad, the small goal I asked about is about your career. How far do you hope to open your restaurant? Or rather, have you ever thought about what to do when Jiangxing Hotel is saturated? Should we just stay in this corner or attack a larger market? This, Gu Jianjun was stunned. To be honest, he had never thought about this. When Gu Xiu asked, he suddenly realized that not only had he not thought about it, he didn't even know how to answer it. Yes, Jiangxing's market is always saturated. There is a time when Gourmet Mike will reach its peak. At that time, what should I do? Should we continue to guard or continue to develop? Gu Xiu didn't urge him. He just waited quietly for his father to make a decision. Dad doesn't struggle if he struggles. Gu Xiu didn't care. After all, even if my father wants to live in peace and retire now, I can make him live a more carefree life for the rest of his life than 99% of people. If Dad is ambitious, he will fight for it. Gu Xiu was also willing to help him with suggestions. Someone else raises a child, but you raise a father? It feels quite interesting. You just said that if you are ambitious, you should make hot pot. What do you mean if I want to make it bigger and rush to the whole province, or even the country? It would be better to make hot pot. Finally, Gu Jianjun still did not answer, but asked a question. If you are ambitious, make hot pot. Gu Xiu nodded and finally explained. To put it bluntly, the most important thing for a restaurant signature is taste. The current taste of Gourmet Mike can maintain a standard because the chefs in the hotel have unified standards and even the recipes are fixed. But every chef is different, and the taste of the fried dishes will always be different. It doesn't matter if you come to Jiangxing now. You can meet the chefs often and the dishes are basically the same, but if you want to go out of town, it will be very troublesome. The standards of the chefs and the selection of dishes will be different. And the most important thing is that this kind of restaurant relies on the chef the most. If the chef leaves, the impact on the hotel will be huge. Gu Jianjun nodded in agreement without hesitation. Really, for a stir-fry restaurant, the chef is always the top priority. After the previous chef of Gourmet Mike was poached by Gourmet Delicious, the Gourmet Mike business has been directly affected. It took a while before he finally calmed down. But hot pot is different, especially Chongqing hot pot. Chongqing hot pot relies mainly on the hot pot base. As long as the hot pot base is good, we can guarantee it, no matter where the restaurant is. The taste can always be consistent. And because a lot of steaming, cooking, frying, and stir-frying are omitted, the serving speed can also be faster. Whether it is hotel management or taste guarantee, hot pot restaurants are obviously easier to expand the market than stir-fry restaurants. At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly. Seeing that Gu Jianjun did not refute, he continued. So, if your ambition, Dad, is to delve into the catering field, I suggest you try the hot pot business. These 8 stores are the best training ground. And in order not to affect the original reputation and business of Gourmet Mike, we can launch a separate brand. No matter the final success or failure, Gourmet Mike can guarantee that it will not be affected and basically the market will not collapse. And if you succeed, then this will allow you, Dad, to continue to expand and accumulate experience in the restaurant market in the future. Even become the birthplace. You boy, you really have a lot of ideas. This time, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but praise his son. To be honest, I never thought about it. There is such a difference. A lot of the truths are simple, Dad. If you think about it more, you can figure it out. Gu Xiu shook his head. This is not something too earth-shattering. It could be thought of after just a little thought. Gushio had no intention of taking credit. It mainly depends on what you think, Dad. If you're interested, you could give it a try. But there's one thing. If you really plan to take over these 8 stores, you must make hot pot, and at least choose a few of them to do this. You have to do this even if you don't consider development. I understand. You're afraid of market saturation, right? Gu Jianjun nodded, but now he is still a little undecided. I'll think about it again. In the end, Gu Jianjun still didn't make a decision. Gu Xiu understood and didn't push him. After all, for comrade Gu Jianjun, spending 2 million to give a try is not a small risk. This incident affects the whole body. It's not something you can do directly as soon as your head gets hot. 8 stores is not a small number after all. All Gu Xiu could do was just make suggestions. As for what to do specifically, it's up to Dad to think about it himself. After all, as a primary school student, it is impossible for him to help his father start a business every day. What's more, if he has the time and effort to help Dad slowly develop here, he might as well take some time to start his own business. There's still a lot of things to do on my own. Boss, you're finally online. Did you know that we have all been waiting for you these days? Don't you think you can take some time at night to use the computer to reply to messages? We can only communicate once every half a month, which directly affects the efficiency of the company. In the group chat, the moment Gu Xiu came online, Luo Xiang started to complain. This is a penguin colony that Penguin has built before. However, unlike before, which required money to open, the current penguin colony has entered a free period for all members. As long as the user's level is sufficient, you can create your own group chat and become the group leader yourself. As soon as this thing was launched for free, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of players and users. Various group chats began to appear, including interests, games, companies, classmates, colleagues, etc. A series of group chats continue to pop up. It can be said, this move put Penguin directly on the fast track, and the number of users ushered in a surge. Gu Xiu also formed a small group. Just 3 people. He and Luo Xiang also have Tan Liangxia. This group is usually deserted, but when Gu Xiu is the only one online, it immediately becomes lively. I'm sorry, I've been a little busy with studies recently. You two have to overcome it. Gu Xiu replied immediately. It's nice to be your own boss, but the problem lies with me after all. After all, when did I meet the boss? The boss only showed his face once every half month. Even Gu Xiu himself felt embarrassed. Boss, can't you let that old man install a computer? When you have nothing to do, you can log in when you find chance. If that doesn't work, you could just bring your phone to school secretly. Luo Xiang couldn't help complaining. I think so too. Gu Xiu replied helplessly. The computer is installed. Before, Gu Xiu thought that after Liang Xining installed the computer, he would have a channel to communicate with the outside world, but what he didn't expect was, after the computer was installed, he was indeed able to receive information from the outside world, and was even able to use the computer regularly. But the problem is, he has no chance to use the computer alone. Liang Xining was watching every time. No matter how powerful Gu Xiu was, he couldn't talk to Luo Xiang and others about business in front of Liang Xining. As for mobile phones, this is a matter of Liang Xining's principle. Primary school students should go to school with peace of mind and be focused on nothing. What do you mean when primary school students bring mobile phones to school? In a while, we'll have summer vacation, and I'll have more time then. Okay, my dad will be back later. Let's hurry up and deal with business. Gu Xiu didn't waste any more time and started to talk directly. Luo Xiang and Tan Liangxia also knew the specific situation of Gu Xiu, so they didn't say much at the moment, but began to report the current work progress concisely and clearly. The first is Luo Xiang's side. Penguin's external shares have been completely acquired, and a total of 40% of the shares of Xiangjiang, Mr. Li and IDG, have been negotiated. The renewal of the betting agreement with Penguin is now basically coming to an end. Not unexpectedly, Gu Xiu had already completed the income of $500,000 in 3 months ahead of schedule. So, at present, Luo Xiang and Ma Huadeng have reached an agreement and can sign a new contract in advance. The contract has been confirmed, but Gu Xiu needs to sign it. This is a small problem. After Guxiu made sure that there was no problem with the contract, he directly entrusted Luo Xiang to sign it, and that was it. After summer vacation, Guxiu will also look for opportunities to meet with Ma Huadeng. At that time, he will start discussing Tencent's follow-up plans with him. Of course, this is a small thing. On Luo Xiang's side, in addition to the Penguin matter, there is another thing that seems more urgent. That is, the new project of 3 body games is about to begin. Half a month ago, Guxiu has asked Luo Xiang to start working on this aspect and let the company's employees who are interested in making new games come up with a rough structure. As long as the game structure is suitable, valued by the boss, and the decision is made, new projects will be launched directly and officially enter the online game market. As soon as the news came out, the employees of 3 body games were all as if they had been given a shot. Basically, everyone signed up to participate in this event. And now half a month has passed, and Guxiu's mailbox already contains a lot of general game structures. Just waiting for Guxiu's approval and selection. Boss, you don't know how high everyone's enthusiasm is now. This is a huge opportunity for everyone, and they all want to seize this opportunity. Many people have even begun to ask me what I think, and I don't know how to answer. You can't tell them that the boss is still a primary school student. He is busy studying and has no time to approve it. I can only say that you are always busy and still researching, and there is no reply for the time being. But if you say it every day or two, it is okay. If you say this every day, everyone will definitely have opinions. So, boss, I'm begging you. Don't you have 2 days off on the weekend? During these 2 days, you should take the time to review it, at least so that I can give a reply next Monday. If I wait another 2 weeks, I'm afraid I will be torn apart. When Luo Xiang complained, it was really a set of things. Even Guxiu was embarrassed by what he said. I can only agree honestly. Think about it. Many of the employees of 3 body games are ambitious in the gaming industry. These people come to 3 body games to display their talents. When we started web games before, some people already had opinions, but now we have a rare opportunity. Everyone must have had enough blood. If you tell them that you have to wait another 2 weeks, I'm afraid these people will go crazy. And all these pressures fell on Luo Xiang. Seeing that Guxiu agreed, Luo Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. I hope you can do it as soon as possible, boss. With your words, I feel relieved. I won't have to be pressured by everyone until next Monday. Luo Xiang couldn't help but complain again. Speaking of boss, I feel like I've been tricked by you. I am obviously here to be the general manager. Why didn't I act like a manager in the end, but more like a housekeeper? How come all the big and small things can be thrown at me? Ahem. Guxiu smiled awkwardly and typed quickly. Your position is the general manager. How can you be the housekeeper? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Doesn't this also prove that you are capable, Lao Luo? Really? Of course it is true. Then I will take it as you complimenting me. How Xin fooled Luo Xiang, and Guxiu quickly asked Tan Liangzhe about work matters. Tan Liangzhe is not like a veteran like Luo Xiang. He does things in an upright manner, and even reports on work in a strict manner. And what he said was only one sentence. But this sentence made Guxiu's eyes light up instantly. Boss, you told me about the futures before. The price has reached the price you expected. Previously, Guxiu asked Tan Liangzhe to be in charge of the financial department of Yuanxiu Investment. Now, all aspects of Yuanxiu Investment qualifications have been approved. This means that Yuanxiu Investment's investment is no longer limited to the investment company model, but also includes financial investment. To put it simply, it is. Yuanxiu Investment can now launch its own funds to attract funds to enter the market. But, from obtaining qualifications to passing all approvals, Yuanxiu Investment has basically been on hold, neither absorbing funds nor starting financial investment. Even the financial market has not yet begun to officially enter. Of course, they did this because they had been waiting for the price Guxiu hoped for. And now, the opportunity has come. Soybeans have dropped to 1,782 per ton. Guxiu asked. Here we are, Tan Liangzhe replied. In fact, the lowest price yesterday has fallen to 1785, which is only 3 yuan away from the 1782 you expected, boss. I contacted you at that time, but I never got in touch. Gu Xiu was embarrassed. Is this topic unavoidable? Shaking his head in embarrassment, Gu Xiu asked, "What about today? How much is it today? Did you buy it?" "It fell to 1,782 yuan today. I was actually a little hesitant, but according to your instructions, boss, I still bought it. I traded 1,000 lots, using a 5% contract margin, but we still have plenty of funds in the warehouse. If we don't plan to continue to buy and add positions, it won't count as a 5% margin." Tan Liangzhe answered quickly, and according to his words, Gu Xiu was also quickly calculating in his mind. The so-called one lot in futures refers to 10 tons. The unit price of soybeans is 1,782 per ton, and the total price for one lot is 17,820 yuan for 10 tons. According to the 5% margin mechanism, the amount of investment for one lot is 891 yuan. 1,000 hands. That's 891,000 yuan. You're too conservative. Gu Xiu wanted to say this, but after thinking about it, Gu Xiu still didn't say it. After all, Tan Liangzhe was doing the operation for himself. When he couldn't contact him, it was obviously impossible for him to have the courage to replenish his position. This is normal. If you have to blame, you can only blame yourself. Old Tan, let me tell you the bottom line now. When the futures market opens, you can continue to buy. It's no problem if the price is as high as 80 cents. Continue to add positions. Heavy positions. Gu Xiu said quickly. This, Tan Liangzhe hesitated. "Boss, how much do you plan to increase your position?" "Start at 10,000 lots. Gu Xiu replied. Tan Liangzhe was immediately confused. What? Starting with 10,000 hands, that would be adding another zero to the previous investment, which would be an investment of 8.9 million. It comes with a 5% deposit. Gu Xiu asked, "Can't you eat it?" "It's not that you can't eat it," Tan Liangzhe explained helplessly. "The output of soybeans this year is very good, and the volume of any contract on the market is more than 700,000 to 800,000 tons. The contract origin is not only in that place, but it will only be higher in the whole year. 10,000 lots is nothing in the futures market. But boss, it's irrational for you to invest so much now. Because if we trade at this price and win 10,000 lots, it seems that our investment is 8.91 million, which is not too much compared to the funds in your account, boss. But you must know that this is a 5% margin model. What we actually operate is soybeans worth 178 million. It would be good if the price of soybeans increases, boss. You can make a lot of money with each hand. But if you lose, not much. Even if it's only a 1% loss, that means the price has dropped by 17 yuan per ton. The loss is 1.78 million. If the loss exceeds 10%, that is, the soybean price has dropped by 1 or 200 yuan, then you, boss, have lost. That's tens of millions. Boss, you have to pay for this money yourself." Tan Liangzhe was really panicked. He was afraid that the boss didn't understand what was going on in the futures market. Futures and stocks can be different. Although stocks have fallen like this, they will still suffer heavy losses. But in fact, investors will be stuck in a worse case, and they could just hold it in their hands and wait for it to rise slowly. If it doesn't work for 1 month, then it will be 1 year. If it doesn't work for 1 year, then it will be 2 or 3 years. In theory, as long as there is no problem with this stock, you can hold it forever. Wait until you feel the price is right and you can afford it before selling. This is also the only thing many investors can do when stocks plummet. After all, if the loss is too big and the cutting is too painful, no one will be willing to just cut it off. The worst case scenario is that you'll be stuck and maybe things will get better at some point. But futures are different. Futures are subject to contract restrictions. Once the time is up, no matter whether the price falls or rises, the futures contract in hand can only be delivered. What does that mean? This means that if the contract expires and the price has not risen yet, Gu Xiu will have to compensate for the loss. 10,000 hands. The risk is very high. Looking at these words, Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. Since he was planning to do this, he had already understood it. At this time, he asked, "I think now is a good time to buy the bottom, but you think soybeans have no potential?" Buying the bottom, Tan Liangzhe was a little helpless. Boss, I don't know if you have paid attention to the situation of soybeans recently. Indeed, since the beginning of this year, the futures market has been doing well, and soybeans, as the main force, have been very strong and have been rising since the beginning of the year. Especially in the first quarter, the price of soybeans reached its peak, and many people made a fortune from soybeans. But the problem is that after entering the second quarter, soybean production began to surge, and soybeans in various places basically ushered in a bumper harvest. What this brings is that the market is saturated, and prices will inevitably start to fall. So, the price has now fallen to the price at the beginning of the year, which is the best proof. It's only the second quarter. The third quarter is the peak period of crops every year. Judging from the current situation, the situation in the third quarter will only get worse. Boss, if you buy it at this price now, I don't dare to say that you will definitely lose money, but the probability of losing is very high, because it seems that it is only a matter of time before it falls below the price at the beginning of the year. When the delivery is finally close, it will definitely continue to plummet. A unit price drop of several hundred yuan is definitely not a problem. At this point, Tan Liangzhe discouraged again. So, boss, if you want to play futures, I think 1,000 lots is enough, no matter whether you lose or make a profit. Basically, it's within your tolerance, boss. But 10,000 lots is too much. I don't recommend doing this. Tan Liangzhe's tone was firm, and even in order to convince Gu Xiu, he later explained many practical cases and analysis of the domestic market conditions. It can be seen that this is indeed a professional person, and he was very interested. The analysis of the soybean market is well-founded and the understanding is very thorough. But give up? Risk too high. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled and replied easily. Old Tan, your analysis is very reasonable, and your understanding of the domestic market is also very clear. But have you ignored that our country has joined the WTO in the second half of last year? Looking at the market at this time, we can't just look at the domestic market, but also the overseas market. Why don't you take a look at the overseas situation? Let's talk about this. Global market? Tan Liangzhe was stunned. To be honest, he has been supplementing his knowledge on futures recently while keeping an eye on the situation of soybeans. But to be honest, he is mainly focusing on the domestic market. But the international market, he really didn't pay much attention to it. While Tan Liangzhe was thinking about this, Gu Xiu had already sent new news. The origin of soybeans is in our country of Xia, but now among the major producing areas in the world, our soybean export rate has never been high. In fact, before 1996, Xia country had always determined import quotas based on domestic demand. However, in 1995 and 1996, domestic soybean production decreased for 2 consecutive years. We temporarily stopped the soybean import quota system, and the tariff rate was also lowered to 3%. But since last year, after joining the WTO, we have promised to cancel the soybean import quota management and implement a 3% single import binding tariff policy on soybeans. This means that this will completely open up our country's soybean market. But isn't this import? Tan Liangzhe wondered. It's true that it is imported, but it means that our market has been opened. Gu Xiu replied. And the reason for this is because our soybeans are low quality and high cost, and are typically intensive products. Before, they were mainly imported from places like the United States, Brazil, and Argentina, and the most important of them are soybeans from the United States. The genetically modified soybeans they introduced have high yields and low investment. With their technical advantages and the expansion of production scale, they have always been the main force in our market. Do you know what this means? It means that our local soybeans are not enough for our own consumption, but we need to rely on imports. The recent collapse in domestic soybean prices is due to the negative impact of genetically modified beans and partly due to the possible impact of foreign soybeans. Isn't it right? Tan Liangzhe wondered. This itself is also an anxiety in the market. Since you know this, boss, you should understand that we should be more careful now. Soybeans are likely to overturn. Overturn? Gu Xiu shook his head and smiled. In my opinion, this will not only not overturn, but will even overtake it because the market demand for foreign soybeans is too large and expectations are too high. You said, if overseas soybean imports eventually decrease and cannot meet domestic demand, will the soybean contract we have receive surge? This, Tan Liangzhe narrowed his eyes. What Gu Xiu said is very simple. To put it bluntly, because the market has expanded, demand has also expanded, but if the final expectations are not up to standard, the soybean market is bound to see a wave of gains. And this increase will certainly not be too small. But is this possible? Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but become curious. Imports down? Why? Wasn't it agreed that after joining the WTO, the market would become even bigger? Will markets become freer? How come all these policies combined lead to a decrease in import volume? This time, Gu Xiu didn't say anything, but sent a picture. It should be a screenshot, and it could be seen that it was text, but because of the slow network speed, Tan Liangzhe had to wait for a while to see it clearly. This is indeed a text, and it can be seen that it is an official red-headed document. It seems that Gu Xiu should have downloaded the screenshot from a relevant website. Tan Liangzhe looked up and saw at a glance that the document was clearly written. The release date of the genetically modified safety regulations. That's today. What is this thing? You could take a closer look. After receiving this answer, Tan Liangzhe squinted his eyes and looked carefully. The first time, to be honest, Tan Liangzhe didn't find any problems. The document mainly elaborates on some possible problems in genetically modified foods, among which genetically modified soybean oil is also highlighted. Have a question? Tan Liangzhe was surprised. Ask yourself, there is nothing wrong with this document. It is just a normal document on food safety issues, with some added review conditions for imported genetically modified foods. This is actually quite normal. After all, starting from March this year, the relevant departments issued the administrative procedures for temporary measures for imported genetically modified products, shortening the relevant approval period to 30 days. This brought about seasonal pressure and the concentrated listing of imported soybeans, causing soybeans to fall directly back to the lowest price at the beginning of the year in the second quarter. We are doing this now because the document itself has certain problems and needs to be revised. It is regarded as a supplementary clause to the previous document. Moreover, this provision has not yet been implemented, etc. Wrong. In an instant, Tan Liangzhe, who was still a little confused, recalled Gu Xiu's thoughts and read it again from the beginning. The more you look, the more surprised you become. The more I look at it, the happier I am. Boss, this is a good thing. This is bullish. The national team is taking action. This supplementary clause has not been implemented for the time being, but once it is approved and officially implemented, imported soybeans will inevitably be affected. Especially the United States, a major importing country. Their main product is genetically modified crops. Once the review of genetically modified soybeans is strengthened, the imported soybeans will be cut in half. By then, domestic soybeans will inevitably skyrocket, and may even skyrocket. This soybean cannot be empty. It will rise. It will rise like crazy. Tan Liangzhe was excited. He finally knew where Gu Xiu's confidence lay. With this document, it will be impossible to lose money on soybeans this year. You can even make a lot of money. Of course, Tan Liangzhe was also curious as to why Gu Xiu found this document. No one in the market seemed to have any comment on this yet. But thinking about it, Tan Liangzhe understood again. The document itself was just issued this afternoon, and since it has not yet been officially implemented, it has not affected the price of soybeans today. But what can be expected is that when the exchange opens next Monday, this will inevitably cause changes in soybean prices. In an instant, Tan Liangzhe regretted it. He regretted not investing more. No wonder Gu Xiu said that he only needed 1,000 lots, which was too little. With this document, it was a reassurance that this year's soybeans would definitely not be bad. And if you miss the golden opportunity, it means that you have missed a big opportunity. Boss, I was wrong. I should listen to you. When the price reaches your expected price today, I should take a heavy position. Tan Liangzhe said regretfully. even a little guilty. If you weren't careful and didn't follow the boss's previous plan, you would immediately reposition yourself. Now, you can really buy the bottom. At this moment, Tan Liangzhe had only one thought. What will the boss say next? That's what. Follow the boss honestly. Listen to the boss's instructions. Regardless of whether you understand it or not, just listen to the boss's arrangements. Is Gu Xiu angry? Of course not. Indeed, Tan Liangzhe's hesitation seemed to have caused him to miss an opportunity to take a large position at the bottom. After all, even a blind person can see it. After the market opens on Monday, soybean prices will inevitably stop collapsing and instead experience a surge, and even the surge may not be too low. But is it important? There is no upper limit to the increase in one day. For Gu Xiu, it is just a matter of earning less or more. In fact, when it comes down to it, the rise and fall of futures are much more stable than the frightening stock market. Make less money. You can't make much less. Relatively speaking, what he values more is Tan Liangzhe's ability and the current change in Tan Liangzhe's thinking. His ability is unquestionable. Whether it was the ability to help him buy a house or land before, or the later establishment of the financial department of Yuanxiu Investment, or even the understanding and prediction of the financial market. All of these are Tan Liangzhe's professional abilities. Very strong. But because of his strong ability, Tan Liangzhe often has more opinions. He can carefully analyze the tasks assigned to him by Gu Xiu. Even similar to this time, I deliberately did not fully buy the bottom. It's because of his opinion. You can't say he's wrong. After all, he made these decisions for his own sake. But for Gu Xiu, a reborn person who knows the future development, this is Tan Liangzhe's biggest shortcoming. He's so opinionated. Sometimes opportunities are missed instead. After all, only a small number of people make money. Not everything Gu Xiu can explain clearly or convince Tan Liangzhe. And with this lesson learned, Tan Liangzhe will only be more obedient to himself in the future. At least he will be able to help him complete the tasks assigned and entrusted to him without compromise or subjective factors. In comparison, it is obviously more important for someone who earns a relatively small amount of hundreds of thousands or millions to be able to obey Tan Liangzhe's words. What's more, you can play with futures, and it's not just bullish. After all, the document has not been officially implemented yet. Inside, but there is still a lot of room for maneuver. When a market opens on Monday, you could just take a heavy position. If the price rises, it's no problem. You could just buy directly. As long as the price doesn't rise too much, you can take it directly. Gu Xiu arranged directly. Understood, boss, Tan Liangzhe said without any hesitation. He still feels a little guilty now. After all, the price will definitely fluctuate next time the market opens. The higher it rises now, the less he will make. But unexpectedly, after Gu Xiu explained this point, he quickly explained the second point. Next, I have to continue taking classes for 2 weeks, so I will tell you my follow-up plan in advance. As long as the increase in these soybean contracts exceeds 200 yuan in these 2 weeks, you can consider selling them. If the unit price exceeds 2,000 yuan, don't hesitate to clear your positions immediately. Huh? The guilt on Tan Liangzhe's face was still there, and he was stunned when he saw Gu Xiu's words. What the hell? Sold? Sell it after a price increase of 200? Boss, are you sure you want to buy it? Clearance. Even though he had already made up his mind, he would do whatever Gu Xiu arranged. But when he saw Gu Xiu's explanation, Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? When the boss looks optimistic about soybeans, he actually plans to clear his position at a small profit. Was there any mistake? I read the document Gu Xiu took a screenshot of and his rough analysis of the market. To be honest, let alone more than 2,000 soybeans, Tan Liangzhe would not doubt it even if it reached 2,500. It's absolutely possible. According to the current investment price of care repair, if you sell it for 2,000 yuan, you can make 3,000 yuan per lot for 10 tons, and you can make 300,000 yuan for 1,000 yuan per lot. But if you wait, when the price soars to 2,500, you can make 8,000 in one hand and 800,000 in 1,000 hands. If Gu Xiu bought a large position at the bottom, with tens of thousands of lots, he could easily make tens of millions. But what's the result? The boss is actually scared? However, despite such doubts and the previous lessons, Tan Liangzhe finally did not express his doubts. He just asked Gu Xiu if he was sure. Fortunately, Gu Xiu did not completely explain. I know you will be confused, but you have to know that although this document will definitely be implemented, how it will be implemented and when it will be officially implemented is not yet known. And considering that our country has joined the WTO for the first time and started to develop a global trade economy, we must pay a price. Even if we want to save a market, we must use some mild methods. These two simple sentences are still a bit vague, but Tan Liangzhe understood instantly. The boss suspects that the implementation of this document will be delayed, or at least it will not take effect immediately in a short time. This means the next increase is inevitable, but there is definitely a limit. When everyone discovers that this document has not yet taken effect, and the contract in hand is about to expire, that decline is bound to begin. Not enough stamina. That's amazing. Is my boss really just a primary school student? Are you sure he's not an old monster? Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If nothing else, Gu Xiu's analysis and insights on the current situation had already surpassed everyone Tan Liangzhe had known before. No one has such insight as him. Is this a child? This is simply a monster. Fortunately, Gu Xiu didn't know these feelings of Tan Liangzhe. Otherwise, he would probably have restrained himself. After all, we are quite low-key and quiet primary school students. But it's obvious that he can't keep a low profile. Strength does not allow it, because he has continued to speak. After the contract in your hand is cleared, I want you to prepare to go short immediately. Before that, you can prepare the short-selling preparations and contracts in advance. What I need you to do is when our selling price rises by 30 to 50, immediately start buying short contracts in large quantities. Go short, Tan Liangzhe gasped. Boss, are you still planning to eat both sides? Unlike conventional stocks, short selling is allowed in the futures market. This is different from regular bullish calls. The reason for being bullish is very simple. Let's take a simple example. You bought 10 tons of soybeans. The price was 17,000 yuan when you bought them and 20,000 yuan when you sold them. If you are bullish, you earn the difference in price increase, which is 3,000 yuan. It's as simple as buying high and selling low. Bearishness is another relatively complex pattern. It's still soybeans, but this time there is an additional short-selling institution. You have rented a contract for 10 tons of soybeans from a short-selling institution. At this time, the price of soybeans is 20,000. You can sell these 10 tons of soybeans directly and cash out 20,000. When the contract expires, soybean prices fall. 10 tons of soybeans fall to 17,000. You spend 17,000 to buy another 10 tons of soybeans and return them to the other party. Borrowed and returned, it was 10 tons of soybeans. Short-selling institutions don't look at your price, only your share. This is equivalent to the difference of 3,000 yuan, which is what you earn. These are two completely different things, always opposite, but at the same time, things that complement each other. And Gu Xiu, this is what we want to play this time. Eat both ends. Futures are risky. Whether it is bullish or bearish, there are corresponding risks, and even from the perspective of the risks, shorting is sometimes even higher. Normally bullish, to put it bluntly, it may be chasing high and selling low. Because of the margin, money will be paid back. But corresponding, the bullish potential is endless. And bearish, the risks are even more terrifying. Let's take soybeans as an example. Normally, after you buy it for 1,700, the price of soybeans may rise to 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, or even higher. To put it bluntly, its room for growth is theoretically unlimited, even if it falls. If it is too tight, that is, if it drops from the 1,007 you bought to $1, it is absolutely impossible to fall into a negative number. With 10 tons of soybeans in one hand, you will only lose 17,000 if you are bullish. This is a waste of money. But after all, there is a limit. But short selling is different. To put it bluntly, there is no upper limit. When you are bearish, the higher the price rises, the more you lose, and the harder it falls, the more you make. Let's take a hand of 10 tons of soybeans as an example. After winning 17,000, soybeans began to plummet and finally even fell directly to zero. Then all you can earn is 100% profit. From a profit perspective, short selling is no better than bullish trading. And the risk is even more so. After all, the higher the price rises, the more you will lose. If you buy a lot of soybeans for 17,000, it will eventually rise to 30,000, 50,000, or even higher. You have to pay the extra money yourself because you want to buy 10 tons of soybeans and return them to the short selling institution. You have to pay all the money yourself. With such a comparison, you can see the difference between the two. If you are bullish, theoretically the profits are unlimited and the losses are guaranteed. As for shorting, theoretically the profit can be up to 100%, but the loss is unlimited. Certainly, both are theoretical. It's hard to say about stocks. After all, they are virtual things, while futures actually have less risk. Of course, this is without the margin mode. After all, futures have actual items. Whether it rises or falls, it will not be too outrageous after all. Even for many futures, the price fluctuations may not be too big after a year and a half. But, having said that, due to the margin, the risk is still not small. Moreover, Gucciot's plan is both bullish and bearish. In fact, it is easy to lose everything because he needs to think about both sides. This is tantamount to increasing risk. After all, whether you are bullish or bearish, there are risks, and doing both means a combination of risks. If one player doesn't play well, the whole game may be lost. Even, there is no hope of turning around. But, risk often comes with reward. Although the risks on both sides are added together, it seems more dangerous. But if the bet is right and the prediction is accurate, you can achieve both ends. Achieve maximum profit on the wavy line. Certainly, this is actually an ideal state. Under normal circumstances, if someone can bet on the right side, it is considered good. If someone expects to win both ends, he is basically a god. Gucciot is not a god. However, he is a reborn guest. He clearly knows the rise and fall situations, which means that he can eat both ends on the wave line. In fact, when he was speculating in stocks last year, Gucciot also remembered a rough idea and even knew the decline and rise. If he has time and is not afraid of trouble, he can directly try this model, in which case he will earn more. But it's a pity. Gucciot is a good student. He doesn't have time to watch the stock market every day, and he doesn't have time to pay attention to the financial market every day. Naturally, it is impossible to do these operations. But this time is different. The addition of Tan Liangzhe is Gucciot's biggest advantage currently. This means that he only needs to inform Tan Liangzhe of his plan, and Tan Liangzhe will always pay attention to the market situation. This way, the more time he can save, he can naturally try to achieve the maximum benefit. Boss, are you sure? Of course, Tan Liangzhe didn't know that Gucciot's trump card was the memory of rebirth, but fortunately, the previous lessons were still vivid in his mind. He still didn't break the casserole and ask the truth, and he didn't even have the nerve to try to persuade again. The only thing to do is to confirm again and again. I'm sure. Of course, Gucciot didn't hesitate and gave a positive answer directly. I will send a form to your email later. The form contains my follow-up plans and arrangements. You can just follow the instructions on the form. After thinking about it, Gucciot said, Gucciot had planned to make the form before. There is no need for him to arrange anything all the time. It is most convenient to just take down the things in his memory and give them to Tan Liangzhe. But this thing didn't work before. After all, Tan Liangzhe doesn't believe in himself and cannot obey absolutely. Doing this will only make Tan Liangzhe more hesitant. But things are different now. At least, that won't be a problem in the short term. As for the rest, in fact, there is no need to worry about any problems in the later stage. As long as Tan Liangzhe follows the instructions on his form, he will find that his predictions are accurate, and naturally he will have no doubts. And indeed it is. When Gucciot sent the form to Tan Liangzhe was confused at the time, but in the end he had no hesitation. Just received a reply. Obviously, at least now, he doesn't doubt Gucciot's decision. That's enough. After getting all this done, Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't completely breathe out, because he still has to keep busy with his own affairs. For example, do your homework. This is a sad topic. I'm a big boss, but I still have to go to elementary school and do my homework conscientiously. Is there any law? Is there any law? Gu Xiu looked at the homework books piled up on the table, which included weekend homework assigned by teachers of various subjects, as well as weekend homework assigned by Liang Xining. Want to cry, but no tears. I can only do my homework with tears in my eyes. Worked on the liver all night. It wasn't until midnight that Gu Xiu was almost finished. But Gu Xiu still couldn't spend a good weekend. Early the next morning, Gu Xiu didn't even sleep, so he got up and turned on the computer. After finishing his homework, he still has to continue working. The new game review of 3 body games has to be completed during the 2-day weekend holiday. Otherwise, Luo Xiang will go crazy. Obviously, either Luo Xiang is crazy or he is crazy. At least for now, the only choice Gu Xiu had was to go crazy. After all, if Lao Luo is crazy, he will be even busier. Just in the middle of the gap, Gu Xiu couldn't help but doubt. I am an outstanding elementary school student, a successor to socialism, an advanced young pioneer, and the rich second generation of comrade Gu Jianjun's family. Why do I have to work so hard to start a business? Can't I just be a top student in peace and quiet, and be a rich second generation? Why am I working so hard? But it's obvious. This is all I can say. The liver. I still have to take care of my liver. After all, life is not easy, and you have to continue after sighing. Although it is hard to work hard. But to be honest, it is obviously more interesting to do finance, study, and play games. Certainly, the premise is that you're not typing code all day long. At least at this moment, although Gu Xiu has a lot of work, he can at least look at the dazzling array of game architecture project copywriting in his mailbox. Gu Xiu felt quite relaxed. It's a bit like a marking teacher. You only need to see what answers the candidates have handed in, and then judge from these answers. Find something interesting. It doesn't actually feel that tiring, but it's easy for blood pressure to spike. For example, some people's game structure completely follows the passing route, and even the background, game mechanics, character settings, etc. can all see the shadow of legend. There's more than one key. To be honest, at best this sounds like a high degree of reference, but at worst it sounds like plagiarism. The most outrageous thing is that plagiarism is not a good idea. Legend is indeed a great success, but in fact, in the gaming industry, this game does not have much to learn from, and it is not even as good as what their previous web games can learn from. What is this? Remove the essence and get the dross? The key point is that there are many similar to this, which Gu Xiu can actually understand. After all, the legend is still in the limelight, and the throne is still firmly seated. They want to imitate the legendary route and achieve success, which is understandable. But it is a pity that these people lack the ability to think independently. Gu Xiu took out his notebook and wrote the names of these people on it. In the future, they can participate in operations and learn from the operating models of other excellent games. As for gameplay innovation, they basically cannot be counted on. In addition to this, there are also some game structures that make Gu Xiu the most helpless. For example, there are people among them. It is proposed to create a completely real martial arts world, where players become young heroes and girls and operate in the martial arts world. Among them, it is also specially emphasized that the skills must be gorgeous, the game must be incredible, and the picture quality must be beautiful and realistic. There are even many detailed proposals. For example, if the skills and moves in Jingu's novels are used as skill names, players can play games in multiple game sets, and even team up to fight bosses or engage in gang battles. Let me tell you, is this a good idea? Good. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help, but his eyes lit up, and he glanced at the other person's name specifically to remember the other person in his heart. Then it's pass. Nonsense. What era is this? The idea is good, but more often than not, the game industry cannot just rely on its head to start doing this or that. That's not work. That's called daydreaming. Because of the restrictions of the game industry, many times it is not the ideas or excellent ideas, but the matching hardware. To put it bluntly, it's whether the player's computer is worthy of playing your game. The current XP system has just come out not long ago. It is currently in the era of mainstream systems, and computer hardware is actually very limited. Some excellent graphics, excellent models, and excellent special effects require excellent computers to support them. At least in this era, it's impossible to do this. Of course, Gushio actually did not throw this plan directly into the trash can. Instead, he saved it and planned to have a good chat with the architect later. This stuff is interesting. The current hardware can't handle it, but that doesn't mean it won't be able to handle it in a few years. At worst, we'll have to compress the image quality again. Gushio is willing to support anything that has potential. Certainly, some of them were too advanced, so Gushio didn't hold back. For example, things like space navigation and interstellar warfare can be done in the future, but at least in the short term. At least within 10 years. It is absolutely impossible to do it. That being the case, are these things useful? Obviously, it didn't work. After all, what you can do in 10 years will probably be even better than that. This is too long-term, and Gushio naturally has no point in retaining it. Of course, it's not all similar projects. 2 of them appeared, which made Gushio's eyes light up. But one of these 2 is a game, and the other is a suggestion. Let's talk about games first. This was created by a game producer named Yongjun. He is different from others who try to make games as big as possible. What he advocates more is small games. A casual game that is easy, convenient, and does not take up any hardware space. And among them, he mentioned a small game for the Famicom that is now popular. Bomber. This game is now considered to be the most played by players in the Famicom market. The operation is very simple. Just add a bomb up, down, left, and right. All the player needs to do is place the bomb and wait for it to explode. Blow up the mobs. Within the limited time, blow up the mobs and then reach the designated location to complete the level. Certainly, in order to increase the fun of the game, Bomberman also adds some small props, such as time bombs and increased bomb power. Yongjun's proposal is to add an online function to Bomberman and optimize small things such as characters, scenes, and player operations in the game. The most important one is, of course, online. His proposal is that the game retains the Bomberman level-breaking function, while adding 2 modes, multiplayer joint level breaking and multiplayer competitive confrontation. This is something that traditional red and white machines don't have. Famicom can also play with the main and secondary controllers, but like Mario and the like, the secondary controller will only play on a new map after the main controller dies. It is not possible to achieve joint play between 2 people in the same frame. Even more impossible to fight. For people of this era, this thing is definitely new, but for Gushio, after reading the game framework, he almost immediately thought of the name of the game. Clicking on the web page, Gushio immediately started searching. Fortunately, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bubblegum hasn't appeared yet. Moreover, not only the domestic agent did not appear, but the original version from Korea also did not appear. What does that mean? This means that Yongjun is the original. This discovery, to be honest, even Gushio couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because Yongjun actually knows. Not only in this life, but also in the future, he actually knew it. But he just met him during another project, and the other person was a game producer with no representative works at all. To put it bluntly, he just didn't do well. Such people are not uncommon in the game production circle, and can even be said to be very common. But it was such a person who proposed such a thing. Sure enough, it's not ideas that limit people. It's opportunities. Gushio couldn't help but sigh. Yongjun obviously had an idea for this game framework a long time ago, but he just never had the chance to put it into practice, otherwise it would not be so perfect. In this case, since he didn't make it in his previous life, there's only one possibility. He had no chance. Turn your own framework into a game. Good thing. In this life, Gushio discovered him. Lao Luo, Yongjun's plan is good. Let him set up a new department, and we will do this for our next game. Whatever he needs, if conditions permit, just cooperate with him. Gushio didn't want to be a coder. In this life, he just wants to be a boss who can help others realize their dreams. In his previous life, Yongjun had no chance. This life. Give him his chance yourself. Besides Yang Jun, the one who attracted Gu Xiao. One more suggestion. This was a suggestion put forward by a man named Wang Miao. Huh, etc. Three-body game? Wang Miao? Gu Xiao looked at the other person's name repeatedly. He checked again and again the employee information form Luo Xiang had sent him before. Confirm again and again. I didn't wear it in the wrong place. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, okay, the world still belongs to humans for the time being. Moreover, this Wang Miao is not a scientist engaged in nanomaterials, but an employee who is currently overseas and responsible for game operations. This time when Gu Xiao solicited game architecture and planned to launch his own game work from three-body games. Basically, all employees participated. Moreover, most of them have written a game architecture plan of their own. But there's only Wang Miao and no games. What he sent to Gu Xiao didn't include a single code, only a suggestion. And his advice is, it's better to buy than to do. His big topic is that there are no very good technologies or very good ideas in the domestic game production field. In comparison, if everyone in China wants to make games, the first thing they have to do is not to immerse themselves in making masterpieces, but to learn. Learn the code of excellent overseas games. Learn the framework of excellent overseas games, and learn everything they can learn. So his advice is, instead of making drastic changes to its own games, three-body games should find a way to find a game with potential and act as an agent. He even analyzed the advantages in the document. The first step is, of course, learning. After all, agent games need to be operated and maintained, and they also need to be updated simultaneously. This means that other people in the company can also intuitively see the non-core code of the other party's game. These things are enough for everyone to learn. Secondly, is to open up the popularity of three-body game. Nowadays, Shengda is the only domestic game manufacturer, and there are many other game manufacturers. Even those engaged in real estate have begun to develop games. But at first glance, this seems to be a battle of gods, but in fact it is still Shengda who rules the country. The main battlefield of the game is the Internet Cafe. Internet cafes are also related to game points, directly connected to the company's interests. Don't other companies have games? Have. But many times, you can't even see games from this company when you go to an internet cafe. Even if you see it, maybe there isn't even a point card. Three-body games rashly developed its own game and started releasing it in the domestic market. The biggest difficulty was not game production, but the game is released. Today's three-body games basically have no downstream market, which means that when the game is completed and wants to be released, the downstream market needs to be slowly developed bit by bit. It's different when it comes to representing overseas games. Nowadays, legend is an agent. Having learned from the past, many internet cafe owners are also happy to accept this kind of agent for overseas games. Once the contact is completed, this means that Spoliers games can accept the downstream market more smoothly and easily. At the same time, among the player base, three-body games will no longer be just a little thing that has never been heard of, but a well-known game manufacturer. After completing this step, three-body games can truly start developing its own games in the future. After reading the entire article, Gu Xiao couldn't help but nod his head. Talent. This is real talent. Maybe what he said is not completely accurate, or even a little naive, but his core direction is actually very good. At least, when everyone is planning to seize the opportunity to make a game of their own. Wang Miao chose this seemingly incompatible method. Just by virtue of this person, that's very interesting. Soon, Gu Xiao directly found Wang Miao's penguin from the Penguin Group and started chatting, even though it's the weekend. However, for employees operating games overseas, the requirements are not so strict whether it is weekends or not. At least after Gu Xiao sent out the message, Wang Miao responded immediately. In fact, Gu Xiao didn't talk about anything. The main thing is to ask about his personal views and insights. The more they chatted, the more Gu Xiao couldn't help but nod. Everyone is very excited now. Everyone hopes to create their own epic game, hoping to have better picture quality, better mechanics, and better performance effects. But in fact, I hold the opposite concept. It is true that everyone has the ability to make an excellent game. And even if we gather together for a city project, I have no doubt that we will be able to make a game that is countless times better than Legend. But in fact, there are many games that are better than Legend games in the domestic market today, whether it's graphics, gameplay, or other things. But what about these games? Without exception, basically none of them can become popular. Why is this? Is it just luck? Actually, it is not that Legend is not useless. At least Legend has many advantages, including some operations and maintenance of Shengda. These things are actually the most critical. At this time, we rashly invest money, manpower, and material resources to create a so-called masterpiece. In fact, the final result may be a flash in the pan and nothing in the end. Naturally, Legend has the advantage of the times. We do not have this advantage and cannot create this advantage. Then we can only choose new advantages. Shengda is like a god in the minds of players. To be honest, if they make a game now, a lot of players will buy it. We can no longer create hits, so we could try the route Shengda has taken. Let us become Shengda. After chatting, Gu Xiu clearly knew that Wang Miao is a really capable person with ideas and vision. What's more, Wang Miao is relatively more pragmatic than the idealists in many companies. Since you said you wanted me to represent the game, you probably already have a good recommendation, right? Gu Xiu asked. Yes, it already has. Wang Miao replied. This is a piece of news I heard while I was overseas. Blizzard is interested in making a masterpiece. There's no news yet, but I heard that they have actually started to develop it quietly. I estimate that it will be completed in 1 or 2 years at most. By the way, Blizzard boss, you should know that it is the manufacturer of games such as Warcraft, Lost Vikings, Diablo, and StarCraft. They are now the top gaming company. And I heard that this time, they are mainly doing things related to Warcraft. There are rumors that what they're going to do is an RPG online game version of Warcraft. This is definitely a king bomb. There's not much news in the country right now, so my suggestion is, boss, you might as well start contacting in advance. Blizzard? This famous name is definitely considered top-notch in this era, in the minds of countless game producers. This is God. They are indeed gods. After all, StarCraft, Diablo, and Warcraft, these 3 games have almost established Blizzard's position in the gaming circle. Although a series of things happened later, and he even reached the point of selling himself out in the end. But in this day and age, Blizzard, unstoppable, and their new game, World of Warcraft. Gu Xiu asked, boss, have you even thought of a name? Wang Miao was stunned. After all, he had just gotten the gossip. Blizzard said nothing. In the end, the boss even gave them names? However, this name is still very good. Since it is a Warcraft series and a netizen, the word world is indeed appropriate. But I heard that Blizzard's previous news was that it was called Ghost. But this is a small problem. How about boss? Are you interested? We can seize this Warcraft game before other companies react. Such a game will definitely be a hit in any market. And having this game in hand will be a perfect start for us. Wang Miao kept asking questions. He was indeed a bit bold this time. After all, he was going against other company employees. However, this was the decision he finally made after careful consideration. It's not appropriate to develop a game masterpiece by yourself now. Don't even think about standalone games. We don't have the technology, we don't have the quality, and we don't have the market in China. As for online games, in fact, it doesn't have much advantage. Now that Gu Xiu took the initiative to chat with him, he naturally didn't hesitate and spoke out all his thoughts at once. According to his estimation, it was absolutely impossible for Gu Xiu to refuse. But, unexpectedly, just when he thought Gu Xiu would agree or at least consider it, Gu Xiu refused directly. No. These 2 simple words contrast with Wang Miao's numerous remarks before. It's simply a world of difference. It even made Wang Miao confused for a moment. Fortunately, the boss still gave him an explanation. Blizzard may have already started development, but if I guess correctly, their current focus should still be on Warcraft 3. This is their most important project at the moment. Secondly, I heard that Blizzard has many internal conflicts. I don't know the specific situation, but what I know is that several of Blizzard's founders are greatly influenced by the management. These are all uncertain factors. These uncertain factors will indefinitely extend the development progress and time of this new game. At least I estimate that it will take at least 2 years before their new game is completed and can enter the publicity and release stage. This time is too long. Wang Miao was silent. Indeed, what Gu Xiu said is right. There are too many uncertain factors now. The game has not even been developed yet, so we're talking about agents. To be honest, it's a bit whimsical. This is also Gu Xiu's true thoughts. Is World of Warcraft awesome? This is almost unquestionable. In the era when World of Warcraft came out, this game almost became the youth of many people. Even in later generations, this game will still be remembered by countless people. Not only is the success of the game content, they have also achieved unprecedented commercial results. World of Warcraft even once became the most profitable game in the world. In China, the concessions are no less generous. In World of Warcraft, there are a lot of players and a lot of Krypton money. Even the Ninth City, which represents them, is winning directly. Perhaps many people have never heard of the name the Ninth City in later generations, but because of World of Warcraft, the Ninth City made a lot of money in a low-key manner and was eventually squeezed out by the pig farm before going downhill. This is a piece of cake. Take it down, there are many benefits. But it took too long. Nowadays, many people at 3-Body Games are restless and want to launch some products of their own. Let them follow what Wang Miao said and wait for another 2 years to become an agent for World of Warcraft, and then learn for 2 years before releasing the game. Come and go at least 3 to 5 years. After such a long time, it is estimated that all the employees of 3-Body Games have disappeared. This is also, I didn't think about this aspect. Wang Miao also reacted instantly. He had indeed only thought about big things before, but ignored the time cost involved. Somewhat naive. However, just when he thought he had been passed by the boss. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu actually spoke again. Although World of Warcraft has nothing to do with us for the time being, your words inspired me. Agent gaming is indeed a way. Huh? Boss, do you have any ideas? Wang Miao became more energetic and then remembered that he was just a small employee. Even if his boss really had a plan, he didn't need to tell him. He immediately added, I'm just asking, boss. You don't have to tell me. It doesn't matter. Speaking of which, you may have to handle this matter. Gu Xiu thought for a while and said, This is to entrust yourself with a heavy responsibility? Boss, what do you want me to do? Wang Miao became excited and gave his own suggestions. To put it bluntly, he hoped to let his boss see his abilities. Now it seems that the opportunity has come. I do have ideas about agent games, but at present, I don't think there are any good games, but there are no conditions. We can create conditions. I want you to help me keep an eye on a company. It is best to contact them and obtain their game copyright. Gu Xiu suddenly said, Wang Miao was stunned. Contact the game company and get the game copyright? What does this mean? The boss doesn't plan to be an agent, but plans to buy games? What games can I buy copyrights for? What did you buy it for? However, despite his doubts, Wang Miao still asked, Boss, which company do you want, and what game do you want? Valve. Gu Xiu replied, V-Club? Wang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he even couldn't help but breathed quickly. There are many excellent game production companies nowadays. Blizzard is certainly at the top level, but there is another game company that is not much worse than Blizzard. It can even be said that this game company has established a game type. And this company is Valve, and their company currently has a top game, Half-Life. What's even more outrageous is that they used a game mod based on Half-Life to create a game that became popular all over the world. What I wanted to take down is their current modded game, Counter-Strike, also called CS.